Volume 5. Chapter 401, Big Guy. Chapter 401, Big Guy. This fiend soul beast was more than 3 times the size of an average fiend soul beast. Its body shimmered with a metallic sheen. It stared coldly at Lei Pang and Nian Lu. Its icy stare didn't contain any hint of warmth. Lei Pang and Nian Lu felt as though they were 2 little insects about to be stomped under the steps of a colossal giant. The other only needed to gently raise its foot and could crush them. This fiend soul beast was unusually ugly. Its flat head was like that of a toad. The wide maw was tightly clenched and its jaw askew. The hunched posture was poised to strike. Every tense muscle fiber was visible to the eye. Its abnormally thick limbs made it appear asymmetric, but when these unbalanced features were combined together, it left them terror-stricken from the sense of danger. The duo's scalps felt numb, but they did not dare to move rashly. The 2 of them were experienced. They knew if that they ran right now, there would be no chance of survival. The fiend soul beast was motionless as it gazed down at the duo with indifference. "What do we do?" Lei Pang maintained his posture as he asked in a low voice. "Drag it out." Nian Lu was also motionless. His eyes twirled about. "This thing is making such a spectacle. The others will definitely detect the disturbance. We will drag the fight out until they come to reinforce us." At the same time, the fiend soul beast suddenly opened its mouth. The terrifyingly wide mouth opened like a gaping maw. "Move!" Lei Pang and Nian Lu's bodies moved at the same time. The 2 of them darted away, one to the right and one to the left, each gathered all the Ling power they could muster. The sword energy and saber energy left their hands at the same time and howled as they flew towards the fiendish soul beast. The fiendish soul beast seemed to not see it. Its eyes widened, and it inhaled through its enormous mouth. Hiss! The fiendish mist in the surroundings gathered furiously towards its gaping mouth. At a rate visible to the naked eye, a red-black ball of light formed in its open mouth. It actually condensed the fiendish mist it had gathered in into a ball of light the size of a fist. Ding ding! 2 clear sounds of impact rang out. Lei Pang and Nian Lu's complexions changed. Their sword and saber energies had struck the body of the fiend soul beast and only caused 2 sparks to fly. What kind of monster was this? These 2 were both Xiuzha that had comprehended essence. Their blows had been thrown with all their power, but they hadn't even left a mark behind. The duo's heart sank. This big guy's strength was far beyond their predictions. A black red light erupted from the open mouth of the fiend soul beast. It frightened the 2 into using all of their power to dodge to the sides. Boom! The red and black light lit up behind them. They were not able to react as they thrown backwards, and tossed through the air like blades of grass. Pia pia, the instant the 2 landed on the ground, they were barely able to stabilize themselves. Their legs sunk into the dirt from the force, they were left in a sorry state. They could not dwell on the shock they were feeling. Turning around, the fiendish mist behind them had been swept clean away. Black smoke rose from a 20-zhan wide burnt black pit that stretched out behind them. This was a monster. The duo's faces were ashen white. Ma Fan moved like a ghost in the fiendish mist as he searched for fiend soul beasts. His entire body was covered in faint sword essence. Ever since he had comprehended sword essence manifestation, his strength had leapt forward, but this also made his status slightly awkward, and this was even more evident when Zhong had stepped into Jindan. Compared to his normal fellows, he was much stronger, but he was a step behind the strongest group. After Wei Sheng came, and Zhong's core formation, the stage of Jindan had become the sign of being in the first group. It seemed as though he was only 1 step away from the stage of Jindan, but this step was not so easily crossed. If it wasn't for Wei Sheng teaching the principles of the sword, he wouldn't have dared to hope he could break through to Jindan. Zhong's core formation was enormously influential on the entire group. Xie Shan's core formation had been expected due to this many years of cultivation. Teacher Wei's core formation was to be expected due to his talent. Only Zhong's core formation was motivational to everyone. In the camp, Zhong was not the best in strength or the most talented. The fact that he could become Jindan made it that core formation no longer seemed so out of reach in everyone else's eyes. For Ma Fan, other than motivation, this was also a kind of pressure. He suddenly raised his head, his expression was grave. Such a powerful presence. There was a situation. He suddenly changed directions and accelerated to fly towards the energy ripple. There were no other people in this fiendish mist other than their group. As he flew, he muttered inside. Who had such misfortune to encounter a big guy? Ma Fan's movement skill was not low, and after comprehending sword essence which was merged into his movement method, there were few in the camp that could rival him in speed. When he put focused on speed, he was like lightning. If one looked down from high up, they would see that Ma Fan was cutting through the mist like a sharp knife. Behind him, the two waves of air were like the lines of water when a ship traveled through and was extremely pretty. That burst of shocking presence quickly became clearer and Ma Fan's expression became increasingly serious. Boom boom boom, dot. Sounds of explosions continuously echoed from ahead. With each sound, Ma Fan's heart would jump. At just this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. It was Lei Peng and Nian Lu. The three were teammates from Sky Peak Platoon. Ma Fan was very familiar with the presences of these two, and instantly recognized them. The duo's appearances were messy and panicked, which made it evident that the situation was very dangerous. Ma Fan snorted coldly, and his speed increased again. When he flew closer and saw Lei Peng and Nian Lu's sorry states, fury rose in his eyes. With a long howl, his body suddenly shot up in the air. The sword essence vibrated from his body and continuously increased. When he reached his peak, his sword essence had accumulated to an extreme and was blinding. The fiend soul beast raised its head and shot a fiendish mist bullet towards Ma Fan in the air. Ma Fan could clearly sense the danger from the black-red light. If this was any other situation, he would definitely dodge and wait for a chance to strike. But at this time, his Ling power and sword essence were surging without being held back. He seemed to be inside a burning fire cauldron. Every muscle felt as though it was being sliced by 1,000 knives. He knew those were fine sword essences. His sword essence might have reached the stage of manifestation, but he still needed a considerable amount of practice to control them at will. He had seen Teacher Wei practice the sword. The sword essence was concentrated without a single thread going astray. That was the stage he dreamed about. He tried to control the sword essence around his body and concentrated them inside his flying sword. His blood vessels expanded and were on the verge of rupturing. The countless fine sword essences were like knives, but Ma Fan ignored all of this. All of his attention was focused on the merging of Ling power and sword essence. Teacher Wei had said only when Ling power and sword essences came together would they have the greatest power. With Ling power and no sword essence, it only had the appearance. With sword essence but no Ling power, there was blood but no flesh. All the sword essence and Ling power in his body furiously flew towards the sword. The sword hummed lightly, and released a dazzling blue light. This layer of blinding light also covered Ma Fan. The blue light was like a drop of ink that had splattered onto a white piece of paper. It spread outwards at astounding speeds. In the blink of an eye, the area Tenjiang around Ma Fan was as blue as the sky. The black-red light finally reached him. The sword energies that were as blue as the sky tore apart the fiendish mist. In a patch of red-black fiendish mist, it was peerlessly dazzling. Pew, dot. The sword energy sliced across the fiendish mist bullet without any resistance like a hot knife through butter and entered the forehead of the fiendish soul beast. Pew! Black liquid flew and turned to a ball of mist in the air before disappearing. The fiend's soul beast wailed in pain. For the first time, its icy cold eyes showed a ripple of emotion. It seemed unable to believe it had been injured. The ripples quickly turned to anger. The ant-like prey in front of it had actually wounded it. The fiendish mist in the surroundings seemed to have felt an invisible magnetism and furiously flooded towards it. This guy, he is this strong now? Lei Peng was gaping as he stared. Handsome. Too handsome. Nian Lu's face was shocked. They both recognized Ma Fan's sword scripture. 5th grade, Clear Sky Sword Scripture. It had been a spoil of victory after Darren killed Clear Sky Old Forefather. There were many in Vermilion Bird Camp that cultivated this sword scripture, since it was a 5th grade sword scripture and was very attractive. However, Ma Fan was the first to cultivate Clear Sky Sword Scripture to this level. He really was too strong. With one move, Ma Fan was able to wound the fiend soul beast that they could do nothing to. However, when they saw Ma Fan panting in the air, they realized that this move was at a great cost to Ma Fan. How are you? Lei Peng turned to ask Nian Lu. Battle spirit roiled in his eyes. I won't die. Nian Lu looked at the sky and smiled with slight difficulty. He is such a show-off, how can I let this guy take all the glory? The two rose into the sky and formed a triangle with Ma Fan. When Lei Peng and Nian Lu stood at his flanks behind him, Ma Fan's confidence increased. Between the three, a sharp killing intent formed. The terror in their eyes decreased. This big guy definitely has something good on his body. Lei Peng's eyes flashed viciously. Kill it. Nian Lu said maliciously. Troublesome, Ma Fan muttered. The three figures charged towards the fiend soul beast. Wei Shang, Xie Shan, and Zhong Ru flew through the fiendish mist at high speed. They had all detected the alarming presence in the distance and knew a situation had occurred. They had hurriedly acted. Deep in thought, Zuo Mo was ignorant of everything else. The fire Yao art that had been spinning on the tip of his finger suddenly stopped on his palm and burned silently. Zuo Mo's fingers slowly started to move. As his finger movements changed, the Ling power was like an undercurrent that silently wrapped around the wisp of fire. The fire wisp shook and became extremely unstable as though it could extinguish at any moment. Pia pia pia, a string of light explosions sounded around the wisp of fire. The finger movements gradually became faster. The fire wisp shook more fiercely. Suddenly, it exploded. In this instant, Zuo Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed thoughtful. Fire Yao art, consciousness, Ling power, controlling fire. He seemed to see a thread that connected them. Translator ramblings, this chapter was pretty insubstantial. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 402, The Results from Ming Juzi's Investigation. Chapter 402, The Results from Ming Juzi's Investigation. Zuo Mo had received a letter from Ming Juzi. His expression was excited and filled with hope. It said that Ming Juzi had found some important clues. There was nothing that could make Zuo Mo happier than this, nothing was more urgent. He didn't even stop to go look for Nan Yu and Song Zhe. Ming Juzi quickly appeared. He recognized Zuo Mo at a glance. Sir Xiao Ge, I am Ming Juzi, but... Zuo Mo felt this person was familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen Ming Juzi before. He politely responded, Sir Ming Juzi, good day. Ming Juzi did not waste words and casted a recording Yao art. In here is everything about the Battle of Sealed Extinction, Ming Juzi said. This battle is truly too ancient. There are very few records about it. I'm very sorry, this is all the information that I was able to find. Zuo Mo quickly scanned the contents inside the recording Yao art. The general era in which the Battle of Sealed Extinction occurred was not known, but it was approximately 25,000 years ago. It happened at that place that was called Constant Scarlet Jie. Supposedly, because the fiercest fighting had occurred near the Jie River entrance was destroyed in the fighting, and Constant Scarlet Jie became inaccessible, and disappeared from the Jie maps from then on. Zuo Mo looked hard at the ancient Jie map. This Jie map was extremely primitive. Zuo Mo's gaze landed on the several Jie surrounding Constant Scarlet Jie. From these, he could generally judge the position of Constant Scarlet Jie, Skyfall Jie, Gentle Mountain Jie, and Dazzling Splendor Jie. These three bordered Constant Scarlet Jie. Do you know the general position of Constant Scarlet Jie based on the present Jie maps? Zuo Mo asked Ming Juzi. It is probably in the area of Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie. Ming Juzi had prepared well. Constant Scarlet Jie disappeared a long time ago, so it is hard to judge its position. But Skyfall Jie and Dazzling Splendor Jie are presently part of Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie. Gentle Mountain Jie is the territory of Xiuzhe and is a dangerous area. If we use these Jie as references, Constant Scarlet Jie should be near the border of Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie. People have gone to explore this area before, but no one has found the existence of Constant Scarlet Jie. These questions strengthen Ming Juzi's belief that Xiao Mo Ge was searching for treasure. Otherwise, why would he research the position of Constant Scarlet Jie? Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie. Zuo Mo was stunned. Anyone with some common knowledge would know this place. Wasn't that the place for the Yao hunt? From all the news reports, he knew Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie was where the heaviest fighting between Xiuzhe and Yaoma took place. For Zuo Mo, this was not good news. Previously, he had decided to determine his present location, and then use transportation formations to leave the ghastly place. But hearing that Constant Scarlet Jie was in Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie, his heart instantly cooled halfway. He had heard the general story of how Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie had formed. Places like these were unsuitable for using transportation formations because the interference caused by the formation was great. When the Yao hunt had been most fashionable in the past, the Xiuzhe attempts in putting down transportation formations inside Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie had never succeeded. All of the supplies had been transported in on treasure ships. Zuo Mo had only a basic understanding of transportation formations. Because he couldn't predict the interference, he didn't dare to move rashly. Any small mistake in the transportation formation was terrifying. The reason that they had been transported to that ghastly place was that someone had changed the transportation formation in Skywater Jie. This plan seemed to have failed. Zuo Mo quickly discarded this idea. His attention was placed on another sentence. The bulk of the fighting was near the Jie River. This sentence caused Zuo Mo's eyes to light up. After searching through the fiendish mist all this time, they had discovered some trends. The closer to the center of the battlefield they went, the heavier the black fiendish energy was, and the stronger the fiend soul beasts. If it was like that. Zuo Mo quickly organized his thoughts and became more excited as he thought. This way, they could quickly find the past Jia River of Constant Scarlet Jia. The report speculated the reason that Constant Scarlet Jia had disappeared was that the Jia River from it towards other Jia had broke. This had caused the appearance that Constant Scarlet Jia had disappeared. If they could find the location of the previous Jia River, and then open the Jia River. This way, the chances they could leave would increase greatly. Zuo Mo repeatedly looked over the information to imprint it deep into his mind. Ming Juzi did not hurry him and patiently waited for Zuo Mo to finish reading. A while later, Zuo Mo raised his head in satisfaction. This is your payment. Ming Juzi gathered his courage and said, Sir Xiao Mogo, I hope to use the reward to exchange for a Yao art. He then added, if you have it. Zuo Mo paused. Ming Juzi's request was unexpected, but he still asked, what Yao art? Water wood light art. When Ming Juzi finished speaking, he looked closely at Zuo Mo. He was extremely nervous. Water wood light art? In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao paused upon hearing the name of the Yao art. He abruptly said to Zuo Mo, ask him if he knows Ming Duan. Do you know Ming Duan? Zuo Mo asked. Ming Juzi suddenly became excited. That is my ancestor. Does Darren know ancestor? In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao was silent, and Wei sighed. Pu, you know? Actually, with Pu Yao's reactions, Zuo Mo knew that Pu Yao definitely knew Ming Duan and their relationship wasn't just a casual one. However, he was slightly puzzled. He thought of Nanyu. Pu Yao's attitude back then had also been like this. Tell him. Pu Yao did not reply and said, the Yao art will be given, but he must follow you. As expected, the conditions were just the same as Nanyu. Zuo Mo muttered inside, but he still repeated this to Ming Juzi. Ming Juzi unhesitatingly bowed, this subordinate is willing to follow Darren. Giving the water wood light art to Ming Juzi, he hurriedly got him to leave. He was filled with curiosity, and decided to get to the bottom of the situation. He straightforwardly asked Pu Yao, Pu, did you know their ancestors? Why do you have their Yao arts? After remaining silent for a while, Pu Yao finally spoke, their ancestors were once my subordinates. Zuo Mo stilled. He had thought that Pu Yao had a close connection to these clans but definitely had not thought it would be this kind of relationship. That year, in our final battle, we were trapped. Pu Yao looked into the distance, his voice reminiscent. Everyone knew we could not escape. In order to make sure our lines of succession were not broken, we exchanged our Yao arts amongst ourselves, swore that whoever managed to survive was to pass on these Yao arts to their descendants. Zuo Mo was silent. A moment later, he asked, then why do you require them to follow me? Just give it to them. I had not thought that their clans would have declined so far. Pu Yao twisted his mouth. Even if I give the Yao arts to them, their clans might not be able to survive on their own. Getting them to follow you is for their benefit. Your other skills might be average, but your ability to survive is top-notch. If they follow you, they can at least survive. Zuo Mo's face instantly collapsed. Why push your past debts onto me? You are my student, who do I push them onto if not you? Pu Yao's tone was righteous. He then smiled smugly, it is fortunate that you are not inheriting from Wei. TSK, otherwise, you would really know what trouble is, but... Wei said with slight helplessness, don't draw me into your matters. Finishing, he couldn't help but argue, all of the gravestone armors stand by their belief and oath, this is glory and strength. Zuo Mo and Pu Yao rolled their eyes at the same time. They didn't like Wei's conduct at all. Zuo Mo thought of another matter. He asked Pu Yao, then where did you get those Xiuzhi spells? Spoils of victory. Pu Yao had a proud expression. The Xiuzhi that died on my hands aren't normal ones. These spells are my collection. Aren't they good? Zuo Mo's eyes lit up. How many? Give them all to me. Why give them to you? Pu Yao rolled his eyes. I'm your student. Zuo Mo's tone was righteous. Even his expression was the same as Pu Yao. Pu Yao instantly choked. However, he reacted very quickly. It's not that I can't give them to you. What conditions? Zuo Mo was very bald. First, you are my student, but look at yourself. What you're best at is cultivating the Mo physique. That is unacceptable. Pu Yao had been discontent about this for a long time. On the side, Wei's eyes flashed. He knew that Pu Yao had started his attack. No way about it. Who made it that the great Mo physique is powerful? We need to first preserve our lives first and then we can speak of other matters. Zuo Mo threw up his hands and said with helplessness on his face. Pu Yao was not defeated by Zuo Mo's words. Ha, when your Yao arts advance to a level, I will give you that level's spells. Zuo Mo wasn't a softie. Want to tempt GE? Not that easy. He turned his face and said to Wei, teach me Mo skills. Pu Yao's expression instantly became dark. Wei did not want to provoke Pu Yao, but he didn't want to only watch as Zuo Mo truly gave up on his Mo physique. He had inspected everyone in guard camp. No person's talent could compare to Zuo Mo. To be able to cultivate great day Mo physique to this level, this was talent. The inheritance of the gravestone armor was a matter of chance. If he gave up on this opportunity, he didn't know when he would encounter another one. Also, Zuo Mo seemed casual and offhand usually, and was never on the right path, but in reality, he had his own set of rules. He was not someone that would waver. He said with finesse, I gave an oath to not actively pass Mo skills on to you. Pu Yao instantly thought that it was not good. He knew just how clever his student was. As expected, Zuo Mo snickered after hearing that and said, this is easy. I know, you are not able to break your oath. Oh, definitely won't go against your oath, there are many ways. Look, I stole and learned on my own, you didn't teach me. Wei was moved. He might hold by his oath, but he was not a pedantic person. Otherwise, he would not have disguised himself as the female to fool Pu Yao. Pu Yao's gaze instantly became extremely unfriendly, but he also had a great headache. This boy was more and more bandit-like and was becoming harder to deal with. Adding on that Wei was drooling after this boy, Pu Yao felt his mind was a mess. Just as Pu Yao was feeling a headache, an icy voice interrupted the three people that were arguing. Xiao Mo Gu. You have been drafted. In 10 days, report to the main base of the Heavy Earth Corps. If you do not arrive by the deadline, you will be punished by military law. Zuo Mo raised his head in shock. He found that at some time unknown to him, he was surrounded by 4 people with icy presences. The 4 people had faintly unfriendly expressions and tightly surrounded him. Drafted? Heavy Earth Corps? Report in 10 days? Punishment by military law? Zuo Mo's mind blanked. What was this? Translator ramblings, abrupt scene switch again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 403, Collision. Chapter 403, Collision. Do you think Xiao Mo Go would accept the draft? Yu Zizhou said with bemusement. His gaze was poisonous and hateful. Probably, his best friend said without confidence, at this time, refusing the draft is punishable by military law. No matter how powerful his is, he won't dare to oppose a military corp. Ha ha. Yu Zizhou laughed smugly. No matter if he accepts or not, it won't be easy for him. Ha ha. This is an unwinnable situation. I will let him know how death is written. Your move is too poisonous. Ha ha. Your praise makes my heart bloom. Ha ha. The Heavy Earth Corps sent a draft notice for Xiao Mo Go? Ji Liu was slightly astonished. Ji Chang nodded repeatedly. Yu Zizhou did it. The commander of Heavy Earth Corps is his uncle. A lot of people know this. Yu Zizhou is not a good person, as expected, Ji Liu said with a cold smile. But this move is vicious. What do we do? Ji Chang was slightly excited. Xiao Mo Ge's good days have reached an end. Us? What does this have to do with us? Ji Liu's eyes flashed. Yu Zizhou has lost his reason to his hatred. Making moves like this at this time, what would the people above think? You mean, Ji Chang made a sound. He was not dumb and understood she meant. They will fight their battles, while we just sit and watch, Ji Liu said decisively. At such a sensitive time when we are losing at the front lines, there are no disadvantages to being passive. She changed the topic. I heard that Mushi has come back? She's been back for a while now. Ji Chang nodded. He then reacted and said with astonishment, you think well of her? Find a time for us to visit Mushi. Ji Liu's eyes flashed with a different kind of light. I have a feeling that Palace Lakewood clan is going to end up with her as the main leader. That's not possible. Ji Chang's expression was disbelieving and he said unconcernedly. She's so young. Also, she didn't have any great battle achievements on her trip this time. Let's wait and see. Ji Liu giggled. Mushi narrated her entire journey in detail without missing any detail. The old person in front of her was the person she respected the most, and was also the leader of Palace Lakewood clan. In her eyes, he was also the wisest person. You say that the Xiozha are also investigating this matter? The clan leader said in a deep voice. Yes, Mushi respectfully replied. We did not detect that they were hiding near us at all. If an accident had not occurred to them, their scheme might have worked. Stars in daytime, the clan leader murmured to himself, which Darren would it be? Mushi sat respectfully and did not disturb the clan leader from thinking. Truthfully, even now, she did not fully understand the significance of stars in daytime. A while later, the clan leader shook his head and refocused. Mushi really could not contain her curiosity anymore. Clan leader, what is stars in daytime? The clan leader explained, the so-called stars in daytime is when one uses the power of the stars to heal the wounds of the body. If it is during the day, stars would appear on the entire sky, this is stars in daytime. Only the strongest of Yao Ma possess this kind of unnatural power. He then grimaced and said, this kind of skill only exists in the legends. I have not heard of anyone in the present that possesses it. Also, because the manifestation indicates he is injured, a Darren would only cast such a secret technique in the most dangerous of times. Mushi finally understood. No wonder. Now you know why the Council of Elders is so panicked and reacted so urgently, the clan leader said with a smile. It shows great favor that the Elder Council gave such a mission to you, they are nurturing you. Now that the front lines are successively losing, it is a rare opportunity for you young people. Nishi calmly nodded, Sheer will definitely work hard. A flash of satisfaction flashed through the eyes of the clan leader. His expression then became stern as he said, this man, Lin Xian, you speak of is probably a Coenluan disciple, since he is able to pinpoint your origins immediately. The disciples of Coenluan are always outstanding. If you fight against them in the future, you cannot take them lightly. Yes. Mushi obediently replied. That calm and handsome figure appeared in her mind's eyes, and her fighting spirit rose. After returning, she had repeatedly thought back to the battle exchanges she had with Lin Xian. But even now, she could not find his weakness. She had to admit that the other's skills as a commander were higher than hers. She had the advantage of greater strength but still could not do anything to the other. If this was a mock battle in a battle general class, it would be judged as her defeat. As expected from a Coenluan disciple. No matter if it was skill or conduct, it made others respect them. She was not demotivated, but it was the opposite. The other's appearance had caused her to understand how stupid and narrow it was for her to compare herself with only those inside the Yao Art House. This was her starting point. She truly understood that a vast world had appeared in front of her. Noticing the fighting spirit that rose in Mushi's eyes, the experienced clan leader instantly understood what Mushi was thinking and couldn't help but smile slightly. This matter will not end like this. Gaining the aid of a Darren that can cause the stars in daytime is worth any price. This, we understand, the Darren of the Council of Elders understand, but the Xiozha also understand. The clan elder was very calm. Since all clues now point to Wu Kong Sword Sect, then we have a direction, but Mushi was slightly puzzled. In her view, they should not enter into the conflict over the matter. Almost as though he saw Mushi's puzzlement, the clan leader said with a smile, our Palace Lakewood clan has some power, including influence in the territory of Xiozha. However, the Council of Elders is probably also investigating in secret. Then aren't we wasting our efforts? Mushi asked. Ha ha. It seems that we are wasting our efforts, the clan leader chuckled, and a sharp light flashed through his eyes, but what if this Darren is an elder that survived from the 1,000-year battle? Mushi first froze and then she unhesitatingly shook her head. That is impossible. Why is it impossible? The clan leader's eyes narrowed. I feel this is the most likely possibility. Otherwise, why did this Darren appear in the territory of Xiozha? A Darren that could cause stars of daytime, it wouldn't be strange for them to have some life-saving secret technique. Also, this relates to a secret that not many people know. What secret? Mushi unconsciously asked. But when the words came out, she regretted it. It was almost not appropriate for her to ask this. Just as she was feeling insecure, the clan leader did not conceal and said, in that great war, everyone knows that we Yao Ma lost, but there are only a few that know some elders were captured. They were imprisoned in the Yao Subduing Tower. If I haven't guessed wrong, this unknown Darren most likely escaped from the Yao Subduing Tower. Mushi gaped and stared with wide eyes as she listened to the story. Seeing Mushi's expression, the clan leader smiled warmly. Don't find it strange. If this Darren really escaped from the Yao Subduing Tower, then they are definitely worth our Palace Lakewood clan investing all our power. He did not explain more. There were some things that Mushi would understand only when she reached a certain age. Heavy earth core? Zuo Mo felt puzzled. However, when he saw the attitudes of the surrounding four people, his face instantly darkened. The draft notice has already been delivered to Sir's follower, Nan Yu. Please report to the base of heavy earth core within 10 days, one of the people stared at Zuo Mo and said in a deep voice. He did not know who he had offended, but for him, this order held no influence. I have not heard of any heavy earth core and don't have any interest. Zuo Mo's expression was icy. Even though he did not understand why the other had come to find him, but in his view, the other's attitude was enough to indicate a problem. Surrounded by 4 people, he was not afraid. You wish to resist a military order? This person's expression darkened and his gaze became vicious. The other 3 people also had vicious glares as their bodies moved forward. A murderous energy instantly locked onto Zuo Mo. Even though they had heard that Zuo Mo had reconstructed the Wasteland Beast chessboard, but in the eyes of this military combat Yao, that wasn't anything. Those genius that boasted so much were like bubbles that popped on impact, once they were placed on the battlefield. The leading combat Yao smirked. His gaze when he looked at Zuo Mo was like he was looking at a lamb waiting for slaughter. He did not object to giving the other a lesson in the 10-finger prison. Which one of those proud young masters didn't obey under his hands? Zuo Mo's eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed through them. His upper body waved lightly like that of a clock pendulum. The pupils of the leading combat Yao suddenly shrank. In his field of vision, the Zuo Mo seemed to disappear. What shocked him even more was the other's decisiveness. Attacking proactively without a word. He was both shocked and angry. He bellowed, "You dare!" The movement of his hands were even faster than his angry shout. After long years of training, it was instinct to react once encountering danger. A ball of dirt yellow light lit up in his hand and a shell of dirt yellow light appeared around him. This was one of the most widely used military intermediate Yao arts of the heavy earth core, earth defense art. Proven through combat, it had outstanding defensive capabilities. Being able to enter the 3rd prison, his power was not weak. As one of the top combat Yao in the military corps, he had absolute confidence in his power. Even more, he also had 3 powerful fellows with him. For against one, it made him feel as though he was using a sword to kill a chicken. Ping! A clear shattering sound caused his bellow to suddenly stop. A golden fist rapidly grew larger in his eyes. How was this possible? His expression froze. The earth defense art that he had always relied on was so easily broken by the other? A military intermediate Yao art at his full power. Was smashed to bits by one punch. Time seemed to suddenly slow at this moment. The other's fist grew larger and large in his eyes. Everything was so clear. He was even able to see the complex patterns that densely covered the golden armor on the other's fist. The terror was like a ferocious beast that escaped and rampaged in his body. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo was being underestimated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 404, Kill. Chapter 404, Kill. Zuo Mo caught the terror in the eyes of this heavy earth core military official. His heart did not waver at all. He was completely ignorant of the strong mental blow his conduct had given this military official. Attacking without any hesitation, so decisive and sharp it was shocking, a gaze that was indifferent. All of this screamed that, although this guy seemed young, he was definitely an experienced fighter. This combat Yao suddenly realized that this youth was completely different than what he had imagined. At this time, he did not have the time to consider this. The fist that carried the aura of death had reached him. Even though he knew this was the 10-finger prison, where there wasn't true death, his heart still shuddered, uncontrollably shuddered. His eyes were wide. As a professional combat Yao, even if his heart was terror-stricken, his training caused his body to still react instinctively. His body suddenly retreated, both of his hands crossing in front of his chest. A bellow that shook him to his core had vented all the terror inside. Earth Shield. A low-level Yao art that completely displayed this military official's combat instincts. A low-level Yao art, a Yao art that he could cast the fastest, was the only thing that could help him grasp the chance to survive in such a dangerous situation. The full-powered, Earth Shield, had a surface as smooth as a mirror. The color was deep brown, and gave people the feeling of being as hard as metal. Zuo Mo's fist opened and he lightly pressed his palm onto the Earth Shield. The force caused by momentum suddenly changing to nimbleness was such a conflicting feeling that this combat Yao almost spat blood. However, when he saw the golden script that lit up on Zuo Mo's palm, his expression changed. ZZT. Like poking through thin paper, the Earth Shield was like paper mache. That terrifying palm did not encounter any resistance, penetrating the Earth Shield and pressing against his body. Day script palm. Abundant power came from this palm. He opened his mouth, wanting to warn his fellows, but he could not make a sound. He turned to a dash of white light and disappeared. This exchange was so rapid that the remaining three only seemed to wake up when that combat Yao turned to a ball of light. Their expressions changed. But they could not find Zuo Mo's figure at all. One person's expression suddenly changed as he shouted, "Careful!" Pew! A strangely shaped straight sword entered the back of a combat Yao and exited through his chest. Another white light. The white light illuminated the shocked face of the third combat Yao. In his eyes, a golden figure rapidly magnified. An enormous pain came, and he turned to a streak of white light. The last combat Yao knew that he was definitely unable to escape. He suddenly howled. Strong yellow light flooded out of his body, and a fierce presence suddenly rose. Yellow sky heavy earth, ... There was the trump card of the heavy earth core's intermediate Yao arts because its power was closely comparable to high-level Yao arts. With a special method, it would gather all spiritual power one had in an instant and then explode. A suicide attack, dying together with the enemy. This move's spiritual power manipulation was not hard, but there were few people who could use it. That was because the caster, other than knowing how to use it, had to have the determination to die. The combat Yao showed a vicious smile that was twisted under the thick yellow light. He leapt towards Zuo Mo. He was fast, his figure disappeared from his position. Pew pew. Zuo Mo did not move, and only stared coldly at the other. In midair, the combat Yao looked in shock at his broken legs. He stared until the white light drowned the image of Xiao Mogu in his vision, the figure that was icily staring at him. How was this possible? At the same time he turned to a ball of white light, a blade of ice appeared with a crisp sound in the air that had been empty before and shattered into pieces. Ice blade illusory formation. Zuo Mo had set up a simple ice blade illusory formation around this combat Yao, back when he had summoned the noon blade. He only had to wait for the other to fall into his trap. There weren't as many Yao in the third prison as there were at the Wasteland Beast chessboard, but there were still many Yao that saw this fight. Every spectator had shocked expressions, and the sound of inhales came in waves. What happened before them surpassed their imaginations. The result of the fight surpassed their imaginations, and the process of the fight had also surpassed their imaginations. For trained combat Yao were killed by Xiao and Mogu in one exchange each, and not one was able to threaten Xiao and Mogu at all. The death of the last combat Yao had left the strongest impression. The thick earthy yellow light, the shocking presence, everyone could tell that this was a powerful Yao art that could rival high-level Yao arts. But the result was completely unexpected. A low-level ice blade illusory formation had caused this powerful Yao art and figure to crumble. This result seemed too ridiculous and could even be considered fantastical. After watching the battle and the shock subsided, it caused many spectators to think. Those that could enter the third prison were not weak, and each had above-average combat experience. Their combat experience told them if what happened in front of them occurred outside the 10-finger prison, the result would likely have been the same. A terrifying guy. A thread of warmth gradually rose in Zuo Mo's icy eyes. He had exited his fighting mode. The exclamations and inhales of the spectators did not affect him at all. For him, this was just a fight that had nothing that was worthy of shock. However, when he thought of the words the combat Yao had said at the start, his brow couldn't help but furrow. He could disregard the other's undisguised threat, but Nan Yu and the others might be affected. This was slightly difficult. Zuo Mo muttered inside. When Zuo Mo got to the Wasteland Beast chessboard, he quickly found Nan Yu because Nan Yu was waiting for him. Before encountering Zuo Mo, Nan Yu was a normal little Yao. Right now, she was cultivating the high-level Yao art, South Sky Arrow art, but her vision and knowledge had not changed at their core. She was filled with worry when facing the power and authority of Heavy Earth Core. As a true Yao, she could understand the meaning of this draft notice better than Zuo Mo, especially at such a sensitive time with the Yao's repeated defeats at the front line. Seeing Zuo Mo, she was overjoyed. Darren. For an unknown reason, when she saw Darren, his peaceful face, his indifferent yet confident eyes, her restless heart quickly settled. Darren would definitely have a way. This thought unconsciously flashed through her mind but quickly took over it. You received the Heavy Earth Core draft notice? Zuo Mo did not waste words and asked Nan Yu. Yes, Darren. Nan Yu replied. At the same time, she cast a recording Yao art with her hand. She had recorded the contents of the draft notice inside. Since Darren already knew, then he definitely had a solution. She thought inside. Zuo Mo scanned it and understood. After thinking, he asked Nan Yu, if I do not want to accept the draft notice, is there any way? Darren, there is no solution. A voice came from behind him. It was Song Lin that had coincidentally came as well. His expression was also filled with worry. Beside him was Tsang Zhe. Seeing Zuo Mo's eyes turn to him, Song Lin grimaced and said, "Darren, the Heavy Earth Corps has sent the draft notice. If you disobey, they have the power to execute you." "Is there no way at all?" Zuo Mo's brow creased. "Unless the military upper levels or the Council of Elders resolve this situation. Only the Council of Elders have the power to change this draft order." Song Lin's voice was bitter. "The Heavy Earth Corps is a regular corps belonging directly to the military. The military high command has the right to interfere. The same can be said for the Council of Elders. They have the right to any affair. Which of you have a connection?" Zuo Mo asked. The three shook their heads simultaneously. Zuo Mo saw this and understood. The Wisteria clan of the South Sky and the Grey clan had been in decline for too long. They were very far from the centers of power. "Darren, maybe I have a solution." Ming Juzi, who had rushed over to them, had managed to hear this. Zuo Mo had let him leave, but he had not gone far. He had coincidentally heard some people passing by him discussing the conflict between Xiao Mo and the Heavy Earth Corps. He had hurriedly ran over to search for Zuo Mo. After Zuo Mo introduced Ming Juzi as his new follower, everyone instantly felt closer. "Darren, this was definitely done by Yu Zizhou." Ming Juzi only had to think to understand what had gone on. "Yu Zizhou? Who is that?" Zuo Mo's face was puzzled. Seeing the puzzlement on Darren's face, Ming Juzi couldn't laugh or cry. He could only explain, "Darren, do you remember the battle when you defeated 26 Yao? Yu Zizhou was the second one." "Oh, him." Zuo Mo had a small impression. However, the one that gave him the deepest impression was the masked expert from the Blue Flower family. The military commander of Heavy Earth Corps is Yu Zizhou's uncle. Having spent a long time among experts, Ming Juzi was familiar with this kind of information. Yu Zizhou has worked very hard to pursue Ji Liu. He probably was thinking of Ji Liu when he challenged Darren, but he lost great face when he was defeated by Darren. I heard that Yu Zizhou was a very small-hearted person. Didn't think it was really so. Ming Juzi felt great disdain at Yu Zizhou's conduct. It really is despicable that Yu Zizhou is using such tricks, methods that should not be seen by the public, at such a sensitive time. Listening to Ming Juzi speak of the cause and effect, Zuo Mo and the others finally understood. "What solution do you have?" Zuo Mo asked. "It might not succeed," Ming Juzi said in a heavy voice, "but it is worth a try. We need to make a big fuss." "Big fuss?" Zuo Mo asked. "Yes. Only when it is a big fuss will they not dare to do whatever they want," Ming Juzi said. "However, this will only make them cautious. In terms of law, they have the power to draft Darren." "And then?" Zuo Mo heard that Ming Juzi had following plans. "They will definitely persist in the drafting you, and this would deepen the upper levels' dislike of them. We only need to show slight weakness and capture the sympathy of the upper levels," Ming Juzi said calmly. "With the potential that Darren has shown, adding to our manufactured noise, there is a high possibility that we can get the upper levels to interfere." Nan Yu and the others lit up. This was a very outstanding plan. Even Zuo Mo couldn't help but nod inside. Ming Juzi's plan was very plausible. But, maybe. An even crazier plan gradually formed in his mind. Translator Ramblings, Politics in the Yao World. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 405, Yu Heng. Chapter 405, Yu Heng. The Heavy Earth Corps draft of Xiao Mo is filled with the stench of scheming and trickery. As everyone knows, Yu Zizhou's uncle Yu Heng is the military commander of Heavy Earth Corps. One does not need an outstanding imagination to easily smell the fishiness here. Xiao Mo's strength is undoubted. Even when surrounded by 4 combat Yao, he could easily defeat the other. It is not hard to accept such an accomplished youth giving his aid for this great war. However, we are suspicious. What would such an accomplished youth face if he enters the Heavy Earth Corps? Becoming cannon fodder is the most likely result. The draft notice by the Heavy Earth Corps is completely without precedent. This is a very bad beginning. We do not need to say more of what has occurred between Xiao Mo and Yu Zizhou. If a certain youth of great potential appears in the future, and is conscripted by the draft call, how is this different than being bandits? Or is it to say, if one does not have a background, with no protection from a Yao art house, then they are unable to even protect their own freedom? Yu Heng felt terrible inside and out. He looked darkly at his vice commander. The sharp gaze of the corps commander made the vice commander feel as though there was a blade at his back. Cold sweat poured down. Speak, what happened? Yu Heng's voice seemed to come between his teeth with dark coldness. The vice commander knew that Darren was infuriated. He hadn't expected that the matter would develop so poorly. He said weakly, a few days ago, young master said he needed a draft notice. So you gave it to him? Yu Heng's facial skin shook as his eagle-like eyes stared at the vice commander. The vice commander finally lost control of his terror. He knew that Darren was truly angry. His face suddenly became pale and he stammered, this subordinate. Trash. Face black, Yu Heng's right hand suddenly grabbed at the air. Like an exploding watermelon, the vice commander was crushed and his limbs were sent flying. A while later, his anger finally subsided slightly. His dark gaze stared at the floor covered in limbs and flesh. He sank into deep thought. He usually favored his nephew and had high hopes for him. He hadn't expected his nephew to be so stupid. To do such a thing at such a sensitive time, and for someone to have gotten a hold of it and broadcasted it far and wide. The entire heavy Earth core was now in an extremely reactive situation. He was deeply disappointed in Yu Zizhou. He knew that Yu Zizhou had been pursuing Ji Liu. He had also supported it, but he hadn't thought that Yu Zizhou would be so small-minded. To do such a stupid thing for intangible gains. Those Yao channels were continuously discussing and repeating this matter these days. Thinking about this, murderous intent rose. Those Yao channels should all die. But the one who should die the most was that Xiao Mo Gu. Yu Hong was cunning. The situation was becoming fiercer over time, like oil being poured onto a fire. He could see with a glance that someone was stirring up trouble from the shadows. But who was it? To make trouble for him at this time? His gaze flashing, he calmed down. Several names came to mind. These people might not be the mastermind, but they would not refuse the chance to add stones when he was drowning. It is not so easy to see my humiliation. Yu Hong recovered his calm. The harsh scent of blood in the room caused his to wrinkle his brow in discontent. He shouted towards outside the door, "Come! Darren!" A guard came in. When he saw the ground meat on the ground, his expression couldn't help but change. Yu Hong said indifferent as though nothing had happened. "Clean this up." "Yes." Swept by the corps commander's gaze, the guard's scalp tingled and coldness shot up from his feet. Yu Hong walked out of the room without looking back. Yu Zizhou's limbs were cold. He had never expected the matter would transform into this. A person that was akin to an ant, no matter how outstanding his talent was, what was the use? In this era, if a person did not have a background or support, wasn't he a lamb that would be slaughtered? The gazes that had once been admiring and respectful in the past had all changed. Instead, they were gazes of disdain, scorn. No one was willing to come close to him. Even the teachers of the Yao art house shook their heads when they saw him as though they were pitying him and sighing. Why was it like this? He balled his hands into fists so tightly his fingers went white. He was furious and seethed with hatred. That one Xiao Mo Gu. Just a Xiao Mo Gu. Just that one was enough to make him an outcast? Were these people all blind? He suddenly saw his best friend walking towards his direction. He seemed to have found someone to talk to and instinctively walked towards his best friend. But his best friend's expression changed when he made eye contact. He pretended not to see Yu Zizhou and walked towards another direction. Yu Zizhou's feet were nailed to the ground. He looked dazedly at the disappearing figure of his best friend. Yu Hong stood with a warm smile in front of the reporters. I had not expected that our drafting of Xiao Mo Gu would be of concern to the public. Truthfully, this was unexpected to me. I have also heard what everyone has speculated about this matter, so today, I have come to make some clarifications. All the reporters opened their ears. Many people think that this matter was caused by my nephew, Zizhou, scheming in the shadows in order to take revenge on Xiao Mo Gu. Kiki, Zizhou is my nephew, I have great affection for him, I do not refute any of this. There is one point about this matter that everyone has correctly guessed. I learned about Xiao Mo Gu from my nephew. Whoosh, the reporters all rumbled. They hadn't thought that Yu Hong would not refuse to admit it. He really was too arrogant. Many people showed furious expressions. Yu Heng's hands made a motion to calm the press down. His presence as the military commander of a corps instinctively came out. The reporters that had become restless started to calm down. In contrast to everyone's malicious speculations, my nephew admires Xiao Mo Gu very much. Due to this, he had done his best to recommend Xiao Mo Gu to me. It definitely was not done out of maliciousness. The people below all had disbelieving looks. There were even those that laughed. Yu Hong seemed to not have heard it. His expression became grave as he said, truthfully, as a soldier, no matter if it is me or our heavy earth core, we have prepared to sacrifice ourselves at such a dangerous time. I will say this now. I hope the Council of Elders will consider our heavy earth core first. We have already finished preparing to go to the front lines. All of the reporters were stunned by Corps Commander Yu Hang's request. The losses at the front lines had greatly impacted morale. Some corps even started to fear combat. Now, Corps Commander Yu Hang was publicly requesting to go to war. The impassioned words instantly ignited everyone. The clapping was like thunder. Yu Hang did not show joy and said in a heavy voice, "Life and death is not the most important in my eyes, but if defeat is caused due to the lack of strength, then we have to bear the blame. Everyone might feel we are domineering, that we have other intentions, but you do not know how desperate and desirous we are of talent. Why are we so desperate? Why so desirous? Because we know how heavy the responsibilities placed on our shoulders are. Because we know we cannot disappoint everyone's hopes." Clap, clap, clap. The reporters below were excited, their faces completely red. A dignified expression came onto Corps Commander Yu Hang's face as he slowly said, "Mr. Zuo Mo, we will wait for you with the position of an officer. Please give your strength to help my heavy earth core." The entire room was silent. All the reports were shocked by these words. Such skill! Ming Juzi's face was pale as he murmured. All of his scheming and moves turned to dust in front of Yu Hang's performance. In front of Corps Commander Yu Hang's experience, Ming Juzi felt just how poor his performance had been. What made him feel even more hopeless was that his plan had actually set the stage to help Corps Commander Yu Hang. Nan Yu and the others also had white faces. In one night, public opinion had turned against them. Everyone praised Corps Commander Yu Hang and started to support this drafting of Zuo Mo. There were people that continuously came out to call Zuo Mo in hopes he would accept the draft notice. He was offered an officer position, suggesting how sincere Corps Commander Yu Hang was. Those people that assumed that Corps Commander Yu Hang was planning on making Zuo Mo cannon fodder, but open your eyes and look. The position of officer's lowest requirement was to be a silver battle general. It was definitely an important position in the Corps. If Zuo Mo still refused the draft call in this situation, that would be unacceptable. Zuo Mo was also full of admiration. It had to be said that Yu Hang's move was beautiful. Ming Juzi had not expected it, he had not expected it, and the cunning Pu Yao had also not expected it. Looking at the pale Ming Juzi and others, he smiled. He knew what Nan Yu and the others were worried about. The present situation for Zuo Mo was akin to riding a tiger and being unable to get off. If he still refused the draft notice, Zuo Mo's popularity would plummet and his reputation would be stained. But that was for Zuo Mo. To Zuo Mo, who was only able to appear in the 10-finger prison, was there a real consequence? His reputation in the Yao world? What was that? Previously, he had been worried about the safety of Nan Yu and the others. Now, this had been solved. With the matter the subject of so much attention, the Heavy Earth Corps would not dare to seek revenge against Nan Yu and the others. Regardless of whether Zuo Mo accepted the draft notice or not, they had no reason to make trouble for Nan Yu and the others. This also caused the crazy plan that Zuo Mo had originally prepared to not have a place to be used. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao's face was dark. His narrow bloody pupil was like a blade flashing with an alarming light. He said coldly, "Good move. Such a good move. TSK, there is someone this interesting." The usually warm and humble Wei also showed dislike. We cannot let him off so easily. Putting down his worries about Nan Yu and the others, Zuo Mo's gaze turned towards the impassioned Yu Hang in the Yao channel. He felt like he had swallowed a fly. Of course we can't let this guy go. Zuo Mo narrowed his eyes that flashed viciously. The three miraculously had a consensus of opinion. Let's get him. Translator ramblings, Ming Juzi is still too young, now the antiques have to step up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 406, Let's have a fight. Chapter 406, Let's have a fight. Yu Hang is really an old fox, Ji Liu praised. Yes. I didn't think that this guy was so cunning. Ji Cheng still didn't believe it, and it was hard to blame him. Before this, he wouldn't even look at the corps commander of a regular corps. In the eyes of these large clans, the subordinate corps of the Council of Elders were the true elite. The regular corps were stronger than local corps, but their prestige and reputation was low. But this time, he had been convinced that the regular corps also had powerful people. Do not underestimate others. Ji Liu rolled her eyes. Yu Hang is a golden battle general in the end, so how could he be weak? But comparing the actors of this scene, Yu Zizhou is really lacking. There isn't anyone good in this generation of the Jade family. TSK, it seems that Yu Zizhou is completely out of the game. This kind of trash, old sis will definitely look down on, Ji Chang said as he shook his head. Ji Liu said unconcernedly, I didn't have much interest in him to start with. If it wasn't for fact he is from the Jade family, I wouldn't have even bothered with him. I don't know who will become my brother-in-law, Ji Chang muttered. Then he seemed to think of something. But seeing Xiao Mo go losing, old sis probably feels very good. Slightly good. Ji Liu's brows relaxed, but then quickly creased again as she said, however, I feel that Xiao Mo wouldn't lie down so easily. In front of Yu Hang the old fox, he definitely has no chance of making a comeback, Ji Chang said confidently. That is not so certain, Ji Liu unconsciously wanted to say this, but when the words reached her mouth, she finally reacted and swallowed them back down. That figure floated in her mind. She had a strong feeling this guy wouldn't give up here. Fleeing without fighting definitely was not this guy's style. What? You aren't going to help that little guy who you were interested in? The fire-faced person said curiously. This guy's situation isn't good right now. I'm not so idle as to make time for such things, Tianlu said disgruntledly. Weren't you very interested in him all this time? Didn't you praise him for his outstanding talent and limitless potential? The fire-faced person asked with shock. You who dislike salt does not need to worry about those of us who like salted carrots. Xianlu was so lazy he didn't even open his eyes. The fire-faced person was enraged. I hate eating carrots. His tone suddenly changed. You really aren't worried, . Facing the fire-faced person's nagging, Xianlu was helpless. He could only raise his face. In any case, it is just losing some popularity. So what? He won't lose his life. Oh, that's right. The fire-faced person reacted. Also, that boy isn't one taken attack like that lying down. So, you are actually interested in the boy. Yu Hang's move caused both he and the heavy earth core to become famous. No matter if it was the normal citizens that were truly fooled by him, or his opponents that knew him, they were filled with praise. Morale at the heavy earth core increased. Everyone raised their heads and puffed their chests. They were mentally satisfied and full of reverence when they looked at the corps commander. Yu Hong was very proud. The effect that the plan he had twisted his mind for had far surpassed his expectations. He had not been criticized for this matter. It was the opposite. Instead, the military command had given him rewards for this. It had to be said that the geniuses of the Yao art houses did not like to take positions in the military unless it was the corps that were directly subordinate to the Council of Elders. These were the positions that were attractive to them. The military command had always felt great pain about this but never had a solution. The draft call of the heavy metal corps caused their eyes to light up. Even more importantly, Yu Hong had made this matter beautiful. It hadn't caused trouble for them, but made the military seem more upright. Even more, at this time when they were losing on the front lines, the words of the corps commander Yu Hong said had caused the low morale of the soldiers to greatly increase. Yu Hang's days became even better. As to whether or not Xiao Mo would come, he was not concerned. After the storm this time, his reputation had shot up. Some citizens had put his name forward for the position of the first corps commander of the regular corps. No matter if Xiao Mo came or not, he had benefited. As for actually being sent to the front lines, he was not afraid. His position as corps commander had been earned by rising up through the ranks. It really was profit without any costs. He smugly watched the Yao channels. In the past, he did not like these things that were full of wasted words, but he liked them very much now. Listening to the reporters repeatedly praising him, that made him feel better than anything else. Yu Hong recognized the report in the Yao channel. Yesterday, it had been in that had praised Yu Hong greatly, the tiger of the regular corps commanders, a true warrior, the bravest of the generation. Yu Hong almost felt embarrassed from hearing the praises. How would this guy compliment him today? Yu Hong relaxed his body and laid halfway down as he thought and ate fruit. In this period of time, the matter of the drafts has really been turbulent and caused a great and unprecedented discussion. Every side has been continuously speaking of their position. The words of Corps Commander Yu Hong have showed us the sincerity of the Heavy Earth Corps. However, from beginning to end, we have missed the voice of one of the most important participants, Xiao Mo. From the start, Xiao Mo has not showed himself, and has not ever given his opinion on this matter. What we are able to see is only Xiao Mo 1-on-4 battle and him defeating 4 Heavy Earth Corps combat Yao in the recording Yao arts. But today, Xiao Mo has finally made a statement. Yu Hong was unconcerned. No matter if it was emotionally or rationally, he had the advantage. No matter what Xiao Mogo said, he could not win. In the Yao channel, Xiao Moge's expression was cold. It was the first time Yu Hong saw Xiao Moge's appearance. He paused slightly, so young, and then relaxed. His eyes were filled with amusement. What tricks would the other play? I still refuse the draft call of the heavy earth core, but... The reporter hurriedly asked, why? Do you not want to give your aid for this great war? No, Xiao Moge shook his head. Then why? The reporter pressed. Xiao Moge showed an expression of struggle. Seeing the direction the interview was going, the reporter had a sense of urgency inside. On the outside, he had to act as a friendly guide. If you have any difficulties, please tell everyone. I believe everyone will understand. Xiao Moge still shook his head. Is it because of cultivation? You are at an important time in your cultivation? The reporter used his imagination. No, Xiao Moge shook his head. Is it because of some predicament that cannot be altered? The reporter gritted his teeth and asked. No, Xiao Moge shook his head. Then why? The report was going to go crazy. Hesitating once again, Xiao Moge asked uncertainly, do I really have to say it? I'm begging you, please say it. The reporter wanted to cry. But saying it, I feel it wouldn't be good, Xiao Moge slowly said. The reporter had tears on his face. At this time, every Yao that was watching was crying. Yu Hong snorted and smirked. This guy was good at pretending to be mysterious, but his moves really sucked. No matter the reason, please say it. The reporter said with the last of his energy. Then I'll say it. Xiao Moge looked innocently at the reporter. Please say, the reporter panted and nodded. Xiao Moge suddenly paused. He retracted his playful expression and became grave. All the Yao that were watching this unconsciously held their breath. Every Yao had the same feeling that Xiao Moge's following words were definitely very important. Because, Xiao Moge, who had closed his eyes, suddenly opened them with a sharp gaze, because they are too weak. Too weak? Intimidated by Xiao Moge's presence, the reporter instinctively asked. It was 4 against 1, a fight with an inexperienced youth like me, who has never stepped on the battlefield, yet they were defeated in 1 round. Is this the strength of our regular core? There was indifference in his tone, recounting the event without emotion, yet he was able to convey his deep disappointment. I am very disappointed. This is our heavy earth core? This is the heavy earth core that we have hoped would be able to protect us? This is the heavy earth core that we are hoping can win this great war? The reporter was completely stunned. Yu Hong was stunned. All the Yao that were watching the Yao channel were stunned. In their ears, there was only Xiao Moge's icy voice echoing. So I refuse. I have never thought that a regular core would be this weak. 4 against 1, but where was your teamwork? Where was the basic strategy that combat Yao should have? Where was it? I believe that there are many who have seen the recording Yao art. Can you find even the slightest trace of these things from there? And this is our regular core? Xiao Moge shook his head, his expression serious, as he seemed to talk to himself. A core that is in such decline saying they want to draft me, should I feel proud? No. I feel embarrassed. This is an embarrassment. Even though I have never joined the army before, in my mind, the army was powerful, so powerful it required our reverence. A qualified combat Yao may not match an expert in a one-on-one battle, but when it is 4-on-1, such a poor performance cannot be forgiven. Among the silence, Zuo Mo's voice was clear. My personal experiences fill me with bewilderment. The so-called core commander of this kind of core, is he really a qualified battle general? In front of the Yao channel, Yu Hong was so angry his face was white. His breath was stuck at his chest, unable to go up or down. Maybe a 4-on-1 battle cannot reveal the problem. Then, In the Yao channel, Xiao Moge that had thrown out such shocking words suddenly raised his head. Raised his right arm, his finger pointing straight as though Yu Hong was right in front of him. Let's have a fight. Gold General Corps Commander Yu Hang. The clear voice and the domineering presence were imprinted in the minds of countless people alongside the figure of the youth giving a battle challenge with his arm. Translator ramblings, some of you are very good at predicting what comes next. I like how this chapter showed some of Yu Hang's faults. Morale is important in any culture, even in fantasy worlds, and so is the desire to get promoted. Zuo Mo is a total liar, never having stepped onto a battlefield. Of course not, those were just spars, friendly ones that end up with death or being scalped, or both. Going off for the weekend so internet will be limited. Tomorrow's chapter is scheduled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 407, Acceptance of Battle Invitation. Chapter 407, Acceptance of Battle Invitation. He dares. He dares. Trash. Trash. Kill you. Kill you. The guard heard the shouts of the corps commander inside the room, and what followed immediately after was the sound of something crashing against the ground. His head shrank back. Thinking about the flesh and gore scattered around the room last time, his heart tightened. Darren was really frightening when angry. He was also slightly puzzled. Who had caused Darren to be so furious? These days, all of the Heavy Earth Corps had been immersed in joy. Who wasn't speaking positively of the Heavy Earth Corps? Everyone felt there was a shine to their faces. Supposedly, the military high command would visit the Corps in a few days. Which unperceptive person was seeking death? The guard cursed inside, but before he could think it through, a figure came out of the room. It was Darren. He jumped and hurriedly bowed. However, Darren's face was dark and did not raise his head. Whoa, something major probably happened. This guy, Ji Cheng's expression was frozen. A moment later, his soul came back and he stammered, "Is he crazy? Too domineering. Too arrogant." Ji Liu did not seem to hear it. She looked dazedly at the youth inside the Yao channel that was pointing at her. The youth on the Yao channel had a gaze like a sword that did not retreat. That straight finger was the declaration of war. Too crazy. Ji Cheng shook his head and murmured as though he wanted to make himself believe it. He did not even know what he was saying. Too exhilarating. A long while later, the soulless Ji Cheng and the dazedly Ji Liu resumed normality. But the two sank into silence. They did not know what to say, and did not know what language to use to describe their mood at the moment. A youth that was not yet 20 had publicly challenged the commander of a corps. Such an insane event had never happened before in history, but it really happened in front of them. They had seen the entire process with their own eyes. "Old sis, do you think Yu Hong will accept?" Ji Cheng suddenly asked Ji Liu. Ji Liu unconsciously bit her lips. "Definitely. Yes." Ji Cheng's tone was very complex. "Yu Hong will definitely accept. Xiao Mo definitely would have predicted that Yu Hong will accept. It really is crazy." He repeatedly said crazy as though this would be able to truly express his present emotions. "We all underestimated him." Ji Liu's gaze became clear again. Her usual intelligence also returned. She was very calm. Xiao Mo dares to give this sort of challenge means that he has something he can rely on. Ji Cheng nodded repeatedly. If he had some underestimation and scorn for Xiao Mo before, then he was an admirer of Xiao Mo now. Such a domineering and arrogant challenge, it was so exciting just thinking about it. He wouldn't even dare to think about it, much less do it. No matter if Xiao Mo won or lost, Ji Cheng was completely subdued by the other's bravery and domineering. Without realizing it, Xiao Mo had become Ji Cheng's idol. Even Ji Cheng did not realize this. He asked urgently, "Is Xiao Mo able to defeat Yu Hong?" No matter how powerful Xiao Mo is, if it is a duel, he definitely is not Yu Heng's match. However, Ji Liu's eyes flashed, they probably will compete in war chess. What Xiao Mo disparaged was Yu Heng's skill as a battle general. If Yu Hong wants to wash this shame away, he must respond in this area. The only thing that can realize the two of them fighting is naturally war chess. Is Xiao Mo also a powerful battle general? Ji Cheng's mouth was wide, his face disbelieving. Most likely. Ji Liu said to herself, since he dares to make the challenge, then he definitely would have some chance of victory. Yu Hong is a gold battle general. To have a chance of victory, he can only be a gold battle general. Ji Cheng exclaimed. He felt his brain wasn't enough to use. Killing 26 in a row, reconstructing a prison, all of this showed Xiao Mo's powerful individual strength. With Xiao Mo's age, it was enough to shock Ji Cheng. Now his old sis was telling him that Xiao Mo was also a golden battle general. It was too crazy, too crazy. Impossible. Impossible. Ji Cheng unconsciously murmured. He felt his brain was short-circuiting. How was it possible? It was absurd. A guy of the same age as him that not only possessed great individual power, but was also a golden battle general. Was the world crazy? Had golden battle generals become lettuce selling on the market? His mind was ringing. But old sis Tone was so confident that he believed it. Every time old sis used this tone to arrive at a conclusion, then the result of this matter basically would not change too much. From young until now, it had always been so. How was it possible? Ji Chang suddenly felt a deep blow. His heart felt bitter. Compared to Xiao Mo, he felt he was like a pig. The difference between them was so great that he could not gather the courage to compare the two of them. Ji Liu noticed her younger brother's expression. She paused slightly and then understood. She lightly said, "I feel that many people were wrong from the start." Wrong about what? Ji Chang's face was puzzled. Xiao Mo's identity is still a riddle. Many people assume that he is from a poor background and has no foundation. Ji Liu shook her head and said, "Looking at it now, this speculation is absurdly incorrect. Xiao Mo isn't from a poor background and his origins are definitely not simple. He may even have a very important background." Why? Ji Chang had not refused from his shock. It is possible to be from a poor background and still have powerful Yao arts, but if he is a powerful battle general, how can he have humble birth? Xiao Mo either is from a prestigious family background, or he has a famed teacher. Ji Liu explained. Right. Ji Chang realized. The other's birth might be even higher than our Ji family, and have a deeper history. Ji Liu said. Ji Chang's gray face finally recovered some blood. Thinking about it this way, he felt much better. I really anticipate this. How was it? Was my performance not bad? Zuo Mo smugly asked Wei. Wei smiled slightly. Very good. Zuo Mo wouldn't be fooled by Wei's humble and gentle appearance anymore. In front of the cunning and sly Pu Yao, Wei was definitely playing Mr. Good. Wei was one that was persistent in his beliefs. However, Zuo Mo discovered through this matter that of the three of them, this guy had the highest skill at fooling people. Full of righteousness, a good appearance. Even if he was making a great lie, Wei's eyes would still be filled with sincerity. Zuo Mo was suspicious that this guy was practiced in doing things in the shadows, while showing a pious face. This guy was a charlatan. But it had to be said that after Wei's teachings, Zuo Mo's performance could be said to be perfect. What should we do now? Zuo Mo asked Pu Yao curiously. Do I really have to fight him? No need. Pu Yao showed a very proud smile, and then smiled mysteriously. You will know soon. The matter of Xiao Mo publicly challenging Yu Han became an even hotter topic. The recording Yao art of his 1 against 4 battle was spread far. After seeing the entire battle, many people couldn't help but agree with Xiao Mo's words. It was true. From the recording Yao art, the performances of the 4 combat Yao were not worthy of praise. Yu Heng's impassioned performance changed meaning in front of this recording Yao art. The rumors about the heavy earth core in the cities became even more rampant. The heavy earth core were rotten from the core. There were secrets about the identity of Commander Yu Heng's gold battle general status. Yu Heng deeply experienced what it felt like to fall from the heavens into the pits of hell. The military command that had been praising him previously changed their attitudes and their tone became stern. This time, they had come out and scolded him. They were all straightforward and old generals. These old generals did not care about showing off. However, the level of the military decreasing and the loss of combat capabilities were subjects of their deep hatred. Even more, the front lines had just experienced losses. Some people even speculated the reason that Fierce Fire Corps and Ice Frost Corps were exterminated were because they were like the Heavy Earth Corps, rotten, in decline, and unable to stand up in a fight. The pressure on Yu Hong shot up. His face was dark every day. He threw his nephew Yu Zizhou far away. The mood in Heavy Earth Corps was very low. The experienced Yu Hong knew that if the other dared to challenge him like this, then they had tricks to follow up with. He could see it clearly. No matter if he won or lost, there was no benefit to him. If he won, the opponent was a youth and the victory was not honorable, it was expected and nothing to boast about. But if he lost, he didn't dare think of this result. Such poisonous schemes. Yu Heng's face was black. A while later, he raised his head. His eyes were murderous. He squeezed the words through his teeth, except the battle. The second day, an enormous war chess was being set up on the Wasteland Beast chessboard. All of the topography of this war chess was personally designed by famed war chess master He Yong. To set up this match, the famed water caltrip Yao Art House had sent large numbers of teachers that spent 3 whole days constructing it. This was a war chess match that was unprecedented. Gong Sun Sha swallowed a fiend soul beast bead and channeled his core scripture. He continuously absorbed soul base source from the fiend soul beast bead. By now, his core scripture was in its beginning form and its power had started to show, especially when he was giving commands. He didn't need to rely on even one talisman to be able to pass his orders to every soldier. His core scripture flowed. His mind was able to maintain clarity from beginning to end. For a battle general, that was more important than anything. His sudden increase in skill did not cause any joy to appear on his face. Thinking about his defeat last time, there seemed to be a fire burning inside. He planned on challenge that old guy today. This time, he had to defeat the other. Entering war chest like usual, he sent a challenge to the other without fear. Previously, whenever he sent out the challenge, the other would unhesitatingly start a match. But the chess match did not start today. Gong Sun Cha frowned. The Lil Miss in times of battle was a completely different person than usual. At this moment, a dark voice sounded next to his ear, "There's a new match, do you dare to come?" New chess match? Who cares if it is a new chess match opponent or an old one? I will defeat all of them. Full of motivation, Gong Sun Cha was ignited by these light words. Come. Translator ramblings, Niasmus, it is, the materialist, Zuo Mo, narcissist, Pu, fake gentleman chivalry, Wei. Wei's not chivalrous at all. If Yu Hong hadn't wanted so much publicity, glory, and was willing to apologize, none of this would have happened. It could have been just a, my nephew is young and rash, please forgive him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 408, The Choices of a Beginner? Chapter 408, The Choices of a Beginner? Gongsun shitty? Zuo Mo had an expression of realization. So it was not Pu Yao that was going to battle. Then he felt puzzled. What trick did you use to pull Gongsun shitty in? He. Pu Yao was very proud. It took a lot of effort. But luckily, his consciousness is stronger than yours, so there are ways, Zuo Mo became slightly embarrassed and was shocked at the revelation. Gongsun shitty's consciousness is stronger than mine? Humph. Now you know the difference. You learn everything, know a little of everything, but have mastered none. Pu Yao had been unsatisfied with Zuo Mo for this for a long time. He naturally would not let go of the chance to attack him. This way is good as long as I can survive. If I can survive and can earn Jingshi. Zuo Mo's expression was unconcerned, and this infuriated Pu Yao, causing him to roll his eyes. Wei, on the other hand, sat in a dignified manner on the side, with the trademark righteous and dignified smirk on his face. Zuo Mo found they were looking down on the battlefield from a very strange angle. It was clear Gongsun shitty had not noticed their presence. Zuo Mo looked around and was very curious. He asked, "Will Yu Hong be able to see Gongsun shitty?" Pu Yao ignored him. Wei explained, "They can't see him. Other than the three of us, no one can see him. So it's like that." Zuo Mo had an expression of comprehension. He then rubbed his hands eagerly. Gongsun shitty will definitely make that stupid jade cry and crawl away. Pu, you're vicious. The other is not that weak. Pu shook his head, his expression serious. Yu Hong is a gold battle general. His strength cannot be underestimated. Gold battle general? Zuo Mo stilled and said disbelievingly. No way. That guy looks like he's a con man, he's a gold battle general? Pu Yao snorted and said, "You look down at him? He's a true gold battle general. For people like you, he can just reach out with his fingertip and destroy your whole lot." Zuo Mo's face was thick and immune to attacks of this degree. He said cheerfully, "Destroy me? He must first defeat Gongsun shitty." Right, what is Gongsun shitty's skill level now? He probably won't have any problems defeating this old guy, right? Hard to say. The smile on Pu Yao's face disappeared. His expression was stern. I've never fought against Yu Hong before, and do not know what his skills are like. In any case, I believe in Gongsun shitty. Zuo Mo had a confident expression. Pu Yao was slightly astonished. You are this confident in him? Shitty is a genius. Zuo Mo said without hesitation. The usual Gongsun Sha was shy and bashful. Even when speaking, his tone and presence were soft. But when he fought, he seemed to become a whole other person. It might have been due to the influence of Pu Yao, or that his innate personality possessed this kind of insanity, but the Gongsun Sha during battle was daring and heated, vicious and merciless, striking without hesitation. But there were few that knew under this layer of insanity was a glacier-like iciness. With one sweep, he detected the difference of the environment compared to usual. The complex environment, flora he had never seen before, and strange energy flows that seemed real. Such an enormous chessboard. Gongsun Sha stood on the top of a mountain peak and looked down at the vast and borderless stretches of land. The wind blew across his handsome face. The mountain wind was very strong and the hairs in front of his forehead swung in the wind and danced in his vision. They quickly became ruffled and tangled. He did not seem to detect it. There was a trace of a smile on the corner of his mouth. His gaze looked into the distance. In the eyes that swept around occasionally, a dot of fire grew, igniting when it met the wind and began to burn. The scale of this chessboard far surpassed any he had fought on before. He closed his eyes and spread his arms. In the darkness, Yu Hong opened his eyes, which flashed. A moment later, he showed a satisfied expression. This period of quiet meditation these past few days had not been wasted. He could feel that his mental state had been attuned to its peak. The franticness and the fury of the past days had all disappeared. At this moment, he was like a wolf in the darkness, filled with desire to battle, but also possessing an icy and clear mind. Xiao Mo's challenge had forced him into a situation of life and death. He only had one choice: to fight. He had never before been made to look like such a fool and forced into a reactive position. The initial fury had come mostly from this. Xiao Mo's move truly surpassed his expectation. But Yu Hong had experienced countless schemes and plans during his rise to be able to become the commander of a corps. There were many situations that had been more dangerous than this. Experienced, he quickly calmed down and found the possibility of survival that remained. This war chess match, he didn't just have to win, but had to win beautifully. Only by doing so could he preserve his glory in the public's eyes. Having realized this, he threw away all hesitation and started to prepare his mental state. From this, it was possible to see his experience and decisiveness. His reputation was not insubstantial. It was crucial for a battle general to have the ability to adjust their mentality and required to become a mature battle general. Yu Hong unhesitatingly walked into the wasteland beast chessboard. Yu Hong has come, Ji Hong said. His gaze did not move away for a moment. Ji Li Yu did not make a sound. Her gaze was tightly locked on the Yao channel's broadcast in front of her. This battle had caused a ruckus in every Yao Jia. All the Yao channels, regardless of their size, were only broadcasting this battle today. It was the same in every Yao Jia, every city, tens of thousands of Yao in the air watching the broadcast. No one would miss this battle. Compared to Xiao Mo's previous battles, today's battle was on a completely different level. His opponent was a gold battle general, and the overscaled, high-difficulty war chess caused this battle to become hugely popular. The result of this battle would directly affect both the future of Heavy Earth Corps and the gold battle general Yu Hang. In the history of Yao, there had never been an event where the fate of a corps was entirely determined by the power of a single person. Other than attracting the public's attention, this event also attracted the gaze of the upper levels. It was not just the military high command, even the Council of Elders had noticed it. Compared to this fight, the conflict against the Genius Alliance was like playing house. Yu Hong had been the commander of Heavy Earth Corps for 10 whole years, and had a great reputation. His reputation as a gold battle general was even longer than that. It had to be said that in all of the Yao Jia, there were 170,000 silver battle generals, but the number of gold battle generals did not surpass 800. Receiving the title of a gold battle general meant that they had squeezed into the ranks of the top battle generals. Ji Li Yu stared at the war chess field on the Yao channel. Even though the battle had not started, the entire landscape was empty. Xiao Mo and Yu Hong had both entered the field and everyone became alert. The spectators could not see the two, but the entire chess field had lit up. This meant that both participants had arrived. The same thought flashed through every Yao's mind. It was starting. This battle also attracted the attention of many battle generals. Among battle generals, gold battle generals were undoubtedly experts. A gold battle general that received the position of corps commander was also an expert among experts. There were few chances to watch top experts directly fighting. Darren, who do you favor? A young battle general asked respectfully. Everyone surrounded a female like the stars surrounded the moon. A full head of golden long hair cascaded off her shoulders like a waterfall, pure snowy white skin, and a face without an imperfection. She was extraordinarily beautiful, especially that pair of light blue eyes that were as vast as the sea and able to see through everything. No Yao in the surroundings dared to look straight at them. The Yao around her were also handsome or beautiful. She silently stood among them without a word, but no one could cover her light. She was Ming Yuyi, the bright moon in the night, the present leader of the Genius Alliance. Ming Yuyi smiled slightly and her lips parted. Who do you favor? The voice was airy, and the Yao that were close by had varying degrees of intoxicated expressions on their faces. A thread of adoration imperceptibly flashed across the young battle general's face. He quickly gathered his thoughts and said cautiously, "We do not know Zuo Mo's skill level. However, Corps Commander Yu Heng's style is experienced, and he is a hard bone to bite." At this time, a beautiful female Yao in the surroundings said prettily, "Even the hardest bone is nothing in front of an An." He Mei was one of Ming Yuye's closest confidants. She wasn't just beautiful and alluring, her conduct was extremely fiery and she was a rose with thorns. Sang Nan hurriedly said humbly, "Sister, he is joking. Compared to Commander Yu Hong, I'm very lacking. Who does a Nan think will win?" He Mei couldn't help but ask curiously. The Yao around were also curious about this question. Many of them looked at Sang Nan. The Genius Alliance was full of geniuses. Other than the geniuses that had limitless futures in cultivation and Yao arts, there were also many who were battle generals. The Genius Alliance had 16 gold battle generals, and Sang Nan was one of them. He was also the first seat battle general of the Genius Alliance. His strength had already attracted the attention of the Council of Elders, but such a skilled genius faithfully followed Ming Yuyi. If he did not follow Ming Yuyi, then it was very possible that he would have become the youngest corps commander of all of the Yao world. After thinking, Sang Nan said, "Both sides have a chance, especially since there are too many unknown factors. But I feel Yu Hong has a slight advantage. Yu Hong 6, Zuo Mo go 4. So a Nan favors Yu Hong." He Mei realized. Ming Yuyi was thoughtful. That pair of light blue eyes were as deep as the sea. Sang Nan still wanted to ask. At this time, the two sides started to pick their troops. In war chess, this step was crucial. The strategies that each person was skilled in were different, so their pick of troops would be completely different. The scale of war chess this time was very large, and there was a complete set of soldier types to pick from. Experienced battle generals were able to judge the style and tactics of others from the composition of the troops. He suddenly exclaimed lightly, "Anan, what is it?" He Mei asked curiously. Sang Nan stared tightly at the Yao channel with a strange expression. As expected, this Zuo Mo Go is an extremely arrogant person. Why do you say so? He Mei did not understand. Sang Nan had a serious expression and his gaze did not leave the Yao channel. He explained, what he picked is all offensive troops. No support troops. No defensive troops. There was something that Sang Nan did not say. Usually only beginners would choose such a combination. Gigantic oopsie on Fong Xiang's part. Yi Mingyu is the name used here, but this is also the same person that has been mentioned before as Mingyu Yi. He probably forgot the order. I'm going with Mingyu Yi as this is the name used more frequently in the story and the one that was used first. Night Bright Moon vs. Bright Moon Night. Translator ramblings, Gong Sun Cha is being thrown off the deep end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 409, The Flame Boring Yao. Chapter 409, The Flame Boring Yao. The soldier type that Gong Sun Cha had chosen caused all Yao that had some knowledge of battle generals to be greatly astonished. Many battle generals shook their heads and said that Zuo Mo Go was definitely not a professional. It had to be known that, no matter if it was in true combat or in war chess, the survival rate of an army of a single kind of soldier was very low. They could not deal with the complex and ever-changing battlefield. Compared to Gong Sun Cha, Yu Heng's choices caused the spectators' eyes to light up. 5/10 attacking soldier types, 2/10 defensive soldier types, 3/10 support soldier types. There were all kinds of Yao arts which caused there to be a wide variety of support soldier types. Many battle generals started to speculate Yu Heng's possible tactics based on the soldier type composition he had chosen. A few moments later, many battle generals shook their head on the inside and showed admiring expressions. Yu Heng's troop composition was not just very rational, but could form many kinds of tactics. The more they thought, the more there was to admire. The display of the two sides showed such a great difference in strength, causing many spectators that had anticipated a great battle to be greatly disappointed. Gong Sun Cha was almost dazzled by the variety of soldier types. It was the first time he had seen a great majority of soldier types in the list. The war chess that Pu Yao was familiar with was the war chess of 3,000 years ago. After 3,000 years of development, war chess had completely changed. Patiently flipping through the soldier type list, Gong Sun Cha couldn't help but frown. It was impossible to express the power of an unfamiliar soldier type. No battle general was willing to direct a troop that they were unfamiliar with, no matter how powerful they might be. However, he quickly threw away his stray thoughts. He did not think it was unfair. From when he had first touched the profession of a battle general in Little Mountain Jia, he had never had the luxury to make a troop according to his desired tactics. It was the opposite. He could only choose appropriate tactics based on the conditions of reality, such as a vermilion bird camp that was almost completely sword show. In true battle, there were many places that would not be as desired. If battle generals could only fight when they were satisfied with the conditions, that was a joke. In his view, battle generals were the ones that would think of obtaining victory under any conditions. Other than victory, everything else was the enemy. His tangled hair brushed past Gongsun Cha's calm yet crazy face. He narrowed his eyes and flipped through the soldier type list without any pause. Suddenly, a familiar soldier type entered his vision. Fire Boring Yao. When Pu Yao saw the soldier type listing that was also out of his expectations, his expression changed slightly. He had missed a crucial factor. He was an exceptional battle general. No, exceptional was not enough to describe him. Pu Yao's career as a battle general was dazzling. Other than the final battle in which all of his troops died, he was a top-notch battle general. He had only had one loss in his entire life. He had a great understanding of tactics. He knew very well that there was no all-purpose tactic in this world. Even the strongest tactic would become familiar after being studied for 3,000 years, and a way to defeat it would be found. The development of battle tactics would continuously advance. Old battle tactics would always be replaced with even better battle tactics. Pu Yao's expression was abnormally bad. The variety of soldier types in front of him was like a disdainful slap in the face. When he saw Gongsun Cha expectedly choose the Flame Boring Yao, his expression became grave. The battle had not begun, and Gongsun Cha had landed in a definite disadvantage. Flame Boring Yao, TSK. Many people were shaking their heads. There were those that were laughing, and those that were scornful. Flame Boring Yao was a very common soldier type. However, it was a type popular 3,000 years ago. Of all the Yao arts, Fire Yao arts had always been a type of Yao art that had relatively greater power. Flame Boring Yao was a very obscure species among Fire Yao. They were born from the lava of earth fire. They seemed to be born for Fire Yao arts. Any Fire Yao art would have unexpected power on their hands. Due to this, the attacking power of Flame Boring Yao in war chess was very high. However, Flame Boring Yao had weaknesses in other areas. Their intelligence was mostly low, and could only follow orders. Compared to their powerful offensive strength, their defenses could be described as fragile. This was directly connected with the fact that Fire Yao arts were not suited for defense. This was also reflected in the settings of war chess. Due to this, they were greatly loved by novices and it was not hard to understand. Beginners always preferred those soldier types that were easy to control and had great offensive power. For them, the exhilaration of charging was more pleasurable than winning. But for expecs, any weakness could be fatal, much less a weakness that everyone knew. Flame Boring Yao must be used in combination with other soldier types to protect the weak Flame Boring Yao. Choosing an army completely composed of Flame Boring Yao, wasn't that tantamount to suicide? If Yu Hong knew this, he probably would laugh into the sky, but right now, he did not know the state of the opponent. He was extremely cautious as he did not want to lose his reputation. The board in front of him was much larger in scale than he had imaged, but this did not cause any problems to him. He was practiced as he skillfully set up his formations. With his many years of military service, his understanding of battle was even deeper than normal golden battle generals. This kind of profound understanding would show up in his adjustment. He almost did not need to think and a string of orders were sent out in a stream. Sending out scouts, organizing the troops. Compared to Xiao Moge's terrible display, Yu Heng's display was pleasing to the eye and worthy of respect. When the scouts came back with the information that they had gathered, Yu Heng's troops had finished their organization. Looking down from a great height, his troops were like a crab. The thick middle group was the body of the crab. The nimbly moving two flanks were like two sharp claws. Completely composed of Flame Boring Yao? He almost thought a problem had occurred with the scout. But when successive scouts came back with the same information, Yu Hong quickly calmed down. His first thought was that the other had soldier types skilled in illusory Yao arts. There were 28 types that could cast illusory Yao arts. He flipped through them mentally. He was considering which soldier type could be used together with Flame Boring Yao. He quickly concluded 6 soldier types that were able to use illusory Yao arts and could work together with Flame Boring Yao. Yu Hong quickly furrowed his brow. In opposition to everyone, who did not believe that Xiao Mogo had abilities as a battle general, Yu Hong was almost certain that Xiao Mogo had extremely outstanding talent as a battle general. Before accepting the challenge, he had studied Xiao Moge's history. He had found that, although Xiao Mogo was arrogant and rash, he would do as he said. He could always fulfill the seemingly absurd boasts he made. Due to this, while everyone was doubting Xiao Moge's skill, he was considering what Xiao Mogu intended strategically to do such a thing. So he frowned, because he did not understand. Usually, using illusory Yao arts were with the intention to feign battle tactics. But to disguise all of the troops as flame-boring Yao was not clever. Because any battle general with some experience could tell this was a disguise. So from this point, the intention to disguise had lost effect. Was Zuo Mo's skill just so? Yu Hong did not believe it. Deceptive battle tactics were based on both truth and lies, half-truth and half-lie. Successful deceptive tactics were used with the intention of misguiding the enemy. From this angle, according to normal reasoning, the most plausible was that Zuo Mo's flame-boring Yao were truly flame-boring Yao. All of them were truly flame-boring Yao? Yu Hong shook his head. Of all the guesses, this was the most unlikely. Any battle general familiar with war chess would not be unfamiliar with flame-boring Yao. Of the thousands of tactics that Yu Hong knew, there was none where the starting troops were all flame-boring Yao. This was decided by the flame-boring Yao's unique weakness. Zuo Mo was a beginner? He would be stupid to believe it. But what were Zuo Mo's intentions? Yu Hong suddenly found that while the two had not even come into contact, Zuo Mo had successfully made him unable to judge his actions. As strong as expected. Normal battle generals might not be able to detect Yu Hang's hesitation, but strong battle generals such as Sang Nan instantly caught it. Yu Hang's hesitating, Sang Nan said lightly. He then smiled lightly. But if it was anyone else who encountered this, they probably would be jumping in fright too. Is this the stronger you are, the less brave you become? He Mei looked over. Yes. Sang Nan grimaced. No way around it. Zuo Mo's move is really too unexpected. At the same time, many battle generals gave knowing smiles, especially those that already were certain that Zuo Mo was a beginner. In their eyes, this scene was especially comedic. More and more people started to feel that Zuo Mo was a beginner. Because up until now, Zuo Mo still hadn't finished organizing his troops. Yu Hong, on the other hand, had found an extremely good piece of land to set up his main base. He had also started to plant all kinds of Yao trees. As time increased, Yu Hang's advantage would become even more evident. Some people wanted to laugh at Yu Hang's caution, but everyone could understand. The importance of this battle to Yu Hong could not be doubted, and in such a crucial battle, maintaining wariness was the sign of maturity. Before discovering the other's intentions, maintaining one's development was an intelligent decision. Experienced and cautious, not giving the other even one weakness to attack, as expected of the commander of an entire corps. On the other hand, Zuo Mo was still working to organize his troops. The mess of flame-boring Yao were in groups of 3 to 5, and increasingly showed Zuo Mo's helplessness and clumsiness. The sound of discussion increased and scornful laughs increased. But in this loud and busy background, Sang Nan and the other golden battle generals lowered their voices. The disdain, underestimation, laughter in their eyes were like snow under sunlight that quickly disappeared. Their eyes slowly grew bright and sharp. They all looked at that troop that was being organized with difficulty. Translator ramblings drag on and on to increase tension. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 410, Snowflake Flood. Chapter 410, Snowflake Flood. Zuo Mo asked Pu Yao curiously, what is Gongsun Shitty doing? He is organizing his troops. A look flashed through Pu Yao's eyes. He suddenly laughed lightly. Now there's something good to watch. Something good to watch? Zuo Mo did not understand. Pu Yao did not reply. His previous expression of gravity had disappeared, and a cold smile had formed at the corner of his mouth. In other people's eyes, Gongsun Cha's organization of the troops seemed quite difficult, but Gongsun Cha himself was immersed in the organization of his experiment. The attributes of the flame-boring Yao were very similar to the sword show of Vermilion Bird Camp. They had strong offensive abilities and were weak defensively. However, Gongsun Cha did not organize them like he did Vermilion Bird Camp. He was trying a new kind of organization. 6 flame-boring Yao to a team, 6 teams to a troop. It was the first time that Gongsun Cha was organizing his troops this way. It wasn't going too smoothly in the beginning. Even the spectators were able to feel that he was slightly hesitant. But as the organization continued, the light in Gongsun Cha's eyes grew clear. His movements became crisper, and the organization became smooth. A kind of presence called confidence slowly spread. This new organization of troops wasn't done on just an impulse. The problem of how he was to increase the combat capabilities of Vermilion Bird Camp was a problem that he had thought about for a long while. This completely new formation was one of the products of his efforts. The 3-section wave killing charge was unrivaled in its sharpness, but if they were bogged down in a battle of endurance, they would face the problem of not having any lasting power. Vermilion Bird Camp might have looked undefeatable in Little Mountain Jie, but Gongsun Sha knew very well that in the whole world, Vermilion Bird Camp was far from being elite. Once they fought against even stronger enemies, and the first 3 attacks were ineffective, then Vermilion Bird Camp would be in danger. Recently, his skill as a battle general had increased greatly, and his vision was much broader than before. Possessing rich and new battle experience, he had thought of several novel battle tactics. If it was any other battle general, they would have not dared to randomly create tactics. In their eyes, creating new battle tactics was a very unreliable thing. They understood hundreds of battle tactics. These battle tactics, used hundreds of times in the past, were enough for them to deal with the great majority of situations. Never having undergone systematic education, Gongsun Sha did not have their shackles. The number of battle tactics that he understood wasn't even as many as the silver battle generals of the Yao world. Pu Yao never taught him concrete battle tactics. He could only discover and experience them through the process of fighting against Pu Yao. All battle trends had to be concluded by himself. He only pursued victory. Only more rational and effective tactics could help him achieve victory. The messy troops slowly formed as if an invisible hand was shaping them into snowflakes, from ugliness into beauty. As the gazes started to become serious, the sounds of discussion decreased. Looking down from the sky, Gongsun Sha's troops were like hundreds of snowflakes that fell upon the ground. But these snowflakes were deep red, because flame-boring Yao possessed deep red-colored hair. In the midst of the beautiful deep red snowflakes, killing intent rose. So pretty! He couldn't help but say with bright eyes. They aren't just pretty. Sang Nan's gaze had not moved a bit as he reflexively answered. Around him, many people also had similar expressions of seriousness. They all saw the killing intent contained in these beautiful snowflakes. Ming Yuyi did not speak. Her face was calm, but in her blue eyes that were like the vast sky, shock flashed imperceptibly. He's moving. He Mei's eyes became even brighter. Whoa, so pretty to look at. No one spoke, but in their eyes, astonishment flashed. It really was good to look at. The troops did not advance quickly. As they moved, the Yao spectators found the army was divided into 6 enormous circles. The 6 circles slowly spun as they moved forward. What was even more amazing was that the snowflakes in each circle was also slowly spinning. Thousands of deep red snowflakes moving in synchrony was really pleasing to see. But when it entered the eyes of Sang Nan and the others, their expressions changed. Even the battle generals that had been so disdainful unconsciously stood up straight. Their bodies reflexively became tense. Shock flew through their eyes and took over. Such a powerful consciousness. Pu Yao snickered with smugness. Xiuzhe, Yao, and Mo all have battle generals, but there are differences among the 3. The battle generals of Xiuzhe are most skilled in divination and prediction. The great development calculating method in such all do this. Mo battle generals emphasize bravery and spirit. A powerful Mo battle general can gather the presences of the entire troop into one body. That really can destroy mountains. And Yao battle generals? Their most powerful skill is the consciousness. Consciousness? Zuo Mo did not understand. After he found the strange fact that Gongsun Shidi had talent as a battle general, he hadn't spent any more effort in that field. Battle generals with powerful consciousness can detect great details. All of the battlefield is in their mind. Even more, the consciousness is a network. He is able to send an order to every combat Yao. The entire army is like his body and can be directed at will. Zuo Mo finally understood. Gongsun Shidi is this strong? His talent is good. Pu Yao was slightly proud, and then he added, his luck isn't bad either. I just knew that Gongsun Shidi is the strongest. Zuo Mo was overjoyed. Thinking about being able to deal a fatal strike to that old codger, Yu Hong, he felt good inside. Don't you feel your blood heating and boiling? Pu Yao glanced at Zuo Mo. Boiling. I want to go up and fight. Zuo Mo's eyes were bright. Yes. What's the meaning in 2 people fighting? This kind of large-scale battle is true pleasure. Pu Yao seduced. How about it? Come learn to be a battle general, it is very fun. No. Zuo Mo shook his head like a rattle drum. Why? Pu Yao asked, unwilling to give up. Shidi can learn to be a battle general. Zuo Mo said righteously. Making Jingshi is the truest path. Can I make Jingshi by learning to be a battle general? Pu Yao was speechless. In the corner, Wei sat silently. Gongsun Sha looked with satisfaction at his army that he had finished organizing. Different tactics required different organization of troops. However, he did not direct the troops to speed up, but maintained the slow speed. He had thought for a long time about this new battle tactic, but this was the first time he was using it. There naturally were many problems. Tripping and stumbling, Gongsun Sha was not in a rush. He slowly experimented. He didn't seem to realize this was an important battle. If it was said that people thought lightly of him before, then right now, any battle general with some knowledge was staring fixedly at the snowflake-shaped troops. Looking on as this strange troop went from the rawness of the start to smoothness. This Xiao Moge's consciousness is really strong. Sang Nan was full of admiration. Able to control this many battle yao so precisely. Powerful. What's the use of a strong consciousness? Just trying to appear pretty, who uses this kind of formation shape? Another battle general couldn't help say. His expression was not good. Someone else instantly agreed. Right, does he think this is a performance? It's acceptable if it is beautiful? Making a snowflake shape. Never heard of this before. Even if he wants to be novel, he shouldn't do it this way. He's a famous person. With such a good chance, of course he needs to perform. If he doesn't make it pretty, how can he fool the amateurs? Another battle general said scornfully. Many battle generals shook their heads. They all had great discontent on their faces. In their view, Xiao Mo was purposefully acting this way. Was he using this pretty performance to fool those citizens that did not understand the profession? Was this something a battle general should even consider doing? Sang Nan did not make a sound and grimaced inside. He could understand the thoughts of his fellows. In the eyes of many battle generals, battle was a stern and sacred matter. If Xiao Mo did not understand how to be a battle general, then they would just smile and let it go. But right now, the powerful consciousness and precise control that Xiao Mo displayed showed that he was a true battle general. A battle general that treated battle like it was a child's game and only wanted to satisfy the audience. Such a figure instantly provoked hatred from them. As the match started, almost all the battle generals were on Yu Heng's side. They hoped sincerely that Corps Commander Yu Han would give this clown a stern lesson. Some battle generals gave Xiao Mo the title of the embarrassment of battle generals. Listening to the scorn of his fellows, Sang Nan shook his head inside. He did not feel that Xiao Mo had created this strange snowflake formation to purposefully be shocking, even though he did not understand why Xiao Mo had formed it in the first place. There was a feeling of danger that hung over his mind. He looked at Ming Yuyi Darren. Ming Yuyi was focused on the strange army. Sang Nan's mind moved. Darren, do you feel? Ming Yuyi did not move her gaze. She raised her hand. Look. Following Darren's finger, he hurriedly turned his face. He saw Xiao Moge's troops suddenly accelerate. They were like an avalanche, one that was composed of many spinning snowflakes. The scornful conversation of his fellows suddenly stopped. Sang Nan perceived their silence. His attention was locked onto the rapidly advancing troop. For some reason, the feeling of danger he had felt earlier increased. He wasn't the only one that felt the danger. In the rolling avalanche, every snowflake was furiously spinning like deep red snowflake-shaped blades, densely packed together and moving in layers. Sharp killing intent was displayed without any pretense. In front of this rapidly spinning wave of blades, almost everyone had unconsciously stopped breathing. Low against the ground, the deep red, sharp snowflake flood drifted forward at astounding speeds. Just the presence of the troops was enough to stun everyone. Wait! Sang Nan, who was staring hard at the deep red flood of blades, suddenly felt his eyelid jump. He suddenly raised his head and he had an expression of disbelief. The direction of this flood was pointing directly at Yu Heng's main base. Translator ramblings, pretty snowflakes. Gongsun Sha is from the Puyao school of learning by yourself. You either fail and get defeated, or you get it and still get defeated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 411, Juxtaposition. Chapter 411, Juxtaposition. How had he found the position of Yu Heng's main base? It wasn't just Sang Nan that was surprised. Many battle generals quickly detected this. Every person who did notice couldn't help but show a startled look. Xiao Moge's soldiers were all flame-boring Yao, a soldier type that functioned poorly as a scout. But beyond this, Xiao Mo hadn't performed any scouting but had found the other's location. This guy, a battle general said emotionally, has great luck. The other battle generals nodded. Randomly marching in a direction, and it was the correct direction. His luck was astoundingly good. Listening to the discussion around him, Sang Nan did not speak. He was uncertain inside. He could not tell if Zuo Mo really was just lucky. To not need scouts and still be able to grasp the geography of the board, it only required that your consciousness was strong enough. But this kind of perception was not limitless. The bigger the battlefield, the larger the consciousness had to be to accomplish this. In large-scale battles, the information obtained by a battle general's consciousness was like a drop in the ocean. A large number of scouts were needed to get a sufficient amount of information. For any battle general, information on the battlefield was what they based their commands on. Sang Nan had never seen a battle general that did not need to send out any scouts, and the strangest thing was that the other actually determined the correct direction. At this moment, even he believed that this person had great luck. But why did he still have a foreboding sense of danger? Gongsun Cha's consciousness was spread out like a net. Everything within 50 li was within his grasp. He quickly found the remaining traces of presence in the air. This was a presence he was unfamiliar with, and different than any combat Yao he had encountered before. It should be a soldier type he had not seen before. He narrowed his eyes. Amongst the burning desire for battle, the light of calm flashed. His consciousness silently rippled. Without pausing, the snowflake avalanche made a smooth and sharp turn, advancing in a wave like spilled mercury. They silently and rapidly advanced. A seemingly simple maneuver caused a wave of exclamations. Even Pu Yao's eyes flashed with a threat of shock. Directing troops to turn at high speed was a basic skill of a battle general. The more people there were, the harder it was. The faster the maneuver was, the harder it was. This was a move that every battle general could do, and one of the moves that strained and tested the fundamental skills of a battle general. Silver battle generals needed to easily control about 1,000 combat Yao to complete a turn at high speed. 5,000 was the requirement of a golden battle general. Was this guy already at the skill level of a golden battle general? Gongsun Shidi's consciousness is really nimble. Zuo Mo couldn't help but praise. Even though he did not understand the intricacies of being a battle general, he could see the wonders of it with a glance. To give orders to 5,000 people at once didn't just require a strong consciousness, it required a sensitive one. There was no wonder why Zuo Mo was shocked. Fine manipulations like this were something he had been the most skilled at. No matter if it was Ling power or consciousness, he could not be considered strong, but he was always abnormally sensitive. Is it the Fiend Soul Beast beads? Pu Yao said to himself. The consciousness control that Gongsun Cha displayed far surpassed his skill in the last match. He had progressed this quickly in such a short amount of time? The first thing that Pu Yao thought of was the Fiend Soul Beast beasts because he knew that Gongsun Cha had been furiously consuming Fiend Soul Beast beads in this past while. Could Fiend Soul Beast beads cause the consciousness to become more sensitive? Pu Yao's guess was not incorrect. Gongsun Cha's consciousness had changed due to these Fiend Soul Beast beads. Gongsun Cha's talent in cultivation was very average, and greatly limited his development as a battle general. He had spent great thought to create his own battle general core scripture, but being of average talent, the rate of improvement could not satisfy him. Lil Miss started his crazy cultivation plan when he had joyfully discovered that processing Fiend Soul Beast beads were of benefit to his consciousness. He spent almost all of his time on processing the Fiend Soul Beast beads, and around this time, the hunting missions had also begun. A continuous hunting made so he did not need to worry about the supply of Fiend Soul Beast beads. When it came to a problem regarding being a battle general, the shy and bashful Lil Miss would accidentally display his insanity. This time was not an exception. Before he even understood the Fiend Soul Beast beads, he had unhesitatingly gambled with himself. Because he knew that if he wanted to progress, he had to solve the problem of his weak consciousness. He desired victory. For victory, he was willing to take greater risks. He had gambled correctly. His consciousness had grown 3 times and was now much more sensitive than before. Fiend Soul Beast beads? Zuo Mo also showed a thoughtful expression. He suddenly thought about the golden souls he possessed. He had been busy this while. Other than the ones used by Gongsun Shidi, Pu Yao, and Wei, he had not used the other golden souls. He had really been too busy and forgotten such an important thing. Zuo Mo couldn't help but mock himself. On the board, Gongsun Cha's speed was extremely fast. Following the minuscule remnants of presence, the enormous flame-boring Yao army was like a red flow of snow that snaked its way towards the opponent's base. It wasn't luck. Sang Nan's heart beat wildly. The other battle generals also saw the strangeness. That's weird. This boy can't be lucky with every decision. How can he be right every time? Yes. So strange. Does this guy have a dog's nose? Even a dog can't do this. The sounds of discussions rose. He Mei's face was puzzled. She wasn't a battle general and she was confused listening to the discussion. She asked Sang Nan curiously, "What are they speaking about?" Sang Nan patiently explained, "They are speaking about how Xiao Mo knew the position of Yu Heng's main base without using scouts." Right. He may realized. No wonder I felt something was weird. I didn't see Xiao Mo Ge's scouts. She then asked confusedly, "How can Xiao Mo know the position of Yu Heng's main camp without using scouts?" Sang Nan said in a quiet voice, "Flame Boring Yao are not suited to being scouts. Their speed isn't slow, but it isn't fast. Even more important is that they cannot conceal themselves. Xiao Mo probably has a secret technique that can find the presence that the other scouts have left behind." The surrounding conversation stopped. Everyone listened keenly. Sang Nan was greatly talented, and had once received the title of Best Young Battle General 3 years in a row. The amount of trophies and titles he had won was incomparable to most of his peers. Of the young generation of battle generals, he would definitely rank in the top 5. Many of the elders in the military thought highly of him. He had unexpectedly become Ming Yuye's follower and had given up the chance to become a commander of a corps, which had caused his reputation to fall greatly. These past few years, he had rarely appeared in public, but stayed low-key by Ming Yuye's side. But no one would doubt the title of the first battle general of the Genius Alliance. Look closely. The advancing path of Xiao Mo is the route one of Yu Heng's scouts had just taken while retreating. Everyone finally showed expressions of realization. No wonder he could make such accurate decisions. Xiao Mo had such a powerful secret technique. At this time, this red snowflake flood encountered some of Yu Heng's scouts. Yu Hong had found Xiao Mo's position long ago. In order to obtain more information, he had sent more scouts in this direction. When these scouts saw the troops, they couldn't help but be shocked and then instantly started to retreat. Some scouts attempted to plant messenger trees and pass the news back to the camp. But Gongsun Sha would not give them the chance. With a wave of his hand, his troops instantly overwhelmed their scouts. These scouts did not have the time to send back their reports before they died. Seeing this, the other scouts ran even quicker. Gongsun Sha did not hesitate. He directed his troops to closely follow behind these scouts. He maintained an appropriate distance and did not give them the chance to plant messenger trees. In the Yao world, information was sent mostly using messenger trees. Scouts would carry the seeds of messenger trees on them. They only needed to plant the seeds, and the messenger tree would sprout and grow in a very brief period of time to fruit and produce seed. The fruit of the messenger tree would shatter into a multicolored mist that would turn the information into pictures and sound to transport it back. It was possible to exchange information using the seeds of one messenger tree. It was very convenient, but there was a flaw: it required time. It took about 15 minutes for the seed to grow and bear fruit. Normally, 15 minutes wasn't anything, but in times of urgency and danger, this 15 minutes became a fatal flaw. The scouts right now lacked the required 15 minutes. Gongsun Cha's troops suddenly divided up. The troops that had been like a flood suddenly divided into 6 large snowflakes. Each large snowflake was made from about 800 flame-boring Yao. They were like 6 high-speed blades. The troops on the right and left wings began flanking the enemy, forming an arc that tightly followed the scouts and forced them together. One group running and one group chasing. After 1 hour of this chase, Gongsun Cha's troops reached the outskirts of Yu Heng's main base. All the Yao gaped at this scene. What strategy was this? In war chess that was larger in scale, the struggle between the two sides would usually take 40 to 60 hours, or even longer. The vast geography was enough space allowed for deeper strategies and to outflank each other. The two sides usually needed to experience multiple rounds of spying, probing, skirmishes, and to pressure and squeeze each other's territory before the final battle. For this war chess match that was of a much grander scale, many battle generals had prepared to watch for 3 days and nights. But Xiao Mo that never acted within the expected norms, and this time was not an exception. He didn't construct a base, didn't plant Yao trees. Upon starting, he took all his troops and charged straight at the other's main camp. What strategy was this? Such a hooligan. A battle general unconsciously murmured, but this caused all the battle generals that felt suffocated to suddenly breathe properly. Right. Hooligan. This was a hooligan. Only those hooligans that did not care about technique and fought on the street would be like this, taking all their people and charging straight at the front gates. Sang Nan felt he had swallowed a fly. His entire body felt uncomfortable. Xiao Mo's snowflake-shaped formation moved like it was a bolt of lightning that tore the clouds apart, and this stunned him. The secret technique he used was also unfathomable. All the signs lead him to be filled with anticipation about the following battle. But that kind of anticipation definitely was not for this unreasonable charge on the front gates. Right, it was unreasonable. He seemed to be watching a skilled sword warrior who, after a string of dazzling sword moves, suddenly threw away his treasured sword, and take up the pig-butchering cleaver and howling as he savagely charged. Where was the strategy? Tactics? Technique? The strong juxtaposition was so uncomfortable Sang Nan almost spat blood. At this time, Gongsun Sha did not pause and directly started his attack. In Sang Nan's eyes, the beauty of the snowflakes and everything else disappeared. He seemed to see a snarling butcher smile as he hacked, with the pig-butchering cleaver, at the other's head like he was killing a pig. Translator ramblings, such a letdown, poor Sang Nan and the rest were expecting so much. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 412, Collide. Chapter 412, Collide. Unlike Sang Nan and the others who wanted to spit blood, Zuo Mo's eyes lit up as he watched. His blood was boiling. He wanted to charge straight at the other's main base with them. How exhilarating it would be. It would be so pleasurable. Those dazzling tactics were nice to look at, but this kind of straightforward charge suited Zuo Mo's temper. Gongsun Sha did not think so much. These strange actions and choices in other people's eyes were actually made out of his helplessness. He didn't understand anything about strategic things like Yao trees. If it was any other person, they definitely would not accept this unfair match. But Gongsun Sha never thought about fairness. When had battle ever been fair? The seemingly crazy Gongsun Sha was icy cold inside. He knew the longer the battle took, the more disadvantageous it was for him. So when he had finished organizing his troops, he charged towards the other's camp without a moment's pause. Right now was the moment the difference between the two forces was the smallest. As time went on, the gap in strength between the two forces would grow. He also knew that against the mysterious person, charging like this definitely wouldn't end well. But with no other choice, he could only harden himself and charge. Gongsun Sha had almost frightened Yu Hong. He actually didn't manage to react. What strategy was this? His face was bewildered. Having served many years in the military, Yu Hong was skilled in all kinds of tactics, and had fought against many experts. Naturally, he had fought against those who were unconventional. But even those abnormally acting experts had just used unconventional gambits. It was possible to determine the intentions behind their maneuvers. War chess had developed over so many years, and the large amounts of tactics had all been studied. Which opening moves to use in a match was an issue that had been studied the most. There were all kinds of strategies. Many of them were popular for a time, but as time went on and these strategies were fully studied, their weaknesses were exposed, each became less useful. Then they were gradually replaced by new strategies. Yu Heng's opening method was a variation on the classic three-division opening method. It put a third of his forces into development, one-third into defense, and one-third to act as needed. The three-division setup was equalized, had outstanding defense, and great developmental potential over time. It was a very popular and classic opening method. Yu Heng's three divisions had a few changes focused on the combinations of soldier types, combinations that had made people's eyes light up in awe. The troops he used to defend and those he reserved to act freely could freely interact and support each other. This unique adjustment caused the U-Style's three-division opening method to become even stronger. All the spectators changed expressions upon seeing this, and it was possible to see how skilled Yu Hong was. But Yu Hong, who was skilled in all kinds of strategies, never thought the other would charge straight to his door like a brute. Was he suicidal? Pausing, Yu Hong instantly reacted. The offensive power of the three-division opening method was not extremely strong, but the defensive power was not weak. So Yu Hong felt disbelief, but he did not panic. His main base had been finished, and the defensive capabilities had been increased. Even if the other's entire army came to attack, he had enough confidence that he could hold against the other. However, he still was cautious. Using just the power the other had, it was an impossible mission to attack a completed main camp. Yu Hong believed that Xiao Mo Gu also understood this. Even more, he kept on feeling that Xiao Mo Ge's purely flame-boring Yao army was a scheme. Xiao Mo Gu definitely had something else planned, and that would be the true killing move. He believed his judgment. He did not believe that Xiao Mo Gu had only picked flame-boring Yao. Yu Hong was careful as he directed the troops to advance as he prepared to counter against any move that would appear. On the other side, Gongsun Sha's mind was unprecedentedly focused. Other people only saw him pursuing Yu Heng's scouts. They did not know that inside the seemingly smooth flow of troops, Gongsun Sha was continuously familiarizing himself with this new troop formation. Every bit of familiarity he gained could add a small chance of success. Fortunately, he had pondered the snowflake formation for a long time and was not completely unfamiliar with it. As he raced all this way, it became easier to move everything according to his will. This pursuit was like warm-up. When he reached Yu Heng's main base, just having finished his warm-up, Gong Sun Cha's presence and attention was at its peak. The snowflake flood that just reached the outskirts of the main base suddenly accelerated. They were like a bundle of saw blades that suddenly tore at the main base. At the same time, Gong Sun Cha's eyes suddenly lit up. His spread-out consciousness shook. This vibration seemed to create ripples and rapidly transferred to every corner of the consciousness web. Whoosh! The red snowflake center suddenly lit up and gave off a blinding red light. The red light spread at astounding speed. It seemed to be like flowing metal liquid that flowed along the pathways of the snowflake originating from its center, and quickly reached the tip of each snowflake branch. When more than 800 flame-boring Yao cast fire Yao arts at the same time, the heat produced twisted the air. This caused the shape of the snowflake to look somewhat warped. What was even more stunning was that each flame-boring Yao was situated among the high-speed spinning snowflake. Each was like a burning hot blade that was furiously humming. Everyone was shocked at the presence given off by the flame-boring Yao. Everyone had used flame-boring Yao before, but they had never seen such an intimidating presence. Yu Heng's expression changed dramatically as his troops were struck. The presence suddenly exuded by the enemy surpassed his imagination. Why was it like this? He had always assumed that the enemy's first wave of attack was definitely a feint. The true threat to him was the ambush that was to come later, so he had only sent a small portion of his army to face the enemy. The majority of his troops were waiting for the hidden enemy. The suddenly fierce attack was like a storm that came without warning. 6 large snowflakes with burning and sharp howls furiously charged his base. The moment the two sides collided, countless blinding lights shot up. Like 6 burning red saws, in the midst of ear-piercing shrieking, sparks shot out like a rain. The sky seemed to be illuminated by the rising fire Yao arts. Not good. Yu Heng's heart skipped a beat. His body wavered. In his wide pupils, a thread of disbelief flashed. The other really was using only flame-boring Yao. The other truly was attacking with all of his forces. All of his predictions, all of the judgments, they were all wrong. 2 successive basic assumptions had been incorrect. From any angle, these were likely fatal. In order to reserve more to face the later attacks of the enemy, he had preserved the majority of his power. This meant that the number of combat Yao on the front lines that were facing the flame-boring Yao was too few. The difference in power was too large. Famed for its attacking power, the flame-boring Yao pressed their advantage to their limit. The 6 troops were like 6 snowflake-shaped heated saws that penetrated his troops like butter, cutting through them without any effort. Forced to the precipice, Yu Hong displayed his outstanding tactical training. Facing this situation with his troops on the verge of collapse, he rapidly calmed down. Even though he had not expected that the other would use all his power on the first wave of attack, but he also did not hesitate to engage with all of his forces. His expression resumed normality as he quickly adjusted the troops. The troops under his command seemed to explode. They turned to several hundred little troops that quickly spread out into every corner of the base. Relying on the defensive capabilities of the base, these little teams were very nimble. Like packs of wolves, they continuously harassed the enemy troops. The situation quickly stabilized. The snowflake formation that encountered resistance had slowed down its advance. Powerful. Sang Nan couldn't help but clap and praise. Zuo Mo's intimidating attack had almost got him to stop breathing. Yu Heng's following reaction was based on the principle of using the softness to subdue hardness. To be able to stabilize the situation in such a chaotic state, Yu Heng really lived up to his reputation. This collision was short, but extremely fierce. After the short exchange, Yu Heng only had 2,600 combat Yao remaining. His losses could be called immense. Zuo Mo had 4,000 combat Yao left. He seemed to have the advantage of numbers, but their speed had been halted by Yu Heng. Adding on that they were deep in enemy territory, they now had to face the defensive weapons of the enemy camp. Flame-boring Yao were very weak defensively, and it was undoubtedly very dangerous to be caught in such a situation. Looking at it that way, the two sides had once again reached a certain equilibrium. All the battle generals were staring unblinkingly. Such a fierce collision usually only happened in the final stages of a match. Many of them even forgot to breathe. None of them had expected that seemingly pretty but useless snowflake formation would be so sharp. All of the battle generals were stunned. No one doubted Zuo Mo's battle general skills any longer. Such an extreme breakthrough, if it appeared on the battlefield, was the nightmare of the enemy. However, battle generals with some skill could see the danger that Zuo Mo was now facing. Yu Heng had relied on his experience as a commander to transform his main base into a quagmire. Even the sharpest saw was bogged down while facing this swamp. What would Zuo Mo do? This question appeared in the observers' minds at the same time. But no one knew that Gongsun Sha, who appeared to be in a dangerous situation, did not feel he was in danger. Once the two sides had engaged, Gongsun Sha perceptibly realized that his opponent was not the mystery expert he usually faced. The two styles were too far apart. Most importantly, Gongsun Sha could not feel the overbearing pressure that was usually present, did not feel like there was a rope constantly strangling his neck. Being used to Pu Yao's suffocating pressure, Gongsun Sha felt he was a fish in the water when he faced Yu Hong and was able to breathe freely. Everyone thought that Yu Hong had stabilized the situation, and Zuo Mo had landed in danger. What they did not understand was that for a battle general like Gongsun Sha that struggled constantly under Pu Yao's abuse, what would it mean when there wasn't enough pressure put on him? It meant that Gongsun Sha's hands were unbound. Having such freedom, how terrifying could Gongsun Sha be? Before today, no one knew. Lacking this pressure, Gongsun Sha felt it was very unfamiliar. This unfamiliar feeling deeply stimulated Gongsun Sha. His eyes became brighter. As his messy hair brushed across his face, a light bashful smile came to the corner of his mouth. An imperceptible vibration passed to every flame-boring Yao along the invisible consciousness web. The strangulation had started. Translator ramblings: the last time we had such a major battle with Lil Miss, it was way back in Little Mountain Jia when he was starting out. He's a bit overdue in terms of exposition since Feng Xiang spent so long dropping hints. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 413, Snowflake Strangulation Kill. Chapter 413, Snowflake Strangulation Kill. Snowflake Strangulation Kill. This was the name Gongsun Sha gave to this new battle tactic. Today was the first day he showed off its edges. Just as everyone was sighing over the powerful charge it had made, none of them knew that the reason Lil Miss had created the Snowflake Strangulation Kill was to compensate for the fact that the 3-section wave killing charge lacked lasting power. In other words, the charges and defensive line breakthroughs that everyone exclaimed over was not the best attribute of this battle tactic. Its best quality was Strangulation Kill. The 6 large snowflakes suddenly crumbled and turned to many smaller snowflakes. They did not move in a defined formation anymore. These tiny snowflakes were like a flood that streamed into every pore and crack. Their rate of advance was not quick, but gave people the feeling their advance was unavoidable. The small snowflakes composed of 6 flame-boring Yao furiously spun. Fire Yao arts were prepared on their hands. Once they encountered an enemy, they would attack. Their attacking method was very unique. As they spun quickly, the 6 flame-boring Yao would move and while rotating positions to release the fire Yao art in their hands. It became a ruler straight stream of fire. This was a stream of fire composed of fire Yao arts. When the last flame-boring Yao finished releasing the fire Yao art, the first flame-boring Yao had finished casting a new fire Yao art. It was a continuous cycle of fire Yao arts. The stream of fire was endless. In front of this endless line of fire, the defensive Yao arts of the defensive troops were fragile as paper. They were not even able to delay the advance long enough to buy time for their comrades before dying. The combat soldier types that lacked protection died even quicker. Even more frightening was that each small snowflake would not fight by themselves. They would always have 2 to 3 little teams beside them. The middle team of the trio would fall back and form a reverse triangle. They would half surround the enemy and engulf them in their web of fire. The fire web made from the fire streams of the 3 teams increased their killing power. If 6 or 7 fire snowflakes' fire streams shot out together, the fire web that formed robbed the enemy of all hope. The advancement of the flame-boring Yao was not fast. They were moving slowly like molten lava. Everywhere they passed, everything turned to ash, and nothing was able to stop them. The fire streams crisscrossed like an enormous web. The enemies within the large web furiously casted Yao arts, but they were like insects caught on the spider's web. Any struggling was useless. Yu Heng's face was pale. The crisscrossing fire streams were like threads of death in his eyes. The number of troops under his command decreased at an astounding speed. He could see that the flame-boring Yao were also continuously falling to his defense as well, but Yu Heng's mouth was filled with bitterness. The rate that the others' numbers were lessening was far slower than his. Basically, 3 of his combat Yao would be traded for one of the others' combat Yao. He almost couldn't believe it. How was this the fragile flame-boring Yao? The other's consciousness was truly too strong. The speed that the flame-boring Yao at the very front perished was very fast, but when one in front perished, another flame-boring Yao from behind quickly took its place. The other's entire army was flowing smoothly like liquid. Other than that, every small snowflake still maintained its high-speed spinning. At the beginning, there had been 5,000 combat Yao, in more than 800 small snowflakes. Even with the losses, they maintained the completeness of their troop formation. This meant that their abilities were only marginally reduced and lead to the staggeringly one-sided ratio of damage each force was taking. But how strong of a consciousness was needed to do this? Yu Hang's face was ashen, his eyes began to dim. He knew he had been defeated, handily defeated. As the number of combat Yao under his command had lessened, the effectiveness of the base's defensive weapons had decreased. The others' flame-boring Yao were even able to pluck them out one structure at a time. He accepted his defeat. Even though Xiao Moge's move was completely different than what was in style now, but the person who could create such a battle tactic was undoubtedly a tactical genius. He understood that his two incorrect judgments had caused him to land in a defensive position. But what truly caused him to lose was this new battle tactic, was the other's powerful and Anya-like consciousness. Even if he was prepared to meet this burst of red snowflakes, he did not know how to defeat it. Yu Hong liked playing politics, but he had received a traditional battle general's education. His pride as a battle general was etched deeply into his bones. At this moment, he did not think about the result of losing his reputation. His heart was filled with the frustration of defeat, and his heart was truly akin to being dead. Because this was a defeat where there was no excuse. Yu Hong is finished. Sang Nan sighed lightly, and his tone was slightly sorrowful. Personally seeing the fall of a golden battle general, faint sorrow came into his mind. His intuition was far more sensitive than the average battle general. Without seeing Yu Hang's face, he was still able to capture Yu Hang's loss of spirit and dead presence from some near imperceptible details on the battlefield. Each golden battle general had experienced countless tests, fights, and struggles. Maybe they had different backgrounds and skill levels, but each of them were truly the best. Once the heart of a battle general was dead, that meant they had fallen. Feeling that Yu Hong was probably dead at heart, sighs sounded out in many places, not just from Sang Nan. Many of them had anticipated this battle, but no one had expected this battle would directly cause the fall of a golden battle general. For the great majority of people, this spectacular and dramatic battle satisfied their desires. The cause of this battle had long been forgotten. What people discussed the most was, of course, Xiao Mo. In their view, Xiao Mo had to be a gold battle general to have defeated Yu Hang. The prison-breaking battle and killing 26 Yao had given him the title of genius. Now they found this guy was actually a gold battle general. Xiao Mo, who stepped on the corpse of another battle general, this gold battle general was very substantial. It was no wonder that many Yao exclaimed, was this guy still Yao? Such a freak of a Yao, how many years would it take for one to appear? Freak. Too freaky. If everyone's discussion was limited to low-level Yao, then he was a hot topic. His name truly spread to every corner of the Yao world. In wartime, everyone knew very well what a gold battle general meant. Even more, he was also so young. Adding on that his own strength was very outstanding, he had great potential, and even the possibility of achieving the position of a Sky Yao. Such a youth, could you demand him to be even more freakishly talented? Even the Genius Alliance that was said to have countless geniuses only had a handful of comparable geniuses. But the discussion of this battle had just begun. The amateurs watched the spectacle, the insiders discussed the technique. In the eyes of the battle generals, this battle had risen to the level of a classic. Xiao Moge's use of the flame-boring Yao broke the norm. Before this, no one had ever thought that flame-boring Yao could be used like this. The meaning of this battle was not just on the flame-boring Yao. To these combat Yao, Xiao Moge's creativity had opened a new window for them. The power of an unrelenting attack had attracted the attention of all battle generals. How to maintain the firepower of a troop became the hot topic of study for battle generals. When the battle generals came back to Studley, they found that the requirements of the consciousness in order to complete Xiao Moge's snowflake tactic were very high. They suddenly realized just how terrifying Xiao Moge's consciousness was. As the battle generals were studying, and the normal people were discussing interestedly, a piece of news struck like lightning. Yu Hong, whose heart had collapsed, had handed in his resignation and quit as the commander of the Heavy Earth Corps. Many of Yu Hang's good friends came to visit in hopes of comforting him. But when they saw Yu Hong, all of them paled. Yu Hong had shut himself into a small room, his expression dazed, and he did not react to anyone that spoke to him. Yu Hong was finished. The Jade family was finished. This news added a thick sense of tragedy to this battle. But soon no one paid attention to Yu Hang's news. Everyone's eyes would forever be on the victor. But Xiao Mo seemed to have disappeared. This battle made Zuo Mo marvel, but more importantly, it allowed him to feel satisfaction. But only just that. It was just a war chess match. What was there to be excited about? Lil Miss was completely unaffected. because he knew the opponent was not the usual mysterious person. Even though he had won, he didn't feel any joy. It would probably take defeating Pu Yao to make him feel true joy. This battle had also caused him to think more on his newly created snowflake tactic. Once the battle ended, he burrowed into the camp, all his thoughts on the new tactic. As to Pu Yao and Wei, the small victory held no value in their eyes. The victory that caused great waves in the Yao world didn't create a single ripple on Zuo Mo's side. This matter was perfectly resolved, and Zuo Mo could finally put his complete attention on how to leave this ghastly place. From the information he got from Ming Zhu, they needed to find the center of the battlefield. If they found the center, they could be able to find the damaged Jia River. That way, they could be able to leave the ancient battlefield. So Zuo Mo instantly sent out the mobilization order. The entire group departed for the deepest part of the fiendish mist. Everyone's morale rose. They had set up camp at this place for a long time. They had put the majority of their attention on their cultivation, but they couldn't help but feel desperate inside. They were like hungry beasts that had been trapped for a long time, and all of them howled. So when the order came down, everyone became excited. They had become increasingly familiar with the surrounding environment after hunting fiend soul beasts in the recent while. The feeling of terror that they had when they first entered this ancient battlefield had disappeared long ago. These people that were daring to start with were eager and wanted to charge at the very front. But Zuo Mo and the others that knew all of the information were not so optimistic. In an ancient battlefield that was tens of thousands years old, were the vicious beasts it created only at this skill level? Translator ramblings, and it is finally over. Dong Suncha doesn't care because it is not Pu Yao, and Zuo Mo doesn't care because there is no Jingshi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 414, Fiend Corpse. Chapter 414, Fiend Corpse. Reality proved that the worries Zuo Mo and the others had were well-founded. The first 2 days of the journey went smoothly, but they encountered trouble on the third day. The vicious being they encountered had a human-shaped figure. It looked like a zombie. It had a human-shaped primate facing them, had a vicious pair of eyes that glimmered with red light. Its entire body, including its face, was covered in fur. What was strangest was that the color of its fur was not uniform. Instead, the multicolored fur created a complex and exquisite pattern that was like an unknown formation. There was a skull hanging from its waist. It seemed to be made of jade or porcelain. There seemed to be a ball of black mist that floated at the empty eye sockets. Careful, this is a fiend corpse. From the tone of Pu Yao's warning, Zuo Mo instantly understood this thing called a fiend corpse was posed in extraordinary danger. He had just watched as at least 3 flying swords chopped at the fiend corpse's body. Other than causing a few sparks, the attacks didn't leave behind any mark, and the rebound had almost caused the attackers harm instead. Everyone, including Zuo Mo, leapt forward. Wei Shang, Xie Shan, and the others hurried forward to help. The fiend corpse instantly retreated as his initial attack had not succeeded. Its right hand was pressed against the skull on its waist. Its eyes flashed with red light and its gaze was tightly locked onto Wei Shang. It seemed to understand that Wei Shang was the greatest threat to it. When its gaze landed on the broken sword in Wei Shang's hands, the red light grew, and the fiendish mist roiled. The fiend corpse's presence shocked Zuo Mo. He hurriedly asked Pu Yao, "What is a fiend corpse?" Corpses left in areas of dense fiendish energy do not easily rot. The fiendish energy enters the corpse in forms of fiend corpse. You have to be careful, this fiendish corpse isn't simple. Pu Yao's tone was grave. Along the way here, there were no traces of corpses. Over time even the bones had turned to dust. The formation of black fiendish energy takes time, at least hundreds of years. Meaning corpse was able to stay preserved for hundreds of years. Either it has the help of a treasure, or the corpse itself is strange. Treasure? Zuo Mo's gaze floated instantly to the skull on the fiend corpse's waist. Was this skull a treasure? When he looked at the fur on the fiend corpse's body that was like a formation, he felt Pu Yao's other speculation was also possible. Facing the fiend corpse, Wei Shang's expression was serious. The pressure he sensed from the fiend corpse was beyond anything he had previously experienced. Ever since he had stepped into the stage of Jin Dan, his power had multiplied. This increase wasn't just in cultivation, it included growth in sword essence and his mentality. He had to spend large amounts of time to stabilize his cultivation. This increase in power had caused the fiend soul beasts to become less pressuring to him. But the fiend corpse in front of him, Wei Shang could not feel even a threat of its presence. If he wasn't staring at it with his eyes, it would seem there was nothing where the fiend corpse was standing. This shocked him. The only thing that he knew that could do this were 5th grade Ling beasts. 5th grade Ling beasts could form void covers and hide their presences. This fiend corpse wasn't a Ling beast, not even a Yao beast, but definitely was above 5th grade. Vicious beings above 5th grade could only be faced by Xiuzha in Jindan or above. Zuo Mo had killed a bloody horned great serpent before, but that one had been forced to form. It only just touched the boundary of 5th grade. The fiend corpse in front of them was definitely not a normal 5th grade vicious being. It could possibly be 6th grade. In the world, other than Xiuzha, Yao, and Mo, there were all kinds of beings. For these living beings, grades were used to categorize their power. The space shield of 5th grade, the space boundary of 6th grade, the space source of 7th grade, and the scape spirit of 8th grade. The 9th and 10th grades were existences that almost were undefeatable and immortal. Each grade had upper, intermediate, and lower divisions. With 5th grade as an example, the lower level could just form the space shield that formed was also very unstable. Intermediate 5th grade had a basic and complete space shield, and started to form new transformations. When it came to upper 5th grade, the space shield was almost perfect, and many transformation could be comprehended. Intermediate 5th grade, Yi Zhang exclaimed. His face instantly became pale white. Being from a great sect, Yi Zhang's knowledge was much broader than a country bumpkin like Zuo Mo. He instantly recognized the power of the fiend corpse. When he spoke, he frightened everyone. It had to be said that in all the major Xiuzha Jia, the danger any Ling beasts or vicious being posed was clear. 4th grade vicious beings were very rare, much less intermediate 5th grade vicious beings. Even Yi Zhang, who was from Great Buddha Temple, was frightened. Large sects like Great Buddha Temple naturally did not lack Ling beasts. Not just 5th grade, the temple even raised a few 6th grade Ling beasts. But the 5th and 6th grade Ling beasts raised in the temple were harmless babies when compared to this fiend corpse that had formed over tens of thousands of years. With one look at the fiend corpse, a bone-aching coldness jumped into Yi Zhang's heart. Wei Shang's expression did not change. He did not blink, and the broken sword in his hand did not waver even a sliver. The fiend corpse stared at Wei Shang, baring his teeth and displaying a vicious expression. Its right hand was still pressed against the skull on its waist. The Xiuzha around Wei rapidly retreated backwards. Xiashan, Zhongru, Su Long, and the others came forward, and loosely surrounded the fiend corpse. The mood became increasingly more tense. Zuo Mo's heart suddenly jumped, and his eyes lit up. He urgently shouted, Xiashan, Zhongru, Shu Long, guard the other directions. Be wary of other vicious beings. The trio's hearts shook. They rapidly retreated but were still late. Careful! Enemy attack! Chaotic shouts came from the rear and flanks. At this moment everyone's expression changed, including Zuo Mo. Diverting attention to the front to attack the back. This fiend corpse understood misdirection. At this moment, the eyes of the fiend corpse facing off with Wei Shang flashed with red light, and its figure suddenly disappeared. Clang! A crisp sound of a metallic collision rang out so the whole camp could hear. Wei Shang had raised the broken sword, and as he firmly parried the other's claw. At some unknown time, the fiend soul's 10 fingers had grown into sharp white bone claws. Clang clang clang. The collisions were as rapid as raindrops. Some Xiuzha who had not been prepared felt their ears ring. The fiend corpse and Wei Shang turned to two balls of shadow that chased about in the air. Everyone was unable to track their shadows. The fiend corpse's bone claws and Wei Shang's broken sword crossed and matched. At this time, Zuo Mo's expression changed slightly. Damn it! There wasn't just one vicious being that was attacking them from behind. Looking at Wei Shang, who was in fierce combat against the fiend corpse, Zuo Mo gritted his teeth, turned and charged towards the back. He believed that with eldest Qixiang's power, even if he could not defeat the fiend corpse, he could slow down the other. If the vicious being that was ambushing from the back was 5th grade as well, then it was a calamity for the others. Other than the few that had their core formations, everyone else was Ningmai. Ningmai Xiuzha in front of 5th grade Yao beasts were as weak as lettuce. This wasn't something that numbers could change. The difference in power was too great. If one 5th grade Yao beast charged in, blood would flow in rivers. Thinking about it, Zuo Mo's eyes instantly became red. In name, everyone in this group were his subordinates, but in his heart, they were fellows he could give his life to. 1, 2, 5, 6. Damn it! There were 6. The damned group. Halfway in the air, Zuo Mo suddenly bellowed. The furious howl was like thunder that suddenly spread. The golden yellow and fiery red flame seal armor quickly wrapped around Zuo Mo at a rate visible to the naked eye. The half-transparent and gossamer thin golden wings formed silently behind him like they were drawn by an invisible pen. Hiss! Zuo Mo's figure disappeared from the air. An enormous shadow covered Owen. Within the fiendish mist, there seemed to be a small mountain moving towards him. The ground was rumbling, and pebbles were furiously bouncing. Owen tightly gripped his black spear. His young face was expressionless like the most practiced hunter. Having survived the dueling stadium, Owen might be young, but he had gone through hundreds of fights, and was one that truly climbed out of piles of corpses. But this unknown monster had pressured him to the point he almost couldn't breathe. Even though the other had not attacked yet, Owen was clear this feeling would occur when the enemy's strength was far greater than his. However, he did not retreat because this big guy had wounded several of his brothers. Shu Long was not present, and he was the strongest one present out of guard camp. If he ran now, the other people would directly face this big guy. Then only death awaited them. What should he do? His mind moved quickly. Use his speed to slow down this big guy? At this time, the enormous shadow within the fiendish mist revealed its true face. Owen's pupils suddenly shrank. An ugly sand puppet with the body of a small mountain that was at least 20 zhang. In front of it, Owen was like an ant. It seemed to move very slowly, but it was able to move over a large distance with each step. Many small flows of sand surrounded it like mist. So ugly. Owen twisted his mouth. He knew his plan of using speed to slow down the other was no longer viable. However, a cold light suddenly flashed through Owen's eyes. He suddenly raised the black spear in his hand. Hardship guard, dot. Owen's angry shout jolted the confused and disorganized guard camp and quickly calmed them down. They were well trained. After the initial confusion, they quickly organized themselves. When they saw the youngest among them, Owen, standing at the front, these men felt their blood rise up, their necks turned red, and tendons bulging. Without any orders, just like normal, they quickly formed the Crow Fiend Mo killing formation. The spear that Owen had raised was now tilted downwards towards his side. With both his hands grasping the spear, he pointed the tip of the spear straight at the enormous sand puppet that was approaching. All of the hardship guards understood Owen's meaning instantly. These men that had felt shame at their panic furiously channeled into the formation. Immediately, the fiendish mist was like water that furiously flooded the formation. The fiendish mist that was absorbed into the Crow Fiend Mo killing formation only left behind small threads of black mist. The slender black mist swam and gathered in one direction. Towards the very front of the formation, the individual standing with his spear, Owen. Translator ramblings. Fong Xiang's foreshadowing at the end of last chapter was very clumsy. About Gongsun Sha winning over Yu Hong, there are two major factors in my mind. One, he is a talented person and he had a very good teacher. If you look at chess, there are some who become grandmasters at a very young age and some who might play for years but never reach the highest level. 2, this was a virtual match. Essentially, both Yu Hong and Gongsun Sha started out with approximately the same amount of strength. That doesn't happen in real battles where the strength of the battalion, the battlefield and other factors come into play. This is like the difference between building a nation in civilization and actually founding a nation in real life. So Gongsun Sha won in a fair game which his own skill was all that mattered. But if Heavy Earth Core met Vermilion Bird Camp in real life, that would be a whole other matter. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 415, Crowd of Monsters. Chapter 415, Crowd of Monsters. This was the first time A1 was leading the formation. This position had previously been Shu Long's. The inky black mist was moving towards him like slender snakes. They gathered from all corners of the formation onto Owen's body. In an instant, Owen was covered in the snake-like mist. His body was shrouded in mist, and his figure became indistinct. It was the first time that Owen had felt as though his body was going to explode. The power was restlessly stirring inside his body, and was trying to escape. The surge PF pure killing essence was like waves that battered at his mind. Along with the cold and dark killing essence came a darkness. The world within his view had become dark. A strong feeling of murderousness rose. He had the impulse to destroy everything. But that lasted for just an instant and Owen recovered clarity. In that one instant, the world became a blur in his eyes. Owen couldn't help but feel afraid. The situation just now had been extremely dangerous. In their daily cultivation, Shu Long had repeatedly warned them not to lose themselves in killing essence. Once they were lost in killing essence, they would become monsters that only knew to kill. Having climbed out of the dueling stadium, Owen's talents were not just outstanding, he was also mentally stronger than the great majority of people. He had never encountered such a dangerous loss of control in his daily cultivation. This was one reason that his progression was far faster than his fellows. But the killing essence that had flooded in had been too great and almost drowned him. Feeling afraid from this experience, Owen became even more careful. However, he had never led the formation before today, so he could only think back to how Shu Long usually acted. He quickly found that mimicking Shu Long was not as simple as he had imagined. It required special methods to control such a vast amount of killing essence. Damn it! When will the three of them regain consciousness? A member of the Sky Peak platoon sighed. These three are battle maniacs, they will definitely regret missing out on such a spectacular battle. They're seriously wounded, it's good that they are even alive. If it wasn't for Teacher Wei and the others arriving in time, they might not even be alive, a member beside him followed up. It's useless even if they are awake, another member inserted. Why are we just watching right now? We still can't join in? Damn it! Seems we need to try hard to get to Jindan. A Sky Peak platoon can only stand aside and stare as the others battle. This is embarrassing. The other members felt great empathy with his words. In the past, the Sky Peak platoon had been the elite of Vermilion Bird Camp. Comprised of swordshow that comprehended sword essence, peerless in offensive power. But as more members comprehended sword essence, their advantage was not as evident as it was in the past. In reality, their improvement was not minor. This could be seen from their cultivation. All of them had reached the third stratum of Ningmai. They looked to be one step away from Jindan, but it was not so easy to cross that step. While third stratum Shouja were stronger than second stratum, the difference was not so definite. This placed them in an extremely awkward position. Isn't it so? When we were glorious, those brats were still drinking milk. Don't mention the past, nothing to see there. If I say so, the way things are going, Sky Peak platoon is going to be dissolved sooner or later. My ass. You crow mouth. It's the truth. Look at the Shield Guard platoon. Zhongru is Jindan. Our platoon doesn't have even one Jindan. No way. We need to think of something. Think of what? Jindan isn't lettuce, buying someone we want them. It's not that everyone isn't working hard, no one is slacking off, but our improvement is too slow. Now everyone was speechless. That was right. If Jindan was that easy to reach, it wouldn't be so valuable. These members hadn't forgotten, they were all wringing their minds thinking of ways to reach Jindan a little faster. But in the past, who among them had even dared to think they could become Jindan? Alright, stay alert. Guard your position. Anything can wait until we are safe. Due to having 3 wounded members in Sky Peak platoon, so Gongsun Cha had positioned them as the last line of defense to protect the Golden Crow camp that had little to no combat ability. This made them feel very terrible. Gongsun Cha's expression was very ugly, and filled with self-blame. He had been immersed in thoughts about that war chess match these days, which caused his response today to be slightly slow. If Zuo Mo had not reacted quickly, they would have fallen for the diversionary tactic of these monsters. If the Yao beasts had successfully ambushed them, then... Without needing to think, Gongsun Cha knew that the result definitely would have been terrible. He would be unpardonable. This serious mistake deeply stimulated the usually proud and victory-desiring Lil Miss. At the same time, fury erupted from his heart. Hunting, what the Yao beasts were using was a classic method used for hunting. They were being hunted by a group of Yao beasts. Lil Miss' handsome face was furious. There were 6 monsters in total. Other than the fiend corpse facing off against Wei Shang and the sand puppet that was heading for a win, the other people had also landed in hard battles. Fighting against Shu Long was an iron rhino, Xie Shan was facing a monster that had 6 bone spikes that jutted out of its back. Zhongru was facing a black ball of mist. And Zuo Mo's target was a person. Using person to describe it was not accurate, because there was no vitality in half of his body. This person's clothing was torn, and his body seemed to be divided in 2. The right half had a 5-colored pattern that looked as though poisonous insects were climbing all over him, and was startling to see. There was no light in the gray-white eyes that stared indifferently as Zuo Mo neared. Zuo Mo's speed was very quick. Under the full force of the light void wings, he was like lightning. The strange person reached out with a finger. Zuo Mo felt his vision light up and fill with rainbow-colored light. A strong feeling of danger made every inch of his body uncontrollably shake. Pia. The beast service card on Zuo Mo's waist flashed with light. A black butterfly appeared, out of thin air, in front of Zuo Mo. Black butterfly. Ever since it had entered the 4th grade, Zuo Mo felt the name of the rainbow-marked butterfly was not suited for it, and changed its name to Black Butterfly. The black butterfly had always stayed in the beast service card. This was the first time it had proactively came out of the beast service card. The black butterfly lightly flapped its wings. Hiss. The rainbow energy was drawn in by an enormous suctioning force, gathering together and headed towards the black butterfly. The rainbow energy continuously entered the black butterfly. Zuo Mo was astounded. The tiny body of the black butterfly seemed to be a bottomless hole. All of the rainbow energy was sucked in. What made him feel this was even more fantastical was the clear joy the black butterfly was communicating to him. Was this light a poison? When Zuo Mo's thought formed, the black butterfly in front of him danced as though it was agreeing with his speculation. Why are there so many fiend corpses? In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao frowned. Wei said lightly, "This is the battle of sealed extinction." Pu Yao instantly stopped speaking. Right. This was the sealed extinction battlefield. It was not strange for such a rare occurrence to appear here. Zuo Mo did not think too much. Letting your mind be distracted by stray thoughts in battle was the same as seeking death. Judging that the strange person was using poison, Zuo Mo's heart calmed down. The black butterfly was a 4th-grade poison butterfly. For it, poisons were like nutrients. Facing the strange person, no, maybe it was more appropriate to call it a strange corpse. It had the strongest power of this crowd of monsters, and should be upper 5th level. If the black butterfly was not here, Zuo Mo would be in trouble today. The poison released by the 4th-grade black butterfly could already corrode Ling power. The poison that this strange corpse released should be even more powerful. ZZT. The beautiful 5-colored energy spread from the feet of the strange corpse. The hard ground was quickly rotted, and a noxious smell spread. Zuo Mo accidentally breathed in a thread. He instantly felt dizzy and was shocked inside. The black butterfly seemed to smell something delicious and furiously flapped its wings. The 5-colored energy spreading on the ground floated up from the ground and continuously absorbed into the black butterfly. There wasn't any emotion in the strange corpse's gray eyes. It silently stared at the black butterfly as though it did not see that the black butterfly was continuously absorbing the poison it released. A thread of gray silently mixed into the rainbow energy. Along with the rainbow energy, it entered the body of the black butterfly. The black butterfly suddenly froze. A dot of gray suddenly appeared on its wings. A rotten presence of death spread out from the black butterfly. The flood wave's killing essence continuously battered Wen's mind. Even more terrifying was that this power was still increasing. Wen had a strong sense of danger. If this kept going, before the sand puppet had arrived, he would have lost control and exploded. Able to survive hundreds of battles, Wen definitely was not a person without intelligence. It was the opposite. He had astounding battle intuition. Since he could not use Shulong's method, then he would use his own. He carefully controlled the rushing killing essence, but the effect was minuscule. This burst of killing essence was truly too large. It was like a rushing river, and in front of it, he was tiny. This made him realize just how small his own strength was. If he wanted to get this strong killing essence to move as he wanted, then he could only use the power it already had. This idea illuminated him. Gritting his teeth, he opened his mind. Boom! Endless killing essence howled and wailed as it swallowed him. His mind became blank for a short instant, but the last remaining thread of clarity allowed him to do one thing: raise the black spear in his hands. The vast killing essence seemed to find a vent, and furiously rushed towards the black spear in his hand. In other people's eyes, they only saw the black snakes wrapped around Wen's body furiously head towards the black spear as though there was something there attracting them. The black mist on Wen's body quickly lessened and revealed his armor. The black mist all gathered quickly on Wen's black spear without leaving a drop behind. Pew! The black mist shrouding the black spear seemed to be ignited. In a blink, the black mist on the entire spear started to burn. Wen's face twisted. He felt as though he was not holding the black spear, but a ball of fire. Almost unconsciously, he used all the power in his body and threw the burning black spear at the sand puppet. Translator Ramblings: this is a strangely appropriate chapter for Halloween. Zombie, meet zombie, and monsters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 416, Strange Corpse. Chapter 416, Strange Corpse. When the gray mark on the black butterfly exuded a strong rotten smell, Zuo Mo knew the situation was not well. Without hesitating, the midday blade in his hand sliced towards the strange corpse. The golden flame that shrouded the blade burst out along with this blow. It turned to a blinding crescent that leapt towards the strange corpse. Midday blade strike. Zuo Mo knew that the opponent was immeasurably powerful, so he did not hold any power back with this blow. The golden flame blade energy was peerlessly domineering. The air howled around the explosive presence. A different look flashed through the strange corpse's eyes. The raised finger was not lowered, but pointed lightly at the midday blade strike. Boom! The domineering and powerful midday blade strike exploded, as it was released, right in front of Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's vision became white. He was unable to see anything. He was extremely shocked. The other was so terrifyingly powerful. At this time, a feeling of danger rose. Without thinking, the light void wings on his back moved, and his body suddenly disappeared from his spot. On the spot he had just been standing at, a gray light flashed by. Zuo Mo's heart suddenly contracted. When the light disappeared, everything in his vision became clear again. The strange corpse was still standing at his original spot, as though he had never moved. Even the raised finger had returned to its original place. It was like a statue, one that had no life. There was nothing between him and Zuo Mo. The black butterfly had disappeared. The strange corpse looked unaffectedly at Zuo Mo. There was no emotion in its empty and gray eyes. It still did not show any signs of life. Even in such a fierce battle, it did not show any vitality. Coldness sprouted from Zuo Mo's heart. What monster was this guy? Pu, do you recognize it? Zuo Mo stared at the other as he remained motionless and asked Pu Yao. No, Pu Yao shook his head. He gave a rare warning. Be careful. I cannot see its power. Zuo Mo's heart suddenly sank. A level of power that even Pu Yao could not measure, then. Wei suddenly spoke, try to talk to him, he may have cognition. Have cognition? Zuo Mo's mind shifted and he said, Sir, who are you, that? The statue-like strange corpse's neck cracked as it moved. The gray pupils stared at Zuo Mo, and its throat sent out dry sounds, hiss hiss. The strange hisses caused Zuo Mo's hairs to stand up. Hiss hiss, person. The strange corpse's voice was very indistinct as though it had been a long time since it had spoken. But Zuo Mo heard that person. As Wei had suspected, it had cognition. For them, this was both good and bad. If the strange corpse was intelligent, then that meant there was the possibility of communicating with them. That was good. But this also meant that if the communication failed, then they were faced with an even more dangerous enemy. Intelligent enemies were undoubtedly harder to fight. Do you understand my words? Zuo Mo probed. Hiss hiss, croak croak, blurry sounds like those from a wild beast's throat came. The strange corpse's expression finally changed slightly. He seemed to be trying to remember something. But the change in expression on his already ugly face made it even more terrible. Zuo Mo jumped in fright. If they enraged the strange corpse, then it really wasn't a joke. Power that even Pu Yao could not measure, they definitely were not a match. Hiss hiss, human, you are human. The strange corpse's eyes held strong emotion but his voice was still cracking. But Zuo Mo understood. He hurriedly nodded as his hands moved, right. I'm human, I'm human. The subordinates behind Zuo Mo were stunned by the scene in front of them. Their mouths were gaping as their faces were still. Some of the braver ones couldn't help but laugh lightly. This kind of communication was really weird, especially Darren's reply, it was too funny to hear. Listening to the light laughter behind him, Zuo Mo instantly knew what those people were thinking. But in order not to provoke the strange corpse, he filled his face with a friendly and harmless smile. He thought inside, just wait for me to sort you fools out later. The strange corpse's twisted expression calmed, and his words became smoother. You, how did you get in? Zuo Mo's hairs rose at being the focus of the strange corpse's gray eyes. He said, our transportation formation was altered by someone so we were transported here. Transportation formation? The strange corpse perceptibly caught the crux of the information. Yes, transportation formation. Zuo Mo nodded. What is this transportation formation? The strange corpse asked. This is complicated to explain, Zuo Mo motioned. No matter. What is least lacking here is time. The strange corpse smiled at him but Zuo Mo's bones shivered at that smile. When he finished speaking, the strange corpse suddenly flicked out a bolt of light. After a while, the 5 other monsters appeared next to him. Of the 5, only the sand puppet looked slightly disheveled, it had a black spear thrust into its body. But compared to its enormous shape, the black spear was like a toothpick. The sand where the black spear was abruptly caved inward, and then swallowed the black spear. Zuo Mo inhaled sharply. At the same time, several figures appeared like lightning beside Zuo Mo. Each person did not have a good expression. The others' powers were too fantastical. The strange corpse looked at the black sword in Wei Sheng's hands and nodded his head, didn't think that this sword would end up in your possession. Wei Sheng's eyebrow raised. Zuo Mo reacted the quickest and hurriedly asked, Elder, what is the origin of this sword? Ha, ha, he will know when the time comes. The strange corpse's speech became increasingly smooth and his expressions more varied. But this caused him to look even weirder. The strange corpse turned his face to ask Zuo Mo, speak about the transformation formation. The transformation formation is a formation method to move from one place to another. Formation method? Didn't even know what a formation method was? Were these guys really survivors of the Battle of Sealed Extinction? His heart couldn't help but beat wildly. The strange corpse seemed to know what Zuo Mo was thinking inside. The gray pupils were amused. Zuo Mo focused and carved out a transportation formation on the ground. This is a transportation formation. We use it to travel. The strange corpse swept a look and understood. This method is clever, but there are many limitations. Yes. We don't know the general location of this place. One minor difference in the transportation formation, and it creates thousands of li of error. Thinking about it, Zuo Mo could only shake his head. But the strange corpse looked at Zuo Mo. I know you have another way of leaving. Not waiting for Zuo Mo to argue, he said faintly, I have followed you for many days. You want to reach the center of the battlefield. The expressions of those beside Zuo Mo were ugly. Someone had followed behind them for so many days, yet none of them had detected it. Zuo Mo wasn't too shocked. The other's strength was much greater than theirs. He had a guess. This strange corpse might possibly be an old monster that survived the Battle of Sealed Extinction. In comparison, the strongest of his group was just Jin Dan. The other could destroy them with a flick of the finger. With your strength, you cannot go into the center of the battlefield, the strange corpse said faintly. Those that died here are the strongest of the world. Their lingering presences are not something you can resist against even after so many years. Having it baldly stated that their power wasn't enough left everyone with black faces. But the other's immeasurable power made them not dare to rebuke the statement. Zuo Mo reacted the quickest, or rather, of everyone. He had the best understanding of the strange corpse and his group's power. Since he understood their present situation the best, his mentality was the most appropriate. Please, Elder, teach us. Zuo Mo said with a bow. The strange corpse showed a satisfied expression, even though the half-multicolored face caused him to look horrifying. He did not drag it out. I can take you in, but I will leave with you. Zuo Mo released a breath and said, it is our honor. No one had an opinion for the addition of the strange corpse's group. Reality quickly proved that this decision was correct. The addition of the strange corpse caused all the other monsters along the road to disappear. Their speed increased greatly. The strange corpse was not silent, but talkative. He was very interested in talking with Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo might not have proven his speculations on the identity of the strange corpse, but he received a great deal of information. For example, out of the group of 6 only the strange corpse had intelligence. The other 5 were vicious beings that were born in this patch of fiendish ground. Whenever he conversed with the strange corpse, Pu Yao and Wei would remain silent. They were very wary of the strange corpse. Just how perceptive of expression was Zuo Mo? Seeing the strange corpse held no ill will towards them, he took out the totem fragments they had obtained and asked for guidance from the strange corpse. Ha, you guys want even this? The strange corpse laughed, his tone disinterested. These are too fragmented, there is nothing very useful. Elder recognizes this? Zuo Mo hurriedly asked. Very normal stuff. Every tribe will have them, used for sacrificial offerings. How to use them? The totem itself has Shen power. Shen power? Belief creates Shen power nurtures the totem, so the totem can form. Zuo Mo did not understand. As expected, the stuff of ancient times and the present were two different things. He could only change his question. Elder, how can this thread of intelligence in the fragment be forged? What is the use of this bit of intelligence? The strange corpse did not think much of the fragment. Zuo Mo didn't know what to say. If this fragment was on the outside world, there would be countless people that would want this. Filled men do not know the hunger of hungry men. Zuo Mo muttered. Now that they were familiar, Zuo Mo had generally gotten a grasp on the strange corpse's temper. He knew the other would not get angry over this. The strange corpse glanced at him. Don't worry. There are many things better than this along the way. I will help you get some. Zuo Mo was overjoyed. Many thanks, Elder. Don't thank me. Without you, I cannot leave. The strange corpse taught, your methods are too gentle. If you want to forge the intelligence of this fragment, you have to use force. Force? Zuo Mo was dumbstruck. It was the first time he heard of doing that. Submit or die, the strange corpse said faintly. Seeing the shock on Zuo Mo's face, the strange corpse said, totems are born to protect the tribe, their intelligence is not high, about the same as wild beasts. As long as they know they will die if they do not submit, they will naturally be tamed. Before Zuo Mo could react, the strange corpse raised his head and looked into the distance. Careful. We are going to enter the core area now. Zuo Mo felt as though he walked out of the fiendish mist. Everything was open in front of him. Translator ramblings, don't ask me how they can communicate in the same language with such a great gap between them. Language just stayed unchanging in this world. Shen being divine, immortal, God, sounds almighty, but Feng Xiang really sucks at terminology, so this is used in different ways through the story. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 417, Sea of Golden Crystal Sand. Chapter 417, Sea of Golden Crystal Sand. The dunes in their sight were endless. The glittering gold sand was like a golden sea, and these rising dunes were like the waves of this golden sea. This scene was spectacular. The golden crow camp at the back of their procession suddenly became restless. It's golden crystal sand. Heavens, all of this is golden crystal sand. Oh, heavens. It really is golden crystal sand. Heavens. What place is this? How can there be this much golden crystal sand? The restlessness from the rear rippled forward, and Zuo Mo couldn't help but be stunned. He bent down and grabbed a handful of sand. When the gold sand entered his hand, his first thought was heavy. When he examined it, the golden sand was actually half transparent. Each speck was a cube. At the center of the cube was a hair-thin golden thread. The reason that the sand was such a strong golden color was due to this extremely thin golden hair. It really was golden crystal sand. 5th grade golden crystal sand. Zuo Mo dazedly looked at the golden sea in front of him, his mind blank as he allowed the golden crystal sand to slip through his fingers. This is the area where the totem of the Sun tribe fell, so it is the land of the sunset. The Sun tribe had the sun as its totem, and had many powerful tribal warriors. It was one of the strongest tribes in all of the Jie. The strange corpse's voice was calm and emotionless, without any rise, as though he was describing a normal matter. Zuo Mo recovered from his daze. He furiously scooped golden crystal sand into his ring. Heavens, this was golden crystal sand. 5th grade golden crystal sand. On the outside, it was sold by the grain. If he let this opportunity go, he would be struck by lightning, but Zuo Mo had never felt he was so rich before. It wasn't just him. All the Xiozha of the Golden Crow camp were furiously packing in the golden crystal sand. Everyone's eyes were red. Seeing this made their hearts beat faster and their blood flow more rapidly. In front of such a patch of golden crystal sand sea, everyone was crazy. The strange corpse tilted his head. This and is useful to you? This is golden crystal sand. Zuo Mo didn't raise his head as he furiously packed golden crystal sand into his ring and said rapidly, a 5th grade material. I can't even find a place to buy this on the outside. Do you know, this is worth a lot. Right. We've struck it rich this time. There is so much here, how are you going to take it all? The strange corpse pointed at the endless sea of sand. Zuo Mo's movements paused. The endless sea of sand in front of him seemed to be reminding him that the golden crystal sand he was packing away was just a drop in the ocean. The bursting joy turned to grief. Zuo Mo's tears flowed down his face. The golden crystal sand sea was in front of him, but he could not take all of it. The greatest pain in life was this. Looking at the vast sea of sand, Zuo Mo was still for a while. After a long while, he refocused and gritted out a few words, set up camp. The troop quickly set up camp. Everyone was in a sort of frenzy and their movements unusually brisk. Forge all of this. Flying swords, ling armors, forge it all with golden crystal sand. Zuo Mo's bellows rang out over the entire camp. Everyone was upbeat. All of Golden Crow camp members had eyes filled with blood. As production Xiozha, they had no resistance towards high-level materials. Vermilion Bird Camp was also excited. They learned from the Golden Crow camp members that golden crystal sand was great material for forging flying swords. The flying swords forged from it were unable to be damaged, so sharp they could cut through everything. Even more importantly, it was at least 5th grade. A 5th grade flying sword, that was enough for a sword show to risk it all. This land of sunset was filled with the presence of the sun. The power of the Golden Crow fire had greatly increased. The Xiozha of Golden Crow camp started on their difficulty task of forging with golden crystal sand. Yes, it was very difficult. They were mostly from grassroots. They had pitifully few encounters with 4th grade materials, let alone 5th grade materials. Golden Crow Fire was also a 4th grade flame. Even though its power had greatly increased, but it was not easy to forge golden crystal sand. The great majority of people could only forge 1 grain at a time. The strange corpse looked with interest at this group of people. Calming down, Zuo Mo suddenly realized this was a rare and wonderful opportunity. So much golden crystal sand. Other than the value of the golden crystal sand itself, it could also provide everyone with a great chance to practice. Using golden crystal sand to practice, for a forging shoja, was there anything more extravagant and sumptuous than this? Zuo Mo's mood suddenly became light. Using 5th grade materials to practice. The experience he would get was much greater than with normal materials. Even Zuo Mo started to pick up the forging crafts he had decided to throw away a long time ago, and started to process golden crystal sand. The strange corpse did not hurry them. He looked curiously as Zuo Mo forged. All of this was very unfamiliar to him. Your flame is better than theirs. The strange corpse might not understand forging, but he still had his eyes. Yes, I'm their head. Zuo Mo was slightly smug, but his hands didn't stop for an instant. Head? The strange corpse repeated and chewed this word. He raised his head and asked, does it mean leader? Elder's comprehension is really good. Zuo Mo flattered. He then asked curiously. Elder, how did you forge talismans in your time? Talismans? What are talismans? The strange corpse asked in puzzlement. Oh, the flying swords they use are one type of talisman. Really, it is stuff that is made using all kinds of materials in order to increase our strength, Zuo Mo explained. The strange corpse was slightly dazed. Your sword, oh, flying sword, it is a clever trick. But the quality is lacking, and the power it adds is too little. It is also too fine, there are many places that it does not need to be so fine. As long as the materials have enough cognition, they will merge together, and have greater power. Zuo Mo choked. He could only ask in response, Elder, did you have many materials with cognition during your time? Everywhere. The strange corpse had a matter-of-fact expression. He pointed at the ground. Stuff like this, no one would want this. Zuo Mo almost spat blood. So the golden crystal sand that was a treasure in their eyes was stuff that no one else wanted. However, Zuo Mo understood upon thinking about it. The number of cultivators in ancient times could not compare to now. After so many years of development and production, after generations of harvesting and division, there naturally won't be much left of even the greatest amount of materials. Thinking about it that way, Zuo Mo found it fair. Times are different. If this was taken out now, it would be considered good. Materials that have cognition are rare and too precious. The strange corpse was a very intelligent person. He nodded in understanding and said, no wonder you have developed such clever methods. His next words caused Zuo Mo's flame to shake. The golden crystal sand in the middle of the flame that was going to melt instantly turned back to normal. There is something better inside this patch of sand. What good thing? Zuo Mo asked urgently. Something better than golden crystal sand, wouldn't that at least be 6th grade? 6th grade material. In this moment, Zuo Mo actually felt a threat of terror. 5th grade materials might be rare, but he still had obtained a few items. But 6th grade materials, he hadn't ever dared to even think about it. Even the tiniest bit of 6th grade material was enough to bring calamities. However, this threat of terror quickly disappeared. Since ancient times, the daring died from overeating, while the cowardly died from hunger. He also had so many fellows, and the future wasn't something a person could entirely shape to their will. Zuo Mo's gaze quickly became heated. The strange corpse tilted his head and swept a gaze across the sand. His gaze locked on a certain dune and then it pointed over. Bang! An enormous sound, and a faraway sand dune suddenly exploded. Zuo Mo gaped with wide eyes. This sand dune was at least 100 zhang high. It looked like a small mountain. But the strange corpse just pointed and the resulting explosion turned it all to dust. A sand dune made up from golden crystal sand was at least millions of caddies heavy, and under this gesture, had it became dust. Zuo Mo felt a hint of fear. It was lucky that he hadn't tried to battle to death against this freak. The strange corpse calmly made a grabbing motion with his hand. A golden shadow penetrated the sand swirling in the sky and flew into his hand. An orange ball of fire. The burning heat rushed at him. Zuo Mo couldn't help but take a few steps back. Enduring wave after wave of heat, he felt that his eyebrows were burning. He looked in shock at the fireball in the strange corpse's hand. Such high temperature. Such a powerful flame. The orange-red flame burned like a miniature sun. This flame's temperature was so high it surpassed any flame that Zuo Mo knew of. Within the orange-red fireball, it was possible to discern a faint sphere. This is called a sun crystal seed. In the past it was the seed of the Sun Tribe's totem. However, the Sun Tribe has probably died out by now, and it can no longer be used for the Sun Totem. The strange corpse looked at Zuo Mo. Do you want it? Treasure. Definitely an ultimate treasure. Not ordinary. Zuo Mo was an experienced hand at studying reassures. He could see with a glance that the fireball's value definitely surpassed everything on his body added together. Staring at the fireball, he felt a hint of trepidation, but he gritted his teeth and said without hesitating. Want. Want. He'll want it even if he died. Its temperature is too high, you cannot tolerate it. I will help you seal it. When your strength reaches a certain level, you can unlock the seal. When the strange corpse finished speaking, without seeing him move, the orange-red flames quickly became dim and revealed the true face of the sphere inside. It was a sphere that looked just the same as normal crystal spheres that did not have any light. Zuo Mo took over the crystal ball. His hands suddenly sank down, and his pupils dilated. It was so heavy. With the great Mo physique, Zuo Mo was so strong that no one was a match for him in the camp. But he was almost unable to hold this little crystal ball. Zuo Mo guessed that this crystal ball was tens of thousands of catties heavy. He struggled to put the crystal ball into his ring. He released a breath. The strange corpse had solved a great problem for him. After being sealed, the crystal ball was unattractive and unassuming. As long as no one reached to take it, no one would think that this nondescript crystal ball was at least a top 6th grade material. After the strange corpse threw the crystal ball to Zuo Mo, he did not show any more intentions of acting. He did not hurry them and started to examine people who were forging. All of the members of the Golden Crow camp were furiously processing. This chance to practice with 5th grade materials would likely never appear in front of them again. Suddenly, the strange corpse appeared next to Zuo Mo and said, "A sandstorm is coming." Sandstorm? Zuo Mo first paused and then his expression changed dramatically. Golden crystal sand was a good material, yes. But if it was sandstorm that was formed from golden crystal sand, the power from it. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo's rich. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 418, Sandstorm. Chapter 418, Sandstorm. A black line could be seen on the horizon and it was rushing towards them at astonishing speed. In a short period of time, the black line had multiplied in size. The golden crystal sand was picked up by the wind and the resulting sandstorm blocked the sun. The sky instantly darkened. The storm front looked like an ancient beast that was howling. Zuo Mo paled. He howled at the top of his lungs, "Into the boat! Into the boat!" Without needing Zuo Mo's management, everyone started to systematically move. The Shouja of Golden Crow Camp threw away the golden crystal sand in their hands without a second word and moved like a legion of ants towards the slave transporting boat. The Golden Crow lit up with faint light, and the other boats also started to light up. This meant that the defensive formations on the boats had been activated. Every slave transporting boat had been redesigned and renovated. They had engraved the boats with all kinds of defensive formations. But to save Ling power, these formations were usually not activated. Everyone was trained and quickly entered the slave transporting boats. There were only Zuo Mo, Wei Shang, and the few that were the strongest left outside. Zuo Mo called to the strange corpse to go into the boat together. The strange corpse shook his head. "This bit of a sandstorm isn't anything." Thinking about the strange corpse's enormous power, Zuo Mo did not force him. He was preparing to call the others into the boat when the strange corpse suddenly said, "I suggest that you all do not go in." "Why?" Zuo Mo asked curiously. "You are all more powerful than the rest," the strange corpse said, "but your cultivations do not seem to be stable. You must have broken through not long ago. This kind of sandstorm is a chance for you, a chance to strengthen yourselves." The people were thoughtful. The strange corpse said faintly, "Do not give up any opportunity to strengthen yourself. This is very beneficial for you." Wei Shang, Xie Shan, and the others were very moved. These normal words embodied with the obsession to cultivate. The cultivation maniac Wei Shang spoke first, "Yes. I will not go inside." Xie Shan tightly followed, "I won't go inside either." Shu Long did not say anything, but the determination in his eyes displayed his decision. Zhongru's hands were together as he stood with closed eyes, but the decisiveness showed on his face. Zuo Mo stared with wide eyes at this group and wanted to swear. You idiots, you're so stupid. One sentence from that person and you were all fooled. But he only dared to swear inside. The strange corpse's gaze did not land on him, but he still felt a blade pointed at his back. Looking at Wei Shang and the others remaining still, Zuo Mo gritted through his teeth as though he was possessed by a ghost and said, "Alright, then everyone can go together." When he finished speaking, he regretted it. Wasn't he just asking for abuse? Why did he go and accompany them in their craziness? It really was crazy. All of them were crazy. The other people looked at each other and then laughed out loud. Zuo Mo forced himself to squeeze a smile onto his face, but it was uglier than crying. The sandstorm arrived very quickly, faster than they had imagined. A moment ago it was on the horizon then, and in a flash, it was in front of him. The sound was shocking. Zuo Mo's face was white and unconfident inside. Pia pia pia. The first wave of the sandstorm hit the shining light covers of the slave-transporting boats and caused sparks to fly everywhere. The golden crystal sand was extremely dense, and each seemingly tiny grain was very heavy. The wind was very fast, and each grain of golden crystal sand it carried was astoundingly powerful. Zuo Mo and the others quickly experienced the power of the sandstorm. The power of the wind was tolerable. All of them were exceptionally skilled, and could stabilize themselves in the wild wind. But the ever-present golden crystal sand was truly hard to deal with. Even Zuo Mo, who had the protection of the great Mo physique, felt pain from the barrage of sand. The pain the others felt could be imagined. Everyone was furiously channeling Ling power to protect their body. Shu Long, who was covered in armor, was drowning in sparks. Only the strange corpse had a calm face. The space within 1 jang of him was undisturbed. The area was filled with warm winds and radiating light. Zuo Mo was quickly overwhelmed and could no longer look around. The sandstorm had increased in power. It became even difficult for him to stabilize his body. He had to hunch over to try to reduce the resistance against the terrifying sandstorm. The golden crystal sand rained down on his body. Under the flame seal armor, it was unusually painful. This wind wasn't right. The wind that had just started was producing a different sound than just a moment ago. There was a feeling of tearing in the howling, as though there were hundreds of sharp knives rubbing together. Hard wind. This was hard wind. Hard wind was like a blade. Its most famous quality was being able to tear apart the Ling power that protected one's body. But in reality, the hard wind didn't just tear through Ling power, it could also tear apart Mo physiques. Zuo Mo could not open his eyes. His ears were filled with wails and cries. He bit down hard and did not dare to relax. The hard wind was growing stronger. The howl of the hard wind seemed to have an unusual power and could stun one's soul. Zuo Mo did not have the spare energy to think about analyzing the experience. In this degree of hard wind, if he slacked off in the slightest, he would instantly be torn apart and turned to powder. The hard wind that carried golden crystal sand was like an enormous grinder that could reduce everything into a powder. The strange corpse glanced at the slave-transporting boats that were wavering against the hard wind. He suddenly reached out to point at the trembling slave-transporting boats. The Ling shields on each slave-transporting boat suddenly became brighter and the boats instantly stabilized. The states of Zuo Mo and the others were not good. Xie Shan had long ago summoned his flying sword. Circles of multicolored light spun around his body like rainbows. An enormous shadow appeared behind Zhongru. He summoned the attainment golden body. Shu Long had also summoned his black Ji, and his body seemed to be nailed to the ground. After a while, Wei Shang, who had been motionless all this time, finally raised the black sword in his hand. A vigorous sword essence erupted and tightly wrapped around Wei Shang. Zuo Mo's great Mo physique was being channeled to the maximum. Flames rampaged across the flame seal armor and heartily burning in the hard wind. The sandstorm covered the sky. In the middle of the storm, Zuo Mo and the others were unable to see anything in the darkness. Zuo Mo only felt that every muscle was burning. When every grain of the golden crystal sand hit his body with the hard wind, he felt a heart-boring pain. In the dark sandstorm, sparks flew like rain and tightly surrounded Zuo Mo. They came from all directions and pushed Zuo Mo to the point he was unable to move. The impenetrable flame seal armor started to warp from the furious blows of the sandstorm. Blows that made him unable to breathe. It was the first time Zuo Mo had encountered such a suffocating attack. Other than bearing through it, he could not think of any other solution. Even when he had been facing Clear Sky Old Forefather, he had not been as disheveled as now. Today, he learned just how immeasurable the power of the world was. Zuo Mo's body rattled like dice, and his energy quickly flowed. Every breath was so long. This sandstorm seemed endless and made one feel hopeless. Sparks continuously flew. The flame seal armor continuously changed shape. Pia pia pia, several golden crystal sand grains penetrated the flame seal armor and hit Zuo Mo's body. Zuo Mo's figure swayed and he almost fell. No, he almost couldn't persist anymore. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and bore it out, stabilizing his figure. He knew if he lost control of his body, then there was no possibility of survival. The ever-present golden crystal sand and the hard wind that could enter any opening would take his life. Pew pew pew. Several bursts of blood suddenly sprayed and was ground into a bloody mist by the sandstorm as it left his body. The powerful Great Day Mo physique seemed to become fragile in front of this sandstorm. Ever since he had begun cultivating the Great Day Mo physique, especially as he had become familiarized with the 6 transformations, Zuo Mo had never been wounded. But today, he was forcibly beaten down and covered in wounds. With a string of screeching cracks, the flame seal armor suddenly crumbled. The hard wind carried the golden crystal sand from all directions as it burrowed into Zuo Mo's body. Pew, dozens of tiny blood arrows shot out. Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly unfocused and his body froze. Even more golden crystal sand leapt at him as though they were sharks that smelt blood. A bellow like that of a wounded wild beast. Zuo Mo's eyes were completely red, his hair standing on end. A tendril of blood came from his mouth. The successive wounds had enraged him. He was wounded, wounded. Deep inside his body, something seemed to break. A warm wave erupted. Zuo Mo's entire body became boiling, the blood in his vessels was like lava. Every nerve was shaking. Every muscle was shaking. His entire body was shaking. His body was completely red like burning metal. In the sea of consciousness, Wei's expression changed greatly. Is his Great Day Mo physique going through its second breakthrough? Pu Yao found it strange. Breakthrough is good. Wei's expression was serious as he shook his head and said, he is reaching the destination too fast too. His Great Day Mo physique has just gone through the first breakthrough, or the first maturation that you know of it as. But if he successively has 2 breakthroughs in such a short period of time, then there is a possibility that he will not be able to reach the 3rd breakthrough before he levels up. That is also good. Pu Yao was slightly confused. He might understand how to cultivate his MO, but on the details, he was far lacking compared to Wei. It is not good. Wei shook his head. His MO physique cultivation talent is astounding. I hadn't thought that he would reach his 2nd breakthrough this quickly. But with the growth of a MO physique faster is not better. It is like the growth of a person. Too rapid of growth will leave behind hidden weaknesses. What he needs right now is to make a good foundation. He has just had a breakthrough, his body has not reached the limits of maturation in this stage. A breakthrough with a body that is not mature would lower the limits of what his body can tolerate. Pu Yao instantly understood what Wei meant. His expression also became grave. He was of outstanding knowledge, and once seen many geniuses that had pursued speed in cultivation and had not set a good foundation when they were young. Their ability to maintain their cultivating speed had been lacking. The 2 sank into silence and stared nervously at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo did not know that he was at a very crucial time. He only felt that his entire body was immersed in lava. His entire body was filled with endless power as though nothing could stop him. Brutality, craziness, and the most primitive impulses controlled his mind. He wanted to bellow, he wanted to shout, he wanted to destroy everything. There seemed to be an invisible wall around his body. The hard wind and golden crystal sand that had seemed invincible before were forcibly stopped on the outside. The strange corpse's eyes saw through the sand and stared at Zuo Mo. His gaze landed on Zuo Mo's chest. A cool slender flow silently flowed past Zuo Mo's heart. At the same time on the slave transporting boat, a Gue seemed to detect something and stood up, her eyes lighting up with a serene purple energy. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo's progress in cultivation is like at a snail's pace, Lianqi, Zhuji, Ningmai, plus assorted Mo and Ya levels, it is like an average of 1 power level rise per 50 or more chapters, though the MO power increases did speed up recently. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 419, Forced to the Precipice. Chapter 419, Forced to the Precipice. Zuo Mo's mind suddenly cleared. It was the 5-element glass bead inside his body. Faint water element power flowed along his channels and nurtured his dry and bright red channels. But pitted against the Great Day banded flame, this portion of water element power was like a cup of water, and consumed by the strong flame instantly. But this weak water element power had allowed Zuo Mo, who had entered an unusual state, a very brief moment of clarity. It was this brief clarity that pulled Zuo Mo from the edge of the cliff. He instantly detected danger, great danger. He did not know where the danger was. In fact, the expanding power inside his body was intoxicating. Yet at this time, he displayed shocking calmness, because he smelt that the great danger lingered under the great power. But he quickly found he did not know how to get out this unusual state. He wanted to ask for help from Pu Yao, but no matter how he shouted inside, he could not feel the existence of Pu Yao. There seemed to be a power that separated him and Pu Yao. This was going to be fatal. He didn't have time to groan before he was swallowed once again by the bursting flame. At this moment, a faint blue light once again came from the 5-element glass bead in his body. As it slowly spun, faint water element power erupted again. The water element power this time was thicker than previously. The Great Day Banded Flame was rampaging in Zuo Mo's body. It was created from the Great Day Mo physique, and the 6th grade Great Day Banded Flame was filled with destructiveness. It hadn't been tamed by Zuo Mo to start with. Stimulated by the outside environment, it started to resist. It was like a furious wild beast, power in angry waves. The Great Day Mo physique that had just finished the first maturation was fragile in front of this terrifying power, as though it would be consumed at any moment. The golden Great Day Banded Flame permeated every fiber of muscle, every bone. The Great Mo physique of the Great Day Mo physique that had completed the first maturation was unable to withstand the tyrannical Great Day Banded Flame. Flesh and blood that had not matured perfectly instantly burned to dust. Even the strong flesh and blood that had completed the maturation perfectly were slowly melting under the heat of the Great Day Banded Flame. The process seemed akin to tempering. If it could be completed, Zuo Mo's body would reach terrifying new heights in power. The water element power that had just been released by the 5-element glass bead was instantly surrounded by the Great Day Banded Flame, and a strong collision occurred. Hiss hiss hiss. The light blue stream and the golden flame crossed, but the water element power quickly was defeated. The ferocious Great Day Banded Flame was like a savage beast that easily burnt the water element power until there wasn't a drop left. It seemed to be still unsatisfied and immediately leap at the 5-element glass bead. This conflict that appeared to have no meaning once again allowed Zuo Mo to receive a brief moment of clarity. As though he had been scooped out of lava, Zuo Mo's vision was still completely red. If it was said that last time he had just smelt the scent of danger, then this time, he truly realized just how dangerous his situation was. He panted heavily as every nerve burned in pain. Savagery and insanity furiously attacked his nervous. He suppressed the demonic impulse to destroy everything. No! He could not keep going like this. Zuo Mo wrung his brains and tried to think. Zuo Mo was locked inside a cauldron. He didn't know what was going on with Pu Yao, did not what was happening to the others. He didn't have the time or the energy to spare thinking about others. Forced to the precipice, there was only one thought in his mind. Stop the Great Day Banded Flame. Uncontrolled tempering that would not submit to control. The 5-element glass bead was obviously the loser of the battle with the Great Day Banded Flame. The great difference between the two was too great. The Great Day Banded Flame had completely surrounded the 5-element glass bead and was furiously pressing in. The 5-element glass bead was starting to spin slower and slower. What to do? The Great Day Banded Flame did not listen to Zuo Mo's orders at all. It was like a bloodthirsty monster that rampaged in his body. All the techniques used in cultivating the Great Day Mo physique were useless. The Great Day Banded Flame that had been coincidentally formed far surpassed the limits of what his Great Day Mo physique could control. This great leap of progress finally caused Zuo Mo trouble for the first time. Damn it! What to do? Almost forced into insanity, Zuo Mo used all the powers that he could use. Ling power, spiritual power. These were not strong powers, but he channeled them as though he was completely crazy. It was the first time that he used Ling power, spiritual power, and the Mo physique simultaneously without holding anything back. Just to resist the 6th grade Great Day Banded Flame. They were completely different, but these unconnected powers were fighting together. They started a fierce conflict around the 5-element glass bead. Zuo Mo's Ling power was sent into the 5-element glass bead, and the sealed 5-element glass bead detected danger. It greedily absorbed Zuo Mo's Ling power. The 5-element glass bead that almost stopped spinning started to gradually spin faster. The dim light lit up again, and the water element power released was multiple times greater than what it had been before. And Zuo Mo's consciousness was furiously releasing water Yao arts. Inside Zuo Mo's body, the manipulation of his consciousness was even easier. The rate that these water Yao arts were released was so fast it was frightening. Facing the 5-element glass bead's water element power and the water Yao arts, the Great Day Banded Flame was still dominating. The enormous difference in grade was not something that could be filled just by numbers. If the water element power tried to push forward, it would be forced back by the Great Day Banded Flame. When those astounding numbers of water Yaoarts flew into the Great Day Bandit Flame, it was like they were being thrown into a bottomless pit. There was no response. Zuo Mo controlled the Mo physique and tried to vent the power of the Great Day Bandit Flame to the outside. It was also ineffective. The Great Day Bandit Flame inside his body was like a beast that lost control. All the methods to control it in the past had completely lost effectiveness now. The situation was still slowly and persistently developing in a dangerous direction. The only thing worth celebrating was that while the Great Day Bandit Flame raged, it also blocked the hard wind and the golden crystal sand. Zuo Mo's terrible situation caused Pu Yao and Wei to wear grave expressions and show the utmost concern. The power of the Great Day Bandit Flame had completely cut off their connection to Zuo Mo. They could only stare and were unable to do anything. Due to the fact the Great Day Bandit Flame was born from the Great Day Mo physique and was strongly yang, it was extremely fatal to existences like Pu Yao and Wei. Pu Yao and Wei's power had been too greatly expended. Even if they had received reinforcement from the Golden Souls and recovered slightly, but facing a natural enemy like the Great Day Bandit Flame, they still couldn't do a thing. That guy still isn't acting? Pu Yao's bloody pupil flashed with a cold light. He's really composed, Wei said emotionally. His expression was also terrible. This event originally had been a chance for him. If Zuo Mo was willing to take up his succession, he could have easily resolved the complications. But he had not expected that the Great Day Bandit Flame was so domineering that it had forcibly blocked the connection between Zuo Mo and themselves. Right now, they couldn't even help, much less pass anything on. Their only hope was the strange corpse. On the way here, the strange corpse had not showed any enmity towards Zuo Mo, and was instead very friendly. With the strange corpse's power, it would only take a flick of the finger to solve Zuo Mo's trouble. Yet, even though the situation was now so dangerous, the strange corpse still showed no signs of moving. For Pu Yao and Wei, Zuo Mo's situation was directly connected to their future. If the Great Day Bandit Flame's power was completely released inside Zuo Mo's body, Zuo Mo would be directly burned to dust, and they could not avoid the same fate. The duo's gazes as they stared at the strange corpse were very unfriendly. Zuo Mo understood his dangerous situation. He forcibly fought off the influence of the Great Day Bandit Flame even though the power was so seductive. Who was strong and weak could be seen with a glance. Zuo Mo understood that if he could not immediately figure out an effective method, his outcome would definitely be very terrible. If he had the time to think, he would have definitely regretted cultivating the Great Day Mo physique. But he didn't have the time to think. All of his attention was focused on the battle inside his body. After the brief pause was a one-way advance. It caused him to have a deep understanding of the deep abyss between grades. He realized that normal methods were basically useless. The strong feeling of burning and exhilaration attacked his mind like the tide. But at this time, Zuo Mo completely calmed down. He had put in all the power that he could use from his body, but he still was not a match for the Great Day Bandit Flame. Zuo Mo's mind moved quickly. How could he get his power to become stronger? A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed through Zuo Mo's mind. A daring yet matter-of-fact idea floated up in his mind. His three types of powers were fighting for themselves, and were not a match for the Great Day Bandit Flame. What about merging them together? Would it become more powerful? It was like the gate had opened. Inspiration bursted out. Zuo Mo thought about how he had tried to use fire Yaoarts to forge because he could not use the Great Day Bandit Flame. Even though he had not succeeded, but he had found a discernible path that could connected fire Yaoarts, consciousness, Ling power, and fire control. This idea was just a vague and general one. He had prepared to settle down before studying it. But at this time, while he was slowly drowning against the waves of power, Zuo Mo seemed to find a life-saving piece of driftwood. Without care to anything else, he grabbed on, and he started to experiment. He did not have the time to hesitate. He withdrew Heist Ling power from the 5-element glass bead. At this time, there was only half of his Ling power remaining. His consciousness quickly wrapped around the Ling power. Zuo Mo could feel every detail of the Ling power. The connection between Ling power and consciousness was very tricky. The Ling power inside a Xiujia's body was what the Xiujia obtained after absorbing it from the outside and then processing it into even purer Ling power. Yaoarts, that was the consciousness controlling all kinds of primary energies of the outside world. Yaoarts were like using a lever to move all kinds of Ling power in the natural world. When Zuo Mo's consciousness wrapped onto the Ling power, a wondrous feeling occurred. Among the Xiujia, Zuo Mo's consciousness was pretty big, and among the Yao, Zuo Mo's Ling power was also very powerful. When the two entwined together, a strange change occurred. The consciousness was able to control the Ling power roaming in the outside world, and his Ling power was even purer and abundant than the Ling power on the outside. But the strange feeling stimulated Zuo Mo, but he couldn't help but furrow his brow. He seemed to feel that something was lacking. Mo physique. That was right, Mo physique. He understood that he finally found the key to the crucial problem. He forcibly suppressed the joy and excitement inside. An idea he never had before rapidly took shape in his mind. Translator ramblings, this chapter is perfectly, this was long to say but occurred in a flash. It's an important chapter but everything is inside Zuo Mo's mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 420, Very Normal. Chapter 420, Very Normal. Once this crazy idea was formed, it securely took over Zuo Mo's entire mind. All stray thoughts were thrown to the side. Truthfully, at such a dangerous moment, finding a plausible idea was enough for him to gamble everything. There was just no other choice. The 5-element glass bead was in great danger and could be swallowed by the Great Day Banded Flame at any moment. The 5-element glass bead was his last defense. If it was swallowed by the Great Day Banded Flame, the crazy Great Day Banded Flame would instantly consume him. Zuo Mo's eyes suddenly turned entirely red. He gathered all the remaining power he had in his body and used all of the 6 transformations of the Great Day Mo physique at the same time. The Great Day Banded Flame was freed from its restraints and exploded to cover his entire body. The golden flame were clearly divided in concentric circles but flickered at the same rhythm. It was enchanting and appeared like golden rainbows. But Zuo Mo was not in the mood to admire the beauty of the Great Day Banded Flame. His power was quickly being expended. The consciousness and Ling power that were mixed together suddenly separated into many portions and rained upon every corner of his body. Like raindrops, they quickly permeated into Zuo Mo's flesh and blood. Boom! Zuo Mo felt as though something inside his body had suddenly exploded. His mind was completely blank. At the same time, the Great Day Banded Flame that shrouded Zuo Mo strangely stopped moving. The 5-element glass bead also stopped spinning. At this moment, all movement inside Zuo Mo's body stopped. Time seemed to stop. Pa! A light explosion broke this strange calmness. His left foot exploded without warning, yet the blood seemed to be constrained by an invisible force transforming the spray into rice-sized beads of blood. Pa pa pa! A string of explosions. Many parts of Zuo Mo's body continuously exploded. The string of blood beads extended up Zuo Mo's legs and spread upwards. Channels, joints, organs. Pa 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 pa. Zuo Mo's spine popped like popcorn. His body shook fiercely but the Great Day Banded Flame seemed to be frozen and remained motionless. When the last bead of the 36 blood beads appeared at the center of Zuo Mo's brows, his body quieted down again. There was no expression of joy or grief on Zuo Mo's face, just indifference. Hiss! The ferocious Great Day Banded Flame was quickly absorbed into the body. Once it entered the body, it was divided into 36 flows that spread into the 36 beads of blood. The dark red beads of blood seemed to be dyed with a layer of gold. The 6 changes of the Great Day Mo physique collapsed like an avalanche. The Ling armor and talismans he wore on his body turned to dust. The only thing left on his body was the ring on his hand. Inside the sandstorm, Zuo Mo was like a person that never cultivated before. There was no energy on his body. The only thing that caused fear was his eyes, that pair of indifferent and cold eyes. The sandstorm was powerful but it was not able to go near 1 zhang around him. The space of 1 zhang radius around him was deathly silent. The strange corpse stared at Zuo Mo as though there was something on his face. That pair of gray eyes showed a rare thoughtful expression. When Zuo Mo regained consciousness, an unknown amount of time later, he saw was many concerned gazes. Why are you all looking at me? Zuo Mo reflexively said. He suddenly felt that his body was cold. He looked down and he instantly blushed. With rapid speed, he took out a piece of clothing from the ring and covered his body with it. What was the situation? His brain was dazed. What happened? He suddenly recalled his memories, his expression changed. Sandstorm. Right. He had just been in the sandstorm. Hadn't he encountered trouble? What was this? Zuo Mo's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly inspected his body. The inside of his body was empty. It didn't seem any different than usual, but when Zuo Mo tried to channel Ling power, his expression couldn't help but change. Why was it like this? His Ling power, consciousness, and body had merged into one. This. His Ling power in the past was like the water that flowed in a stream and was easy to manipulate. But his Ling power seemed to be a layer of oil on his flesh and blood. It was very viscous and flowed extremely slowly. His spiritual power, which had been like a mist before, was now an enormous web that passed through his entire body. Countless branches spread into every piece of flesh. The strangest was his body. The peerlessly tyrannical Great Day Bandit flame did not float in the Danton like before but permeated into his flesh and blood. This caused his flesh and blood to have a golden sheen. What was this? Zuo Mo was stunned. Shitty, are you alright? Wei Shang saw Zuo Mo's shocked expression and hurriedly asked. All of them had benefited from this sandstorm, but Zuo Mo had seemed slightly off. Everyone had been very worried. Zuo Mo refocused. Seeing the worry on all the faces, he forced a smile and said, nothing. Hearing Zuo Mo say he was alright, everyone released a breath. The crowd laughed. Zuo Mo suddenly saw the strange corpse out of the corner of his eyes. His mind shifted and he ran toward the strange corpse. His feet seemed to be exerting the same force as usual, but the scene in front of him blurred. He had jumped forward. Before he understood what happened, he seemed to hit something with a bang, and his field of vision turned black. Zuo Mo was dumbstruck. Fine sand spilled into his mouth. He finally reacted as knew where he was. He was inside a sand dune. Without needing to use his consciousness, he was able to detect everyone in the surrounding. He really was in the sand. He had fallen headfirst into the sand. What was going on? He did not understand. His hand unconsciously moved to push himself out of the sand. Before his hands could even exert force, his body rocketed multiple zheng high into the air. Midair, Zuo Mo allowed the golden crystal sand to fall from his body with a blank expression. Who could tell him what was going on? Face bewildered, Zuo Mo dropped like a rock. When he was about 10 zhang from the ground, he still didn't know what had happened, but he knew it was definitely because of a change in his body. He was thinking about it when he reached the ground. When this thought appeared, Zuo Mo's vision blurred again. When he could see clearly, he was already on the ground. This was freaky. Zuo Mo shook. Darren has gained greatly this time. Xie Shan's face was upraised and admiring. Darren is an outstanding genius. Zhongru's hands were together, his expression pious. I was not able to see Darren's figure clearly just now. It is terrifying. I didn't neither. Xie Shan felt great empathy. He turned and asked Wei Shang. Teacher Wei, did you see him clearly? Wei Shang shook his head. He didn't speak. Thinking back to Zuo Mo's movements, a thread of shock flashed through his mind. In his field of view right now, there had only been a faint shadow. That wasn't possible. Wei Shang almost let out a sound of surprise. It had to be said that he did not locate others just by relying on his eyes, but instead used his sword essence. In his knowledge, nothing was faster than sword essence. But just now, his sword essence could not keep up with Shitty's speed. What did that mean? He was left in a cold sweat. If sword essence could not keep up with the other's speed, that meant he would be unable to lock onto the other. If the target could not be located, then the attack would be ineffective. What happened to Shitty? What had happened? Zuo Mo bent his back as he carefully raised his foot, and then carefully put down his foot as though the sand under his feet were fragile treasures. The gazes of everyone in the surroundings became strange. Darren looked like a duck walking with a limp foot. Zuo Mo did not notice the gazes of other people. All of his attention was on his feet. He was so focused it was like he was embroidering. While alternating between shallow and deep steps, he walked in front of the strange corpse. Zuo Mo finally released a breath. What happened to me? Zuo Mo asked baldly. You fooled all of them, and pulled Ji down as well. Now it was like this, you have to give an explanation. The strange corpse tilted his head. What do you mean what happened? Zuo Mo glared. My body. What is going on with my body? The strange corpse swept him up and down. He said, your body is very normal. Zuo Mo almost spat blood. Normal? This was called normal? Then what was Ye's body in the past? Abnormal? Looking at the strange corpse, Zuo Mo couldn't help but sigh inside. He really was an idiot to put his hopes on an antique from tens of thousands of years ago. A few 10,000 years ago, it was enough for his brain to go wrong a few cycles. But Zuo Mo thought about how he had 2 other antiques in his body. The antiques of a few thousand years ago should be more normal than one from tens of thousands of years ago. He suddenly remembered that when he was burning up, he was unable to call Pu Yao. Thinking to there, his heart jumped. He hurriedly called for Pu Yao inside his sea of consciousness. When Zuo Mo saw the terrible expression on Pu Yao's face, he felt it was unspeakably close. But Pu Yao's next words instantly caused him to not be in the mood to be emotional. I know what you want to ask. Pu Yao's expression was grave. The change inside your body is a rare one. It is the first time I've seen it. Consciousness, Ling power, and flesh and blood can exist together, but I've never seen this kind of mixture. Zuo Mo's heart instantly cooled. Wei's expression was also grave. I'm very sorry. It is the first time I have seen this. Zuo Mo's face was ashen. However, Wei was an antique a bit older than Pu Yao. He hesitated and then said, I suspect that your present state is somewhat similar to the ancient cultivators. Pu Yao stilled and then had an expression of realization. Yes. Your state, isn't this the state of ancient cultivators? Ancient cultivators didn't have divisions of Ling power, spiritual power, and physique. Ancient. Even though Wei and Pu Yao were only guessing, Zuo Mo instinctively thought about what the strange corpse had just said, and his face paled. An old antique a few tens of thousands of years old said he was very normal. That meant, in the eyes of the strange corpse, Zuo Mo was like him. Translator ramblings. Zuo Mo, Pu Yao, Wei, you two antiques, false advertising. How can you be so ignorant? You're a Sky Yao. And a suit of armor. I want my Jingshire back, I want damages, I want to sue you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 421, An Insane Idea. Chapter 421, An Insane Idea. Zuo Mo didn't know how to describe his mood at this moment. It really was. It wasn't sad, but there wasn't much joy. Zuo Mo quickly sorted out his mood. Since it had happened, no amount of thinking could change the reality of his situation. Feeling the powers in his body that had been amalgamated into one ball, he was slightly curious. Were ancient cultivators also like this? Then how did they channel these powers? Thinking, Zuo Mo decided to find and ask the strange corpse. That would be better than thinking aimlessly like this. Zuo Mo's initial action seemed slightly strange, but everyone's worries had slowly lessened. Everyone's attention quickly turned to that terrifying sandstorm. Without exception, their faces would change when they spoke of it. The one issue that was everyone agreed on was that the defensive abilities of the slave-transporting boats was not sufficient to weather the sandstorms. It had to be said that they had only just stepped into the central part of the ancient battlefield. How many dangers were waiting up ahead for them? Everyone felt pessimistic about the prospect of carefree travel. Of the slave-transporting boats, the one in the best state was the Golden Crow, the boat that the Golden Crow camp was on. As none of members of Golden Crow camp had offensive capabilities, they had instead put all their efforts into reinforcing their slave-transporting boat. The other slave-transporting boats held combat personnel. They usually invested their time on cultivation, so the defenses of their slave-transporting boats were very fragile in comparison. If the strange corpse had not acted to stabilize the situation, the results would be terrible to see. The entire Golden Crow camp started to move. If everyone had been filled with joy before, everyone had serious expressions now. A tense mood spread. No one knew when the next sandstorm would come. The only thing worth celebrating was that there was endless materials here. Golden crystal sand. A supply of 5th grade golden crystal sand that was endless and could not be used up, but... I have an idea, Sun Bao suddenly said as he stared at the endless dunes. Ji Wei asked curiously, what idea? Their minds were in sync. Ji Wei knew if Sun Bao spoke now, it would not be baseless. Sun Bao suddenly turned around, his eyes burning. Let's use golden crystal sand to forge a slave-transporting boat. Use golden crystal sand to forge a boat? Ji Wei exclaimed. Heavens! That is insane. Yes. Use golden crystal sand to forge a treasure ship. Use golden crystal sand for the entire boat. Sun Bao was like a fanatic. He waved his arms and said loudly, Aji. Look at this place. It is all golden crystal sand. If we leave, we might never encounter a chance like this ever again. Ji Wei looked at the endless dunes. His heart was moved. He was excited as well. Sun Bao was right. If they missed the chance in front of them, they might never encounter one like this again. No matter how much golden crystal sand they took with them this time, they could never be so wasteful as to use golden crystal sand to forge a big boat that could hold everyone. But it is hard for us to even process it. Sun Bao said without hesitating, then we used the Crimson Fiend Cauldron. Do you remember how we forged the Crimson Fiend Cauldron last time? It's just more work this time. Seeing the two masters were excitedly shouting with red faces, more and more Golden Crow camp members came over. When they understood what the two masters were saying, they were dumbstruck. But after a short silence, the surrounding people exploded. Do it! This is such a good chance. Oh. Heavens. I'm excited just thinking about it. A golden crystal sand treasure ship. Insane. We're all insane. But this really is great. Everyone sank into extreme excitement and frenzy. Sun Bao's idea was enough to cause any production shoujo to feel excitement. Do you understand? The strange corpse asked. In front of him, there was a ruler-straight pit that stretched 10 li into the distance. The pit was multiple zhang wide and the inner walls were as smooth as crystal. That was a spectacle of the golden crystal sand being melted. And all of this was caused with just a pointing of the finger by the strange corpse. Everyone was deeply shocked. Zuo Mo was the only exception. He could not disguise his disappointment. He said dejectedly, I understand the general concept. The strange corpse was very strong offensively, so strong that the other only needed to point to turn Zuo Mo to dust. But Zuo Mo's disappointment still uncontrollably showed. The strange corpse was strong, but that was only due to the difference in cultivation stages. A monster that had lived for tens of thousands of years, his accumulation of power was terrifying. But that terrifying pointing attack did not have much to show in terms of technique. This was a very primitive attack method, all of that power was simply compressed and then released. In terms of technique, it could not compare to the modern methods. No matter if it was shoujo or yaoma, they had developed their own cultivation methods. They all had their specialties and their focus was different, forming systems on their own. There was a huge variety of techniques. Even the Mo physique that was the least technical of the three was multiple times more exquisite than the strange corpse's attacking method. Zuo Mo grimaced. Thinking about it, this was actually the result that was most rational. Cultivation methods had developed over several tens of thousands of years. After the development of one generation and another, it was logical that the techniques were more powerful than in the past. If it wasn't for the Great War several thousand years ago that had disrupted this trend, the current methods wouldn't be less than the previous generations. It seemed that he had to search for a method on his own. The strange corpse was extraordinarily intelligent. After a moment of thought, he understood what Zuo Mo had meant. He said with a nod, your techniques are extremely complex and varied, far surpassing us. He then asked in puzzlement. There is only one reason that required these techniques have become so complex, Ling energy has become rare. Is the Ling energy outside very thin right now? Was the Ling energy of your time very dense? Zuo Mo asked curiously. In our time, we never had to consider Ling energy. All beings naturally knew how to absorb Ling energy, this is an innate ability, the strange corpse said. As expected. Zuo Mo knew the answer and was not very shocked. Resources would run out in the eventually. After tens of thousands of years of use, even the most plentiful resource would not have much left. The strange corpse said, I understand. No wonder I feel you are all weak. So Ling energy has become rare. He murmured. Yes, it has been so long. He suddenly raised his head. How many races are there now? Races? Zuo Mo's face was puzzled. The strange corpse's gray eyes stared at Zuo Mo. There has to be living beings that don't look the same as you. Zuo Mo said assuredly, you mean the Yaoma? Yaoma? Yao races are mostly born from the essences of flora, and Mo from wild beasts. We are human. The strange corpse was silent for a moment and then said, so that's how it is. Zuo Mo did not know what the strange corpse's so that's how it is meant. He asked curiously, did you have Yaoma in your time? The ancient era was too distant from the present, and there were pitifully few records about the ancient era. Everyone was very curious. The strange corpse shook his head and said, in our time, there were only beings, there were not many differences in appearances. All beings could change their appearances at will. The human race is one of those beings, but there was nothing different about them, and they were very weak. Weak? Zuo Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. The human species was weak, how was that possible? The number of Jia humans now inhabited was almost the equal to the Yao and Mo combined. In terms of powerful people, the number of Shoujo also far surpassed Yama. In Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia, the Shoujo had hunted Yao for thousands of years. For thousands of years, Yama were prey of humans. No wonder Zuo Mo thought he had heard it incorrectly that the humans had been weak in ancient eras. The Yama you speak of had more outstanding talent back then. The beings of many tribes possessed many powerful abilities when they were born. If they just cultivated slightly, they would be powerful. But us humans did not have similar talent in this area, and were always suppressed. The strange corpse's faint tone seemed to be describing something that was very normal. Zuo Mo and the others had dazed expressions. The shock that this information gave them far surpassed the strange corpse's finger-pointing attack. Then why is the human species so strong now? Zuo Mo asked in a stammer. If I have guessed correctly, it is caused by the change in Ling energy. The other beings had powerful abilities, but when Ling power became rare, their talents would also be weakened. Human species who did not rely on innate abilities did not lose as much as other beings. Time will change everything. The strange corpse's gray eyes were empty, but his words were filled with wisdom. Zuo Mo's expression was dazed, but he knew that what the strange corpse said was probably the closest to the truth. Darren! Darren! Zuo Mo seemed to wake up. He looked at Sun Bao, who was running over, and made a sound of acknowledgement, and Sun Bao said tentatively, "We've decided to forge a big ship." "Oh, forge a big ship, then do it," Zuo Mo unconsciously replied. He had not completely woken up. Sun Bao gritted his teeth. "We plan on forging a golden crystal sand treasure ship." Golden crystal sand treasure ship, Zuo Mo made a sound. He suddenly reacted. "Wait, what did you say?" "We are planning to use golden crystal sand to make a large ship. A treasure ship that can hold everyone." Sun Bao raised his head, his eyes flashing with heat. Zuo Mo opened his mouth and looked dazedly at Sun Bao. "Darren, the journey we face is fraught with danger. Our slave transporting boats cannot hold up. There is also an unlimited supply of golden crystal sand here. It is a chance from heaven. Why don't we use it to forge a large ship?" Sun Bao wasn't afraid. A moment later, Zuo Mo refocused, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Exactly. If they could use golden crystal sand to forge a big ship, as Zuo Mo thought, he felt his blood boil. The golden crystal sand that was sold by the grain on the outside, and he could use it to forge a big ship. It really was an insane idea. Zuo Mo's eyes became even brighter. He said viciously, "Forge. Why don't we forge? We'll forge it as big as we can." With his agreement, all of Golden Crow Camp instantly sank into mania. Translator ramblings, so much history in this chapter. First, a huge drop in knowledge after the corpse's time for everyone, and probably a lot of extinctions for other races, then a blow to the Yama, who survived the extinction when the Ling energy levels fell, then another loss in knowledge when they lost the more recent war. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 422, Tyrant. Chapter 422, Tyrant. This guy really knows how to sleep. He still hasn't woken up. Nian Lu muttered, but a hint of worry flashed past his eyes. Lei Peng did not speak. Ever since he had woken up, he became much more silent and sat there like a block of wood, but his eyes were so sharp they were frightening. This pair of sharp blade-like eyes also showed worry at this time. He and Nian Lu had woken up 3 days ago, but Ma Fan had still not woken up. Lei Peng and Nian Lu looked at the busy camp. Everyone was furiously cultivating. The two that woke up quickly were told about a string of unbelievable events, like the sand under their feet was all 5th grade golden crystal sand, and the strange corpse was possibly an ancient cultivator from tens of thousands of years ago. Every event was fantastical. If their comrades hadn't been so serious and almost swore oaths, Lei Peng and Nian Lu wouldn't believe it. Everyone had ran over to give a greeting, and patted their shoulders. Lei Peng felt good. However, this group ran back to furiously cultivate after making short a greeting. They looked as though they wanted to cripple themselves cultivating. Lei Peng and Nian Lu stared at each other. High-intensity cultivation was a great tradition of the camp, but it was the first time they had seen it so recklessly done. Later, the two had heard that during a sandstorm a few days ago, Darren, Teacher Wei, and a few other top experts didn't take shelter in the slave transporting boats. These people talked over each other to describe just how frightening that sandstorm had been. But when they spoke of how those top experts had made it through the sandstorm, the two classic battle maniacs felt as though their bodies would ignite. Afterwards, a certain person had given some insider information. Supposedly, this was actually a cultivation method from the ancient era, and was very effective. Don't believe it? And had heard the strange corpse say it. Yes, yes. This effect, you can see it just by looking at Xieshan's expression. If it wasn't effective, why was the corners of this guy's mouth reaching his ears? To cultivate this wondrous method, it required at least Jindan-level cultivation. Don't you see everyone going crazy? These people took turns to pat the duo's shoulders and comforted them to recover and heal. Then they scattered and ran to furiously cultivate. Suddenly, Lei Peng's expression on his face. Then he showed joy, and his figure disappeared from his spot. Nian Lu was at his side with a joyful expression. Ma Fan had woken up. What is Darren doing? Now awake, Ma Fan had walked out of the tent and saw Zuo Mo alone on a nearby sand dune. Ma Fan had a puzzled expression. Darren's movements seemed very strange. He acted as though fragile legs were hung on his body. Every movement was slow and gentle. He was alone as he slowly spun. Lei Pang and Nian Lu's expressions instantly became strange. Is it some technique? Ma Fan's eyes widened and he almost walked over. Cough cough. Lei Pang was going to remind him when Nian Lu suddenly spoke, "Aren't you going over to greet boss?" Lei Pang glanced at Nian Lu brimming with righteousness. His face twitched a few times. Then he closed his mouth and did not make a sound. Ma Fan felt Nian Lu was right, but he shook his head. "I'm going to wait for boss to finish practicing." "That's fine, boss is only relaxing." Nian Lu had a smirk on his face, but his tone was unusually even. "That's good." Not having seen Nian Lu's expression, Ma Fan felt that while boss' actions looked slightly strange, but he had no more hesitation now that he knew that boss was not practicing. In his view, when had boss been normal? Ma Fan went into the air and flew towards Zuo Mo. When he was 3 zhang away from boss, his eyes suddenly blurred. Boss disappeared from his spot. Without any warning, boss had disappeared. At the same time, a sense of alarm rose. But before he could react, he felt like he had been hit by a high-speed slave transporting boat. Bam! The pitiful Ma Fan was sent flying like a ball. Ma Fan flipped in the air. The light of the golden crystal sand occasionally swept across his confused face. The impact force was not high, but it was very tyrannical. What was going on? Having just woken up, Ma Fan was confused. Nian Lu and Lei Pang were crouching on the ground as they laughed wildly and slapped the sand. Seeing the scene, cheers and whistling came from the camp. As expected from Ma Fan. That twist and turn, the attitude, the level of difficulty is definitely a 3.0. Whoa, Darren's Butte explosion attack. Wonderful. It is soul-stealing. Oh, the 20th. Hearing this, Ma Fan instantly understood. He had been tricked by Lei Pang and Nian Lu. Flipping through the air, Ma Fan's figure suddenly spread like a large bird taking off. He stared in fury at Lei Pang and Nian Lu on the ground. Lei Pang and Nian Lu exchanged a look and said in unison, "Run." The two of them sprinted, one on the right and one on the left. Pursuit and subsequent howls sounded in the camp. Cheers and laughter came after. Meanwhile, the culprit, Zuo Mo, carefully plucked himself out of the sand. He was already numb to this kind of situation. Events like this had happened many times. It caused no one to dare to come within 30 zhang of him. It was due to all the damned changes inside his body. His consciousness, ling power, and flesh had completely merged into one. Even the strange corpse could not predict what effect it would have. Initially it seemed as though Zuo Mo was on the same path as the strange corpse, but in reality, the two were completely different. The three major systems of Yao, Mo and Xiu had developed over tens of thousands of years to become completely different than in ancient times. After development, what result would come from the three powers merging together again? The strange corpse did not know, Pu Yao and Wei did not know. Of course, Pu Yao's scorn and laughter could not be avoided. Zuo Mo tragically found that he could only rely on himself in important times. Alright, he would just rely on himself. In any case, it wasn't the first time he had to do this. But the dream of being taken care of and being allowed to eat soft rice, when would that be realized? Zuo Mo cried inside. The direct problem he was facing now was that his movements were just a thread faster than his thoughts. That was what caused the situation with Ma Fan. Once someone came within 3 zhang of him, his body was unconsciously moved. This reflex was faster than his mind. He usually would have hit someone flying before he would have reacted. Everyone called it the brute explosion attack. The meaning was that no matter if one was willing or not, there was only one result. Of course, there was another layer of meaning. No matter if boss was willing or not, he had explosively struck someone else. Therefore, Zuo Mo had a new nickname, Tyrant. This caused him to feel very helpless. The situation inside his body was filled with power and dominance that he did not understand. He did not lack for power inside. Every cord of muscle, every drop of ling power, and every thread of consciousness was filled with power. But when a great power was uncontrollable, it brought a calamity. However, Zuo Mo now displayed his open mind and strong persistence. Even if he was as weak as a child in front of this power, and did not have any strength to resist. He was not demotivated, did not give up. Maybe, he could modify and adapt an existing method? Sitting down again, Zuo Mo thought furiously what method could help him. At this time, someone suddenly shouted. A sandstorm is coming. Far in the horizon, a black line was becoming thicker at astounding speed. With their previous experience, everyone was much calmer than compared to previous sandstorm. The camp was completely protected by formations that the Golden Crow camp had made using golden crystal sand. Ji Wei and Sun Bao were very experienced. After designing the plans for the large ship, they did not start work immediately, but first set up defensive formations. They knew that forging the large golden crystal sand ship would not be an easy matter, and they would spend a considerable amount of time on it. Protecting everyone and ensuring their safety was the most pressing issue. Even though they had the help of the strange corpse last time, but Darren had said it was always most reliable to rely on oneself. The scholarly aura of Golden Crow Camp had increased. The jade scroll that Zuo Mo had delivered to them in the past was like a seed that had been planted, germinated, and started to grow. It could be seen from how they set up formations this time. Even though they did not work as quickly as Zuo Mo did alone, but they worked together methodically. They also found a solution for the hard-to-process golden crystal sand. Influenced by Zuo Mo, the Golden Crow Camp liked to use large formations. The formation belt that Zuo Mo had designed in the past was greatly favored by them. The defensive formation became an intermediate-scale formation belt in their design. Everyone tried all kinds of methods and could not break through it. Even Pu Yao praised it, and said this group truly comprehended the essence of Zuo Mo's turtle style. However, there were some that did not take shelter in the defensive formation. Other than the elites, Wei Shang and the other Jindan, others that were close to Jindan, like Wen and Ma Fan, also stayed out and wouldn't go in. Grinding in the sandstorm could quickly increase their power. This information was quickly passed around in the camp. Due to people like Ma Fan that were just a step away from Jindan, this experience was even more important. It was even possible that they would comprehend and enter Jindan. Wen had realized that his power was not sufficient during the battle with the sand puppet and decided to also endure the sandstorm. This also caused there to be many more people outside this time. There were not many Ningmai third stratum Shioja outside, but there was a small batch. In consideration for their safety, Zuo Mo found a bunch of immortal tying chains and got them to tie them around their waists. The other end was tied inside the formation. He knew how powerful the sandstorm was. Even Wei Shang and the others were only able to protect themselves. If a problem occurred, the only one that had the power to save them was the strange corpse. Zuo Mo didn't dare to guarantee that the strange corpse would act, so he had to use these safety measures. Ma Fan and the others knew how important this life-saving measure was, and all tied them on. The sandstorm came rapidly and instantly swallowed them. The defensive formation lit up, and firmly stopped the sandstorm. The people inside the formation nervously stared at the tense immortal tying chains. If the team members on the outside seemed to have a problem, they would work together to pull the other into the formation. But more people were staring at Zuo Mo. All of them were gaping with wide eyes as though they were seeing a ghost. Translator ramblings, safety first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 423, The Thoughts of a Genius. Chapter 423, The Thoughts of a Genius. The moment the wind and sand hit his body, Zuo Mo's body reacted. Countless little Yao arts suddenly appeared around him without any warning. These little Yao arts were of different colors and varieties. It looked as though multicolored lights were surrounding Zuo Mo. The same time as the little Yao arts appeared, the faint sword essence present was like a flying sword slowly coming out of its sheath and showing his edges. Flame seal armor, midday sword, day script palm, light void wings, golden crow feet, great day. Zuo Mo hadn't even reacted and the 6 transformations of the Great Day Emo physique had started on their own. He was instantly fully armored. At this moment, Zuo Mo was unusually grand. The complete Great Day Emo physique was flashing with golden light. The sharp style of Emo was murderous, and caused everyone to feel fear. He held his hands in the air in front of his chest as though he was holding an invisible and enormous sword. Faint sword essence brimmed but did not erupt. Slow and rapid little Yao arts glowed. Light blue water energy, dots of red flames. No wonder the people inside the defensive formation were left dumbstruck. The destructive sandstorm seemed to especially treasure this beauty, as it was calm within 3 zhang of Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo was also filled with curiosity. It was the first time he had encountered the 3 powers of his body acting all at once. He could feel that the vast well of power in his body was like an ocean. Compared to the power inside, the power that is active now was not a lot. It was like a single wave stirred when the wind swept by the ocean. But this wave was enough to make Zuo Mo's heart jump in fright. The ocean was so vast he felt terror. This power was double-edged. It could tear the enemy into pieces but also swallow him. Zuo Mo suppressed the terror inside. He did not try to control the power inside his body, but started a close examination like he was an outsider. He observed as the great power inside him reacted after feeling a threat. Immersed in his discovery, Zuo Mo completely forgot the existence of the sandstorm. The sandstorm had given him a rare 1 in 1,000 chance. This was an attack that came from every angle and could stimulate all kinds of reactions from his body. Zuo Mo coincidentally needed to observe these reactions. Focused, Zuo Mo was so perceptive that it was like he was a whole other person. The changes of his body were dazzling, but they did not dazzle his eyes. He was as calm as ice. He quickly found the ailment. On the surface, it seemed the reason that his actions were faster than his mind was that his reaction speed had become even faster. In other words, his mental reactions were too slow. The two used to be in sync, but the changes of his body had caused his body's reaction speed to increase greatly. The increase in his mental reactions were not as significant as his physical changes, so the two were out of sync. From the root, this change came from the merging of the three types of power. The three powers of the Xiao, Yao, and Mo systems had merged into one. I am in you and you are in me. Using one power would pull the other two along. These three powers were not at the same level, there were great differences. Of the three, his Mo body was the strongest, the second was his Yao consciousness, and the weakest was his Xiuzhiling power. This was the true reason for the loss of balance. Finding the cause, Zuo Mo could only grimace. Was it easy to grow his spiritual and Ling power? What he had cultivated first was Ling power. He only cultivated the consciousness after he encountered Pu Yao. The Mo physique had been started last, but this latecomer was the one that advanced far ahead and left the other two behind. Who knew that he would encounter a rare event in which the three powers merging together? What made him even more dejected was that, with the three powers as one, even if all those spells were placed in front of him, he could not cultivate them. Right now, continuing to cultivate the Mo physique was the easiest, but he knew that he could not cultivate the Mo physique at this time. Of the three, the Mo physique far surpassed the other two. If he continued to cultivate the Mo physique, the imbalance between the three would become even greater. Thinking about how he would be reduced to instinctual reactions like a wild beast, Zuo Mo shivered. No! He couldn't be like that. As Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and made the decision, he suddenly noticed a strange scene. The golden light on the surface of the 36 blood beads had lit up. Threads of golden light quickly swam between the muscles and blood as the blood beads spat out golden light. Seeing these hair-like golden lights, he suddenly realized he had missed the most crucial thing. Great Day Banded Flame. It was the Great Day Banded Flame. The culprit of this change. A fire seed of 6th grade that rampaged in Zuo Mo's body but was now tamed and harmless. He tried to control a blood bead. The blood bead wavered. Zuo Mo was joyed. He hurriedly channeled his consciousness. The situation inside his body was very messy at the moment. Great Day Mo physique, Little Yao art, sword essence, all of them were on their own. The amount of consciousness he could use was small. Under the control of this tiny bit of consciousness, the blood bead moved a thread towards the side. This fraction of distance let Zuo Mo see the light of success. He gritted his teeth and continued to channel his consciousness to move the blood bead. In the presence that Zuo Mo released, the Great Day Mo physique held the definite advantage. The absolute power of the Great Day Mo physique forced the other two powers to go along. Among this mess, Zuo Mo seemed to walk a tightrope and carefully control the little bit of consciousness that he could. This control was very mentally taxing. After a while, Zuo Mo's head was covered in sweat. He didn't dare to have a stray thought. If he relaxed even slightly, the blood bead that had just moved would automatically return to its original position. That meant the loss of all his effort. Concentrating on slowly moving the blood bead, he didn't even detect the end of the sandstorm. The strange corpse stopped the other people from disturbing Zuo Mo. He could see Zuo Mo was at an extremely crucial time. He wasn't the only one who saw it. Wei Shang and the others also could see. They even did not attend to what they gained this time and patiently waited. Zuo Mo's mind was immersed completely in his body. As the sandstorm finished, he felt the pressure explode. The power of the Mo physique finished resisting the sandstorm and was no longer active. For Zuo Mo, the situation instantly became terrible. The power of the Mo physique was the core of the three. It returning to silence meant the other two powers instantly also quieted. Zuo Mo didn't have any more opportunities. But Zuo Mo was not demotivated. He was greatly encouraged because he understood his idea was not wrong. The blood beads that contained Great Day Banded Flame gave Zuo Mo inspiration. The Mo power was stronger than the other two powers. It was like a balance, the Mo physique on one side with the consciousness and Ling power on the other. It would tilt automatically towards the Mo physique. But if he used the Great Day Mo physique as the counterweight? The Great Day banded flame that was 6th grade and was more powerful than the twice-matured Great Day Mo physique. It was even stronger than the Mo physique, the consciousness, and the Ling power added together. The life-threatening situation that during the first sandstorm had proven this. It only was when the three had combined together that the flame was suppressed. But the Great Day banded flame was enough to subdue any one of the powers. Even more importantly, the Great Day banded flame had been split evenly among the 36 blood beads. They were like little weights that could allow Zuo Mo to balance the difference between the three as he wished. Of course, while this idea could be called perfect, there still were many problems. The most important one was how to add the power of the Great Day banded flame to the other three powers. Zuo Mo thought of another clever idea, Dan Cauldron. Exactly. The first thing he thought of was a Dan Cauldron. The Mo physique was powerful and able to tolerate the fire seed. The other two powers could create and destroy each other. The 36 blood beads were enough for him to set up several fire formations. Once the fire formations were completed, the Great Day banded flame could be added to every power, and this power balance would form. This daring idea caused him to feel excitement. He did not know if this idea was right, because all of the ideas had come from him. He had not received any guidance or suggestions. He had used only his power and found a solution. It seemed to have a hope of success, but that was enough. A situation that even the strange corpse, Pu Yao, and Wei could not solve. He found the breakthrough. How could he not be excited? The mental excitement caused him to work even easier. 6 hours later. When the last blood bead moved that thread and reached the wanted position, a change suddenly occurred. Zuo Mo felt the surroundings suddenly become deathly silent. He seemed to be in a patch of dark void. Suddenly, a bit of golden light shined in the void. The golden light grew. It was like sharp golden spears that pierced the void. The golden light quickly enlarged in Zuo Mo's eyes until it took up all of his vision. Boom! Something seemed to burst into Zuo Mo's brain. His mind instantly became blank. Pia! A light sound. A ball of Great Day banded flame shot out of Zuo Mo's left foot and covered his entire foot. Soon after, another light sound. His right foot also sprouted Great Day banded flame. Pa pa pa. A string of light sounds, and balls of Great Day banded flame came from all parts of Zuo Mo, knee, stomach, arm. The 36 balls of flame were clearly divided as they burned silently. Covered in flame, Zuo Mo did not show any expression of pain. His pupils did not have panic, they were empty of everything. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao and Wei gaped, dumbstruck. A moment later, light gathered slowly in the depths of the eyes, and his eyes resumed their usual light. Refocusing, Zuo Mo jumped in fright at the Great Day banded flame that entered his eyes. He quickly reacted. He had succeeded. He grinned and laughed. Success! He had really succeeded. The messed up body had returned to normal. He relished in the feeling of regaining freedom of movement again. This feeling was great. He suddenly jumped and his figure charged into the sky. Feeling the strong incoming wind, he felt unspeakably comfortable. As though he was a child, he flew around the sky without exhaustion. The laughter of the youth spread out far among the sand dunes. He only stopped when he felt a threat of tiredness. Like a person made out of fire, fire was sprouting from all parts of his body. Zuo Mo snickered as he raised his hand towards the sand dune. A ball of golden crystal sand shot into his hand. The Great Day banded flame quickly wrapped around these golden crystal sands. The grains softened at a rate visible to the eye and turned into a handful of golden liquid. The other impurities had disappeared into the flame. The smile on Zuo Mo's face was unable to be controlled any longer. He couldn't help but laugh up into the sky. Forging, GE likes it too much. Translator ramblings, developed body, simple mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 424, Frenzy of Forging. Chapter 424, Frenzy of Forging. With the addition of Zuo Mo, the forging rate of the big golden crystal ship shot up. The 6th grade Great Day banded flame easily melted 5th grade golden crystal sand. After Zuo Mo worked through the initial rawness from not forging for so long, he quickly recovered his skill of the past and his speed increased again. Later on, all of Golden Crow Camp could only act as assistants to him. 10,000 tons of gold crystal was produced. 100 caddies of golden crystal sand had to be processed to produce 1 caddy of gold crystal. 10,000 tons of gold crystal meant 1 million tons of golden crystal sand. Originally, Zuo Mo had only planned on processing 1,000 tons of golden crystal for the ship. But the strange corpse had shown unexpected interest upon observing Zuo Mo and processing golden crystal and copied him. With the strange corpse's great cultivation, under the point of a finger, an entire sand dune collapsed and left behind pure gold crystal. With 3 points, the strange corpse processed 3 sand dunes. Each sand dune was over 50 zhang high. It left behind 3 enormous gold crystal balls. Zuo Mo laughed with a wide mouth as he skipped over and carried the 3 gold crystal balls back. He now found that a Mo physique with great power was the best partner when forging large talismans. Otherwise, he couldn't even move these 3 gold crystal balls. The gold crystal's feel was between crystal and gold. It had the sheen and transparency of crystal, and also the dense metallic feel of the gold metal. When 10,000 tons of gold crystal was piled together, it was just a small sand dune about 3 zhang high. All of Golden Crow Camp gaped. Boss' fantastical forging skills caused them to feel great shock, and the strange corpse's skill had left them collectively speechless. No one had expected the most difficult and time-consuming step would be finished like this. A long while later, Sun Bao and Ji Wei refocused and directed the other people to divide up the golden crystal. Zuo Mo did not interfere with the remaining work. He knew Sun Bao and the others had their own plans. In forging, craftsmanship was important, but the ideas were the most important. If he interfered, Sun Bao and the others would be influenced by his ideas, and he wasn't familiar with how Golden Crow Camp worked. If he imposed, it would produce a detrimental effect. Having idle time, Zuo Mo decided to practice forging using golden crystal sand. A short while later, there was a golden-colored broadsword in his hand. He had copied design of the black sword Wei Shang had to make this gold crystal sword. Its length was almost the height of a person, similar to a horse-chopping sword. The glimmering and half-transparent gold crystal made it appear like a piece of art rather than a weapon of slaughter. Truthfully, Zuo Mo's forging craftsmanship really couldn't be said to be good, but the material was very high level. Due to being made completely from the gold crystal purified from 5th grade gold crystal sand, its weight reached a terrifying 3 tons. Other than himself, no one would be able to use this gold crystal sword. His skill had decayed. He shook his head and sighed. But as the material was extraordinary, this golden crystal broadsword was 5th grade. What surprised Zuo Mo the most was that it had 3 formation techniques, 30,000 caddies, corruption destroying, and skyfire. Of course, what Zuo Mo was surprised at was the number of formation techniques. He was not surprised at the 3 formation techniques themselves. But with these 3 formation techniques, this gold crystal sword could be ranked as intermediate 5th grade. Zuo Mo didn't feel any joy at forging an intermediate 5th grade broadsword. Instead, he shook his head. The gold crystal was made from purified gold crystal sand. It had the potential to be forged into a 6th grade talisman. Intermediate 5th grade was inside the normal limits. There was an innate difference between 6th and 5th grade. What he did not know was that many pairs of eyes were staring at the broadsword in his hand, and sounds of swallowing occurred. Lei Peng had the thickest skin and he rushed over. "Head, give this to him. Such a big one, Head will have to expend effort to carry it, and is strong and isn't afraid of exhaustion." Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. "Don't you use a saber?" "Ha, nothing, broadswords and sabers are about the same," Lei Peng smiled honestly. "Here, if you can move it, then take it." Zuo Mo pointed at the gold crystal broadsword stuck upright in the sand and said. Lei Peng was overjoyed and hurriedly ran over. He gathered all the energy in his body, breathed in, and then pulled the broadsword out of the sand. Without another word, he placed it on his shoulders like he was carrying a door. Like someone was chasing him, he dashed away. Many people that were watching in the surroundings showed annoyance. "The big blockhead got ahead of me. Lei Peng's face is invincible. You can do that." The broadsword now having a home, Zuo Mo thought for a while, and started to work again. He hadn't thought about the abnormal heaviness of the gold crystal, so the flying sword that he had forged was too heavy. Having learned the lesson, he started to forge again. A short while later, he had 2 flying swords, one long and one short, on his hand. Zuo Mo had a satisfied expression this time. These 2 flying swords were a male and female sword. The male sword was just 1 shi, the female sword was 9 cun. The sword sheaths had moving curves, and the swords themselves were naturally curved and nimble. These flying swords had 4 formation techniques: skybreaking, rainbow mist, light rush, and gold strands. Upper 5th grade. These flying swords were definitely top among 5th grade flying swords. 5th grade talismans would have 4 formation techniques at maximum, and these formation techniques were very good, and could be called the best. The people that had been staring at Zuo Mo instantly became restless when they saw Zuo Mo's expression. Before they were able to move, a figure appeared in front of Zuo Mo. It was Xie Shan. Late again. Many sighs of disappointment sounded in unison. Xie Shan was very smug inside, but when he turned to Zuo Mo, he gravely and respectfully made a bow. Darren, can these swords be bestowed to Xie Shan? Zuo Mo thought for a moment and then nodded. This flying sword is suited for you. He handed the flying swords to Xie Shan after speaking. Xie Shan carefully took the flying swords. After a slight examination, he suddenly became excited. These swords seemed to have been custom-made for him, and was a match for his Aurora sword essence. For any sword Xiao, a flying sword suited for them was a fortuitous encounter. Many sword forging masters provided custom services, but that price tag was so high it was only possible to dream. Xie Shan had dreamed countless times of finding a sword that was suited for him, but when these flying swords were truly in front of him, he didn't quite dare to believe it. He suddenly bowed. Darren, please bestow a name. Zuo Mo wanted to say Xie Shan could name it, but when he saw Xie Shan's serious expression, he could only say, then it can be the paired mirage sword. Paired mirage sword. Paired mirage sword. Xie Shan recited inside. He bowed towards Zuo Mo. Darren, thank you for the name. Zuo Mo was very satisfied with the paired mirage sword, but this also reminded him. He could not forge so freely, and had to forge to specifications. If the talismans he forged were not suited for someone to use, then what was the use? Thinking about this, he shouted casually, who still needs a flying sword? The entire camp suddenly exploded. The members of Vermilion Bird Camp flooded towards Zuo Mo. Many raised their hands in the air as they furiously shouted, Darren, I need one. I need. Darren, give it to me. Zuo Mo realized that he had just poked the hornet's nest. Ha, Darren is really hardworking. Sun Bao glanced at Zuo Mo, who was almost drowning in the crowd, and said with a bright laugh. Ji Wei also laughed. Forging more is good. After the two conversed a few words, they put their attention back on the forging of the big ship. This unprecedentedly large ship was also an unprecedented test for Golden Crow Camp. In order to hold everyone meant that the inside of the ship had to have enough space. If this ship was built using normal methods, then this ship would need to be 3 times the size of the current slave transporting boats. But the bigger the ship, the more jingsure they would need to use. It required setting up more formations, and the target it presented would be bigger. Sun Bao and the others did not plan to use normal methods to forge this ship. Darren's Date Seed ship had given them great inspiration. They decided to use the same method to forge the big ship. Space formations required highly of the materials. That was the reason that the price of the space rings on the market never dropped. Rarely would there be people that would use space formations on ships. The price of construction would be too high, and often the ship would not be as good as ones built using normal methods. But for Sun Bao and the others, the materials were not a problem they needed to consider at all. The gold crystal that was just a thread from being a 6th grade material had great potential and could hold the space formations. Golden crystal sand was one of the materials that was used to forge high-level space rings. And they had 10,000 tons of even higher-grade gold crystal. Sun Bao and Ji Wei's enthusiasm grew, the enthusiasm of Golden Crow Camp grew. Everyone knew that after this, there wouldn't be another chance to waste materials like this. An enormous formation belt spread out. At the center was the Crimson Fiend Cauldron. The Crimson Fiend Cauldron was smaller in size. Since the day it was forged, there wasn't a day when it wasn't being tempered. They methodically activated the formations. Dashes of light lit up, and the Crimson Fiend Cauldron spat out astounding red-black flames. Ji Wei and Sun Bao directly threw 1/10 of the gold crystal into the Crimson Fiend Cauldron. A whole 1,000 tons of gold crystal. The red-black flames instantly swallowed the gold crystal. Everyone instantly showed nervousness. The people that were standing beside the formation started to continuously release spells. Lights continuously entered the Crimson Fiend Cauldron. Threads of golden light started to creep into the cauldron. The red-black flames also seemed to be dyed with a layer of gold, and the sound was not as fierce as it had been. The first wave of Xiozha had pale faces after a short time as their Ling power was used up. Behind them, another wave of people came forward and took over their positions to continuously release spells. Everyone had grave expressions. No one spoke, no one daydreamed. Even the most exhausted Xiozha widened their eyes to stare at the Crimson Fiend Cauldron at the center of the formation. Out of everyone present, Sun Bao and Ji Wei were the most nervous. When they had first designed the Crimson Fiend Cauldron, they had allowed for the possibility that the Crimson Fiend Cauldron could level up. Today was the time to prove if their design was right or not. The gold light inside the cauldron grew. It became restless as though there was golden liquid flowing restlessly inside the cauldron. Suddenly, a formation script on the body of the cauldron lit up. It was like a brush coated in golden liquid drew along the formation script. A gold formation script slowly formed. Golden formation scripts lit up one after one. When the last formation script was complete, the flame bursting from the cauldron suddenly paused. The big formation seemed to suddenly become deathly silent. The air solidified. Translator ramblings: the Golden Death Star is about to be born. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 425, Super Monster Ship. Chapter 425, Super Monster Ship. The air had become solid. Everyone unconsciously stopped their breathing. The surroundings were deathly silent. Suddenly, there was a muffled explosion, and deep crimson gold flames sprouted from the Crimson Fiend cauldron. A thick pillar of fire shot into the clouds. The wave of heat released in that instant was destructive, and the tightly packed formation scripts that had passed by instantly turned to ash. There were several muffled grunts. It was some of the Shouja of Golden Crowcap that could not stand this wave of hot heat and stumbled backwards. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed. The formation scripts alight on the cauldron had a simple and heavy presence, yet the dark red gold flames held an unspeakable dominance. All of Golden Crowcamp was excited. They looked with intoxication at the almost completely transformed Crimson Fiend cauldron. They all knew it. The terrifying pressure of the new Crimson Fiend cauldron proved it was not an ordinary one. The formation scripts on the cauldron gradually dimmed. The Crimson Fiend cauldron once again became cold and simple. The Crimson Fiend cauldron was much smaller than before, about 2/3 of its previous size. The Golden Crowcamp Shouja that had been spectating couldn't resist any longer and ran over. So heavy. It is much heavier than before. We used that much gold crystal, how can it not be heavy? We added more than 1,000 tons of gold crystal and it shrank. TSK, that's amazing. This is nothing. Fewer impurities. The grade of the flame also increased. Any weaker material naturally was burned away. How can it not get smaller? Everyone went over and touched around with wonderment on their faces. The high temperature that could melt gold crystal seemed to be a delusion. There was only a slight warmth when they touched the body of the cauldron. After the Crimson Fiend cauldron was forged, it had continuously changed and became more powerful. It also became more mysterious to everyone. Most of them hadn't had the chance to see much before, and they had never seen many high-level talismans, much less forged one. But even so, they still felt great pride. Sun Bao and Ji Wei exchanged a look, their eyes flashed with great joy. Leveling up. That shocking presence just now could only have one cause: leveling up. The Crimson Fiend cauldron had shown signs of leveling up before, but it had not completed it in the past. After merging in 1,000 tons of gold crystal, it finally leveled up. 6th grade. This was a true 6th grade talisman. In the great majority of talisman shops, it would become their ultimate work. This was a talismans they had created with their own hands. 6th grade talisman. What made them feel even happier was that the leveling up of the Crimson Fiend cauldron meant that they were halfway completed. Because in their plans, the Crimson Fiend cauldron was the heart of the gold crystal ship. Zuo Mo raised his face and felt slightly strange as he looked at the big ship in front of him. The ship wasn't too big, and was small compared to the slave transporting boats. A dozen zhang long, 2 zhang wide, it gleamed with a black light, and did not look eye-catching. Put anywhere, this was a very nondescript little ship. Who could imagine that this little boat was completely made from gold crystal, its value immeasurable? Gold crystal is too eye-catching. Sun Bao said with a smile. To conceal it, we used black stock powder and fragmented script stone. There is no real effect on the gold crystal, but its appearance has changed. If one doesn't look closely, they definitely won't know it's gold crystal. It looks too much like black metal. Zuo Mo finally understood why he felt strange. Right, it was black metal. Black metal was a commonly used third-grade material that Zuo Mo was very familiar with, so he had found it strange when he looked at the ship. It really looks similar. Not bad, not bad. Zuo Mo praised effusively. If Sun Bao did not say it, he would have been fooled. He walked forward to touch the body of the ship, and upon contact, he instantly detected the difference. You can't touch it, the cat's out of the bag if you touch it. The two were slightly embarrassed. It is not easy to disguise it to this degree. Zuo Mo said with a shake of his head. He raised his head to look at the ship, his heart filled with anticipation. Quickly, let's go in and see. From the outside, the ship was very small, but upon entering, he found the inside was frighteningly large. They needed to fly to get around inside. We used a large amount of space formations. Gold crystal is really as good as expected. There is 30,000 mu inside, and can hold every one of us. We can even fit a few thousand more people. Sun Bao's voice was filled with excitement. They wouldn't have even dared to think about completing such a ship in the past. 30,000 mu. Even though he found that the inside was large enough, but Zuo Mo was still stunned by this number. How large was 30,000 mu? Larger than the desolate Wood Reef. Larger than Golden Crow City. Was this still a ship? Sun Bao and the others still made perfect plans for the 30,000 mu and divided them according to different infrastructure functions. There were so many facilities that everyone's eyes were dazzled. There were seclusion rooms, dueling arenas, and what shocked Zuo Mo the most was that there were even ling fields specifically for farming ling plants inside the ship, but ling fields aren't hard to get. There is abundant ling energy on the ship, and it didn't take much effort to set up ling fields. Pity there isn't any good soil here. The fiend energy in the soil is too heavy. If we can get something like red ling soil, black heavy soil, we could have 200 mu of 5th grade ling fiends to play with, then it would be a bit interesting. Sun Bao said with regret. Get 200 mu of 5th grade ling fields to play. Zuo Mo felt that his mind wasn't enough to comprehend this. Darren, this is a small ling lake. There are 7 little ling springs on that side, but it has not been completed. We found some totem fragments with water attributes and buried them at the bottom of the lake. There are formations for gathering ling energy down there, and the water has started to have ling power. In the future, if we find some high-grade ling springs and move the whole spring over, the water accumulation would come quicker. Right now, we can only use it to raise some normal ling beasts. So shocked he was speechless, Zuo Mo's group flew following the two into a fiery red area. Flying into this area, his vision instantly became faintly red, and the temperature rose greatly. This is the forging area. It can provide a 5th grade flame for forgers. And, the brothers that cultivate fire element sword essences can also come here to cultivate. Their efforts would be multiplied. The duo's expressions were filled with pride. To be able to forge such a big thing in such a short amount of time, it was enough for them to be proud. Even though many of the places were still in early development at this time, but in the future, they would be perfected. Zuo Mo was truly stunned by these people. This wasn't a ship, this was a secret paradise. A colossal, flight-enabled secret paradise. Recovering from his shock, Zuo Mo instantly became excited. Yes, this was a secret paradise, an unprecedented secret paradise. It wasn't just a secret paradise, it was also their base. Having this big ship meant they had a true foundation. In the future, no matter where they went, they did not need to worry about not having a place to stay. He suddenly thought of a very important problem and hurriedly asked, what about the defenses of the ship? Ha! The one who spoke was Ji Wei. His tone was filled with confidence. Darren, this ship is the strongest one that this subordinate has ever seen. Gold crystal is famed for its strength, hard to damage by flying swords. On the entire ship, we only put up one kind of defensive formation, solid shield. Solid shield? Zuo Mo was found it hard to believe. Solid shield was just a normal 3rd grade formation, and mostly carved on ling armor and defensive tools. Yes, in total, we engraved 16,000 solid shield formations. 16,000. Hiss, Zuo Mo inhaled sharply. The ship was not very large in volume. Even if solid shield was carved into every corner, there wasn't space for that many. 16,000 solid shield set up using interlocking web formations, producing 100 solid shield layers in total. Zuo Mo looked dazedly at the duo. He was so shocked he didn't know what to say. Crazy. This group was crazy. 16,000 solid shield formations. Only people who were crazy could do such a thing. Who really had mastered the turtle style? A monster with 100 turtle layers. Heavens! Thinking about the dense layers of turtle shells, Zuo Mo felt his scalp become numb. Facing this kind of extreme and fanatic design, he didn't know what to say. He lost the ability of speech. Sun Bao saw Zuo Mo's face was slightly pale and assumed that Zuo Mo was worried that it was not safe enough. He hurried to say, Darren, don't worry, this kind of defense is top in the world. The reason that we chose to use solid shield is that the interlocking web formation belt that we created can greatly increase the power of the formation. My heavens! Zuo Mo swallowed the exclamation that reached his mouth. He tried to resume calmness. Oh, the turtle style is very good, a super turtle style is naturally even better. Better. Sun Bao followed, other than defensive, are other increases in speed. Gold crystal is too heavy, our ship is especially heavy. We spent a lot of brainpower on this. Later, it was the totem fragments that Darren gave us that were useful. Totem fragments? Zuo Mo paused. He had wanted to ask back when they were at the Ling Lake. We have studied these numerous totem fragments. We found that the attributes of these totem fragments are varied and strange. We thought about them when we pondered how such a heavy ship was going to fly. Many of the totem fragments have the ability to fly, some even have the rare ability to make short space jumps. We used these totem fragments as the heart of the formation, and control the formation. As expected, the speed increased greatly. It is much faster than our slave transporting boats. What we didn't expect is that this ship has the ability to do space jumps. Space jumps? Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly expanded and he became excited. Space jumps were the most powerful escaping technique. Sun Boa also had a happy expression. Yes, we hadn't expected it. Didn't expect that our luck would be so good. The ecstatic Zuo Mo was stuck on his spot. It was a super turtle ship that was impenetrable, it had 100 layers of turtle shells, it had lightning fast speed, at the crucial moment, it had the ability to make a space jump to flee, it also was a 30,000 mu large-scale secret paradise. Heavens! What kind of monster ship was this? Translator ramblings, the ship is finished. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 426, Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. Chapter 426, Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. The news that the Ice Frost Corps was almost completely wiped out has been reported back. The Council of Elders have ordered our battalion to travel immediately to the front lines. Darren has sent down the order to clean the surroundings. We needed to sweep this entire area before the situation is stabilized. Mushi listened carefully and her heart couldn't help but shake. The female Yao in front of her was very tall and was the vice commander of Binglan Darren. Her tone was cold and distant, which caused it to be unpleasant to hear, but Mushi did not feel any dissatisfaction. Her heart was actually full of respect. The other said it so plainly, but Mushi could imagine the cruelty in this. Binglan Darren's move seemed idiotic, but it was truly transformative and had gotten rid of all hidden weaknesses. I heard that your performance on the last mission wasn't bad, so Darren decided to transfer you over. Please do not fail Darren's hopes, the female Yao said faintly. Yes. Mushi solemnly responded. She finally understood. So it had been Binglan Darren that had requested her transfer. However, she found it even stranger. How did Darren know of her? She might have been an important person of the younger generation from the Palace Lakewood clan, but in all of the Yao world, she really was an unknown person. Her performance in the last mission could only said to be competent but average. In terms of fame, she was not as famed as Liang Wei, the only leader that had survived the previous battle, much less that mysterious and uncanny genius, Xiao Mo Gu. When she received the order to go to the front lines to assist Binglan Darren, Mushi's shock could be imagined. Also, Liang Wei has also come. The female Yao paused. But his situation is not the same as yours. He wishes for battle and has offered himself to fight. Binglan Darren has agreed to his battle plan. You only have to know this, you do not need to pay attention to him. Starting from today, you are responsible for the defenses of Area Number 3. Go see your subordinates. Farewell. The female Yao turned to leave after she finished. When the female Yao walked away a long distance, Mushi inhaled deeply. Was this the battlefield? We're finally out. It was unknown who said this, but it instantly ignited everyone's emotions. Cheers and yells filled the Black Turtle. The nervousness and uncertainty that had accumulated on their minds were completely vented in this moment. These hardened men that had endured the test of countless battle were like children, some murmuring to themselves, others hugging each other, and some flying about frantically. Among the cheers of these people, the Strange Corpse's troop seemed abnormally silent. The Strange Corpse's gray eyes were empty and lifeless. Noticing the Strange Corpse's unusual state, Zuo Mo suppressed the joy inside and ran over. What is it? We finally got out of that ghastly place. Really got out. Aren't you happy? The Strange Corpse did not reply. He said calmly, I need to leave. Leave? Zuo Mo froze. The Strange Corpse was very strange, but after this period of contact, Zuo Mo felt the other was very good and their interactions had been very harmonious. He couldn't help but ask, where do you plan to go? To find my homeland. Homeland? Zuo Mo stilled. Place of birth, this phrase was very unfamiliar to him. Yes. I hope that we can meet again in the future, the Strange Corpse said calmly, my name is Sure. It really was a strange name. Zuo Mo shook his head inside and shook off the thread of melancholy that had formed. He hung a bright smile on his face. Thank you, without you, I wouldn't have had the ability to gather those things. No burden at all, Sure said faintly. I'm going. As the sound landed, the strange corpse's troop disappeared. Having already noticed the disturbance on this side, Wei Shang and the others hurriedly came over. He's gone, Zuo Mo spread his hands, to find his place of birth. The others showed expressions of realization. Other than Zuo Mo feeling some melancholy, the others didn't feel anything at the departure of the strange corpse. It was the opposite. Without the strange corpse present, everyone felt much lighter. Even though the strange corpse had appeared friendly along the way, but his immeasurable strength still put pressure on everyone. Zuo Mo quickly threw away his emotions and called Wei Shang, Lil Miss and the others together. We've come out of the damned ghastly place, but that does not mean that we are safe, Zuo Mo spoke first. Gong Sun Cha nodded. Yes, if our previous speculations are correct, this should be the Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia, a battlefield. We must leave Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia at the fastest speed possible, otherwise. Lil Miss did not continue, but everyone understood what he meant. Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia was the place where the fighting between Xiuzha and Yao Mo was the fiercest. If they were careless in the slightest way, and were pulled into a battle, there wouldn't be anything left of them. They really belonged to the camp of Xiuzha, but none on the Black Turtle were willing to seek the help of Xiuzha. Undoubtedly, the Xiuzha battle generals here would be disciples of those large sections. The people here, if they weren't from Sky Moon Jia, they were from Little Mountain Jia. They didn't have any good feelings towards those large sections. And if they were chanced upon by Yao Mo, they didn't need to even think about that result. Go ask, who has the Jia River for Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia? Zuo Mo thought and said, we don't even know the directions here, we can only blindly blunder here. Everyone instantly scattered. Zuo Mo rubbed his forehead. The trouble really came wave after wave. They had just left behind the ancient battlefield only to enter another dangerous place. The present Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia was not a peaceful place. The grounds of the former Yao Hunt were now the playground of Yao Mo. Yao Ma. Zuo Mo's mind moved, and a thread of joy rose. How had he forgotten about the 10-finger prison? Zuo Mo hurriedly entered the 10-finger prison. Nan Yu and Song Zhe were not present, but Ming Ju Zi was fortunately present. Darren wants the Jia map for Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia? Ming Ju Zi said after thinking, that is not hard, but it might take some time. Darren, is it urgent? And, very urgent. Zuo Mo unhesitatingly nodded, and released a breath inside. Understood. Ming Ju Zi instantly left the 10-finger prison. The rock in Zuo Mo's heart nodded. He could only wait for Ming Ju Zi's news now. As expected, the other people came back in a short while. None of the Xiuzha in his camp had gone to Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia before. Zuo Mo did not go into the details but told everyone that there would be news in a few days. He ordered them to set up defenses, and to especially send out more sentries as this place was not safe. Truthfully, Zuo Mo did not worry too much about safety. The Black Turtle might have a boring name, but it was true to its name. From when they left the Golden Crystal Sand Sea, and encountered a string of dangers, the powerful defense of the Black Turtle had safely overcome them all. Even the strange corpse had praised the Black Turtle. Many people disdained this name for not being flashy enough, but since Boss had named it, everyone had perceptibly closed their mouth. Ming Ju Zi's efficiency was very high. On the second day, he had obtained the Jia map for Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. Like how the humans hunted Yao, there were also Yao Ma that hunted Xiuzha. From very early on, there had been many Yao Ma that secretly entered the Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. The Jia map of the Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia had started to circulate from that time on. This Jia map even labeled the Yao Ma defensive lines. This defense line wasn't a secret. Zuo Mo had found a treasure. With this Jia map, they were not blind anymore. Zuo Mo and Lil Miss started to study it. The only ones that had the ability to come up with ideas for this kind of action was just Zuo Mo and Lil Mississippi. The two found their general position on the Jia map and started to search for routes. What reassured them was Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia was connected to many places. In other words, they could secretly enter a Xiuzha Jia without alerting the Xiuzha guards. The two schemed for a long time and finally chose a route that seemed relatively safe. As to whether it was truly safe or not, that would only be known when they went through. The Black Turtle was like a black light that silently flew in the Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia's sky. Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia was also shrouded in bloody mist, but it was far less dense than the fiendish energy of the sealed extinction battlefield. To other Xiuzha, they would feel constrained in such an environment, but for Zuo Mo and his group, this wasn't a problem. Bloody Sky Metropolis was made from 7 intermediate jias the axis and 49 little jias the protective screen. Its vastness could be imagined. I heard the losses on that side are very high. The Mo who was speaking had a black-green horn at his forehead. It meant he was a green rhinoceros Mo. His entire body was covered in thick black-green armor, and his smile was filled with scorn. It's very normal. If Darren hadn't had the foresight to turn this area into a Mo breeding sea, we couldn't escape either. The one who spoke was a handsome fox Mo. Under the light blue hair was a pair of jewel eyes. The lips were thin and tense, and his tone was slightly lazy. This caused him to seem slightly seductive. So boring. I thought we would have a good fight. Who knew we just stand guard all day? Moss is growing on my body. As the rhinoceros Mo complained, he glanced into the blood mist in the distance before giving up and lying back down. When it's time to fight, you won't think this. Lan Qing glanced at his good friend. The two were best friends from a young age. When they were recruiting, he originally hadn't wanted to come. Who knew that Shi Yi had ran to register and had also registered him? Therefore, no matter how unwilling he was, he had to follow and come. But regarding the matter of a Yi registering him, he didn't have any anger. The two had played together from infancy. If a Yi had signed up alone, he would have definitely followed anyway. If he wasn't present, this guy would cause calamities. No one had expected that a Yi received favor from the Xinyu Mo general due to his bravery and had been rapidly promoted. As the vice commander to this guy, Lan Cheng was in charge of all military affairs, so a Yi did not create a mess. Xinyu Mo general had been sent to the front lines with an important mission. A Yez battalion was responsible for guarding this area. Their position was relatively forward and was a forward operating base. At this time, Lan Qing's expression changed slightly. He suddenly jumped up from the ground. Not good. Enemy. Enemy. Where? A Yi also followed in, jumping up with an excited expression. A small black ship came out of the bloody mist. Translator ramblings, some of you were so close. The ship is the Black Turtle. Also, Shur's name is written as, which means corpse. Zuo Mo has been calling him Strange Corpse in the past chapters, so I'm not sure if Shur decided that he'll use that as his name or his name really was Shur in the past. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 427, Black Leech Defense Line. Chapter 427, Black Leech Defense Line. Is this route really safe? Nian Lu muttered. His hands were not affected by what he said, fingernail-sized white lotuses were rising and falling. Nian Lu's personality was lively and his cultivation method was also different than other people. Lei Peng lovingly caressed the gold crystal broadsword with an intoxicated look. Ma Fan chewed a stalk of green grass, his head pillowed on his arms as he looked at the sky. The sky inside the ship was just an illusory formation, but it was so lifelike it caused people to feel their minds relax. The sky of the Seal Extinction battlefield seemed to be dyed with blood, so pressuring it robbed people of hope. No one had to see that. We'll only know if we go through, Ma Fan said lazily. It's better if it's not safe. Lei Peng rumbled. In the days after waking up, he had seemed to be a completely different person, silent and stoic. When he had gotten the gold crystal broadsword, he finally became normal again, and even more battle-thirsty than before. His eyes flashed with the desire to battle, his large hands continuously caressing the broadsword. Anyone that accidentally saw this scene felt coldness rise up. Ding ding ding. Sharp and shrill sounds of the alarm suddenly sounded. Yu Crow's mouth, 1, Ma Fan sword. Before his words landed, he jumped up from the ground and turned to a dash of swordlight. Lei Peng and Nian Lu did not dare to slack off. Their figures both turned to swordlights and disappeared. Inside the Black Turtle, swordlights flashed across the sky. These are Mo? Zuo Mo didn't dare to be certain. The images from the mirage formations on the outside of the ship and passed back into the inside, but the strange people in the images were unfamiliar to everyone. Yes. Gong Sun Cha's expression was serious. Other than the Mo which looked strange, what he cared about more was that black river that extended behind them. That river was about 10 jang wide, the water was inky black. It was like an enormous earthworm that seemed to curve its body slowly. Gong Sun Chai recognized this black river. In war chess, he frequently had to meet it. That wasn't a river, it was a defensive line. What was flowing slowly inside it was not some kind of black water, but something called black leeches. Black Leech Defense Line, one of the most commonly used defensive lines of the Mo. He had tripped up over this many times. Zuo Mo and Lil Miss expressions were slightly bad. They had tried their best to avoid the three factions at war, and hadn't expected to encounter the Mo's defense lines. Zuo Mo instantly realized where the problem had occurred. It was the Jia map. They had chosen the route based on the Jia map that Ming Juzi had provided, but living in the Yao world, Ming Juzi only knew the details of Yao defense lines, and only knew the general shape of the Mo defense lines. This was relatively distant from the Mo rearing sea of the Mo. The Mo had pushed their defensive lines so far in. Zuo Mo was shocked inside. He knew what this meant. This meant that the Mo had not encountered any pressure, which was why they were so unconstrained. However, he wasn't in the mood to worry about others. The problem right in front of them was that the Mo will think of them as enemies. The problem they had tried so hard to avoid still happened. Charge through it. All of the solutions furiously flipping through his mind once, he unhesitatingly ordered. Lil misunderstood. A Black Leech defense line was not enough to make him panic. The Black Leech defense line was just 10 jang wide. It was very thin. He had many methods to overcome it, but right now, they only needed the simplest method. That was right, charge through it. The black turtle suddenly accelerated. They're charging over. Shi Yi gaped in shock at the black ship charging towards the defense line like a moth to a flame. Lan Chang also was stunned. Even though this was just a sentry post and the Black Leech line wasn't secure, but it wasn't something that a little ship like this one could deal with. This tiny ship was probably a scout boat. Scout boats mostly were used to carry scouts. Their speeds were fast and they were very nimble, but their defensive abilities were weak. The scouts inside were harder to deal with. Those that were scouts were definitely the elite. It was impossible to charge through the 10 jang thick Black Leech defense line with a little boat like this. The little black boat was extremely quick. It was like a bolt of lightning, which provided more evidence for what Lan Xing guessed. The moment the little black boat reached the defense line, the silent Black Leech defense line suddenly started to roar. Countless tiny black leeches rained down on the little black boat. The black leeches were a very ferocious insect swarm species. Their reproductive abilities were very strong. Mature leeches were about 3 cun in length, completely black, and shaped like a shuttle, with only one eye. Their territorial instincts were very strong. Any being that invaded their territory would encounter their ferocious attack. Just a charge from the black leeches could rival a full power blow from an MO captain. The attacks of a Black Leech defense line was endless, and counted in tens of thousands. Even true MO brigadiers did not easily dare to provoke these little beings. The nondescript little boat was instantly drowned in the flood of black leeches. Pia pia pia. A dense sting of pops sounded like rain. The entire defensive lines moved angrily. The sharp hissing unique to black leeches filled the eardrums. That wasn't right. A hint of puzzlement flashed through Lan Qing's eyes. He felt that something wasn't right. How come there's no explosion? Shi Yi rubbed his head with dejectedness. Lan Qing's body froze, and his expression froze on his face. He finally knew what wasn't right. That little boat hadn't exploded yet. Hit by tens of thousands of black leeches at once, the most rational result was to explode into pieces instantly. But ever since the little black boat entered the defense line, the speed greatly decreased, as though it went from being a bolt of lightning to a turtle. It was drowned by countless black leeches, causing it to look like a thick black leech ball. There wasn't any part of the ship showing, but the black leech ball was slowly moving forward. The movement rate was very slow, as though it was just squirming, but it really was moving forward. As thought, the black leeches were pushing it slowly forward. Crossing the 10 jang defense line did not take up much time. When the black leech ball reached the other side of the defense line, the layers of black leeches scattered like an avalanche and revealed the black ship inside. Lan Cheng's pupils suddenly constricted. The ship was still unblemished. There were no changes in shape, no marks, it looked just the same as before. He was not the only one surprised by this, the entire base was silent. All the MO soldiers had frozen expressions on their bodies. The black turtle that left the Black Leech defensive lines sped up. Lan Cheng shook and reacted. He said urgently, "Alarm! Quick! Send the alarm!" Before he finished speaking, he saw Shi Yi charge out. He knew it wasn't good. Gritting his teeth, he hurriedly followed. Successfully charging through the Black Leech defense line, cheers sounded inside the black turtle. They had all been frightened by the fierce attacks from the Black Leech defense line. At this time, the cheers were unusually loud. Holy, that frightened me to death. Lucky that our turtle shell is thick enough. We cannot underestimate the MO, without Lil Turtle, we may not have been able to go through, but you guys are weak. Ji was so calm. Can these little worms break our shell, the #1 shell in the world? Are you joking? Our little turtle has been tempered in the golden crystal sandstorms. Please, I saw your expression change just then. Everyone excitedly discussed the recent danger. Compared to the high mood below, Zuo Mo and Lil Miss did not show any signs of relaxing. Their action just now was akin to poking the hornet's nest. Since the other had set up sentries here, then an Mo army was definitely not far away. The battle had just started. I'm going to prepare. Lil Miss turned and left with a calm expression. The black turtle was strong defensively, but on the battlefield, if one just purely defended, even the strongest shield would eventually break. Zuo Mo stared hard at the Jia River, his mind furiously turning. It seemed impossible to avoid a hard battle, but for them, the most important was not to win, but to quickly leave the battlefield behind and charge out of bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. What he was most worried about was being dragged down by the Mo army. That was a road to death. His group seemed numerous, but compared to the most important defense line of the Mo, they weren't enough to fill the gaps of the Mo's teeth. He was pondering where else the Mo had set up defenses. As for the battle, he did not need to worry at all. Lil Miss could complete everything perfectly. The cheers inside the ship gradually calmed. Everyone's expressions became stern. Lil Miss orders reached every person, prepare to battle. The black turtle raced on murderously. Zuo Mo could not have imagined that the situation here was far more complex than he had thought. Just like how the Mo had pushed the defense line to this place, in reality, its surroundings were filled with scouts from all factions. These elite individuals were carefully hidden in the bloody mist like ghosts. When the black turtle broke through the bloody mist, it attracted the attention of all the scouts. When the black turtle unexpectedly charged through the black leech defense line, it caused restlessness among the hidden scouts. News passed down at a frightening speed back to the battle generals of all the factions. Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia, which had gradually calmed down and settled into a face-off, suddenly changed weather because of a little black ship. Bing Lan narrowed her eyes. It is a Xiozha ship? Yes. Even though there are no insignias on it, but it is a talisman forged by Xiozha, the vice commander nodded and said. Why have they suddenly attacked the Mo defense line? A little ship, what can it do? Bing Lan tapped the table and said to herself. We speculate this ship has become lost, the vice commander respectfully reminded. This ship is not ordinary, and so the people on it are not ordinary. Bing Lan thought for a moment and then said lightly, pass the news to Liang Wei. He knows what to do. You are saying it is one of our ships? The middle-aged person was authoritative. He showed a pondering expression on his face. Yes, Darren. The vice commander was also slightly puzzled. But we did not receive any news from the brass. So it's like that, the middle-aged person was thoughtful. The vice commander did not speak. He stood with a slight bow waiting for orders. Who is closest to there? The middle-aged person asked. The vice commander knew that Darren had made a decision and hurried to answer, it is Ming Lai Darren. Tell him to keep a close watch. He can move according to the events, and decide for himself, the middle-aged person said. 1. Crow mouth, someone who brings bad things about by talking about them. Translator ramblings, I'm a tiny black turtle, watch me squirm, watch me crawl and watch me get out alive. Also, it is the Heigui, not the Hei Wangbai, even though that doesn't make it any better in terms of what you guys now thinks it alludes to. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 428, Conspiracy. Chapter 428, Conspiracy. I wonder how eldest Xixiang is doing right now. Ming Lei gazed at the expanse of bloody mist and said emotionally. The deep fiery red cloak he was wearing floated up in the wind and flapped. Ming Lei's posture was as straight as a sword, his two sharp brows tilted upwards into his hair, his eyes narrow and had a sharp presence. Who knows? Likely better than us. I'm really sick of this ghastly place, a round-faced youth beside Ming Lei muttered. On his back was a normal pine script sword. He looked as though he hadn't woken up from his sleep. He was Ming Lei's shitty, Song Yuan. Ming Lei's expression was slightly helpless as he said, You have no ambition, so many people want to get in and earn more merit. From the first day, you've been muttering about going back. Song Yuan snorted. Merit? One needs their little life to experience that. Ming Lei smiled. The more afraid you are on the battlefield, the easier it is for you to die. I only have one life, I won't get more if I die. Song Yuan glanced at Ming Lei. I'm different from battle maniacs like you. Yi likes peace. Ming Lei knew Song Yuan's temperament and wasn't angry. He said in puzzlement, I'm just wondering why Shidi is so nervous? In terms of the past, the Yama were greatly wounded in the Great War 3,000 years ago, and our Shouja's four-realm heaven is full of talents, and have reached the most prosperous moment of our recent 10,000 years. It is easy to see who is weak and strong with a glance. Recently, eldest Qixian used a scheme and the Yao were greatly wounded. Even in this bloody sky metropolis Jia, we are not losing. What is Song Yuan Shidi worried about? Song Yuan smiled coldly. I'm just worried you guys are underestimating the heroes of the world. Ming lay stilled and then said with a smile, Kunlun, Xixian, Xiankong, and Tianhuan, which realm isn't full of heroes? To say nothing else, just our Kunlun has as many battle generals as the clouds, experts like rain. Are so many disciples unable to satisfy Shidi's worries? What about eldest Qixiang? Song Yuan was silent for a beat before he said, eldest Qixiang's genius is undoubted. He raised his head to look into the distance and said in a light voice, actually, not just eldest Qixiang, even you, Ming Lei Xixiang, are a top battle general. How can I not know what we are good at? But for some unknown reason, my heart beats wildly. Ming Lei showed a thoughtful expression. You know, when people like me cultivate to such a level, our sword heart is strong and not affected by outside demons, but I still feel unsafe, Song Yuan said with a sigh and spread his hands, maybe I'm just worried needlessly. Ming Lei was a detail-oriented person. He studied as a battle general, and Song Yuan cultivated the sword scripture of the sect, and had a more sensitive intuition of danger. Does Shidi feel that something is not right? Song Yuan shook his head. I do not know, which is why I feel so uncertain. Just at this time, a sword light flew from the horizon. Song Yuan beckoned with his hand and the sword light landed in his palm. He moved his hand and there was a little sword on it. Ming Lei picked up the little sword and light flashed through his eyes. Let's go, we have a mission. Liang Wei's expression was cold as he stared at the little black boat. When he had received the order, he had been roaming around this area and coincidentally seen the black turtle break through the black leech defense line. But he hadn't expected that the black turtle would so easily go through the black leech defense line. As a silver battle general, of course he knew how powerful this black leech defense line was. The grade of this nondescript little black ship was far greater than he had predicted, if it was able to easily go through the defense line. Even the stupidest person knew now that the identities of the Xiuxia inside the little ship were definitely not ordinary. Maybe the people inside were major. Liang Wei unconsciously licked his lips, the fire of battlethirst flickering in his eyes. The scar on his handsome face was abnormally sinister. He forcibly suppressed the battle intent burning inside. Yao and Imo were allies, but the other definitely would not let them enter the defense line easily. Receiving permission to enter the defense line was only possible under one situation, when they were unable to hold it. This little ship was definitely not simple, and its defensive capabilities would not be so weak. Liang Wei was like a lone wolf in the wilderness that was silently waiting for an opportunity. The breakthrough of the black turtle past the black leech defense line was like pouring a bucket of cold water into a pot of boiling oil. The situation instantly exploded. 3 groups of MO soldiers came from 3 different directions like 3 floods. With the strange corpse gone, the pressure Pu Yao felt greatly decreased. He became lively again, and resumed acting as though he was the leader. Battle generals are different. Xiuxia battle generals emphasize deduction, while Yao battle generals emphasize consciousness, both emphasizing control of the troops. But MO battle generals? They emphasize bravery. Emphasize bravery? Zuo Mo was slightly shocked. It had to be said that individual bravery was not so important in large-scale battle. If one Jindan Xiuxia encountered 1 or 2 dozen Ningmai, then it was a secure victory. If a Jindan encountered a well-trained troop of 50, then that was a very dangerous situation. If they encountered 100 well-trained Ningmai, then they had to run. Jindan were high-level soldier types among the military, but they were cannon fodder used to wear down high-level soldiers. This was an ancient tactic that was still very effective. So in the military, each Jindan would also have the protection of an entire troop of Ningmai. So the effects of personal bravery were not evident in large-scale battles. You'll know when you see it. At this important time, Pu Yao kept a secret again. Zuo Mo was so angry he almost swore, but he still managed to resist. Inside, he recorded another mark against Pu Yao. But Pu Yao's words still successfully stirred Zuo Mo's interest. He started to pay close attention to these MO soldiers. The 3 groups of MO soldiers raced from 3 directions. The black turtle that just broke through the black leech defense line ended up surrounded once again. Gongsun Sha was motionless, his eyes straight and his expression still. Some people from the shield guard platoon discussed in low voices. Is Darren daydreaming? Darren has seemed slightly weird since his seclusion last time. The person who spoke was slightly worried. This kind of thing had happened multiple times before. Ever since the last seclusion period, Gongsun Sha frequently wandered off in his mind. When was Darren ever normal? Another person rolled his eyes. That's so true. Everyone nodded. These words really struck their hearts. So, this is good, better than Darren smiling. Darren's bashful smile. Everyone simultaneously shuddered. They seemed to recall something terrible and all of them felt cold. Oh, an ambiguous sound came from Gongsun Sha's mouth. His dull eyes became focused again as he smiled shyly. Let us begin. Receiving the order, Vermilion Bird Camp instantly charged out. In the air, many sword lights shot out of the black turtle at the same time. The dazzling and beautiful sword lights were like fireworks that exploded in the air. The suddenly appearance of the Vermilion Bird Camp frightened everyone. No matter if it was Shi Yi and Ming Qing, or the three groups that were forming a circle at the front, or Liang Wei hiding in the bloody mist, they all changed expressions, but the multicolored sword lights were sparkling in the air, but the Zuo Mo were not in a mood to admire this beauty. Sharp inhales rose. No one had expected this nondescript little ship was able to hold so many sword show. The average outer appearance, the strong defensive capabilities, the carrying capacity that could rival intermediate and large-sized treasure ships. What kind of ship was this? No one knew, but every Imo battle general that had any experience could smell the danger contained inside. This kind of ship was like the assassin in the dark that could strike a fatal blow at the crucial moment. Thinking about thousands of sword show being transported to the backlands without any signs, and at the moment the fighting was the fiercest, thousands of sword show appearing behind them. The Zuo Mo's heart suddenly felt cold. Shi Yi gave a sky-shaking bellow. His eyes turned green. From the day he joined the military, it was the first time that any enemy had broken into his territory so easily. He felt shame at his display just now, complete shame. He charged at the very front. All the MO soldiers at the front shouted angrily in unison. Without hesitating, they followed Shi Yi and leapt at the black ship. At this time, the thousands of multicolored sword lights filled Shi Yi and Lan Qing's visions. They were completely stunned. Bone-aching coldness caused their limbs to feel cold. Shi Yi suddenly howled angrily. His eyes were almost completely crisp green, and his body made to charge. Lan Qing's eyes and hands were fast. He pulled Shi Yi back and shouted. Send the news. Quick. Send the news to Darren. Shi Yi shook and reacted. He looked gratefully at Lan Qing and hurriedly took out a black insect from his bosom. He closed his eyes. A moment later, a drop of blood welled up on his fingertip. Shi Yi swiped the bead of blood on the head of the armored insect, and the blood bead burrowed into the head of the armored insect rapidly. The armored insect hissed and then suddenly disappeared from Shi Yi's hand. Looking dazedly at the sky full of sword lights, Liang Wei did not detect that his limbs were so cold they were freezing. There was only one thought in his mind. This was a conspiracy. A conspiracy of the Xiuzhi. A devious ambush. Liang Wei's expression was ferocious, his hands tightly balled, his eyes filled with hate as he stared at the sky full of sword lights. Gradually, he relaxed his fists, and his eyes became calm again. He did not start moving immediately to go help the allies, even though he knew that the other would definitely accept their help. But if this was a planned ambush, then the moves of the Xiuzhi would not end with just this. Calmed down, Liang Wei displayed astounding powers of judgment. With quick thought, he was able to judge. The Xiuzhi definitely would have reinforcements coming. He instantly sent out concealed scouts that stood guard in the surroundings. The scouts quickly passed back the information. A Xiuzhi troops were approaching at a fast speed. A thread of coldness flashed through Liang Wei's yes. The scar on his face was also murderous. As expected, they had come. Translator ramblings, you guys remember Liang Wei, right? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 429, MO Battle Methods. Chapter 429, MO Battle Methods. Ming Lai and Song Yuan were really to be pitied. Calamity flew straight at them as they were ambushed by Liang Wei. Even though the ambush did not cause too many fatalities as Ming Lai had maintained his guard, but it still caused them to become disarrayed. Liang Wei's hatred of Xiuzhi was carved deep into his bones after experiencing his last battle. Most of his troops were the lucky survivors of the Ice Frost Corps. Seeing Ming Lai and the others, his eyes instantly became bloodshot and murderous. One side had prepared for a long time, the other was responding hurriedly, even though Liang Wei's division did not have any experts, but they still suppressed Ming Lai's troop. Ming Lai's expression was grave. The configuration of the troop in front of them was not highly skilled, but their technique was fierce and they were fearless. His gaze landed on the young and handsome battle general in the middle of the formation and was filled with shock. Ming Lai knew the military ranking of Yao Mo very well. This troop that was pressuring him was not one of the core of the Yao. And this young battle general was just a silver battle general. How was this possible? When did the normal Yao Corps have such skill? When did a silver battle general become his equal? His successive countermeasures were ineffective against the other. 5 breaths. 5 continuous breaths. Ming Lai had sent out 6 orders, but the state of the two sides had not changed at all. Song Yuan's expression also became serious. He was not a battle general, but he could feel it more clearly. He felt as though they had landed in an enormous web and could not muster the strength to escape no matter what. A sword shield that was 10 zhang away from him was hit by several Yao arts at the same time. With a wail, the entire person shattered into ice powder. Wails rose and fell. The other side's cooperation was very high. The level of the Yao arts were not high, but as they cooperated, their power was very astounding. A hint of grief flashed through Song Yuan's eyes. Dying on the battlefield, even their souls could not escape. The Yao arts and sword lights illuminated the sky. Some entered the bloody mist and caused it to shift. The collision between the two was brief but fierce. Liang Wei remained unaffected and coldly stared at the other. His consciousness was spread like a huge net, every detail of the battlefield happening within his grasp. The defensive light shields of a combat Yao at the very front was shattered by several sword lights at the same time. He didn't even manage to make a sound before he turned into a spray of blood. Ice Heart Tundra silently circulated, the heart like an icy tundra, unaffected by anything. Liang Wei had been very favored by the Corps commander, who had secretly passed him the top Yao art of the Ice Frost Corps, Ice Heart Tundra. Liang Wei might just be a silver battle general, but after experiencing that difficult battle of protecting the rear during the retreat, he had completely been reborn. Upon detecting this, the Council of Elders permitted him to lead a troop. Liang Wei knew the advantages and disadvantages of the two sides. He had no experts, so he definitely could not enter a face-off. The others' experts were constantly being protected. If one wanted to use numbers to exchange for the experts' deaths, the sacrifice was too high. Having made a successful attack, they did not linger and retreated. The bloody mist that covered Blood Sky Metropolis Jia was the best concealment for Yao Mo. Thousands of combat Yao retreated in unison, their ranks organized. The combat Yao that were at the end had lights flashing on their hands. Stop! Ming Lai shouted. He called back his subordinates that were planning on chasing after the enemy. The others' formation was organized and there were no weaknesses. Ming Lai's expression was black. A counterattack would only cause them to land in the other's trap. The results of the battle quickly came out. Ming Lai had lost nearly 80 people, and the other had lost just 6. Such a skewed loss ratio was like a loud slap that landed on his face. The cold and indifferent gaze of the other as he had left was like the sharpest scorn. A silver battle general dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Ming Lai took a deep breath to maintain his calm. Song Yuan perceptibly did not speak. Truthfully, he had also been stunned by that ferocious wave of attacks. He had started to gather experience on the outside world from when he was very young, and encountered many dangerous situations. But only today did he know that the dangers he experienced before was just child's play compared to war. In the blink of an eye, 80 people's lives were erased. How cruel was this? But what caused him to feel cold was the cool eyes of that young Yao battle general that had no emotion. One successful attack without any lingering behind, so clean and crisp it was scary. Looking at Ming Lai's black face, Song Yuan knew that just how terrible his Shixian's mood was right now. He did not understand battle generals, but he did know that Ming Lai's Shixian's skill in Kunlun was among the top. Otherwise, their sect wouldn't have given the first battle to him. If the news that Ming Lai Shixiang had been tripped up on the hands on an unknown Yao battle general spread back to the sect, it would definitely cause a great ruckus. This place was really full of danger. Song Yuan's heart felt even more insecure. The fighting behind them did not attract Zuo Mo's attention. His attention was completely on the 3 groups of Mo that were rushing at them. He looked very closely. Pu Yao's character was usually poor, but he would not speak nonsense. Upon close study, he instantly made a new discovery. Mo battle generals were different than Yao battle generals. Yao battle generals used their consciousness to control the troops. The troops were like limbs that advanced and retreated together. Mo battle generals did not care for troop formations at all. They were an unsightly mess and sprawl. But in Zuo Mo's vision, the presences of those unorganized Mo soldiers were tightly gathered together. The presences of hundreds of Mo soldiers were gathered into a ball. Once it was one being, the pressure instantly was completely different. Zuo Mo seemed to see hundreds of muscles crisscrossing and joining together, tensing and turning into a fist. The three groups of Mo soldiers were like three powerful fists. The Mo battle methods turn the complex into the simple, gather many into one, power overcoming technique, seemingly simple and extremely effective. The Mo battle general is the only one of the three kinds of battle generals that requires a person to be individually brave. Pu Yao's tone then changed. Your brain is stupid, you are more suited for the Mo battle methods. Zuo Mo was eager as he looked on. How can I gather many into one? Oh, Wei knows, Pu Yao said irresponsibly. Wei opened his eyes with slight helplessness, and looked in dissatisfaction at Pu. Ever since he encountered the strange corpse and saw an existence even more ancient than his, Wei's desire to find a successor unconsciously faded greatly. Waking up from his obsession, he finally realized what he had guarded in the past had been lost in the river of time. The oath carved on the gravestone was only treasured by himself. Pu Yao could still encounter the descendants of his past fellows, and this maintained the connection between him and the world. He was not abandoned by time. Yet Wei was too ancient, so ancient that nothing could have been left. The strange corpse went to find his place of birth. Wei found with a grimace that he didn't even have a target to search for. Wei's desire to find a new successor drastically dropped. Wei, who had always wanted to show his existence, was disinterested when Pu Yao threw the problem at him. He said casually, "This is hard to learn, but..." "Harder than learning the Mo physique?" Zuo Mo asked. Wei stopped breathing and finally remembered that this person was a freak that easily cultivated the great Mo physique that ranked second among Colonel Mo physiques. It is not as difficult as Mo physiques. Wei decided to say the truth. Then teach me. Zuo Mo's request burst out. He tried to widen his glistening eyes, and gave a desirous and fawning expression towards Wei. In terms of shamelessness, Wei was clearly not Zuo Mo's opponent. He could only say, Mo physique and battle general are two different things, I do not know much. But when he saw Zuo Mo's face turn towards him like a sunflower, he intelligently gave up on struggling. Mo battle generals are truly different than other battle generals. The first thing they need to learn is to echo with the power of their comrades. Echo with the power of comrades? Wei released a breath. The shameless expression on that face finally disappeared. He felt much more at ease and continued, yes, the power of Mo is the power of the fleshly body, of the true self. Only by echoing with the power of one's comrades can one communicate with one's comrades. The directions of power is much faster and accurate than sound. So it's like this, Zuo Mo was thoughtful. Wei suddenly smiled. He spread his hands. Don't ask me how to echo the power of comrades. I don't know either, I'm just a gravestone armor. He hadn't lied. For some unknown reason, when he saw Zuo Mo's brow tightly furrowed, Wei's mood that had just been helpless became much lighter. Echo the power of comrades, Zuo Mo pondered. He seemed to comprehend something, but when he thought deeper, he had nothing. Immersed in thought, Zuo Mo directly forgot the fight that was happening now. A moment later, he suddenly raised his head, excitement unable to be disguised from his face. Without another word, he jumped up from the ground and ran away. Compared to Zuo Mo's new discoveries, Gongsun Sha was entirely familiar with the Mo battle methods. In war chess, he had faced all kinds of enemies. Even though the battle methods present were not the same as Pu Yao's battle methods in war chess, they were of the same vein. To Gongsun Sha, there was no difference. 3-section wave killing charge. The multicolored sword energies that had bloomed in the air brightened up. Howling sounded and filled the eardrums. In a brief amount of time, the sword show of Vermilion Bird Camp pushed their speed to the max. The sword lights formed waves that charged at the three groups of Mo soldiers. Compared to the past, the present Vermilion Bird Camp was undoubted more mature. When they performed their trademark 3-section wave killing charge, they were even more masterful. The waves made from sword energies were not as ferocious and sharp as before, but were more bouncy, as though there was an invisible thread that connected all the sword energies. The two sides collided. A strange scene occurred. Like waves, the sword energies gathered and scattered. They were like blades that danced about like butterflies, continuously slicing layers off the Mo soldiers. The sword energies crisscrossed. In a blink, half of the Mo soldiers were dead or wounded. This scene stunned the entire field. His chest full of fury and battle intent, Xie's body that just started to move seemed to be pulled to a complete stop by an invisible hand. He looked in disbelief at the waves of sword energies as though a basin of cold water was poured over his head, his limbs cold. Beside him, Lan Cheng and the other Mo soldiers were shocked. When the black-faced Ming Lai saw this scene, it was as though he was paralyzed. Inside the bloody mist, Liang Wei's pupils suddenly shrank, his expression changed greatly, and his body entirely cold. Translator ramblings, ways so humble. Information dump. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 430, Blackhorn Rhinoceros Mo. Chapter 430, Blackhorn Rhinoceros Mo. Unlike Zuo Mo, Gongsun Sha noticed the combat behind them at once. He only glanced over before moving his gaze away. He couldn't help but shake his head at the performance of this group of Xiuzha, but his eyes lit up at the performance of the Yao. The Xiuzha's collective strength was a level higher than the Yao, but they were being suppressed by the Yao. Even if it was due to being ambushed, in Gongsun Sha's eyes, the performance of this group of sword Xiu was really not outstanding. Of course, he only glanced at them. The three factions were not very different in his eyes. If they landed in the hands of Yao Ma, it would naturally be hard to keep their bodies intact, but if they landed in the hands of the sword Xiu, they definitely would not survive either. In such a sensitive place as the front lines, being a group of people with unclear origins, they would naturally be labeled as dangerous. To make it even worse was that they had too many valuable things on them that would breed envy in others and making them a target. If it was Gongsun Sha on the other side, he would definitely slaughter this kind of fat sheep if he encountered one. Taking only a glance, Lil Mis put his attention back on the Mo soldiers in front of him. Even though he had fought more than once against Mo battle generals in war chess, there would always be a difference between reality and war chess. Especially a war chess designed from a few thousand years ago. Lil Mis' focus was a calamity for the Mo soldiers. The two sides had the same general amount of manpower. Full of confidence, Lil Mis did not take the advantage based on numbers, but even so, the three groups of Mo soldiers were falling at an alarming rate in front of Lil Mis's most developed move, the three-section wave killing charge. The one-sided battle shocked everyone, especially Liang Wei and Ming Lai. The two were exceptional battle generals and deciphering battle was their basic technique. Battle general was the profession that the three major factions had, which was the most similar between the races and that each faction was the most familiar with. It had always been the case that the Yao Ma and Xiuzha thought of each other as enemies and were most sensitive to this kind of information. Shocked, the two simultaneously made the same choice: ask for reinforcements from the main army. After doing this, the two who had cold sweats could finally relax enough to closely examine the battle which was reaching its end. After watching for a while, the two almost exclaimed at the exact same time in disbelief. Three-section wave killing charge. Three-section stab. The disbelief on the two's faces quickly became strange. Xixiang, what is three-section stab? Song Yuan couldn't help but ask. Three-section stab is three-section wave killing charge. Ming Lai stared at the battlefield with a strange expression on his handsome face. As if he was taking in his sleep, he said, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" Xixiang. Song Yuan saw the situation was not right. Channeling Ling power, he shouted like thunder. Ming Lai shook and his unfocused eyes became clear again. He looked gratefully at Song Yuan and explained. I hadn't expected that the thing this person would use would be the three-section stab. Shitty may not know, but the three-section stab is a very ancient Yao battle tactic. This battle tactic was most popular 3,000 years ago, but as it heavily favored offense over defense, the Yao battle generals decreased their use of it, so now almost no one uses it. Yao. Song Yuan had a puzzled expression. But these people are clearly sword Xiu. The three-section wave killing charge is what the Yao call it, we usually call it the three-section stab. Actually, this kind of tactic is more suited for us sword Xiu. People have used it in the past, but it has a fatal flaw. Song Yuan became interested. What flaw? It cannot sustain itself. Ming Lai became relaxed again. He said in a deep voice, the strongest part of the three-section stab is that it gathers short-term explosiveness together, and cannot be stopped. But this kind of explosiveness cannot keep going. Three-section stab, it is most powerful in this charge. If the other can stop these three waves of attack, the situations of the two sides would instantly reverse. Song Yuan looked at the battlefield and then said with a shake of his head, they cannot hold against the three waves. Of course they will not hold up. Ming Lai said firmly. However, the defense line of the Mo is not so easy to penetrate. Mo defense lines are usually thick. The distance between each defense line is not far, and it is easy to get reinforcements. Creating such a large ruckus, there's no way the defensive lines behind will ignore it. Before his words landed, a group of approximately 2,000 Mo soldiers appeared in everyone's view like a black cloud. Not right, this isn't right. Zuo Mo shook his head. In front of him, a one who was acting as his experimental subject was crying inside. But he didn't dare to show any discontent on the outside. A one admired his fellows that were preparing to fight. The guard camp had finished preparing and were waiting to depart. Head Shulong was personally leading. Every time he thought about the upcoming battle, he was excited. But, looking at the eager boss, and then thinking about his situation, he began to wither like a tomato in frost. Heavens! Why did boss suddenly want to experiment? Why did boss have to use him as the subject? Boss told him to release his presence in a steady flow. He could not understand at all what the use was in doing this. But he didn't dare to say that to boss and docilely allowed boss to move him around. Boss seemed to be trying something and would occasionally mutter. No good, this is not it. Not right, there's a problem. Owen felt as though he was an idiot, and boss was a madman. But even if boss was a madman, he was still boss. When this group of 2,000 IMO soldiers saw the remaining of their 100 soldiers left, the eyes of the battle general that was leading instantly turned red. With a furious bellow, he charged like a rampaging bull. Many bellows sounded in unison. The sky changed color and killing energy filled the air. They came extremely quickly. The 2,000 IMO soldiers were like an enormous fist of metal that was burning as it smashed towards the battlefield. Vermilion bird camp swordshow that were destroying the remaining soldiers couldn't help but simultaneously pause, and their strong hearts showed a slight crack. Black horn rhinoceros Mo. Ming Lai's pupils contracted. Song Yuan heard the great shock in Ming Lai's tone of voice and hurriedly looked over. These Mo soldiers were even more elite than the 3 previous groups of Mo soldiers. Most of them were wrapped completely in black-green armor. The surface of the armor was covered in beautiful patterns. Just from the sheen of this black-green armor, Song Yuan knew the quality of the material was extraordinarily hard. The presence of the Mo battle general at the very front was even more intimidating. His entire body seemed to be wrapped in the armor shell. The armor seemed to be of one body, but seemed to not restrain movement as though it was alive. He had a black-green horn at the top of his head, interlocking fangs that reached out from the armor and shrouded his face like a mask. This caused him to look extremely ferocious. The patterns on his armor were the most beautiful as they glimmered. Song Yuan murmured, "These are Mo? It is black horn rhinoceros Mo." Ming Lai's tone was heavy. "It isn't cannon fodder like the ones before, this is a regular core. Their frontal charge is very strong. See their black armor? It is hard to damage with normal flying swords. Not easy to defeat." He suddenly was curious. He wanted to know how these sword show of unknown origins would deal with these troublesome black horn rhinoceros Mo. He could not guess. Ming Lai was not the only one that recognized the black horn rhinoceros Mo. Gong Sun Cha also recognized them at first glance. But compared to the seriousness of Ming Lai, Lil Miss display could be considered calm. There was not a ripple in his gaze. His spread-out consciousness passed his orders to every sword show in a flash. The members of Vermilion Bird Camp instantly disengaged with the enemies in front of them, and the formation shape quickly shrank. In a blink, they compacted into a ball, and at the center, waves of light rose. In a blink, a group of people appeared. Compared to the murderousness of the sword show, this group of people looked calm on the surface. They wore normal cloth, were barefooted and empty-handed. Only some details on their bodies, like a yellow flower at their waist, a purple creeper wove through lock of hair, caused some of the detail-oriented spectators start to wonder who they were. These continuous lights also attracted the attention of the Mo battle general. Gravity flashed through his eyes, and was then replaced by strong confidence and battle desire, but the other did not spread out their formation, did not roam around, but formed a circle of defense. This would perfectly allow them to express their full strength in a frontal charge. He didn't know who these people were. He didn't hesitate. He firmly believed that under this kind of powerful charge, nothing could stop them. He suddenly opened his mouth and gave a warbling yell. Instantly, all the black horn rhinoceros Mo underneath him also gave warbling yells. Their speed suddenly increased, and the tyrannical presence rose again. They were like a steely flood. Everything in front of their charge was crushed to pieces. The patterns on the black armor of the Mo battle general brightened. As he sprinted, he suddenly raised his right fist. Kill! All the Mo soldiers shouted in unison. An invisible power furiously flooded towards the upright fist of the battle general. A black-green light covered the right fist. The light increased at alarming speed. In the time it took to run a short 100 zhang, it became a ball of flowing green sap. There was a circle of black light around the energy. The distance between the two sides was less than 200 zhang. The domineering and savage presence of the battle general's right fist covered in light reached a peak. The Mo battle general glared angrily and shouted, "Kill!" The right fist was thrown out. The deep bellow that seemed to come from the deepest part of the ground caused everyone's hearts to shudder. When the green light left the hand, it grew in the air and was the size of a mountain in a blink. With a rush of air, it charged towards the vermilion bird camp that had formed a circle. Behind the green light, the 2,000 black-horned rhinoceros Mo's presence reached a peak. With an unstoppable presence, it forcibly charged in front of vermilion bird camp. The peerless charge of the black-horned rhinoceros Mo, shrunk into a circle. Vermilion bird camp seemed as weak as an egg in front of this savage charge, as though it would be destroyed by this flood in the next moment. And at the same time, opportunity. A thread of harshness flashed through Ming Lai's eyes. Without any hesitation, he bit down and shouted with all his power, "Charge!" Translator rambling, for sides that are watching this battle, the Mo, Kunlun, Liangwei, and Gongsun Sha. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 431, Flower Slaves. Chapter 431, Flower Slaves. The ambush of the Kunlun sword shield was very sudden. After being continually suppressed, Ming Lai finally displayed the skill of a great battle general. His grasp of timing was very precise. Just as everyone was shocked by the domineering charge of the black-horned rhinoceros Mo, he unexpectedly chose to attack. Hidden in the bloody mist, Liangwei's expression changed. He hadn't expected that the sword shield would suddenly attack. The situation of the battlefield was always one where if a hair was being pulled and the whole body would move. Ming Lai's sudden attack caused slight chaos on the battlefield. The full frontal charge of the black-horned rhinoceros Mo was peerless, but their capability to resist charges was not strong. In terms of timing, the collision between Ming Lai's sword shield and the black-horned rhinoceros Mo would be just after the black-horned rhinoceros Mo finished their frontal attack on this little ship. The Mo battle general had enough confidence to completely annihilate the other's troops in one charge, but the other sword shield group's charge was vicious. That was exactly when they would be the weakest. The expression of the Mo battle general changed. Seeing the danger, Liangwei could not care for anything else. He instantly ordered, "Attack!" The remaining 2,000 battle yao suddenly released like a tense spring and shot out like arrows out of the bloody mist. This string of changes happened in an extremely short amount of time but gave people the feeling that it was too much action for the eye to see. The Mo battle general's complexion was slightly pale. There were two troops hidden so close to him and he had not detected it at all. But the present situation did not allow for him to hesitate in the slightest. The enemy was right in front of him. Any hesitation would cause their situation to become even more terrible. Destroying this group of sword shield with the fastest speed was most beneficial for them. The battle intent rose in the chest of this Mo battle general. As his presence grew, his body lit up with black-green energy. The other black-horned rhinoceros Mo beside him all copied him. A layer of black-green energy instantly came onto the bodies of every black-horned rhinoceros Mo. Their movements were slightly pulled inwards. Like they were pieces of granite, they charged at Gongsun Sha's group. Victory was right in front of them. Ming Lai and Liangwei's troops were like two arrows that came from the rear from two different directions. Most fatal was that the Mo soldiers that were approaching had an unreasonable charge that was like a mountain 30,000 caddies heavy, and unable to be stopped. That lightning-like enormous green energy was almost right in front of them. For some unknown reason, Lil Miss gave a smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't make a move. A figure suddenly flew out from behind his back. A rainbow multicolored light rose up from bottom to top, and flashed past. Hiss! Like strong cloth being torn, the mountain-like green energy and the shimmering sword rainbow collided like two bubbles and disappeared. The Mo battle general's pupils suddenly shrank. Jin Dan. The other's troops had a Jin Dan. This was not unexpected to him. How was it possible that a treasure ship like this didn't have an expert? He did not panic due to this. Jin Dan's sword shield was not enough to make him feel panic. Once the black-horned rhinoceros Mo started their charge, even a few Jin Dan could not escape unharmed, much less just one. The contact between the two would be in an instant. Just at this time, a dot of purple energy lit up in his view. What was this? He suddenly had a strong feeling of danger, but before he could respond, his legs suddenly weakened, his entire body losing control as he tripped forward. Not good. The people beside him flipped over. In such a high-speed charge, any slight loss of balance meant that their bodies would lose control. This came so suddenly that they tripped hard without having their guard up. The troop formation at the front instantly became chaotic. The Mo soldiers at the back saw the situation and forcibly twisted their bodies to try to avoid their fellows that were unbalanced at the front. Some Mo soldiers that were more skilled went with the flow and grabbed their fellows. But what was fatal was their presence. The presence that had been gathered into one suddenly had a short burst of chaos. And at this time, the flower Yao, that were being guarded by the Vermilion Bird Camp Sword Show, had released a flood of Yao arts they had prepared in their hands. The Yao arts they cast were very unique. Some were crisp green, some bright purple, some serene blue, all of different colors, but all of them held a presence that was strange and deep. There was no sound, no intimidating presence, no blinding energy light. Even these energies of various colors were like candles that flew lightly. These candle-like serene lights seemed to be the black daggers in the darkness. The Mo battle general suddenly smelt a faint sweet scent. His expression changed. He shouted urgently at the top of his lungs, "Careful! It's poison!" His heart sank to the bottom. Poison. It was poison. He had never expected the other to use this kind of move to resolve their charge. But he had to admire the skill of the other. This move grasped their weakness. Blackhorn Rhinoceros Mo had powerful charges, outstanding defense. Normal methods could not defeat them at all, but using poison was a very effective method. A tiny thread of blue smoke floated past his eyes like the willow branches blown up in the wind. Time seemed to slow down. His body that was usually filled with power started to become heavy. Such powerful poison. His mind started to blur. They were going to lose. The Mo soldiers were a complete mess. Their steps were unsteady, their eyes unfocused, their breathing panicked as they fell all over the place. Even more alarming was that marks of all colors started to appear on their hard black-green armor. In a blink, these beautifully patterned armor were filled with all kinds of eerie multicolored marks. The flower Yao appeared in such a weird and terrifying manner on their first appearance on the battlefield. The flower Yao coexistence art. This strange and special spell caused those high-level ling flowers to gradually transform. The flower poison that each flower Yao had cultivated were different. As they were tempered in the frighteningly abundant black fiendish energy of the sealed extinction battlefield, these flower poisons became even more toxic and could directly wound the soul. No matter if it was Yaoma or Xiozha, the most troublesome situation was wounds to the soul. In addition, their flower poisons were formed from cultivating flower Yao coexistence spell, and had some attributes of Yao poisons. Their flower poisons each became a unique flower poison that was completely different from other flower poisons. These flower slaves that had a constant smile on their faces, went barefoot in warcloth, were the true smiling assassins. It was the first time Gongsun Cha led the flower slaves into battle. He didn't have a complete grasp of their abilities. He had called out all the flower slaves, and not knowing their own effectiveness, the flower slaves also released all of their flower poisons without holding anything back. It caused every inch of space to be filled with dozens of types of flower poisons. The Mo soldiers that had no defense took a hard fall. The Vermilion Bird Camp Sword Show that were protecting the flower slaves also had unnatural expressions. The scene in front of them also frightened them. The strange yet powerful flower poisons caused them to show expressions of fear. The unstoppable flood instantly dissipated, and really shocked them. If it was them who did not have any defenses up, their outcome would be the same as these Mo soldiers. They securely guarded the outside perimeter and didn't dare to take a step forward. Sword Show with good vision were even able to see the tiny thread-like forms of flower poison that floated in the air 3 zhang away from them. Everyone felt slightly intimidated. There were no wails, no groans, only the chaotic sounds of impacts, falling, and then everything gradually turned to a deathly silence. A hair-raising deathly silence. The flower slave's slightly exhausted panting was clearly heard, as though it was drawing the curtain to this hair-raising deathly silence. The two troops that were shooting forward like arrows seemed to be pulled back by an invisible rope. Without any agreement, they both decelerated, and then stopped. The two troops were silent. Terror filled everyone's face, no matter if it was Sword Xiao or Combat Yao. The depths of their eyes were filled by those multicolored beautiful lights. Ming Lai and Song Yuan's faces were ashen. They dazedly looked at the scene in front of them that seemed to come from hell. Such a powerful poison. Song Yuan stammered out. It was not rare to see Xiozha that cultivated poison. They were mostly roaming Xiao. Song Yuan had seen many powerful poison cultivating roaming Xiao before, but like this, to poison several thousand at once, it was the first time he had seen it. Ming Lai stared hard at those barefoot and smiling people. He did not realize that he had almost bitten through his lips. What were the origins of these people? So many sword Xiao, it had to be a sword cultivating sect. But which sword cultivating sect was this powerful? Able to destroy 2,000 black horn rhinoceros Mo with a wave of the hand, this was an attention-catching power. He had seen it clearly just now. From the moment those strange poison-cultivating roaming Xiao appeared, the sword Xiao that were guarding the perimeter were as steady as rock facing the charge of the black horn rhinoceros Mo and didn't move at all. Well trained. The words popped up in his mind. Thinking back, even the usually proud Ming Lai had to admire the skill of the other battle general. From the beginning 3-section stab to suddenly using poison. It had to be said that this was a battle that suddenly occurred. To be able to find the other's weakness in an instant and find a method of defeating them, this was skill. But who were these sword Xiao? And so many roaming Xiao. What was their goal in coming here? Ming Lai's expression became uncertain. Liang Wei's limbs were icy, his face slightly white. However, he did not retreat. He stared at the people that were being protected at the center. The scene just now filled his heart with terror, but at this moment, another discovery attracted his attention. Yao poison. Those flower poisons seemed very strange, but it was definitely a kind of Yao poison. Liang Wei firmly believed that he had not seen it wrong. How come these Xiaojia could use Yao poisons? Were those barefoot people Yao? But they didn't look like it. Then why? Countless riddles spun in his mind. These riddles caused him to suppress the urge to turn and flee and to maintain his distance to the other. He had to get to the bottom of this. Translator ramblings. Mo, we're going to kill you. Oh. Cohen fellow sword Xiao, we are coming to help you, huh? Yao, wait, which side do you belong to? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 432, Cohen Luen. Chapter 432, Cohen Luen. Having tried for a while, Zuo Mo had not made any breakthroughs. This was extremely dispiriting for him. Was he not suited to be a battle general? He furrowed his brow and frowned. Their troop looked very powerful, but in reality, Gongsun Sha was the only qualified battle general. Shu Long was studied and worked hard, but as a commander, he was just average. If Gongsun Shidi became entangled in battle, then their situation would become extremely dangerous. But the cultivation method of guard camp had caused them to be unsuitable for use under Lil Mis command. This was a problem that Zuo Mo had kept in mind this whole time. Without a suitable battle general, the guard camp's offensive capabilities could not be fully expressed. In this chaotic time, combat strength was the safety net of survival. Having combat abilities but unable to use them, how could Zuo Mo be content? Only today when he saw the Mo battle general's fighting methods did Zuo Mo finally realize. No wonder Lil Mis did not like to command guard camp. The cultivation method of guard camp meant that they were meant to battle in a different way than Vermilion Bird camp. Zuo Mo also found that this straightforward battle method of Mo battle generals was very suited for him. He couldn't help but think, if he could express the combat abilities of guard camp. Yet while the idea was beautiful, reality was cruel. According to Wei, the first step was to feel the power of his fellows, so he had found a Wen to be his practice partner. But no matter how hard he tried, there wasn't a response. Mo battle generals required strong bodies. This wasn't a problem for him at all. His great day Mo physique had gone through its second maturation, his body was as hard as steel and hard to damage with a flying sword. But no matter how he tried, he could not feel a Wen's power. Was it that the three powers in his body had merged into one and was preventing him from feeling a Wen's power? He couldn't help but furrow his brow. He was helpless about the situation inside his body as well. Even though it had reached a new equilibrium, but even Pu Yao and Wei could not offer anything about this once-in-a-thousand-year circumstance. He needed to explore everything by himself, and what was most fatal was that Pu Yao and Wei's experiences were mostly ineffective. This was the greatest loss for Zuo Mo. But the situation was beyond his control since long ago. He could only endure it. Was he fated to always explore on his own throughout his life? A thread of bitterness rose in Zuo Mo's heart. At Wukong Mountain, he had to explore by himself. He finally encountered Pu Yao, the spells and Yao arts had come to him as easily as water flowing. But just after being able to smoothly sailing for a short while, the change inside his body had caused Pu Yao and Wei's experiences to lose effectiveness in one night. Those powerful Yao arts and spells casually waved goodbye to him, disregarding his lingering gaze and flew away. In the period of one night, he had returned to where he started. What sort of world was this? Zuo Mo grimaced. However, he could only grimace. He was not demotivated. Fate was like those Yao art problems. You could not choose which problem it would give you. Your choice was either to work on solving it, or wait for death. As to whether or not it could be solved, that was the next problem. It seemed GE is fated to walk the high difficulty path. I really no way about it, experts are always like GE. Comforting himself like this, Zuo Mo rubbed his face and tried to keep his mind alert. He sat down and started a new round of thought and experiment. This one is Kunlun's disciple Ming Lai, responsible for defending this area. Elders, please forgive me for coming late to the rescue. Ming Lai said loudly, and bowed towards the distant black turtle. He put his attitude extremely low. Kunlun disciple. When the people of Vermilion Bird Camp heard these words, their expressions suddenly changed. Kunlun disciple, Lilmus narrowed his eyes, the smile on his bashful face increasing as he said to himself, such a coincidence, didn't think we really would encounter people of Kunlun. Cold snorts sounded around him. Everyone's expressions darkened. If they had to choose a sect that was most unwelcome among Zuo Mo's group, then it was undoubtedly Kunlun. Now people from the sect of Kunlun were right in front of them. No one would have good faces. Song Yuan's eyes were keen and noticed the fury and murderousness on the faces of the Vermilion Bird Camp sword show. They don't seem to be very friendly towards us. His heart shook and he said in a low voice. Ming Lai's heart jumped, but his expression instantly resumed normality. He said in a similarly light tone, no matter how unfriendly they are with us, they can't be in agreement with Yama. That's true. Song Yuan thought from another direction and released the thought. No matter what grievances this group of people had with Kunlun, everyone was Xiuzhe and belonged to the same camp against the Yama. Ming Lai said loudly, seeing your honored division style today, it really causes admiration. But this place is the territory of the Mo, extremely dangerous. Gentlemen, do not say at dangerous places, everyone. You are a disciple of Kunlun? A male voice came from the black ship and interrupted Ming Lai. Ming Lai said, yes. Your honored division. The voice inside the boat once again interrupted him, who is Lin Qian to you? Ming Lai was shocked. He said in surprise, Sir No's eldest Xixiang? At the side, Song Yuan also showed shock. Inside the black turtle, the faces of Wei Sheng and the others changed again. Just now, Wei Sheng suddenly recalled the riddle of Lin Qian's identity and suddenly made an inquiry. Wei Sheng had been suspicious of Lin Qian's identity long ago. He had speculated that Lin Qian would have a connection to Kunlun, but he never thought that the slightly mysterious young person that was not at all eye-catching was the eldest Xixiang of Kunlun sect. Gongsun Cha's expression also couldn't help but change. The two exchanged a look and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Kunlun was the real ruler of the entire Kunlun realm. The eldest Xixiang of Kunlun sect, the future sect leader of Kunlun, his rank was so venerable, his identity so noble that other than the present sect leader of Kunlun, no one could rival him. But what secret did Wu Kong Sword Sect have that caused the future Kunlun sect leader to come in person? Gongsun Cha was alright. He had entered Wu Kong Sword Sect relatively late and his feelings towards Wu Kong Sword Sect was not deep. But Wei Sheng had grown up in Wu Kong Sword Sect and held deep feelings. Shocked, he couldn't help but show deep worry. A little sect like Wu Kong Sword Sect would not have any power to resist under the influence of Kunlun. Ming Lai saw the other had become silent again and confusion rose. Can Sir give your name? A friend of eldest Xixiang is a friend of our Kunlun. We will act as hosts. Where's Xixiang? Gongsun Cha asked Zhongru beside him in a low voice. Zhongru closed his eyes and opened them a moment later. He said, bewildered, Darren seems to be meditating. Meditating? Gongsun Cha raised an eyebrow. He turned to look at Wei Sheng. What does eldest Xixiang think? They are most likely starting to suspect our origins now, What do you think? Wei Sheng asked warily. Gongsun Cha gave a shy smile and did not answer. It is not suitable for us to be targeted by Kunlun at present. You mean? Wei Sheng had a shocked expression. Gongsun Cha raised his white hand and lightly sketched a chop. Hiss. Wei Sheng inhaled sharply, and the people around them also showed shock. But in a moment, everyone's shock turned to excitement and eagerness. Kunlun. That was Kunlun. For every sword show, Kunlun was akin to a holy ground. And in reality, Kunlun was the holy ground of sword show. Of the four-realm heaven, Kunlun was the most honored. This honor was not born out of thin air, but fought for by Kunlun sword show using the flying sword of their heart in that great war 3,000 years ago. Even the subordinate sects of Kunlun had no weak people, much less true Kunlun disciples. Wei Sheng hadn't expected Gongsun Cha to be so daring to know that the other was a Kunlun disciple and still dare to kill. However, Wei Sheng was not a stupid person. He knew that he had exposed their identities when he had asked for Lin Qian's identity. Ming Lai only needed to pass this information back. With Lin Qian's intelligence, he would most likely guess it was them. Gongsun Cha was correct. If they were targeted by Kunlun now, then they would be in danger. He also thought about Wu Kong Sword Sect. Strength flashed through his eyes. He nodded heavily. Okay. That heavy word was like a vase that broke. Thick killing intent spread out. Liang Wei heard the exchange between the two and his heart continued to sink. The two seemed to be old acquaintances. He suddenly found his thinking just now was truly absurd. How could Xiuzhi cultivate Yao poisons? It probably was a Ling poison that the other had made that was similar to Yao poison. Thinking about this, he prepared to take his subordinates and retreat. If these two troops allied together, then it would no longer be so easy for them to retreat. Fortunately, he had acted the latest. So even though his attacking position was not good, it was very suited for retreat. At this time, a change suddenly occurred. The little black ship suddenly lit up in his vision. Boom! Like fireworks exploding, sword energy shot out. Liang Wei's expression changed. Was the other attacking? He was so frightened he almost shouted, but he perceptibly caught a detail out of the corner of his eye. His figure instantly stilled. Those sword energies. They were all heading towards the Kunlun sword Xiu. What was going on? Inner conflict? Liang Wei was stunned where he stood with bewilderment on his face. The combat Yao beside him were all dumbstruck. The other's attack had occurred so suddenly without a hint of warning that the Kunlun sword Xiu did not react immediately. Their ranks shifted. The sword Xiu first had astonishment on their faces, and then they showed fury. Ming Lai was both shocked and angry. You cowards dare! When was Kunlun ever attacked by other sects first? Just the two words Kunlun had crushed countless sects before. Today, there was someone that knew their origins and dared to attack them. This was the first time Ming Lai had encountered such a thing. Fury burned in his heart. He unhesitatingly went forward and shouted angrily, Kunlun! Kill! The sword lights of the Kunlun sword Xiu lit up. Watching from a distance, Liang Wei started tightly at the sword lights that drew out beautiful curves. There was only one phrase echoing in his mind. Surround. Tactical surround. The other's intentions suddenly became clear. They intended to not leave even one alive. Translator ramblings, everything waves bye-bye to Zuo Mo, Jingshi, spells. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 433, Grapple. Chapter 433, Grapple. Under Liang Wei's shocked gaze, Ming Lai's troop was like a sharp great sword that pierced straight into the threads of sword lights that came at them and twisted with the flow. Their presence was concentrated and sharp. The black ship sword Xiu's sword energies scattered like fireworks. In front of Ming Lai's forces, the threads of sword energies seemed to break with a touch. The sword Xiu from the black ship that came hurriedly dodged to the side. The presence of Ming Lai's troop had become such that no one dared to stand up to them. The terror in Ming Lai's heart had also dissipated long ago. The confidence of a gold battle general filled every corner of his body. Layers of sword Xiu were protecting him. The pine script sword was in the hands of Song Yuan Shidi, and he was looking about warily. The other 5 Jindan sword Xiu steadily controlled their position. These Jindan were not from Kunlun, but they were the best from their respective sections. Ming Lai's master had carefully chosen these people to ensure his safety. Just this composition was enough to fill him with confidence. The Kunlun realm was the largest realm of the 4-realm heaven. The borders were vast and near endless. Due to having abundant battalions, the composition of their armies could not help but become complex, so there were divisions of far, near, outer, and inner. While they were all Jindan, the Jindan sword Xiu of normal sects had the lowest benefits in a battalion. The Jindan sword Xiu from Kunlun's numerous subordinate sects had much better benefits, and Kunlun disciples' benefits were a step above that. Inner sect disciples were mostly the leaders of the battalions. Ming Lai battalion's Jindan were all from subordinate sects who were completely loyal from top to bottom. The relationships between these subordinate sects to Kunlun were very close, and the sects functioned as Kunlun's protective perimeter. Even more, there was Song Yuan Shidi to help secure the flank. Thinking about his prior shock just now, Ming Lai couldn't help but feel a thread of shame. He focused and decided that he must win this battle. While the identity of a Kunlun inner sect disciple was honored wherever they went, but in reality, the competition between inner sect disciples far surpassed the imaginations of everyone. How many Kunlun inner sect disciples were there? Even Ming Lai did not know. But it was not strange that he could command one battalion since he was a gold battle general and an inner sect disciple. But to get assigned his mission this time, it had taken great effort. Before leaving, Master had kept on telling him to work hard. The sect leader of this generation was extremely fair, and would reward meritorious service. If he could get a good victory on the front line, the fruit would be enough to benefit all of their sect line. Of course, he would get the biggest slice. Thinking about this, his gaze unconsciously heated up. Sweeping across the entire battlefield, his right hand started to count, all the Ling power inside his body moving as he channeled celestial balance, I, to the maximum. In his eyes, there seemed to be dots of light spinning. As these star-like dots of light continued to spin, the battlefield gradually became clear in his mind. He suddenly opened his eyes, and coldness flashed past them. As expected, the other was not ordinary. His battalion was thrust straight in the middle of the other's troops like a dagger. The swords show along the way that seemed to flee like alarmed birds, furiously sprinting away, but once out of harm's way they simply rejoined their own formation. He had inserted himself into the other's troops, and the other had completely surrounded him. Ming Lai smirked inside. If normal battle generals were surrounded, they would definitely panic, but for Ming Lai, who was skilled in tactics, this was a great opportunity. In his eyes, the other's enclosure was like a cloth bag that only looked strong but would break with a mere poke of his finger. His battalion was gathered together, united. Wasn't this just the kind of sharp object that he needed right now? Come. An excited blush floated onto Ming Lai's face as though he had seen his prey. Wood's Horn Formation. The horn was the first of the 7 mansions that belonged to the Eastern Azure Dragon, who represented the wood element, and similar to the horn of the dragon it was best used for killing. 2. Wood's Horn Formation was a classic assault battle formation, but the Sword Show, who were familiar with Ming Lai Darren for quite a while now, instantly understood that they were going to make a move. Without any hesitation or keeping anything back, the Ling power in their bodies circulated at full power. The flying swords in their hands started to vibrate and hum like starving and bloodthirsty wild beasts. Slight tingling numbness spread over their entire bodies as the battle presence erupted from the deepest part of their souls. Kuan Luan. The flying swords rose up just like these thunder-like roars with that deep pride and zealotry. In an instantly, the sword energies were like a tsunami that came surging forth. A smear of slight red unconsciously blushed from Gongsun Sha's face. This caused him to look like a shy and bashful neighbor's boy. But landing in the eyes of Zhong Ru and the others standing close to him, they instantly understood Gongsun Darren was excited. Yes, Gongsun Sha really was excited. In this short instant, the skill the other had displayed surpassed his expectations. In suddenly occurring battles like this, the room for a battle general to act was not large. Other than the first responsibilities of a battle general, what it tested was the power of the troops. A mature troop usually did not need the direction of the battle general when it first encountered an attack and would instinctively respond correctly. Even Gongsun Cha's consciousness needed a brief amount of time to make a response. In this instant, the Vermilion Bird Camp Sword Show that were closest to Ming Lai Battalion made their response. The flying swords in their hands turned to streams of light that stabbed towards the other's troops. Their bodies moved at the same time as their enemies, pulling them to a position parallel to the other, which tightly followed Ming Lai Battalion. These dozens of sword lights did not stop Ming Lai Battalion from attacking but caused a few sword show at the flanks of the troops to pause for a brief moment. This seemed as though it was an insignificant effect. It had to be said that even in everyday training, it was not possible for the battle formation to be perfect every time. No one paid attention. Even those dozens of sword show that were affected did not pay attention. In their eyes, these people were like flies and could only discuss them. And if they placed too much of their attention on these flies, then the power of the Wood's Horn Formation would weaken. But they did not know the person who they were facing was a person who had heartily survived a great and immeasurable amount of abuse. After facing Pu Yao's horrific and perverse pressure, Gongsun Sha was extremely sensitive to slight changes on the battlefield. He instantly caught this slight change. His consciousness unhesitatingly moved. The sword energies that were scattered like threads suddenly gathered towards the flanks of Ming Lai Battalion. Looking from afar, it seemed as though threads were tangling themselves onto Ming Lai Battalion. They roamed parallel to the flanks of the other's troops. If they found a chance, they would go and tear off a piece. The amount of threads that were catching on increased and were becoming thicker. The Koanluan sword show that were on the flanks instantly had a headache. If the previous duos and trios of sword show were just flies that could only discuss them, they were now akin to packs of wild wolves as their numbers increased. If they were the tiniest bit careless, the other would tear off a piece of their force. Their attention unconsciously moved to the Vermilion Bird Camp sword show that were occasionally roaming beside them. It was without their detection that the presence of the entire assault troop slowly weakened. Ming Lai detected the danger. The Great Mo physique was the power that Zuo Mo trusted the most. After his body reached equilibrium again, his Great Mo physique followed his will again. But the feeling of using the Great Mo physique now was completely different than it had been in the past. The change in every piece of muscle in his body would also pull along changes in the other two powers. The Ling power that stuck like oil and the consciousness that wrapped the muscles and tendons like vines had caused Zuo Mo to truly experience what it was like to have his whole body move by pulling a hair. Under the effect of the Great Day banded flame, they were always in balance. This also meant that any new change required a new equilibrium. Zuo Mo was currently trying to find the fulcrum, a point that he could detect the power of his fellows. This kind of search was like searching in the darkness without his eyes, slowly searching with just his hands. Not far away from him, the dejected Awen felt as though he was a candle that was continuously giving off light. He felt so stupid. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he stared in shock at Darren, whose eyes were closed. Had it just been his imagination? He was puzzled. After staring at Darren for a long time, there wasn't any response. It was his imagination. Awei twisted his mouth and pulled a face at Darren. Suddenly, his expression froze on his face as though he was struck by lightning. Nearby, Darren's body shook. He was like an old monk in meditation, but an indescribable presence spread out from Darren's body. After a while, Owen understood. This was the presence of power. It was the presence of the Great Day Mo physique. Owen was uncertain. The presence of Darren's Great Day Mo physique was intimidating normally, but it was completely different compared to now. Everyone was familiar with the presence of the Great Day Mo physique as all of the hardship guards were cultivating the Great Day hardship guard that Pu Yao had modified. That was why Owen had immediately detected this familiar presence. Outer release of presence? Owen did not understand what Zuo Mo was doing and was confused. Mo skills cultivated the power of the flesh. This physical power was contained in their flesh and blood, and could not be released on the outside like Ling power and consciousness. He tilted his head and thought about how Darren was able to accomplish this. Just at this time, his body suddenly shook without warning. What was this? Owen was shocked. He hadn't moved just now. At this time, his body shook again. His eyes widened and his gaze landed on Zuo Mo's body. In his eyes, Darren's body shook. Before he could muster a response, he began to shake uncontrollably, as if his body was possessed. What was going on? Frightened, Owen found that his body was shaking like dice. No matter how much he wanted to stop, his body did not respond at all and still uncontrollably shook. In his eyes, Zuo Mo's body was shaking at the same frequency, but the magnitude was much smaller. This strange situation almost caused Owen to go crazy. His mind was now completely blank. Celestial balance is the fourth star of the Northern Dipper. 2. The Eastern Azure Dragon in Chinese mythology represents spring and the wood element. The Eastern Azure Dragon is made up of 7 constellations, each called a mansion. These are the horn, neck, root, room, heart, tail, and winnowing basket. Translator ramblings. Zuo Mo is still trying so hard to find teamwork. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 434, Formation Change. Chapter 434, Formation Change. Ming Lai hadn't even managed to send out an order before his field of vision widened. They had completely broken through the others' encirclement. But Ming Lai did not feel any joy at all. His heart slowly sank. The others' reaction speed was faster than he could have ever imagined. They did not face their charge at all, only tightly following them, attacking and then retreating at once. If his own force was a screw that was spinning at high speed, then the enemy were the threads that wrapped themselves around it. Even worse was that due to the others' response, they were gradually losing speed. Speed was most important factor of a charging assault. If they lost speed, these bothersome enemies that were like strings would instantly completely encircle them. At that time, they would end up in an even more reactive situation. The enemies roaming around them were like cunning packs of wolves. They would gather and scatter abruptly like the wind. Twinkling Brilliance Formation. Ming Lai quickly made a decision. The troop that had been attacking at high speed seemed to curl up like a worm. In a blink, they switched from the Wood's Horn Formation to the Twinkling Brilliance Formation. This meant that from this moment, they switched from assault to defense. It had to be said that Ming Lai had some skill. The two had only fought for 2 rounds, and he had already detected the problem. His reactive ability was slower than his foes, and his sword show were not as experienced as the others. Understanding his disadvantages, Ming Lai decided to pull the rhythm of battle into formation battle. Formation fighting was different than encounter fighting. If fighting encounters were determined by the experience and reaction of the sword show, then formation battle competed on the battle determination and quality of the two sides as well as the average strength of the sword show. In this area, Ming Lai had absolute confidence. Every sword show of his battalion had been carefully selected from different sections. The lowest cultivation among them was second stratum Ningmai. Each person also had their unique skill, and they had never slacked off in daily training. He dared to state that they were an elite force. If he had to say what weakness this troop had, then it would be that they had not gone through the test of battle. Formation fighting was undoubtedly more suitable for them. The front and the back ranks joined up, so Ming Lai battalion quickly set down layers of defenses. It was possible to see their training from this. From an assault formation to a defensive formation, the entire process was smooth and natural, completed in an extremely short amount of time. Battalions were a very unique group in Four-Realm Heaven. No matter what type of Xiozha, the stronger they were, the bigger their temper. Normal Xiozha were not willing to go to a place like battalion where they had to follow the rules. For battle generals, the obedience of his subordinates was more important than having individual power. The benefits from being in a battalion were better than other places, but Jindan Xiozha would not be badly treated no matter where they went. Who was willing to go to a battalion to suffer that? This was also why Kunlun realm had countless sects, but there were not many sects that had battalions. Only colossal entities like Kunlun, that controlled an enormous population, could selectively choose the Xiozha who fit their requirements. The sword Xiu that came from subordinate sects were trained in a completely different manner than normal disciples. From a young age, they were trained in the manner of battalions. All the members of Ming Lai battalion were such cultivators. Quickly entering defense mode, no one panicked. Everyone methodically entered their own positions. Vermilion Bird Camp went along with the flow and took back the advantage of the battlefield. With a whoosh, they completed the encirclement again. The two landed in a standoff again. Gongsun Sha understood what the other was planning with slight thought. He couldn't help but feel slight amazement. It seemed the other battle general wasn't an idiot. To be able to notice their own weakness in such a short amount of time and intelligently use their advantage, not every person could do this. This person who had come from Kunlun had not had the so-called pride of fame go to their head. That really wasn't easy. However, he wasn't a match for encounter battle, so would he be able to reverse it for formation battle? A barely discernible smile flashed on Gongsun Sha's lips. It did not cause anyone warmth and was like a blade that appeared in the air. Finishing their encirclement, Vermilion Bird Camp did not rashly attack but instead seemed to be waiting. Darren, what are they planning? The subordinate spoke with puzzlement. He was confused by that dazzling series of changes. Liang Wei tightly stared at the battlefield and said without turning his head, "They are planning to have a formation battle." Formation battle? The subordinate was even more confused. Liang Wei did not explain, and deep wariness flashed through his eyes. The battle generals on the two sides were both very powerful. If it was him, he didn't dare to guarantee that he could best them. It might have been alright for him to lose to Ming Lai battalion. He did not know their name, but the Kunlun emblems on their bodies was too eye-catching. It was possible to see with a glance. A battalion of Kunlun, it was natural they would not be lacking. What shocked him the most was the battle general inside the black ship. This unknown and mysterious battle general had forcibly suppressed this battalion from Kunlun from the beginning till now. If using poison could have been called trickery, then the collision he just saw now was not. It was a demonstration of skill. His eyes didn't dare to waver because he believed what would be coming next would be an even crueler formation battle. In an instant, his pupils suddenly shrank. This wasn't right. Having finished surrounding the enemy, the black ship sword shield looked as though they were roaming aimlessly around the outside. But there seemed to be a structure that gradually became clear between these sword show. This was a battle formation. It definitely was a kind of battle formation. Liang Wei did not feel any joy at his realization. His eyes were extremely wide, fearful of missing the slightest detail. This was not strange. In reality, the Xiozha, Yao, and Mo were very familiar with the formations of each camp. He was able to recognize Ming Lai's battalion's twinkling brilliance formation at a glance. But Liang Wei was unfamiliar with the formation of the black ship battle general. What kind of battle formation would it be? His mind moved quickly. He put himself in that position. If it was him, what battle formation would he use at this time? Twinkling Brilliance formation was a defensive formation, but it did not emphasize defense. Rather, it was famed for its ability to change. There were many variations of Twinkling Brilliance formation. Every setup had many modifications, and it was liked by Xiozha battle generals due to this. What battle formation was suitable for defeating the Twinkling Brilliance battle formation? The indiscernible lines and structures in Liang Wei's eyes gradually became clear, and his curiosity was also drawn out. The skill that the black ship battle general had shown was very high, and filled him with anticipation. The structure finally became clear. Little teams that spun were like a pile of gears shoved together. They spun at high speeds without stopping. What battle formation is this? Liang Wei's vice commander said what everyone was thinking. Liang Wei did not know either, but he did not make a sound. He knew the mysterious black ship battle general definitely would not do something meaningless. What they did not know was that in all the major Yaojie, this type of battle formation was the most popular battle formation of the moment. When Xiao Mo Go and Yu Hong had their battle, they had already reached the front lines. A battle maniac, Liang Wei took his troops and spent all their time roaming bloody sky metropolis Jie in search of prey. They were completely ignorant of what had happened back home. Everyone widened their eyes. Zuo Mo opened his eyes, and they were filled with ecstasy. Fulcrum. He finally found that fulcrum. He hadn't just found that fulcrum, he finally understood how Mo battle generals gathered everyone's power together. The power of the flesh could not leave the cage of the body, but it could connect everyone's power through an unique method, resonance. Yes, resonance. Zuo Mo was not unfamiliar with resonance. This kind of scenario was repeatedly mentioned in low-level forging, especially for forging items like 8 treasure soundboxes. However, the resonance between the power of the body was much stronger than the resonance of low-level talismans like 8 treasure soundboxes. This was a kind of resonance that was invisible, it didn't have sound, It was this kind of resonance that was able to gather everyone's power into one. The use of the battle general was to channel their own power and guide everyone along to complete group resonance. This was a powerful ability. Zuo Mo suddenly understood. It was like opening a new window into another mysterious world. He also finally understood why the battle methods of Mo battle generals were so strange. It was only the Mo who had such strong bodies that could create such powerful vibrations and reach resonance. Zuo Mo stood and secretly channeled the Great Day Mo physique. He raised his head and saw a panicked One. He laughed. Don't be nervous. He then said, what do you feel? Owen hesitated and then said, like my body is not in my control, like something is pulling me, it's a very strange feeling. Try to channel your Mo skill, Zuo Mo said right after. Heart beating wildly, Owen carefully channeled his Mo skill. Threads of black smoke came out of his body and formed panels of black armor on the surface of his body. He quickly became covered in armor. The layers of light, slender, and long black feathers made him look like a large bird. Follow what I do, Zuo Mo said. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly threw out a punch. A faint gold fist energy left his hand. Owen unhesitatingly flicked and thrust with his black spear. A black energy left his spear. Yet what happened after that caused Owen to widen his eyes. The black energy he had released flew out of the spear point, and drew towards Zuo Mo's faint gold fist energy as though it was being attracted by a magnet. In a blink, the black energy entered Zuo Mo's fist energy as though it was a baby sparrow returning to its nest. The fist energy grew a sliver, the sound it created increasing and deepening as though something was shaking. In the center of the faint gold fist energy, a bean-sized, black dot was visible to see. Owen gaped. What was this? When the spear energy left the spear point, he had detected a great suctioning force. But he could also feel that he had not lost complete control of the spear energy. Such a strange feeling. Even though the great and little Mo kill of the Crow Fiend Mo killing formation could gather many into one, but it felt completely different this time with Darren. In front of Owen, Zuo Mo grinned widely, his eyes lit up as he snickered dumbly. Was there anything that embodied the method of many fighting against the few like this? No. Definitely not. This was undoubtedly the ultimate move for gang fighting. Gu really is a genius. Zuo Mo became excited the more he thought, and eagerly ran towards guard camp. If he was going to play, he was going to play big. Twinkling Brilliance is the 7th star of the Northern Dipper. This makes it a match for Ming Lai's Celestial Balance, which is also a part of the Northern Dipper. Translator ramblings, all this stars and constellation stuff makes me think of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Also, Twinkling Brilliance is Wikipedia's translation. You have the Celestial Balance, the Celestial Pivot, the Jade Sighting Tube, the Opener of Heat, and then, Twinkling Brilliance. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 435, Red Eyes. Chapter 435, Red Eyes. Burning, beautiful streaks of light in the distance were the sword light energies from flying swords rushing by. The light of fire, explosions, and all kinds of spells reflected against Liang Wei's handsome face. The scar on his face was like an earthworm struggling at the boundary of light and darkness. He had stopped breathing. The upcoming climax to the battle caused the temperature of his blood to rocket up. His mouth and throat was dry, and there seemed to be a fire burning in his chest. He suppressed the desire for combat in his chest. His stubborn gaze was focused and fanatical in the light. But Liang Wei quickly frowned. The two sides had not fully come into contact. They were still in the early stages of probing. In Liang Wei's eyes, the actions of the Black Ship Sword Show were somewhat amateurish. He couldn't help but be bewildered. Twinkling Brilliance formation was not an obscure battle formation. Even though the Twinkling Brilliance formation that these Kunlun Sword Show used had many modifications, but it did not deviate significantly from the conventional structure of a Twinkling Brilliance formation. There were many methods to deal with the Twinkling Brilliance formation, but almost all the solutions followed one rule: attack the central defense area. The central defense area of the Twinkling Brilliance formation was its strongest defensive area, but it was also the crux of the entire battle formation. If that was broken, the entire battle formation would quickly be defeated. Twinkling Brilliance battle formation was one of the battle formations that Xiuzhi battle generals most frequently used. Supposedly, the one who had created this battle formation was a sword show battle general. As a testament to its exceptional power, the formation had gained widespread usage in less than 200 years. The Black Ship's battle general seemed unfamiliar with the Twinkling Brilliance formation. Compared to the spectacular command abilities he had shown earlier, the skill he showed now was as if a completely different person had taken command. Had someone else taken control of their side? Liang Wei found it weird. Gongsun Cha really did not know the Twinkling Brilliance battle formation. But his eyes were very powerful. The two seemed to just begun their face-off, but this short face-off was enough for Gongsun Cha to pay close attention to this unfamiliar battle formation. The Twinkling Brilliance battle formation was really exceptional. It actually was the skeleton of a battle formation that gave enough room for battle generals to react to many situations as required. Ming Lai was very skilled in using the Twinkling Brilliance battle formation. This was his best battle formation, and his wariness of Gongsun Cha could be seen from this course of action. But even though he was wary, Gongsun Cha did not panic. He widened his eyes. The battle formation stirred his interest. A very powerful formation. 7 sword show to a groups that then interlocked. There were all kinds of illusory formations that had been carefully arranged. All of the Shio in each group tightly grasped their flying swords, waiting. But what shocked Gongsun Cha was not this profound battle formation, but the talismans that this group of people wore. The entire battle formation was shrouded in the light of the talismans. Seeing this, Gongsun Cha's eyes became red. Compared to their enemies, they were just street beggars. Each of the sword Shio had 1 or 2 4th-grade talismans, all the flying swords they had were also 4th grade. Each of those Jin Dan could be described as being bathed in the light of treasures, and it was blinding. Even more exaggerated was that the entire battle formation was covered in a layer of faint blue light. The enemy even had large-scale battle formation talismans. When compared to his side, the talismans they had were mostly 3rd grade. The number of 4th grade talismans could be counted on his fingers. The only thing that comforted them were the flying swords on their hands. They were all gold crystal flying swords that Zuo Mo had forged in the golden crystal sand sea for everyone. But there were more than 2,000 people in Vermilion Bird Camp. No matter how powerful Zuo Mo's Great Day Bandit Flame was, it was a vast amount of work to forge more than 2,000 flying swords. In order to save time, he had created a mass forging method that could forge 20 gold crystal flying swords in one go. But the gold crystal flying swords created through this method were lacking compared to the ones he had forged at the start. Low 5th grade, and each possessed 2 very practical formation techniques, sharpness and air sweep. Sharpness increased the sharpness of the flying sword, and air sweep greatly increased the speed of the flying sword. After great efforts, the Xiuzhi of Vermilion Bird Camp had basically all comprehended sword essence. These 2 formation techniques could be used to their full power in their hands. Compared to the flying swords on their hands, the talismans on their bodies were really poor. No wonder Gongsun Cha's eyes turned red when he saw the light of the 4th grade talismans on the enemy sword show. Zuo Mo was greedy and money hungry. His style of disliking individuals with good talismans had deeply influenced everyone else. Without any additional motivation, the entire Vermilion Bird Camp seemed to be full of adrenaline, all of them excited as they greedily rubbed their hands, their faintly red eyes sweeping to and fro on talisman-decorated bodies of the enemy sword shio. Darren, let him go to test the waters. Lei Peng widened his eyes and rumbled with an innocent face. The laziness on Ma Fan's face instantly disappeared. He spat out the grass stem in his mouth and silently raised a thumb up at Lei Peng. Hearing this, like magic, a mirror had appeared on Nian Lu's hand and he was combing his bangs in the mirror. The other sword show of Sky Peak Platoon raised their chests and tried to seem very authoritative and brave. Sly. Someone got there first again. The other divisions looked with unfriendliness at this group. Many people had vexed expressions. That Lei Peng looked like an idiot, but how come he could act so quickly? Gong Sun Cha thought and then nodded in consent. Stay safe. It was the first time he saw the battle formation. Letting Ma Fan and the others go to test the waters would allow him to see this formation clearly. Ma Fan and the others were overjoyed. No matter what, they had gotten the accomplishment of the first strike. Even the usually complacent Ma Fan was excited, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Brothers, we need to show these brats the power of our Sky Peak platoon." Everyone in Sky Peak platoon was eager to fight. Ever since more and more people comprehended sword essence, the status of Sky Peak platoon became more and more awkward. They also needed a victory to bolster the status of Sky Peak platoon as the elite of Vermilion Bird Camp. As all the members of Sky Peak platoon assembled, everyone's gazes landed on them. Liang Wei did not speak, and the feeling of strangeness increased. When he saw a little team exit the Black Ship Sword Show, he was finally sure that the Black Ship Battle General did not know the Twinkling Brilliance battle formation. A battle general who did not recognize the Twinkling Brilliance battle formation? This absurd conclusion was impossible to him, especially when he considered the spectacular command from earlier. The feeling of absurdity rose. "No way, they don't even recognize the Twinkling Brilliance battle formation," a subordinate exclaimed. "Maybe they have unorthodox training?" Another subordinate spoke uncertainly. Liang Wei paused to consider this and felt that it was plausible. Unorthodox battle generals were not uncommon. In truth, not every Yao could attend a Yao art house, and not every Yao art house had the ability to educate a battle general. Only the Yao art houses with great power had the ability to nurture battle generals. Learning to be a battle general was a long process compared to learning Yao arts. It was much harder to find the job, other than joining the military. Due to this, the Yao who learned to be battle generals mostly came from rich families. According to what Liang Wei knew, this situation wasn't just unique to the Yao. Xiuzhe and Mo had the same problem. Unorthodox battle generals would occasionally have spectacular attacking abilities, but compared to educated orthodox battle generals, there was great differences in terms of their control and ability to assess a battle. He had thought that it was a Yao battle general inside the boat because the other's battle had the flavor of Yao, but now he wasn't so sure. He also felt anticipation. Unorthodox battle generals were full of unpredictability. This kind of unpredictability would usually cause them to be defeated, but this unpredictability would also create headaches for their opponents. No one was willing to meet an opponent that did not act rationally. Sky Peak platoon charged into the Twinkling Brilliance battle formation. The Twinkling Brilliance battle formation was a variant of the Northern Dipper battle formation. The entire battle formation was divided into 7 intersecting areas. However, while other variations of the Northern Dipper battle formation used the heavenly pivot star as the center of the formation, the Twinkling Brilliance battle formation was creative in using the 7th star, the Twinkling Brilliance star, as the center of the formation. There was a long history of sword shio using the Northern Dipper 7-star formation and techniques. From the beginning sword scriptures, to the 7-person formations, to mountain guarding formations, then to large-scale battle formations, its structure could be found throughout the entire history of sword shio development. There were reasons that sword shio preferred the 7-star formation. The sword essence gathered through a 7-star formation was very good, and it was multi-purpose as it could be used for both offense and defense. However, Ma Fan truly lived up to being the former corps under Lil Mississippi. His tactical abilities were several levels above normal sword shio. The position he chose to attack was very special. The Northern Dipper 7-star formation was shaped like a spoon, and the place Ma Fan attacked was the place where the spoon and the handle joined, the celestial balance. Entering the attack range of the other's battle formation, everyone felt their surroundings changes. It was as though they suddenly entered a patch of grassland. Under their feet was a green carpet of grass that spread out endlessly. A curving great river was like a belt of jade that slowly flowed. A gentle wind blew past. The smell of green grass that Ma Fan liked the most entered his nose. An illusory formation. Without needing his orders, the 2 sword shio behind him shouted at the same time. 2 golden energies flew out of their hands and burrowing into the ground. Boom om. The illusion of the grassland instantly shattered. Sword shio mostly were generally not skilled in illusory formations. The enemy had cast the illusory formation by relying on the talismans they were carrying. How could they stand up to the attack of 5th-grade flying swords? The illusion broke, and the surroundings returned to normal. But 7 sword energies had already reached them. The other hadn't expected the illusory formation would trap them. It was a distraction. The attack that followed was the true killing move. Follow behind me. Ma Fan shouted a reminder. His movements were fast, his flying sword lightly swinging and a transparent and irregular sword energy charged at the incoming sword energies like ripples of water. This was a new sword move created from merging his illusory shadowless sword of destruction into clear sky sword scripture. When this move was combined with his third stage sword cultivation, its power was explosive. The other members followed closely behind him, the flying swords in their hands unmoving as though they did not see the incoming sword energies. The ripple and the incoming sword energies of various colors crashed together without any finesse. Pew pew pew. When the sword energies hit the ripple, it was like a handful of pebbles landing in water and created many ripples. The water ripples and the sword energies were like two bubbles that hit each other, cancelling each other out. They disappeared at the same time. The faces of the sword show on the other side changed slightly, their pupils contracting. Sword Essence Manifestation. An elite. Translator ramblings, so poor, we are so poor, we only have 4th grade talismans for a few thousand people. This reminds me how far Zuo Mo has come from his yellow paper crane that doesn't even have a grade. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 436, The Unforeseen Consequences of Lei Peng's Blow. Chapter 436, The Unforeseen Consequences of Lei Peng's Blow. The first level of Sword Essence, Preliminary Comprehension of Sword Essence, second level of Sword Essence, Heart-Turn Sword Essence, third level of Sword Essence, Sword Essence Manifestation. Comprehending Sword Essence for a sword show meant they had talent and potential above others. When Wei Sheng had stepped into the second level when he was in Ningmai, he had shocked many. Comprehending Sword Essence was not as rare and attention-catching in other regions as it was in Sky Moonjia. Large sects had numerous methods to allow their disciples to comprehend Sword Essence. For example, the Sword Cauldron, at its core use, was similar to Zuo Mo's 5-element sword formation. However, comprehending Sword Essence was just the first step through the door, and the path onwards was not a smooth one. A disciple that comprehended the third level of Sword Essence in Ningmai would not be ignored, even those large sects that were full of geniuses. The first two levels did not increase the power of sword moves greatly. The second level, Heart-Turn Sword Essence, was also extremely unstable. But when Sword Essence reached the third level, and it could manifest, the power of each sword move would skyrocket. So when the other side saw Ma Fan's Sword Essence manifestation, many were very shocked. Of course, they were just shocked, but no one was afraid. They were a battalion that were from Kowloon. Geniuses were not rare in Kowloon. While disciples that comprehended the third level of Sword Essence in Ningmai did not fill the streets, they were not preciously rare. Even those subordinate sects had many. On top of that, they had finished forming their formation. This filled them with confidence towards the oncoming assault. Almost all battle formations had a similar attribute. That was, once their assault started, it would be relentless, one wave after the other. Seeing Ma Fan stop the 7 sword energies, the battle formation changed again. 7 people to each troop forming a small 7-star formation. 7 troops to a team, forming a large 7-star formation. The one who was leading the Twinkling Brilliance team was a Jindan Sword Shio, He Jian. He was in charge of the 7-star formation made up of 49 people. When he saw the other's sword move, he too had been slightly shocked. The other's sword essence level was even one above his own. But he did not feel nervousness. At a glance, he saw that the cultivations of this group of people were all Ningmai. The gap between Ningmai and Jindan was deep. Even if the other had one whose sword essence was one level above his, they were not a match for him. A fierce smile floated upon He Jian's lips. Who cares what genius that was? By his hands, someone like that would only die. He opened his mouth and spat out a blue sword pill. The sword pill was just the size of a rice grain, but it grew when it came into contact with the air. After flying for 10 zhang, it had expanded to more than 3 zhang wide. Pulling along a long blue tail of light, it was like an enormous, blue axe that howled as it charged at Ma Fan's group. The howling was like sobbing wails, shocking people's souls. The other 48 sword show saw their head attack and showed smiles of relief. During all their time together, they had never seen a sword show below Jindan escape head's attack. The fight was going to end. He Jian's sword energy came extremely quickly and grew bigger. When it came near Ma Fan and the others, the sword energy was almost enough to cover all of them. The sword essence was sharp and intimidating, pressing straight at their heads and making them feel it was unstoppable. A Jindan's attack had an extraordinary presence. On the black turtle, Xia Shan looked at the smile the sword show were showing. He twisted his mouth. Pitiful Ma Fan, he is being underestimated again. So pitiful. Pitiful? That Ma Fan is laughing inside. If he's able, he'll put on a sheepskin. This guy is black on the inside. The crowd discussed heatedly. Ma Fan looked at the incoming sword energy. His eyes unconsciously narrowed as his figure suddenly flashed to the side. Half a body length behind him was Lei Peng. His eyes glaring angrily, he raised the gold crystal broadsword. His legs bent slightly at the knee in the sky as though there was invisible ground beneath the feet. All the muscles in his body expanded, the Ling power gathered like a burning flame and erupting from his body. But all of this was silent as though he was a statue. It made everyone feel an extreme contrast. Lei Peng was covering the raging sword energy with a suppressing silence. The enormous sword energy that came with a long dazzling tail tore at the air, rumbling like thunder. Extreme movement against extreme stillness, roaring thunder against deathly silence. At this moment, the two conflicted natures formed a frightening scene. Lei Peng seemed to return that battle, the moment right before the three of them had fainted. All the Ling power in his body was like burning flames that burned every strand of his nerves in this soundless silence. The blurry scene, the distant voice, the unwilling roar. The chaos flashed through his mind like a tide. The rough sword hilt he was tightly grasping gave him a thread of security, a thread of clarity. Something seemed to flow through his mind. This single thread of clarity was lightly plucked like an invisible cord. Without any hesitation, the Ling power flooded into the sword hilt by traveling through his arms and then palms. The raised broadsword moved in a single motion, swinging up and then down in the air. The restlessness disappeared, the howling disappeared, all sound seemed to disappear in this instant. A silent blow. Far away, He Jian's expression changed dramatically. Terror showed in his eyes. Before he could react, the other's broadsword struck his flying sword. Zzzt. The sound was like a cloth being torn and scratched through the air in an unusually clear manner. The enormous blue curtain of light was cleaved by this blow. He Jian grunted, his face pale, and his eyes shocked. He was injured. He didn't believe it, he had actually been injured. And injured by an Ingmai. His flying sword was destroyed. The other's blow that brutally cleaved his flying sword into two. For any sword shio, their flying sword was connected with their life. If the flying sword was damaged, the sword shio would also be heavily wounded. It was the first time he had been so heavily wounded. What was so hard for him to accept was that the other was a Ningmai sword shio. How was this possible? His gaze was unfocused and his expression blank. Ma Fan and the others were also shocked by Lei Peng's blow. One move heavily injuring a Jindan sword shio, such an absurd event had truly happened right in front of them. But when they noticed that Lei Peng was maintaining his attacking posture motionlessly like a statue, all of their expressions changed. Damn it! This guy was having an epiphany at this time. Ma Fan groaned inside. This was the battlefield. An epiphany was a rare chance for a breakthrough and would occur randomly. No one knew what could consistently initiate epiphanies, but everyone knew that epiphanies were chances for a breakthrough. Yet if the state of epiphany was disturbed, that was undoubtedly wasting a great opportunity. No one knew when the next epiphany would be activated. But Ma Fan reacted quickly. He advanced rather than retreating, shouting, "Kill!" At this time, the other side's expert was heavily wounded, and their formation was at its weakest. In a conflict of dozens of people, one Jindan Shouja could be the decisive factor in the fight. If they shrank back at this time, it would give the other time to react. This was the other's territory. If the enemy reacted under such conditions, then they, Ma Fan's side, would be in danger. Attack in substitute of defense was the wiser choice. As to the rest, they would have to rely on Gongsun Darren. The inexperience of Ming Lai Battalion was given full exposure at this time. These swords show that had assumed that victory was in their grasp and hadn't thought that the situation would suddenly reverse. This caused them to be 2 whole beats late in reacting, only then did they muster a panicky response. On the battlefield, especially fights in such a small area, 2 beats slower was enough to be fatal. Compared to the other side's panic, the Sky Peak platoon with Ma Fan at the lead didn't hesitate and used their full power in their first attack. The sword energies were like a sun that rose, unable to be looked at directly. 3-section wave killing charge. They were like a burning blade that sliced through butter. 15 sword show were killed upon contact. The Ling armor on their bodies only gave them a brief respite before their armor cracked like eggshells. The sharpness formation technique on the gold crystal sword was used to great effect at this time. The 15 sword show didn't even have the time to wail before they were perforated, and lost their life. Succeeding in the first attack, Ma Fan and the others didn't hesitate and launched the second wave. Only now did the enemy sword show seem to wake up and raise their swords to resist in panic. Ma Fan looked at these slow opponents as though he was looking at a crowd of sheep waiting for slaughter. He did not show mercy. How could the panicking sword show be a match for Ma Fan and the others? Among the crisscrossing sword energies, blossoms of blood sprayed. The fragility of life showed itself. In a blink, another 10 sword Shio lost their lives. In just 2 waves of attack, more than half of the other's division had been lost. All of Ming Lai battalion was shocked by such a ferocious attack. The pride in their hearts disappeared without a trace in front of those cold and bright sword energies. Ming Lai's expression also changed. The capabilities of this little troop of Ningmai surpassed his imagination. He didn't know what those gold flying swords were made up of, but were at least 5th grade. What shocked him the most was that every person in this little troop had at least comprehended the 2nd level of sword essence. There were even several in the 3rd level. Truly elite. Coldness flashed through his eyes. He did not feel fury at the fatalities of He Jian's little team. For any battle general, it was a basic skill to maintain calm in the face of fatalities. At the same time, he noticed the motionless Lei Peng. An epiphany? A dark smile floated to the corner of his mouth. A Ningmai sword Shio that heavily wounded a Jindan with one blow and activated an epiphany. There probably wouldn't be a battle general that would be willing to give up this kind of subordinate. Ming Lai admired that team leader's response. But how could he not take advantage of such a good opportunity? The strength of this little group of elite astonished him greatly, but he believed that this kind of elite skill couldn't be the level of the entire troop. He was considering if he could capture these elite people alive and persuade them to follow him. Calming down, Ming Lai quickly threw these absurd thoughts to the back of his head. What was most important now was to achieve victory. The battle formation quickly changed and pushed towards Lei Peng's position. Inside the black turtle, Gong Sun Cha lightly laughed. This guy's luck is pretty good. As he finished, his expression suddenly became cold. He said peacefully, "Attack." The battlefield was full of unpredictable factors. No one had expected Lei Peng's sudden epiphany. This caused the two sides to directly enter battle without sufficient probing. Translator ramblings: the plot is running in the same spot, a little bit of character development. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 437, Zuo Mo's Sneak Attack. Chapter 437, Zuo Mo's Sneak Attack. All of guard camp was gathered and nervously waiting for orders. Returning to the camp, Owen released a long breath. He finally didn't have to be tormented under Darren's hands. The mood of guard camp wasn't too nervous. Everyone was battle-hardened and naturally wouldn't be nervous at the thought of battle. Adding on that guard camp were basically show slaves. They didn't have any idea regarding things like Kunlun. In their eyes, there was only the enemy. They all knew that Vermilion Bird Camp had not yet gone all out. Their mood relaxed. Guard camp saw Zuo Mo charge in. Everyone hurried to bow. "How's the battle going?" Zuo Mo asked, pretending to be concerned. He wasn't worried at all. With a battle maniac like Gongsun Shidi in charge, there was no need for him to worry. Other people did not know about it, but he knew it well. Even an experienced golden battle general like Yu Hong had fallen under Gongsun Shidi's butchering blade. He didn't believe a young one could defeat Lil Mississippi. Of course, he completely forgot that Lil Miss was a shy little young one as well. Shu Long said respectfully, "It has just begun, but Lei Peng has wounded one of the Jindan on the other side." Lei Peng wounded a Jindan? Zuo Mo jumped at this news. He didn't quite believe it. This guy is that fierce? Yes. Shu Long also had an admiring expression. To be able to heavily injure a Jindan with only Ningmai cultivation, from every angle, this was enough to shock anyone. Did he eat some drug? Zuo Mo said to himself. He then moved his gaze to the battlefield. When he saw the motionless Lei Peng, he was shocked again. Epiphany? It's actually an epiphany. This guy's luck is outrageous. It was no wonder that Zuo Mo felt admiration. An epiphany was a matter of chance. There were no patterns to evoke one. Shu Long and the others besides Zuo Mo had sympathetic expressions. Lei Peng was a large fellow, looked outgoing and loud, but he was really cunning. There were many that had tripped up on him. Who would think that such a cunning and loudmouthed bandit was able to have an epiphany at this time? This was unexpected to everyone. Zuo Mo smacked his lips and drew away his gaze. With that glance, he already recognized Lil Miss Snowflake battle formation. He had a deep impression of this battle formation that tripped up Yu Hong. The last thread of worry in his heart dissipated. Lil Miss was probably going to end the fight soon. They had to move quickly. Otherwise, they wouldn't even get a slice of the pie. Zuo Mo pondered inside. He was planning on trying out the power of the Xiao Moga battle method that he had just discovered. When he noticed that Gongsun Cha's snowflake battle formation had already started to press onto the enemy, he became even more rushed. Having seen the power of the snowflake battle formation before, Zuo Mo never thought that the Kunlun sword show could ever win. Reality proved that encountering Gongsun Shidi was a very unfortunate matter. The battle quickly entered a high point. Everyone moved decisively. The position that Lei Peng was at quickly became the center area of the entire battle. Ming Lai's twinkling brilliance formation pressed toward there, and Vermilion Bird Camp's goal was also in this narrow area. A ferocious collision. Moments later, Ming Lai's expression became slightly ugly. He had originally assumed that the other would become restrained in their actions due to the sword show that was having an epiphany. But the other didn't have any care at all, and had made that location into their breakthrough point. That little elite troop was furiously sweeping through that area. Like layers of blades, they continuously charged. 3-section stab. 3-section stab again. The power of the other's 3-section stab was enormous, especially in this situation where his other little teams could not come to help. The sword show in that area had been mostly cleaned up. What angered him even more was that the wounded He Jian was like an alarmed bird that panicked and retreated without any fighting spirit, giving up the space to the other. The enemy seemed to have torn a hole in the twinkling brilliance formation. Sword show continuously flooded in from that gap. A useless idiot. Ming Lai had always dreamed of constructing a steely battalion. He Jian's poor performance was like slapping him on the face. Losing wasn't anything, being wounded wasn't anything, but losing courage and forgetting his duties was, in his eyes, a failure. I'll sort you out once we get back. Ming Lai thought inside as he gritted his teeth. His expression was dark as his orders streamed out. Celestial balance was still going at full power. The complex and chaotic battlefield continued to change in his mind. His brow quickly furrowed. Such a strange battle formation. He had already made preparations to deal with the other's 3-section stab. The other's 3-section stab was used uncannily and peerlessly sharp. In reality, this was the most powerful 3-section stab he had ever seen. It seemed that this should be the other's trademark tactic, but what he hadn't expected was that the other did not use the 3-section stab but shifted to a kind of weird battle formation. 6 of their people to a little group like a snowflake that spun at high speed as they advanced. Several battle formations flashed through Ming Lai's mind, but he quickly eliminated all of them. It was clear that this strange battle formation was not any battle formation he knew of. His brow suddenly creased as he had a strange feeling. This kind of battle formation seemed slightly like a Yao battle formation. His eyes lit up, and he suddenly realized why he felt it so strange. Yes. It was because the slightly strange snowflake battle formation clearly had the style of Yao battle formations. Yao, Mo, and Xiuzhe, the 3 major camps had clear differences in their battle methods, so the battle formations they used were also completely different. Xiuzhe were skilled in seal formations, so most of their battle formations had this at their core. This caused them to pay great attention to the structure of battle formations. Even such a flexible formation like the Twinkling Brilliance formation had a very stable main skeleton. Yao battle generals had extremely strong consciousnesses, and their control of troops was the strongest. Due to this, their battle formations did not care about battle formation structure and were more relaxed. For example, the 3-section wave killing charge was able to attack in any direction, while the snowflake battle formation was like a flowing flood of snowflakes. On this point, Mo battle generals and Yao battle generals were in common, but compared to the Yao, Mo were even more straightforward. For example, the Crow Fiend Mo killing formation only had the little Mo kill, successive Mo kill and great Mo kill as transformations. When Ming Lai detected the other's strangeness, he was alarmed. From the start, he had been suppressed. Every judgment he had made was different than reality. What did this mean? This meant that he had unconsciously allowed the other to take the advantage. From a certain perspective, it showed the difference in skill between him and the other. He suddenly felt a threat of alarm. Pay attention to troop form. Keep up. Keep up. Do not linger in battle with the enemy, notice your position. The platoon leaders shouted at the top of their lungs. The Ling power in their bodies were channeled to the limit, their faces red and necks thick. They had trained with the snowflake battle formation before, but had never used it in real combat, so there naturally were places that were not in sync. Everyone's nerves were tense. This was the battlefield. The mistake in any detail meant that there was the possibility of losing their life. The area with the fiercest combat was the position of Sky Peak Platoon. They had already left Lei Peng's position, and penetrated deeply into the other's battle formation like a drill. In this area, the sword show on both sides mingled. The sword energies crossed in the air and rained down. Among the blinding sword energies, people would occasionally be hit and fall down from the sky. In this kind of situation, if they were hit by a flying sword, they definitely could not survive. Even if they had the protection of Ling armor, a momentary pause would attract many sword energies. Under this kind of assault, 4th grade Ling armor was like papier-mâché, being pulverized to dust in an instant. When the Jindan sword show responsible for this area took a look, he was furious. All the fatalities were people on their side. Up until now, they hadn't managed to kill a single person from the enemy side. This Jindan sword show felt his face was burning. He unhesitatingly shouted, "Twinkling Brilliance Revolution!" The formation shape of the little team changed. Everyone cast 3 sword energies towards the air. The densely packed sword energies froze above their heads, the tips pointing at Ma Fan and the others. Hundreds of sword energies floated in the sky, murderous intent swarmed Ma Fan and the others. The Jindan sword show's gaze hardened. He threw a round silver ball into the air and pointed at Ma Fan, shouting, "Fall!" Hiss! The silver ball flew into the sky, exploded and turning to electric snakes that swam between the sword energies. In a blink, a web of lightning had formed. Following the exclamation of "fall" from the Jindan sword show, the lightning net with the hundreds of sword energies fell down. The moment the Jindan sword show shouted "Twinkling Brilliance Revolution," Ma Fan had detected danger and his body abruptly retreated. But this sword energy lightning net was like a black cloud that came extremely quickly. Before they could escape, the sword energy lightning net had reached above their heads like a mountain. Killing intent and coldness caused the hairs on Ma Fan's body to stand up. His eyes suddenly turned red. Without thinking, the Ling power inside his body was like a stallion off his reins that furiously flooded towards the gold crystal sword in his hand. A light blue rippling sword energy that was the color of the sky appeared on the gold crystal sword. It was made from many layers and looked like creased blue glass. Once the sword energy left the flying sword, it disappeared into the air without a trace. Behind him, dozens of lotus flowers rose. There was a hum, it was the sound of the sword. The lotus flowers suddenly exploded mid-air in unison, countless lotus flower petals shooting into the sky. Nianlu's face was upraised, coldness flashing through his eyes as he disregarded the blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. The other Sky Peak platoon sword show knew that this was the time to go all out. Everyone released their killing moves without communicating. Boom! The silver light above their heads fell down, the light was so blinding they almost couldn't keep their eyes open. Amongst the silver light came Ma Fan's shout. "Retreat!" When the light dissipated, the figures of Ma Fan and the others had disappeared. That Jindan sword show showed shock in his eyes. His hair had been blown astray, falling all around him, and he was very disheveled. All of his subordinate sword show had a line of blood coming from the corner of their mouths. On that pale face, that pair of eyes was possessed by terror. The hardiness and viciousness of Sky Peak platoon rattled these greenhorns that just stepped onto the battlefield. Just a few dozen people had firmly controlled almost 200 people. Their side had turned into a mess. What they couldn't believe was that the other side had safely escaped, that they had not killed even one of the enemy. Even when their Jindan sword show attacked and used the power of the battle formation, they hadn't managed to get one person. They had always thought they were elite. Darren had continuously told them that they were elite. They had believed in this. They were able to join a battalion that belonged to Kunlun, this meant that they were exceptional. But the cruel reality was clearly put in front of them. Ma Fan and the others gathered the last vestiges of strength. Taking advantage of the others' slow reaction, they quickly left behind the area of battle. They had no more strength to fight. "The rest is up to you." Ma Fan's voice was hoarse. He looked extremely terrible, his hair a mess, wounds all over his body and his gaze was dim. The sword shio that welcomed him did not say anything and bowed respectfully towards them. Translator Ramblings, Part 1 of Part 2. Since Feng Xian combined 2 updates into one and I am splitting them back up. Chapter 437, Zuo Mo's Sneak Attack Part 2. When the figures of Ma Fan and his platoon disappeared behind the troop, every Vermilion Bird Camp sword show's expressions became stern. Attack! Gonsun Cha's order came into everyone's minds through his consciousness. The gold crystal swords in the hands of the sword shio at the very front of each snowflake created a sword energy. At the same time, they moved towards the side. His teammate that was on his right rotated into position and also released a sword energy at the same time. The stream of sword energies gathered into a ruler straight line. On this line of light, each sword energy hit the same position. Pia pia pia. The ruler straight sword energy line instantly plowed deep bloody marks on the other's battle formation. Hundreds of sword energy lines lit up. In a breath, hundreds of bloody pits appeared on the Twinkling Brilliance battle formation. With this one attack, the Twinkling Brilliance battle formation had been turned into a sieve. Liang Wei looked at the battlefield with a confused gaze. He had originally thought this would be a fierce battle, and had not expected the battle to be so one-sided. His time in bloody Sky Metropolis Jia was not short. This battalion from Kowloon was not weak in its composition and could be said to be above average. If it was him, he would not be afraid, but he did not dare to guarantee he could heavily wound the other. Even though he had caused many fatalities in the previous ambush, but that kind of chance wouldn't frequently occur. But this black ship of mysterious origins did not seem to be using much effort. He had speculated that this was a battle general from unorthodox origins. The astounding level of control he showed was like the corps commanders of those large corps. When he saw the sword energy lines, he suddenly realized that this was a completely new battle formation. The other showed the style of a Yao battle general everywhere in his actions, but he commanded a group of sword shio. He could not comprehend this. And the individual strength of these sword shio were also a great surprise to him. He had not seen any of the others' Jindan sword shio, but just this group of Mingmai sword shio beat the other so thoroughly that the enemy couldn't even raise their head. Other than the battle formation, there was another crucial factor: sword essence. Almost every one of the black ship sword shio had comprehended sword essence. When Liang Wei discovered this, he almost went insane. There hadn't been any major battles in the time he had returned to Blood Sky Metropolis Jia, but he had more than 30 scattered conflicts. He had encountered many sword shio that comprehended sword essence. But it was the first time he had encountered a troop that was completely composed of sword shio that comprehended sword essence. This wasn't a dozen, or a few hundred, but a few thousand. Liang Wei suddenly felt it was absurd. Maybe, this black ship was actually the people from Kowloon? His surroundings were entirely silent. Everyone was shocked by the combat capabilities the black ship showed. Looking from a distance at this troop, Liang Wei found to his shock that he could not muster up any thought of making an ambush. In this moment, he was very emotional. When the difference in strength between two sides was too great, one would lose the bravery to ambush the enemy. When could he also possess a troop like this? That would be wonderful. At this time, his eye jumped and his attention couldn't help but land on the black ship at the back of the battlefield. A troop of 100 silently flew out of the black ship. Something was going on. "Careful, don't let the enemy find us," Zuo Mo whispered. The procession behind him that was sneaking nodded to show their understanding. Like robbers, they tiptoed. Zuo Mo's plan of going out to fight had been met with strong resistance from Shulong. The stern Shulong stubbornly thought that it would be unpardonable if Darren went and met danger. Naturally, Zuo Mo did not agree. He raised an eyebrow and asked Shulong, "Which of you is stronger than Ge?" Everyone was left speechless. In terms of individual power, everyone's first choice would be Wei Shang, but second would be Zuo Mo. His great Daimo physique that had went through its second maturation, so Zuo Mo's combat capabilities far surpassed normal Jindan. He was also skilled in a variety of tricks. Even if he was facing Wei Shang wouldn't dare to easily say he could win. Helplessly, Shulong could only pick the 100 of the most elite hardship guards from guard camp. He had his responsibilities and could not mess around with Zuo Mo. To these 100 hardship guards, it was the first time they were directly under Darren's command and fighting together with Darren. The morale was very high. But with Zuo Mo's deviousness, he definitely wouldn't do something like a frontal charge. Even if Vermilion Bird Camp had the advantage, even if he had the elite of guard camp with him, he still decided to make an sneak attack. Most of guard camp were heavy armor hardship guards because the armor they formed were heavily weighted armor. Each of them were very strong, and each of their weapons was a door-sized cleaver 1 zhan long. After cultivating hardship guard, their figures had grown crazily. Each of them was very brawny and tall, 1 zhang being the average height. Lei Peng, who looked down on Vermilion Bird Camp in terms of physical power, was only a bean sprout when he was put among this group of fierce men. So when this group of brawny fierce men clumsily hunched their backs and tiptoed behind Zuo Mo, it looked very humorous. The only one that looked normal was a 1. He had cultivated to become a Mo shadow guard skilled in speed, and was the definite abnormality of guard camp. However, these fierce men that were immersed in the nervousness of sneaking about clearly did not detect how strange their actions were. Even though they tried to copy Zuo Mo's movements, their physiques were truly too big, especially when 100 brawny men gathered together. It wasn't possible to avoid attention like this anywhere. They were quickly discovered. The first one that found them was Song Yuan. He was slightly nervous and had been looking around. He instantly found Zuo Mo and the others. "What is that?" He hurriedly pulled Ming Lai beside him and pointed to another direction of the battle formation. His face turned black and red. The fire in Ming Lai reached the point of eruption. This was his most frustrating battle ever. Up until now, his results were pitiful. The other's weird battle formation was very powerful, and his tactics were unreasonable. They were like a mill that continuously pressed forward. No matter what response he gave, the other would disregard it, pressing forward, forward and forward again. The twinkling brilliance battle formation that he had relied on, to get to achieve his current status, and any tactic that he could think of could not stop the other for even an instant. There was no thrusting, no outflanking, no other tactics. These sword shows seemed to be insane, releasing sword energies without exhaustion. Those ruler straight sword energy lines almost caused him to go insane, but Twinkling Brilliance Revolution, countered with 2 sword energy lines. Twinkling Brilliance Sword, countered with 5 sword energy lines. Twinkling Brilliance Qilin Sword, countered with 10 sword energy lines. It was like a great swordsman that flourished his sword to tempt the enemy. The other didn't pay any heed and responded by slamming down a brick, a feinting maneuver. The other didn't look, another brick, a killing move. The other didn't even look, and threw over a whole pile of bricks. But he couldn't do anything against such a crude way of fighting. He really had no solutions. He tried everything he could think of, but no matter what changes he made, they collapsed against the other's crude and brutal sword energy lines. Looking as his battalion was slowly swallowed up and being unable to do anything, the blow to his confidence was fatal. He was confused like a gambler that had lost all he had. Weakness, anger, hopelessness. Mixed together, it pushed him to the precipice of collapse. At this moment, he saw Zuo Mo's group. Something in his mind seemed to explode. The last thread of intelligence was turned to dust by the erupting rage. At this time, you still make a sneak attack. You forced me to such a state, you still use a sneak attack. You do a sneak attack, and use this crowd of big blockheads in the sneak attack. You. The pitiful Ming Lai's eyes were completely red, his expression fierce. His pride that accumulated over 20 years was stepped on repeatedly by hundreds of pairs of muddy feet. All the fury, all the hopelessness erupted and formed one word. Kill. Zuo Mo hadn't thought that they would be discovered. He was slightly disappointed by the failure of his plan. But his eyes quickly lit up. The excited person in the middle of the enemy that was charging over seemed to be the leader of this group. The leader of the other group. Orf. Zuo Mo's eyes shot out light. He seemed to have found the fattest lamb among a crowd of lambs. The temptation of lambs caused him to become excited. But Xiao Mo's battle method was thrown away. He waved his arm and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brothers, there's fat sheep." The fierce men all straightened their spines, their eyes alight. Green lights lit up in the eye sockets of the heavy armor helmets. Those gazes were so ravenous, so greedy. Translator ramblings: for all this talk of fat sheep, I haven't actually seen a real sheep herd in this book. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 438, Victory. Chapter 438, Victory. Zuo Mo's raised arm was like a lighthouse's guiding light, showing the way in the dark of the night. His loud shout was a horn that lit the deepest desires of these fierce men. Heavenly thunder and earthly fire. Spine straightened, the fierce men breathed heavily through their nose, dragging along their door-sized axes and cleavers as they threw their shoulders back and started a paced sprint. The little scales on the heavy armor rattled as they ran, but as these fierce men's charge gained speed, the sound changed. Cielon. Each sound was like a steel rhinoceros's heavy stomp on the ground and caused people's hearts to shake. When the sound of the armor impacts became packed together, the thunderous sounds quickly gathered into a metallic flood. When it spread out, the presence was unable to be resisted. Boom om. The ground under their feet trembled fiercely. Little pebbles were thrown into the air as though there was an earthquake. Having just charged 5 zhang, Ming Lai forcibly stopped his body. His face was ashen as he looked in terror at the wave of heavy armor that was charging at him as his lips trembled. Heavy armor. It was Mother ****ing heavy armor. Ming Lai's limbs were cold, his legs weak as he had an expression like he was both crying and smiling at the same time. Heavy armor. This kind of antique, that was so old and had disappeared for so many years, actually appeared in front of him. And he was actually ambushed by such washed-out and ancient soldier types. In the legends, weren't those heavy armor who wore Diana Xiao, true brave souls that did not fear death? Didn't those same legends also say that those were forever the strongest power to meet face to face? Didn't they say that those were the ones that only attacked head-on to destroy the resolve of the enemy? Didn't they say that those were people who disdained using any scheme or trickery in the use of battle formations? But then why were these large men that had hunched their backs, while tiptoeing around and wearing heavy armor and had glowing bloodthirsty eyes? Ming Lai was dazed. In this instant, Zuo Mo led the fierce men and suddenly charged in front of them. From the beginning, Zuo Mo's gaze had not left the other's leader. That was his prey. Without another word, following the flow of the charge, the light void wings burst in his wake, and he charged at Ming Lai. At Ming Lai's side, Song Yuan paled. He drew the pine script sword out of its sheath. A round sword energy appeared in front of them. Zuo Mo's momentum was so powerful he was like a meteor. The round sword energy was shattered. Among the scattered shards of energy, a rapid figure leapt at the two people. Song Yuan really did have skills. He already knew his round sword energy could not stop Zuo Mo. The seemingly normal pine script sword in his hand seemed to come alive, drawing out a nimble mark. The sword essence swirled and coiled into a snake. Hiss! The snow-white snake spat out its tongue. Zuo Mo saw this snow-white snake, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Sword essence manifestation. This seemingly alive and nimble snow-white snake caused Zuo Mo to think about Xin Yen Shirshu's ice dragon. Compared to Xin Yen Shirshu's ice dragon, this snow snake was much smaller. It was just 3 or 4 zhang long and the thickness of his wrist. But its attitude and presence was the same as Shirshu's ice dragon. Expert. Almost unconsciously, the midday blade appeared in Zuo Mo's hands, his arm reversed course swinging downwards and dealt it a blow. Cling. The sharp sound of impact caused Zuo Mo's eardrums to hurt. Enormous force came from his hand, and his entire arm heated up. Without even thinking, Zuo Mo stabbed the midday blade into the ground using it as a fulcrum point to stabilize himself, his body spinning around it like a top, his right leg like a whipped out as he kicked the chin of the snow snake. The snow snake froze. The strongest power from the golden crow feet, the heaviness of this kick was almost unimaginable. The merging of the 3 powers inside Zuo Mo's body had given him many troubles, but also many benefits. After the 3 powers merged into one, when he used the Great Demo physique, his advanced body cultivation would pull along his consciousness and Ling power, enhancing the both of them. In this instant, his perceptual abilities were multiple times what it was in the past. Zuo Mo instantly realized the benefit of this change. He unconsciously made adjustments to his golden crow feet. A golden foot shadow flashed on his right leg and disappeared. This kick hit the snow snake directly. Song Yuan's expression changed. The pine script sword in his hand drew another circle and a blinding light swam from the handle of the sword to the tip. The snow snake's eyes suddenly became bright, 2 dots of red light pointing at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo had sunk into unspeakable pleasure with the success of that golden crow feet blow. Every part of his body seemed to instantly come to life. A feeling of having control over everything formed. This intoxicating feeling caused Zuo Mo to want to roar into the sky. A feeling of danger suddenly formed. Zuo Mo's body reacted with lightning speed. The light void wings lightly flapped and he disappeared into the air. 2 dashes of red light flashed past his former position while, like a ghost, he appeared above and behind the snow snake's head. Something seemed to flash and almost spill out of his right palm. The right hand made an empty palm strike towards the head of the snake. A golden yellow Great Day script left his hand and imprinted on the head of the snow snake. The snow snake instantly showed a painful expression. Song Yuan's round face was covered with sweat. He didn't know when it had occurred, but the pine script sword in his hand was now filled with a spiderweb of cracks. His bean-sized eyes were filled with shock. Mo physique. This was a Mo physique. Ranking second among Colonel Mo physiques, the Great Day Mo physique. How was this possible? How could humans cultivate Mo physiques? Song Yuan seemed to have seen a ghost. In Kunlun, Yama were a topic that every Kunlun disciple had to study in depth. All of Kunlun understood that the conflict between Xiuzha and Yama would never end unless one side disappeared. As the top sect of Xiuzha, Kunlun was leading the charge. Due to this, Kunlun disciples understood much more about Yama than other sections. At first, Song Yuan had not even considered Mo physiques. The people in front of him were dislikable, but they were undoubtedly human. Humans were unable to cultivate Mo skills, this was common knowledge. But Zuo Mo's fierce series of attacks, and especially the appearance of the Great Day script had caused him to realize what he had encountered. Ranking second among Colonel Mo physiques, the Great Day Mo physique. Only the Great Day Mo physique could be so fierce, so domineering. And the other hadn't just successfully cultivated into an Mo physique, it wasn't an Mo physique in first maturation, but in second maturation. This judgment almost completely uprooted everything he knew. Up until now the division between the 3 camps of Yao, Mo and Xiuzha were clear. He had never heard of any human that had succeeded in getting a normal Mo physique, much less the Great Day Mo physique, which was rare and top even in the Mo world. This shocking discovery caused him to unconsciously glance at the large, heavily armored men behind Zuo Mo. His pupils suddenly shrank. No. They weren't heavy armor Diana Xiao at all. They were heavy armor Mo kill guards. His face was suddenly robbed of all color. The difference between the heavy armor Diana Shio and the heavy armor Mo Killguards was the armor that they wore. The heavy armor of the Diana Shio was a type of Ling armor, while the heavy armor of the heavy armor Mo Killguards were condensed from killing energy. Heavy armor Mo Killguards. A distant and obscure Mo soldier type, they were the cruelest machines of slaughter, the most vicious blades, the strongest heavy hammer in the hand of the Mo king. The heavy armor Mo Killguards in front of him were slightly green, but they were still true heavy armor Mo Killguards. Thinking about these heavy armor Mo Killguards maturing and using their enormous weapons to create storms of blood, Song Yuan trembled. However, he did not have the time to divide his attention. Zuo Mo's attacks were like a tide, one wave striking after the other. His fatally golden figure flickered around the snowy white snake. Song Yuan's mouth tasted bitter. The Great Day script on the forehead of the snow snake continuously corroded it. But he didn't have a solution. The reason that the Great Day Mo physique could rank second among Colonel Mo physique was because of its extreme hardness and yang affinity. There was no yin or corruption. This was very rare among Mo physiques. There were methods to subdue the Great Day Mo physique. The utmost yin and cold spells could do it. As the holy ground of sword show, of course Kunlun had these kinds of spells, and there were at least 3 sword scriptures and spells that fit these requirements. However, Song Yuan had not cultivated any one of those before. Unable to subdue it, he could only meet it directly to see if it was his sword that was sharpest, or the other's Mo physique that was more powerful. Ming Lai looked dazedly at his troops as they were quickly losing. This group of shameless people rampaged like lions that rushed into a herd of sheep. Their enormous weapons were truly fierce. The sword energies of his subordinates were as fragile as chopsticks in front of them. They furiously charged around in the battle formation. They were not fast, but when an enormous man 1 zhang tall and completely covered in heavy armor charged over, people could not muster up the courage to stand their ground. What made Ming Lai feel even more hopeless was that these blockheads never acted alone. They were acted 3 to 5 in a group. Even if they encountered a single sword shio, they would all charge up together. 5 or 6 axes and cleavers chopped and sliced together for a while. Ming Lai looked woodenly at all this. He knew it, he had lost. But why had he lost? He was still filled with confusion. Song Yuan tried to withstand Zuo Mo's storm of attacks. But the last bit of hope inside slowly extinguished. The other's figure was covered in a layer of light gold, so it was impossible to see his features. The other became even more brave the more he fought. Song Yuan could clearly feel the pressure he was receiving increase. From a young age until now, he had never been suppressed like this by someone from start to finish. Was he going to die here today? A strong thread of terror rose up inside. He had never felt death was this close to him. Pia pia pia. Among a rapid string of collisions, the snow snake that had persisted finally reached its limits and crumbled into thousands of sword essence fragments that fluttered away. Whoosh! A spray of blood carrying the fragments of Ling armor suddenly flew forward. A palm covered in Great Day script passed through Song Yuan's chest. Song Yuan's pupils froze, the light slowly dissipating until all life had disappeared. With Song Yuan taken care of, Zuo Mo did not hesitate and appeared next to the soulless Ming Lai. With a crisp blow, the other's life was ended. No one knew that this sudden battle directly messed up the rhythm and setup of the 3 sides. The meat grinder that would astound future generations debuted just like this without any warning. Translator ramblings, okay, finally done. The meat grinder isn't referring to Zuo Mo. This battle has serious consequences. 1 dead Kunlun gold battle general is definitely important. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 439, Cloud Sigia. Chapter 439, Cloud Sigia. 3 months later. A nondescript, little black ship appeared at the entrance of the Cloud Sigia River. Everyone inside the black turtle squeezed in front of the mirage formation. Looking at the scenery outside, they were very excited. We've finally arrived. So this Cloud Sigia. It's so beautiful. Yes, it's the first time I've seen a place this beautiful. Under their feet was an endless sea of clouds. Floating among this sea of clouds were little islands. The cloud sea slowly floated, and the white cloud energy was faintly discernible like mist. Suddenly, a big, bright green bird shot out of the cloud sea, its wings stroked as it furiously flew into the sky and disappeared into the distance in a blink. Such fast speed. The people that saw this scene all inhaled sharply. The speed of this green bird was something who even the fastest one among them, could only gape at. The expressions of Zuo Mo and few others also changed slightly. They exchanged looks with each other and saw the gravity in each other's eyes. The green bird's grade was not low. In Sky Moonjia, it would definitely be at the top of the food chain. If the grade of the Yao beast in an area were very high, it meant that there would not be a high population of Xiuzha in this area and that the area was not well explored. Yao beasts were not friendly to Xiuzha. Xiuzha liked to hunt Yao beasts, and Yao beasts were also showed a similar interest and fondness for Xiuzha. There aren't any people on these islands. Wei Sheng stared at the island as they passed by. The island was not very large, about 50 mu. Because it was so close, the group could see it very clearly. There were ruins of buildings on the island which indicated that Xiuzha had once resided there. Thinking about the green bird that had darted by, everyone's expressions were not very good. Were the Ling beasts here left to roam free to such a degree? Everyone, be careful, Zuo Mo ordered. Everyone immediately focused and prepared their defenses. However, the reality proved they had worried needlessly. Other than that shockingly fast green bird, they did not encounter anything significant along the way. After the initial novelty passed, the endless cloud sea quickly became dull and boring in everyone's eyes. After more than a dozen days, just as everyone was feeling restless, an enormous island appeared in their vision. Everyone's morale rose, but no one had expected that they had to continue flying for 3 more days before they could be considered near to this island. They finally realized that the enormity of this island far surpassed their imagination. When they flew closer, this feeling increased. It was like a colossal sea turtle silently floating in the cloud sea. In front of it, the Xiuzha were insignificant like specks of dust. Approaching the large island, the number of fragmented little islands they could see increased. They were scattered randomly and in various sizes. Some were just dozens of zhang in diameter, while others were tens of thousands of mu in area. When Zuo Mo and the others flew close, a Xiuzha flew out from one of the little islands. This Xiuzha's face looked clever. He wore a cloth robe and crisply stopped 50 zhang from the black turtle. He made a bow and shouted loudly, "This one is Shang Wei Ming. Bosses, welcome to Dongsheng Cloud Island. This one hopes your business is prosperous and flourishing. Do you require a guide? This one is a local, so if boss wants to know of something, sell or buy, this one might be able to offer some scarce effort." Shang Wei Ming's face was open without any shyness. Guide? Zuo Mo felt it was interesting. After thinking a while, he shouted his order, "Get Baoyi to come." As he finished, he flew out of the black turtle first. Wei Sheng was worried for Zuo Mo's safety and also flew out. The other people inside the ship were alert and guarded, to ensure they could respond the moment they encountered any danger. They had slaughtered their way out of bloody sky metropolis Jie and had formed the habit of being alert at any moment. Shang Wei Ming saw 2 people fly out of the ship. His expression was steady, but he released a breath inside. It seemed that this business was possible. "This is Dongsheng Cloud Sea?" Zuo Mo asked curiously. "Yes, this is Dongsheng Cloud Sea." Shang Wei Ming bowed towards the 2. "What do I call both bosses?" "My name is Zuo," Zuo Mo said with a smile. He pointed at Wei Sheng and said, "He is Wei." "Good day, Boss Zuo and Boss Wei." Shang Wei Ming raised his folded hands in salute and gave his greetings. He examined the 2 people. Seeing their attire was normal, he was slightly disappointed inside. The black ship behind them was very normal. Shang Wei Ming was increasingly sure that Zuo Mo and the others were just small business merchants. However, while he felt disappointed inside, he did not allow it to show it on his face. No matter what, it was good that he had business today. "Have you come to Dongsheng Cloud Sea for business or to visit friends?" Shang Wei Ming looked at Zuo Mo and asked. He could see that Zuo Mo was the decision maker. At this time, Baoyi hurried over. He bowed towards Zuo Mo, boss, and then bowed towards Wei Sheng. "Teacher Wei." "Brother Bao is too courteous," Wei Sheng said humbly. Zuo Mo wasn't polite. "Old Bao, you came at the right time. You can deal with the business affairs. This Mr. Shang is our guide. You can deal with the fees and such." Baoyi hurriedly said, "Yes." Shang Wei Ming's heart jumped. The decision-maker's clothing was normal, but his presence and tone of voice was definitely not of a small business merchant. He also smelled something familiar from this person who was as thin as bamboo. It was the smell of a merchant. "What is the daily fee, Mr. Shang?" Baoyi raised his head, his eyes flashing with calculation. Shang Wei Ming focused. 5 third-grade jingshi per day. This price isn't high. Baoyi nodded. He then slowly asked, "What other services does Mr. Shang provide?" Bao's attitude, presence, and calculation caused Shang Wei Ming to realize that the person in front of him was an old-timer. His confidence of his positive speculations increased. This group was surely here to do big business. The smile on Shang Wei Ming's face grew more friendly. Providing directions is the most basic service. If you need to find shelter and food, this one can find appropriate inns and restaurants for everyone. This one is a local merchant and has a small network. This one also knows the local goods. If there is a need for information, this one can also find it, but this will require some additional jinsher. Good. Bowie took out 15 pieces of third-grade jinsher. This is the fee for 3 days. I hope to have a good partnership with Mr. Shang. The other was generous in payment, and Shang Weiming's mood became even better. He took the jinsher and said humbly, "To serve you is this one's honor." Seeing the two finish their conversation, Zuo Mo smiled and opened up. "This is the first time we have come to Cloud Sijia. We are unfamiliar with this place. Can Mr. Shang give us an introduction?" "No problem." Shang Weiming discreetly put the jinsher into his pocket and continued. "Cloud Sijia is remote. Even though it was discovered early in recorded history, there haven't been many Xiuzhe here. You must have seen the many abandoned cloud islands along the way?" "Yes, what happened?" Zuo Mo hurriedly said. "The reason there are not many Xiuzhe in Cloud Sijia is because we are currently overrun with Yao beasts. Those cloud islands were occupied before, but as there are too many Yao beasts in Cloud Sijia, those who are weak were eaten by the Yao beasts." "Why don't you hunt and kill the Yao beasts?" Zuo Mo asked curiously. "Every part of a Yao beast is treasure." Shang Weiming showed a grimace. "It's the fault of this cloud sea. This cloud sea is endless and extremely deep. No one knows how deep it is down there. These Yao beasts mostly live inside the cloud sea with it as a barrier. This cloud sea is also very strange, it can almost completely block off Ling energy. For many years, an unknown amount of people used to dive into the cloud sea to explore it, but though many went, only a few come back. Of those that came back, they usually have no gains. Gradually, few wanted or dared to go down anymore. Then isn't it very dangerous above the cloud sea?" Zuo Mo was frightened. "Yes. The cloud sea is vast and filled with danger. Our Jez cloud islands can be counted in tens of thousands, but there are not many that are truly suited for Xiuzhe to inhabit. Our Dongsheng Cloud Sea is the biggest cloud sea. Other than this, Qiluo Continent and Huju Island are among the relatively large cloud islands. Please do not randomly fly among the cloud sea, it is very dangerous. There are transportation formations that go between the cloud islands. It is much safer to go through transportation formations. Between the cloud islands that do not have transportation formations, there are shipping routes that have defended cloud islands among the way. That is also a safer option." Finishing, he took out a jade scroll. "This has all the transportation formations and shipping routes of Cloud Sijia. It isn't worth much, but a token of this one to give to boss." Shang Weiming's action clearly showed his intentions of forming a relationship. Zuo Mo naturally understood. He smiled and took the jade scroll. "Many thanks, Brother Shang." He took out a third-grade flying sword. "A little token of our own, nothing major." "Brother Shang, please accept it." Shang Weiming took the flying sword. Taking it in hand, he channeled Ling power through it. The smile on his face increased as he gave his thanks. Intermediate third-grade water element flying sword, this could be sold for a pretty good price. However, he did not plan on selling it. His son was not far from entering Ningmai and this flying sword was perfect for him. If it had just been a guess before, now he was almost certain this boss Zuo was a big boss. Using a third-grade flying sword as the first move, this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. He couldn't help but rejoice how wise his decision had been. It was really profitable this time. Zuo Mo looked around. "Are there any Yao beasts where we are now?" Shang Weiming hurried to say, "Boss, don't worry. Our Dongsheng Cloud Island has a large formation. Yao beasts will not come here. See how there are many cloud islands in this area, they are all protected by the large formation, and we do not need to worry about our safety. If boss wants to have a long stay, you may want to buy one and turn it into a private yard." They conversed as they slowly flew towards the large island, the black turtle following closely behind them. "Oh, these cloud islands can be bought? Where can one buy them? What are the prices?" Zuo Mo was instantly interested. The black turtle was spacious on the inside, but after staying in for a long time, they had all, naturally, become restless. Searching for water cloud embryo would not be a quick matter. This place was relatively safe, and it was good to have a place to put their feet down. Shang Weiming just mentioned this in passing. He hadn't thought that Zuo Mo would really be interested. He instantly became alert. According to the rules of the island, if he really could make this deal, he could receive a significant commission. Shang Weiming seemed to see countless jinsher beckoning him. Good fortune had come so suddenly. Translator ramblings: think of it this way, Fong Xiang is trying to keep the pace up so reader will not be bored reading about people traveling. Also, I think there was a misunderstanding based on my translation last chapter. The meat grinder doesn't refer to Zuo Mo or Gongsun Sha, it is referring to the chaotic situation they left behind when they killed Ming Lai. Fong Xiang is implying Zuo Mo's battle has set off the war and caused high fatalities. Essentially, they were the spark to lit off the firestorm. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 440, Su Ling City. Chapter 440, Su Ling City. Shang Weiming suppressed the excitement he felt inside. His attitude became increasingly respectful. Dongsheng Cloud Island is actually a gathering of cloud islands. Other than the main island, there are more than 38,000 cloud islands of various sizes. These cloud islands are divided into different price categories based on the size, position, and ling veins. The biggest and best batch of cloud islands have basically all been sold. The remaining are mostly medium-sized and small cloud islands, as well as fragmented cloud islands. Zuo Mo asked interestedly. What is the situation of medium, small, and fragmented cloud islands? Shang Weiming's explanation was very detailed. Fragmented cloud islands are the smallest cloud islands. They are mostly less than 100 mu in size, and usually will not have ling veins. They are mainly used as residences by lone Xiuzha. The little island I own is just 40 mu. Cloud islands above 100 mu and below 1000 mu are considered little cloud islands. Many have ling veins but they are very pricey. Islands over 1000 mu and below 50,000 mu are considered middle cloud islands. These cloud islands usually have ling veins of good quality, some with ling lakes and springs so one can make ling fields. The large cloud islands above 50,000 mu have been mostly sold, and the requirements to buy one are much stricter. Zuo Mo pondered for a while. With how many people they had, they probably needed to buy a middle-sized cloud island, and it had to a larger one. He asked, what is the price of a middle-sized cloud island? As expected, a big boss. Shang Weiming was overjoyed inside. Suppressing his excitement, he said, usually, it is 1/3 grade jingxi per mu. This price isn't cheap. Zuo Mo was slightly alarmed. Tens of thousands of pieces of 3rd grade jingxi definitely was not a small sum. It really isn't cheap. Shang Weiming said emotionally. This jia is filled with the Cloud Sea, the only place to land are the Cloud Islands. Those lone islands that do not have protection are not worth anything. Eliminating those, there aren't many Cloud Islands left. Adding on that the situation outside is slightly tense, the price of Cloud Islands have risen in recent days. Zuo Mo paused. Why is that? Too many people have come to the jia recently, Shang Weiming explained. Cloud Sea Jia is remote, and is situated at the intersection between the borders of the 4 realms. In the past, there were not many that came from the outside. The situation has now drastically changed. This place is far from the front lines. Entering the Jia here is difficult from the Jia River, and many must rely on transportation formations. If the situation turns for the worst, we can simply destroy the transportation formation and be safe. In these past 2 years, Xiuzha from other places have started gathering here, so everyone hasn't had good days. How come? Zuo Mo asked back. The prices of commodities have risen greatly. Cloud Sea Jia is different than other places, the Jia River is hard to travel through so we rely on transportation formations. But if supplies are transported through transportation formations, the consumption of jingxi used on them is significant. If I hadn't accumulated some wealth in the past and bought a fragmented cloud island, I won't even have a place to live with how high the prices are now. Shang Weiming shook his head inside. So it's like that. Zuo Mo was thoughtful. They flew closer to Dongsheng Cloud Island. Soon, they landed on the big island. A Xiuzha whose clothes had a bright script of Su Ling flew over and swept his gaze over the black turtle behind Zuo Mo Area 4, number 130. Docking costs 3 pieces of 3rd grade jingxi a day. Prepayment is 20 pieces of 3rd grade jingxi, and the deposit 10 pieces of 3rd grade jingxi. At the side, Shang Weiming explained. The ships cannot enter the city and must stay at the docks ahead. Area 4 is used to store small ships. There are special storage areas on the docks. Boss, remember to arrange for people to guard it. Zuo Mo finally felt the pain of the high prices here. However, when he heard Shang Weiming's last sentence, he instantly became wary. It's not safe? Shang Weiming had a grimace. It was alright before, but currently, it is not too good. There were several people whose merchandise had been stolen. Oh. Zuo Mo nodded. He then asked, if we encounter people stealing, is it alright to kill them? Shang Weiming's heart suddenly jumped. In this instant, the other had seemed to suddenly become a whole other person and exuded a dangerous presence. When Shang Weiming looked closely, he only saw a smiling big boss. He was suspicious that his eyesight had gone bad. He forced a smile and said, if they are truly thieves, it is alright to kill them. However, it is best not to kill if possible. Harmonious business is best. Harmonious business, very reasonable. Zuo Mo nodded. Under the guidance of the Su Ling sect disciple, the black turtle was put away at Area 4, Bay 130, and they paid the fees. Gongsun Sha, Xiashan, Zhongru flew out of the ship, the others stayed inside. Zuo Mo did not want to attract too much attention. With eldest Xixiang, Xiashan, Zhongru, and himself, as long as they did not meet a Yuanying Xiuzhe, there was little worry for their safety. As for Xiuzhe that were in the stage of Yuanying, Zuo Mo had never seen one before, not even in Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. As they left the harbor, a straight blue stone road about 5 zhang wide appeared in front of everyone. The both sides were lined with a row of stone lamps. The stone lamps were not constructed from high-quality materials, but Zuo Mo noticed that the pillars of each stone lamp were engraved with complex formation scripts. A large-scale formation. Zuo Mo's heart shook slightly. These regularly arranged stone lamps were a part of a large-scale formation. He could clearly feel the fine Ling power vibrations that were unique to formations. Su Ling City is one of the large cities in this area since Su Ling sect, a seal formation cultivation sect, is very strong. They put great emphasis on trading of materials. If boss has merchandise of this kind, you may want to sell them directly to Su Ling sect. The prices they give are very fair. If the amount of the transaction is large, they will also give small concessions, Shang Weiming said. Zuo Mo now understood. So Su Ling sect was a formation sect. No wonder. There are many disciples in Su Ling sect, so the amount of materials used each day is astounding. The talismans and seal soldiers they forge are very good and easy to sell. They are from Tian Huan realm and have great power. They managed to establish themselves quickly after arriving in Cloud Sea Jia. After developing for such a long time, their reputation in this area is very good, Shang Weiming said. Zuo Mo thought of a question. The materials which aren't easy to transport, can't you plant them? People do, Shang Weiming said, but Ling farming requires Ling fields, animal raising requires Ling lakes and springs, and Xiuzhe who are professionals, and also time. Unless they plan to stay here in the future, their efforts will only go to benefit other people. Right now, everyone wants to stay here for the safety, but when the war ends, how many people are willing to remain here? Zuo Mo nodded. That's true. No matter if it was growing Ling plants or animals, they were not quick endeavors. They needed constant care. If one did not plan on establishing a home here, then no one was willing to spend so much effort and not gain anything. Shang Weiming explained in great detail and Zuo Mo also listened carefully. Zuo Mo's procession did not attract any attention. They didn't wear any talismans, and their clothing looked normal. Their expressions were normal and did not have the pride of experts. Gongsun Sha had a shy and bashful smile hanging on his face, looking like the boy next door. The female Xiu that passed by looked with interest at Gongsun Sha for a while. When they saw the shy blush on Gongsun Sha's face increased due to their interest, they giggled. Zuo Mo saw this and laughed. Who could think that the fearsome Lil Miss, that wouldn't even blink an eye when killing thousands, was embarrassed by a few girls? Shang Weiming couldn't help but also laugh. This young brother is very handsome. Zuo Mo roared with laughter. Wei Shang laughed lightly. Xiashan and Zhongru did not dare, and could only force themselves to repress laughter. Their expressions looked very strange. Shang Weiming was confused. He didn't know what was humorous about what he said. The tendons in Gongsun Sha's forehead pulsed, but in the eyes of other people, it was filled with the innocent adorableness of youth. It caused the female Xiu on the road to laugh again. A daring female Xiu ran over. Hey, what are you called? Gongsun Sha's face suddenly became as red as an apple. Zuo Mo couldn't resist any longer. He squatted on the ground and slammed his fist as he laughed. Xiashan and Zhongru's expressions almost twisted, looking like fish that were suffocating. You are so shy. The female Xiu was not afraid of strangers, her black eyes filled with liveliness. She reached out a snowy white hand. I am a Mu Lian. Staring at the snowy white hand in front of him, Gongsun Sha stilled. Let's be friends. Gongsun Sha felt his face was burning. He didn't know what to do with his hands, his heart filled with unprecedented panic, as he unconsciously made a sound. The laughter of a Mu Lian's fellows came from the distance. Gongsun Sha was even more distraught. Ah, you're so cute. Amu Lian was very happy. One of the older female Xiao in the group urged her to leave with a smile. Ah. I have to go. The female Xiao jumped up and turned to leave. After a distance, she waved her white-handed Gongsun Sha, and then formed it into a funnel to shout, "Don't forget my name, I'm Amu Liang." Amu Lian's group quickly disappeared. Zuo Mo fell backwards as he laughed. He had never seen Gongsun Shidi so panicked and clueless before. He used this matter to tease Gongsun Sha along the way, but Gongsun Sha kept his head down and did not respond to Zuo Mo's teasing. Seeing Gongsun Shidi's burning face and soulless expression, Zuo Mo suddenly felt very good. This little detour raised everyone's spirits as they walked towards the city gates. The city gate of Suling City was not large. Many Suling sect disciples were guarding the gate. Behind them were many large and tall seal soldiers. They did not question the people passing by and only came up to inspect any disturbances, like when there were fights. It was possible to see all kinds of flying talismans in the sky, but the most common were paper cranes. This made Zuo Mo feel a sense of kinship. Entering the city doors, a wave of sound crashed into them. Third-grade yellow armor strength warrior, with endless strength, suitable for all kinds of manual labor, long-lasting and durable. Essential for building and digging in mountains. Third-grade grass puppet, making tea, pouring water, washing clothing and sheets, for all purposes, your best servant. Sprint lightning seal. Sprint lightning seal. Suling Sect sprint lightning seal. Only 100 pieces of third-grade Jingshi. Do not pass this opportunity by. The familiar yet unfamiliar scene caused Zuo Mo's mind to blur. After so much killing and danger, the hawking of wares on the street caused Zuo Mo to be so moved he wanted to cry in this moment. He pushed down the soreness in his nose and grinned. This feeling was really good. Translator ramblings, after 100 chapters, they finally reached safety. Also, this is sort of the end of the arc. Don't want cliffhangers? Come back in about 100 chapters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 441, Rules? Chapter 441, Rules. Suling City did not have the sense of dread and nervousness pervading it like the front lines, but seemed chaotic due to the influx of outside Xiozha. However, this caused the market to seem even busier and more prosperous. This is the Cloud Pavilion, the biggest treasure shop in Suling City. Shang Weiming took Zuo Mo and the others to the doorway of a very grand shop. The walls of this shop were completely made from crystal bricks, and hanging under the curved eaves were crystal palace lamps. These clear crystal lamps slowly spun and released lights of all colors. Reflecting on the crystal walls, the images were of rainbows and they changed in all ways. Looking at this grand cloud pavilion, Zuo Mo and the others gaped, their expressions amazed. The formation scripts on each crystal light was faintly discernible, and each crystal palace lamp would contain 28 of them. The entire shop was under the protection of formations. Where had Zuo Mo seen such a grandiose shop before? To say of nothing else, just these glowing crystal bricks would be worth large amounts of Jingshi. A complex look flashed through Shang Weiming's eyes, but they quickly returned to normal. Cloud Pavilion has shop fronts on almost all major cities on Dongsheng Cloud Island. The owner of the Cloud Pavilion rarely show themselves, but in terms of previous treasures and high-level materials, it is much better than other shops. A moment later, Zuo Mo refocused. Shocked, he couldn't help but feel anticipation. To say of nothing else, just this grandly decorated shopfront was enough to prove that this shop possessed a powerful background. Entering the Cloud Pavilion with Shang Weiming, he found that the inside was multiple times more luxurious than the outside. The ground was lined with black third-grade gold starshine rock. Each piece was sanded until it was as smooth as glass. The dots of gold in the rock were like stars in the night sky. Each shelf only held one treasure. Around it, the mirage illusions constantly changed, presenting a detailed explanation of each treasure. A shopkeeper came over, his attitude enthusiastic yet courteous. Welcome to the Cloud Pavilion, it is my honor to provide you service. Please browse freely, you may inspect and touch any item. The shopkeeper glanced at Shang Weiming at the side, and a thread of disdain flashed through his eyes. Any rare and precious treasure of high grade would release light. This was a treasure light. Looking over, the entire store was illuminated with treasure light. Filling their fields of vision with talismans and high-grade materials, even someone like Zuo Mo that was used to seeing such good things couldn't help but show slight shock. This Cloud Pavilion really lived up to rumors. None of the talismans and materials on display were below 4th grade. Other than Zuo Mo, Wei Shang, and Gongsun Sha, the other people were amazed by the room filled with treasure light. Wei Shang's heart was for the sword and was unaffected by outside objects. Gongsun Sha's mind was also not attuned to such things. Shang Weiming's expression was complex. In the depths of his eyes, they showed slight pain. Zuo Mo did not detect Shang Weiming's change. He asked the shopkeeper, "Does your store have water cloud embryo?" Water cloud embryo? The shopkeeper shook his head and said, "My sincere apologies, our store's water cloud embryos have all been sold. A person has bought all the water cloud embryo in our store 3 months ago." Seeing Zuo Mo's disappointment, the shopkeeper explained, "While water cloud embryo is not a high-grade item, it is only produced in the deepest part of the cloud sea. There is still half a year until the cloud tide recedes. Unless the cloud tide recedes, we cannot enter the cloud sea. Sir probably will have to wait for a half year. If Sir needs it, you may want to leave behind an address. If there is merchandise, our store will inform you as soon as possible." Zuo Mo couldn't help but show disappointment. His brow furrowed. Cloud tide? Shang Weiming did not forget his duties as a guide and hurriedly explained, "The cloud sea will have a cloud tide every 2 years. During the cloud tide, the cloud sea will become extremely unstable. It is very dangerous to enter the cloud sea in this time, so there usually aren't any that enter the cloud sea. Let's go to some place else to search." Zuo Mo was disappointed but did not show it on his face and said faintly. The shopkeeper smiled and said with slight pride, "Customer, please do not waste your efforts. This one will say something which is not a boast. If you cannot buy it at this store, you definitely cannot buy it at any other store in Cloud Sea. You may ask Mr. Shang about this, he should know it well." A painful look flashed through Shang Weiming's eyes. He suppressed it and gritted, "Yes." The shopkeeper smiled and did not speak any further. Zuo Mo noticed Shang Weiming's abnormal change, but he could also see that Shang Weiming did not lie. He was disappointed. However, he quickly sorted out his emotions. It seemed they would have to stay a while in Cloud Sea. They could look around. If that didn't work, they might have to make a trip into the Cloud Sea. But his original plan had been to settle down in Cloud Sea. This place was poor and remote, hard to travel to, and was far from the front lines. Kunlun's attention would not be focused on this place. He also found that sword show were not at an advantage in Cloud Sea. It was clear that this did not belong to Kunlun's influence. Cloud Sea was a pretty good place to rest. At this time, he suddenly heard a female voice behind him. "Hey, isn't this Shang Weiming? TSK, coming here again to sell something? Wait, this miss remembers that you sold all your assets. Did you dig out something good from your home? Let this miss take a look. If this miss likes it, this miss will bestow you some food." The cruel and harsh words caused Shang Weiming's face to flush instantly with blood, his hands unconsciously balling together. Zuo Mo turned around. A startling beautiful female entered his view. She had high brows, thin lips, and a high nose. Her face was filled with disdain as she looked down at Shang Weiming with a faintly discernible smile on her mouth. The female raised her head high as she strode light. The rings and pendants she wore chimed gently. When those shopkeepers saw her, their attitudes were respectful as they bowed. Miss Ren. Miss Ren did not seem to hear them. Her attitude did not change at all. Walking in front of Shang Weiming, she examined him and said with a slight smile, "This miss has just been wondering why you couldn't be found. So you found a job as a guide. TSK, the old Shang family that was so high-flying in the past has fallen so. Really causes this miss to feel heartsore. Seeing you today, how can this miss not do anything? Ren Shang, do not go overboard." Shang Weiming's face was entirely red as his knuckles cracked. Go overboard? Ha ha. These two words are so appropriate. I like to go overboard. She turned to face Zuo Mo. "Please, sir, be generous and let him go. Sir can pick any 4th grade talisman." She then turned to face the shopkeeper, "Put it on this miss tab." "Yes." The shopkeeper said respectfully. Zuo Mo raised his hand and said coldly, "Wait. Is Sir not even going to give some face to Ren Shang?" Ren Qing's face is frosty. Zuo Mo's expression did not waver. "I have hired Brother Shang, he is not a slave. This one does not have the right to trade him." Ren Qing's expression lessened slightly. "Then what does Sir mean?" Zuo Mo faintly said, "This has to be Brother Shang's own wishes." If Brother Shang nods his head, this one has nothing to say. "There's no need for the 4th grade talisman, just return my guide fee to me." Ren Qing smiled brightly. "So that's how it is, easy." Finishing, she turned and walked in front of Shang Weiming, smiling like a flower. "Shang Weiming, make a sound." Shang Weiming felt the anger burning inside his chest as he gritted. "Ren, don't even think about it." Slap. A loud slap landed on his face. Shang Weiming's mind blanked. In this instant, unprecedented humiliation washed over him. His eyes instantly turned around, tendons bulging on his fists as he prepared to fight for his life. Ren Xing still had a smile that was full of disdain. Your son is much more talented than you, almost at Ningmai. This misheard that he is at the Clear Mountain Sword Sect. Do you want to ruin his future? Do you need me to go make a visit? Shang Weiming forcibly stopped his motion. He felt as though he was in a glacier, his eyes shooting out anger and hatred. He seemed to squeeze through his teeth. What do you really want to do? Pia. Ren Shang reversed her hand for another slap. To do? Ha ha. This miss just wants to find amusement out of you. How powerful was the old Shang family back in the day, almost suffocating my Ren family. Now that this miss can find amusement from Shang Weiming, this miss is happy. You. Pia. Another slap. Don't dodge, stand still. Don't forget about your son. Shang Weiming seemed to be struck by lightning. Like a wooden puppet, he stayed motionless. Zuo Mo finally couldn't stand aside. A thread of dislike appeared between his brows. He stepped forward. Enough. Killing someone is just causing their head to drop to the floor. No matter how great the grievances were in the past, there is no need for such humiliation. Ren Xing's hand stopped in the air. She turned around and said with a cold smirk. You really did not take my goodwill. When I, Ren Xing, does something, when is it someone else's turn to order me about? Don't you know the rules? Zuo Mo grinned and showed his clean teeth. He smiled darkly. You're right, we're newcomers. His figure flashed and he appeared next to Ren Xing, grabbing her. She hadn't reacted at all. He smiled viciously. Little girl, you are really evil at heart. Rules? Let me teach you rules. Finishing, he started to strike at her face from right to left without any mercy. The shopkeepers of the Cloud Pavilion instantly paled and exploded. Stop. Stop now. You will all die. The guards of the Cloud Pavilion charged in upon seeing this. A cold snort suddenly exploded next to their ears like a clap of thunder. Their ears rang. Some guards of weaker cultivation instantly bled from their mouth, their faces terrified. Beside Xie Shan, Zhongru's palms were pressed together, his eyes closed. He disliked Ren Shang's maliciousness, and he did not give mercy when using this attainment thunder. There was shock on everyone's faces, and they became even more panicked. Formation. Activate the formation. Ask for aid from Elder Su. My heavens. Zuo Mo didn't even look at the panicking guards. He did not use Ling power or the Mo physique as he sent out a string of slaps. Looking at the completely transformed Ren Xing, he felt he had vented his anger, and felt unspeakably good. The pitiful Ren Shang's pretty face was now swollen, green and purple, her hair disheveled. From when Zuo Mo started to act, she didn't even have the time to shout. Her eyes showed deep hatred and maliciousness as though she wanted to swallow Zuo Mo. But what kind of vicious people hadn't Zuo Mo encountered? He wouldn't place any importance on a little character like this. He held Ren Shang's neck as though he was holding a fowl waiting for slaughter. He smiled viciously and said, in the future, don't let Yi see you. Yi'll hit you each time Yi sees you. At this time, the smooth gold starshine stone below everyone's feet started to light up with formation scripts. Translator ramblings, my extremely tiny NaNoWriMo project is up if anyone wants something very boring to read. Also, there is now an acknowledgements page. Please tell me if I missed someone who should be on that page. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 442, Women Like You. Chapter 442, Women Like You. Shang Weiming looked at the formation scripts that were lighting up in succession and paled dramatically. He hurried to remind Zuo Mo's group. Run. Careful of the formation. Shang Weiming felt his death was nearing, since events had escalated to such a degree. But he knew these people intended to help him. However, they did not know the power of the Ren clan in Suling City. With Ren Xing's temper and personality, after such a humiliation, they would not be able to escape death. You cannot escape. Release Miss Ren immediately, we will give you a road to life. A shopkeeper said sternly to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo and the others felt an invisible power restrain them as though there were little mountains on their backs. The jade pendants hanging from the waists of the Cloud Pavilion guards and shopkeepers exuded faint lights. Their movements were not affected at all. The guards and shopkeeper quickly resumed their normal expressions. The store formation had been set up by an expert knowledgeable in formations. Their minimum requirement was that it was able to withstand a blow of Jingdan Xiuzha. Even though these daring people were powerful, but with the big formation activated, they could not fly even if they had wings. You cannot escape. I will slice you all thousands of times. And not die in peace. Renqing shrieked as though she was crazy. Without another word, Zuo Mo sent out another string of blows to the point that Renqing was seeing gold stars. Her eyes showing terror, she finally remembered that she was still in the hands of this terrifying person. Zuo Mo's anger dissipated slightly after giving the blows. He snorted coldly. You really asked for this. You can't behave if you aren't hit. Renqing shook and closed her mouth in terror. The male was young, his appearance was not evil, but the killing intent that he had just exuded made her shiver. Shang Weiming's face became purple. In front of the big formation, his low cultivation was like paper. Gong Sun Cha had the protection of Zhong Ru and didn't feel it. Zuo Mo saw Shang Weiming stayed out of the corner of his eye and shouted, Old Xia, the third lamp pillar on your right, destroy it. He had noticed these lamp pillars when he entered the store. This kind of store definitely had formations. This was strange. Being alert to the surroundings and not allowing himself to be placed in danger was now Zuo Mo's instinct. Hands already itching, a rainbow sword energy left Xie Shan's hands without a word. Like cutting tofu, he sliced through the third lamp pillar on his right. Everyone felt their bodies loosen. The sixth one behind you. Third row in front of your feet, the fourth tile on the left. Zuo Mo's calm orders followed each other. Every time Xie Shan's sword energy landed, the power of the big formation lessened a fraction. Under the terrified gazes of the Cloud Pavilion guards and shopkeepers, the big formation that was impenetrable in their hearts was continuously weakened under the others' blows until the last thread of formation scripts on the gold starshine tiles dimmed and the big formation was completely destroyed. With all the pressure relieved, Shang Weiming was like a dead fish, fainting away on the ground. Just as the guards and shopkeepers felt hopeless, a guard coincidentally saw a familiar figure. He seemed to have grabbed hold of a lifeline and shouted, Elder Su! Elder Su! Save us! In the shadow, Su Zhangwei's steps paused as he thought, this was bad. Truthfully, he had arrived long ago, but seeing the other disassemble the formation so easily, thoughts of retreat formed. Even though he would receive a tribute from the Cloud Pavilion each month and he had agreed to help, but he definitely would not do something for the Cloud Pavilion that would result in losing his life. This crowd of idiots. Were they blind? Why did they have to provoke a crowd of lawless and murderous brutes? Su Zhangwei was not an ignorant person. These people had moved crisply and cleanly. This kind of murderous decisiveness was unable to be achieved by people that had not killed before. No matter what, he definitely did not want to have this kind of trouble. Just as he was preparing to flee, a guard had seen him. He instantly landed in a dilemma. If he left, it wouldn't be good if it spread that he had taken the others' tribute and didn't help. If he didn't go and really face this group of lawless brutes, then his old bones were not enough. After fighting internally, Elder Su still stood out. Everyone, please stop. This old man is not the owner of this store but is familiar with this owner. This one will have a thick face and give apologies. Everyone, please give some face and resolve this peacefully. Elder Su's words said with a humble attitude caused the guards that had been preparing to shout Elder Su, help capture these people to gape. The store instantly became silent. Elder Su was a Jindan Xiozha. The same thought flashed through everyone's minds. They were suspicious that their eyes were working. Elder Su, who was usually proud, calm and ethereal, was really the same person as this Elder Su who was bowing his back humbly with a smile on his face? This old man was a Jindan. The same thought flashed through the minds of Zuo Mo and his group. This Cloud Pavilion had some power. It had the protection of a Jindan. Even though Wei Sheng and the others were all Jindan and Zuo Mo had even killed Song Yuan, a Kunlun Jindan disciple, he was not willing to lightly start a battle with another Jindan. There wasn't anyone simple who could cultivate to Jindan. Compared to the seriousness of Zuo Mo and the others, Elder Su, who had a smile on his face, felt his heart beat wildly and was astounded. Other than one person whose cultivation was very weak, and the other was definitely not a Jindan, he could not see the depth of cultivation of the other three. This was a very dangerous sign. Either the other's power was higher than his, or the other was cultivating an unusual spell. No matter which one it was dangerous for him. He couldn't help but celebrate that he had kept his attitude extremely humble. The common saying was that one did not slap a smiling face. He, Su Zhangwei, was also a Jindan. Placing his own self-pride so low, the other would be embarrassed to attack. As expected, the enmity of the group decreased, but at this time, a familiar voice interrupted the easing situation. Grandpa Su. Save me. Save Chinger. He saw a female with a swollen face and loose hair struggling on the hand of the leader. Back then in the shadow, Su Zhangwei had seen it clearly. This young person was the decision-maker of the group, and one of those he could not perceive the power of. Elder Su stilled and looked in disbelief at the completely changed Ren Chang. Qing'er? You are Qing'er? Woo woo woo. Grandpa Su, save Qing'er. Mentally strained, Ren Qing started to cry. Learning that Zuo Mo was holding Ren Qing, Elder Su instantly understood. How couldn't he know Ren Qing's arrogance? It definitely was that Ren Qing had provoked the other and resulted in her being disciplined. He could see that the other had had mercy. Ren Qing's hair was loose, her face bruised, but she was not heavily injured. The other definitely had not used Ling power. Otherwise, Ren Qing wouldn't be alive. Elder Su felt a great headache. He didn't hold any good feelings for Ren Qing's difficult personality. However, he still had to consider Ren Qing's elders. The reason that Ren Qing could be so arrogant in Su Ling City had a direct connection with her overprotective elders, who had strange personalities. If he stood aside today, those old people would definitely make trouble for him tomorrow. This was terrible. Elder Su felt bitter inside. He raised his folded hands and said sincerely, "Little brothers, this old man is acquainted with the elders of this girl. Little girl doesn't understand worldly matters. Today's events are a lesson for her. Please, raise your hands and let her go." Zuo Mo hadn't planned on taking Ren Chang's little life. Seeing Su Zhangwei's sincere attitude, he nodded and said easily, "Okay." As he spoke, he waved his hand and Ren Qing flew towards Elder Su. Elder Su hurriedly raised a hand and received Ren Chang. When Ren Qing landed, her eyes became red. Pointing at Zuo Mo's group, she shrieked, "Grandpa Su! Kill them! Kill them all!" Elder Su's expression changed. He hadn't expected Ren Qing to be so idiotic that she could not understand the situation. The other group's expressions became unfriendly and showed hints of killing intent. He smiled awkwardly and said, "So sorry. Little child is still shocked, sorry. The lesson today is good for her." Su Zhangwei's words caused the expressions of Zuo Mo's group to ease again. But at this time, a dark voice suddenly sounded at this time. When was it someone else's turn to lecture a child of our Ren family? Su Zhangwei's expression changed. 3 old people walked in through the door. All of them had white hair and beards, their expressions dark. The moment that Zuo Mo had grabbed Ren Qing, she had secretly torn apart the life-saving seal. The 3 had received Ren Chang's request for aid, paled and hurried over. When Ren Qing saw the 3 old people, she cried as she fell into the embrace of the leader. "Grandpa! Grandpa!" The leading old person warmly comforted her. "Qing'er, don't cry, Grandpa will settle the score for you." Ren Qing raised her head, a poisonous light flashing in her eyes as she ground her teeth. "I want them all dead. All of them dead." "Qing'er, rest your heart," another old person spoke. "Second Grandpa promises none of them will live past today. Dare to bully our Ren family, you have guts." The third Ren was brimming with killing intent. Ren Qing's eyes were vicious. She pointed at Shang Weiming and said, "That is Shang Weiming from the old Shang family. Don't kill him, I want to slowly sort him out." Shang Weiming's face was ashen. He knew it would be hard to escape this calamity. "Yes, as long as you are happy, anything for you." Eldest Grandpa was peerlessly benevolent. "And his son that's at Clear Mountain Sword Sect." Ren Qing said poisonously. "Yes, we'll definitely capture him for Qing'er." Shang Weiming felt a thunderclap over his head, his thoughts ended, but Ren Qing showed a cruel smile. "I want." At this moment, Zuo Mo and the others suddenly disappeared. The faces of the 3 Ren family elders changed. Eldest Grandpa's reaction was not slow. He pushed and Ren Chang was shielded behind his back. A void sword essence, a rainbow sword essence, and a dense fist essence appeared. Each instantly locked onto one of the 3 people. The 3 felt their hairs stand up. At the same time, a faint gold figure flashed behind the 3 people. Ren Qing's voice suddenly stopped, her cruel smile freezing on her face. She heard the crack of a bone in her neck, and then she found the angle of her vision become extremely strange. Before she was swallowed by the tide of darkness, she managed to make out words. "For women like you, it's better for you to die." Translator Ramblings, Zuo Mo isn't having a good first foray into Cloud CGA. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 443, Collision. Chapter 443, Collision. No one had expected Zuo Mo would take the opportunity to make a sneak attack. Su Zhangwei's head rang. Looking at Ren Chang's strangely angled neck, he was stunned. The other's viciousness and decisiveness was far beyond his predictions. He had never thought that this conflict would directly become a battle to the death. With the protective personalities of the three Ren elders and their affection for Ren Qing, there was only one conclusion of this situation: it would end in a battle to the death. This group of young people, with unknown origins, had used a crisp and clean sneak attack to show their determination to fight in their fearlessness. After the amazement was endless panic. The three Jindan of the Ren family were very famous in Suling City. Even Suling sect gave them some face. Su Zhangwei was also a Jindan, but he knew his strength was not a match for these three unreasonable people. Su Zhangwei suddenly been placed in a very awkward position. It was not good to provoke the three Ren elders, but this young group of unknown origins were not friendly either. The young grouper wasn't afraid of the three Ren elders at all. Adding on that he could not clearly determine their strength, he didn't dare to move. If he remained neutral and the Ren family was defeated, it would be fine, but if the Ren family won, then his days would not be easy. With the temperament of the three Ren elders, they would definitely make trouble for him in the future. In an instant, countless thoughts spun in Su Zhangwei's mind. Seeing their granddaughter die in front of them, the three old men glared angrily, their eyes instantly turned red. They shouted in anger and, in unison, went all out. A green color quickly spread over the body of the elder Ren. His entire face became black-green and his old features seemed to have the texture of bark. His skin also became very coarse. A thick wood element power rose. When the green color reached his head, his black-green hair grew at astounding speed, becoming thumb-thick green vines. The green vines danced wildly on the head like green snakes, furiously twisting their bodies. Pia pia pia. The dancing green vines whipped towards Wei Shang's sword essence. These crisp green vines were unusually strong. When they collided with Wei Shang's sword essence, it created metallic sounds and sparks flew. A layer of white water mist shrouded second Ren's body. His entire body became transparent, his figure quickly merging into the water. In a brief interval, he had become a transparent person made of water. Facing Zhong Ru's dense fist essence, the water person's shape changed. He turned to a thin stream of water, and like a snake, dodging at a strange angle, Third Ren was completely covered in a ball of fire. The burning flames sprouted from his body. The gold starshine rock under his feet started to melt and his skin started to peel. When Xieshan's sword essence approached near the flames on Third Ren's body, they burst into sparks. After his successful attack on Ren Chang, Zuo Mo returned to stand next to Gongsun Cha. He saw the three old men attacking and his heart instantly shook. These were roaming Xiao. These three old men were roaming Xiao. Roaming Xiao was a very broad category. Usually, Xiaozhe other than Sword Xiao, Seal Xiao, and Diana Xiao, all other Xiao were categorized as roaming Xiao. Among the roaming Xiao, the most common were 5-element roaming Xiao. The 5 elements were easy to learn but were hard to master. But if one reached a stage of mastery, there were many wondrous powers. There were many 5-element spells on the market, and so roaming Xiao that cultivated the 5 elements were the most common. The three Ren family elders all cultivated one element and they had all reached a profound level. It was extraordinary when they attacked. The power that the three Ren family elders showed also caused Su Zhangwei's expression to change. These three's reputations were not insubstantial as they had dominated Suling City for so long. In the past, Su Zhangwei only knew that these three old people were hard to deal with. He hadn't thought that they were so powerful. This really was a dilemma. What to do? Su Zhangwei groaned inside. Zuo Mo was shocked, but he was not too nervous. He looked warily at Su Zhangwei, whose expression was changing. Gongsun Shidi's skill at command was powerful, but his individual combat abilities were almost nothing. Any average guard could kill him. Having made a successful strike, Zuo Mo had instantly returned to guard Gongsun Shidi to prevent the battle from affecting Shidi. The anger in Zuo Mo's heart had been vented through personally ending that despicable woman's life. He calmly watched the fight. Xia Shan and the other two reacted differently facing the increasing presences of their opponents. Seeing his sword essence easily defeated, Xia Shan coldly snorted. The paired mirage sword disappeared from his hand. Two light hums sounded in the air, one deep and thick and the other one high-pitched, both shot into the sky. Following them were two rainbow lights that were twisted together. With soul-shaking howls, they shot at Third Ren. Zhong Ru's expression did not change when his punch missed. His eyes were still half-lidded like before, his expression dignified, but the blood lotus flower on his forehead became brighter as though it was dripping in fresh blood. Behind him, a faint shadow appeared. Dragon Elephant Attainment. The shadow gradually became one with Zhong Ru. Zhong Ru's Diana robes moved despite there being no wind, they were flapping hard. When the closed eyes slowly opened, they were empty of any emotion, and the blood lotus on his forehead was like a furious flame. Raising his hand to deliver a punch, a very normal and average punch. In terms of presence, the most shocking was still Wei Shang. Seeing the others twisting green vines easily destroy his sword essence, Wei Shang did not show any timidity. His tiger-like eyes suddenly lit up, the desire for battle exploding in his chest. After breaking through to Jin Dan, and occasionally sparring with Zuo Mo, he had never truly fought a hard battle. Because there were no suitable opponents. The battle desire that had accumulated for so long erupted like a volcano, and caused Wei Shang's blood to boil. Without even drawing the black sword, his right foot suddenly stepped forward, his figure bending slightly forward as though he was a sword leaving the sheath. Void sword essence shot into the sky. The presence of void and emptiness came like the darkness of night. With Wei Shang as the center, it noiselessly spread into the surroundings and swallowed everything. Everyone felt their vision blur, and it appeared as though they were situated in an void realm. There was no sound, no light, only endless void, an empty void of death. Wei Shang's sword essence had enveloped everyone into it. Zuo Mo also jumped in fright. Eldest Xixiang had lost himself in battle. He hurriedly grabbed Gongsun Sha and Shang Weiming, and his figure retreated rapidly. He had moved more than 10 zhang before everything in his vision became normal again. Whoa! When eldest Xixiang went crazy, it really was scary. Zuo Mo couldn't help but feel sympathy for the old man that was facing eldest Xixiang. Sighing, he could not form any jealousy. No one knew better than him how eldest Xixiang's terrifying strength had been achieved. That was truly accumulation in dots and rips, gradually progressing from nothing to some to many. There was no shortcuts in this. Zuo Mo knew that he could not do what eldest Xixiang could. Xia Shan's eyelids twitched rapidly as he was amazed inside. Wei Shang and he were both Jin Dan, the other was also younger than him, but he was still respectful to Teacher Wei. Teacher Wei's skill on the path of the sword was unfathomable, enough to make him feel respect, but he had never seen Teacher Wei attack with his full power. Due to Wei Shang's sword, Zhong Ru's cold and indifferent eyes suddenly was rippled indiscernibly. Since they reacted so, the three Ren family elders' reactions could be imagined. All of them paled. Their heads rang out. They knew they had kicked a metal board this time. To take revenge for Qinger. Eldest Ren took a deep breath and roared angrily. To be able to cultivate to Jin Dan and lead the Ren family for decades, he was not a weak person. It was just that he had spoiled Ren Xing far too much that this calamity had landed on their heads. But facing such an astounding sword essence, he finally recovered his calmness. They were pressed to a situation of life and death. The Ren family was pressed to a situation of life and death. If they were pushed another step, it would mean they would be crushed. This was for the three of them, and also for the Ren family. His angry shout was perfectly timed. Second Ren and third Ren, whose presences were stopped, thought of their beloved granddaughter dying right in front of them. The two old men's anger exploded again, and so did their presences. All in. The three elders attacked together rather than retreat. The green of eldest Ren's body grew a fraction. His entire person was like an ancient tree, countless green branches sprouting out of his body into the ground. In front of these green vines, the hard gold starshine rock was like tofu and easily pierced. Earth energy flowed along the green vines rooted in the deep ground and continuously entered eldest Ren's body. Hiss hiss hiss. As though numerous snakes were spitting, those furiously dancing green vines left behind green marks of light in the air. The green marks crisscrossed, and a formation instantly formed. Green sprouts came out of the ground. At an amazing rate, they grew, produced leaves, flowers bloomed and bore fruit. In a blink, the ground was carpeted in a layer of flora. It was like a forest floorbed, bursting with endless vitality, teeming with life. The flowers gradually withered, the petals danced in the air, the leaves falling off their branches and flying everywhere. The fruits on the trees cracked open, seeds shooting everywhere to burrow into the ground and start a new cycle of furious growth. Life without rest. Flower petals and leaves continuously flew through the air. In a short while, the air was filled with leaves and flower petals. They danced and spun, spreading everywhere and continuously migrated towards the deepest parts of the void. But at the same time, countless plants, flowers, and leaves were withering at an astounding rate and turning to nothingness. This was a struggle between death and vitality. Zuo Mo's expression became serious. This dislikable old man had such deep skill in the wood element. Wood was the primary element for life. This was the strongest attribute of the wood element, but was also the hardest attribute to comprehend. Zuo Mo suddenly recalled back when he was at the end of the prison-breaking battle of vast water clear skies and was facing that vast vitality. He couldn't help but shudder. Death and life were like twins, and were one of the most basic powers. Eldest Xixiang's void sword essence was the sword of death and nothingness. The other's Wood element spell was the category of spell where it was easiest to comprehend the attribute of life. Wood element spells were not famed for their power but was the perfect for subduing eldest Qixiang's void sword essence. Zuo Mo did not go forward to give aid. He believed in eldest Qixiang. From the time he had first read eldest Qixiang's reflections on cultivation, he began to believe in eldest Qixiang, trusting in this hardy, strong, and unusually persistent eldest Qixiang. An individual who was willing to be a servant to search for the path of the sword, to hunt monkey swarms alone to comprehend sword essence. In Zuo Mo's view, the worldly apparition that eldest Qixiang had caused at his Juji was not the proof of eldest Qixiang's shocking talent, but the reward the heavens had given him, the reward for persisting and searching through hardship but remaining as determined as when he hard first started. A reward for forgetting himself and accumulating wounds. A reward for his days and nights of toiling labor. How could an eldest Qixiang like this be defeated? He was a man that was like iron. Translator ramblings. Wow, I did not expect such a strong reaction to the last chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 404, Xiashan's Ling Power. Chapter 404, Xiashan's Ling Power. There was no graveness to Zuo Mo's demeanor, only calmness. He hadn't wanted to interfere in the conflict between Shang Weiming and Ren Chang. He only decided to act when he really couldn't bear Ren Chang's actions any longer. But he had only intended to give the other a lesson with his reprimands. However, when the three Ren family elders appeared, Ren Chang's words and the completely unreasonable protectiveness of the three old men made it clear to Zuo Mo what would happen next. Resolve the dispute in peace, to believe that was naive. Battles of blood had already hardened Zuo Mo into a person who did not hesitate, so the moment his hands moved he had killed Ren Chang. Since the two sides were drawing their weapons to fight, then he would uproot the entire plant and not leave any roots behind. In Zuo Mo's eyes, this wasn't some private conflict, this was a battle. In battle, if it was not your death, then it was mine. Even if they defeated these people, he would order Vermilion Bird Camp and Guard Camp to raise the Rin family. He didn't want to leave any hidden problems behind. They were going to stay here for a long time. In Zuo Mo's view, leaving behind a family that had enmity towards them, who wanted to take revenge, was not any different than seeking death. In battle, any illusions of innocence and luck were the cause of death. Zuo Mo's relaxed expression increasingly caused Su Zhangwei's heart to beat wildly. However, more of his attention was attracted by the fierce combat. It was usually rare to see battle between Jindan Xiuzhe. It had to be said that with eldest Ren's skill on the wood element and adding on that he had more Ling power than Wei Shang, when he pushed, Wei Shang instantly felt pressured. Against eldest Ren's assault the endless void retreated like the tide to between Wei Shang and eldest Ren. Familiar with their eldest brother, second Ren and third Ren's faces changed slightly. The purest wood element power that Big Brother usually treasured was now flooding out without any frugality. He was like a gigantic tree, a tree whose vitality was burning. The green color flowed through the void sword essence quickly spread towards Wei Shang, connecting the two sides. Big Brother was going all out. No matter the result of this battle, Big Brother would have lost a large portion of his vitality. The two were sad and furious. In unison, they released their most powerful attacks. The fiery third Ren started first. With a vicious laugh, his arms curved and his hands curling back as he took a strange stance. Whoosh! A bird of fire the size of a fist flew out of the flame. This bird of fire had bright red feathers, its expression was intelligent, and every time it flapped its wings, a shower of dazzling and burning sparks fell. The fire bird made a clear sound, then it angrily leapt at the paired mirage sword that was striking down. It suddenly opened its beak. A blinding red light accurately struck Xiashan's paired mirage swords. Under the attack of this red light, the unstoppable paired mirage light seemed to have been struck with a paralysis seal. It was forcibly stopped in the air. That firebird was extremely intelligent, and started to pull the paired mirage back. When the red light struck the paired mirage sword, Xiashan seemed to have been burned by a red-hot piece of metal. The thread of connection between him and the paired mirage sword had become a fraction weaker. Xiashan's expression became slightly ugly. Darren had bestowed upon him this paired mirage sword which he treasured it. Now that it was damaged by another, his anger could be imagined. Furious, Xiashan's Ling power seemed to boil like water. He couldn't help but howl. The long howl that contained Ling power vibrated like thunder. Of the Jindan on Zuo Mo's side, Xiashan was the weakest, even though he was the first to reach Jindan. Even compared to Zhongru, he was weaker, much less when compared to Wei Shang and Zuo Mo. Zhongru possessed the wish power that everyone feared and cultivated the wondrous, attainment golden body, while the sword scripture Xiashan cultivated was normal. Even though he also studied clear sky sword scripture, it was not exactly suited for him, so he had not gained much. But there was one quality that none of the others could rival Xie Shan at: Ling power. Long ago in Ningmai, his Ling power had reached an astonishing 180 Jing. He almost broke through Jindan just through the accumulation of Ling power. No one had expected that this seemingly stupid method that relied on accumulation had given him a great benefit when he broke into Jindan. That was Ling power. He had close to 200 Jing of Ling power when he made his Jindan breakthrough, which allowing his breakthrough process to be a smooth one. As his cultivation stage increased, his Ling power furiously increased. This astounding increase continued for a long time. Even now, the rate had slowed, but it still steadily increased. What no one also knew was that the amount of Ling power in Xie Shan's body was 800 Jing. Compared to the past, it was more than 4 times. The maximum amount of Ling power for a first stratum Jindan was 1000 Jing. Xie Shan's cultivation was almost at the top of a first stratum Jindan. Just having broken through to Jindan and already nearing second stratum, not many would believe it if word spread. The 800 Jing of Ling power meant that he was the only one that did not lose out in terms of cultivation against these 3 old men. The 3 Ren family elders had been famed for many years, and had broken through to Jindan decades ago. Eldest Ren's cultivation even reached second stratum Jindan. His Ling power was so abundant that, normally, it wasn't something that these juniors who just entered Jindan could compete with. Yet who would have thought that Xie Shan, who had forcibly entered Jindan based on the abundance of his Ling power, was this kind of freak? The paired mirage sword, that was restrained by the stream fire that the firebird was sprouting, lit up. It suddenly twisted and tore out of the firebird's restraint. The firebird was also very intelligent. Seeing the paired mirage sword, it let out a call, its wings flapping, and crashed towards the paired mirage sword like a flash of fire. At this time, the paired mirage sword was like a serpent freed from its cage. The light released from the sword continuously increased. In a blink, the 2 flying swords were shrouded in a dazzling and blinking light. They were like 2 balls of light that were entwining in the air. Due to the strength of the light, even the multicolored light became as white as the sun. The flying swords were vibrating, caused by the Ling power flooding in. Xie Shan's body was also uncontrollably shaking. Fury, excitement, and other feelings were mixed together and caused Xie Shan to grin. Since his other moves would not work, then he would just fight based on Ling power. A dark and vicious smile on his face, insanity and fierceness flashed through Xie Shan's eyes. The vicious light in Third Ren's eyes rose. He snickered, "You want to compete on Ling power? You're seeking death." He spread his arms out and did not hold back any bit of Ling power. This young person wanted to compete based on Ling power with him? He had never seen anyone more stupid. Third Ren decided to burn this person into ashes with this one move. The flame over his body grew with a whoosh. Even his face was covered by the thick flames. Talismans that were of lower quality on his body could not withstand such a high temperature and were melted and burned to ashes by the flames. Firebird barrage. The words were said slowly as though they took all the power he had to push out the words. Pew! A firebird came out. Following right after it was another firebird. At an astounding rate, firebirds appeared one after another. With so many flying out of the flames, it was as though there were countless birds hidden within the flames, but when a firebird came out of the flame, they flapped their wings in like a dash of fire, and shot at the paired mirage sun that was floating like a miniature sun in the sky. In an instant, the firebirds were like rain, covering the sky and hiding the sun. Sparks scattered downwards. Even the air was ignited, explosions ringing in the air. When the sparks landed on the gold starshine rock, they created wisps of green smoke with a pop and little holes appeared on the tile. The starshine rock that had been smooth like glass had instantly become pockmarked with numerous little dots. Xie Shan was not afraid. Having survived that hell-like battlefield, Xie Shan's heart was as hard as stone. Even if a blade was right at his eyes, his heart would not shake at all. As the firebirds covered the sky and filled his vision, the boiling Ling power caused the objects in his view to become slightly twisted. He was not affected at all. Boil. My Ling power, dot. He seemed to murmur as though he was talking in his dreams. The 800 Jing of Ling power inside his body was like burning lava that rampaged and flowed within the little flying swords. The flying swords seemed to hear his words, vibrating and humming to respond to him. Xie Shan had never felt that he had such power, and also never felt so weak before. There wasn't a drop of Ling power left in his body at all. If one looked closely, they would find that there were other lights mixed within the 2 little miniature suns. The hair-thin gold light was gold strands, the faint mist that was like the rainbow after rain was rainbow mist. The 4 formation techniques on the pair mirage sword were all activated. The two blinding miniature suns merged into one and became an even more blinding ball of light. Xiashan gazed at Third Ren within the fire, grinned, and then his expression became stern. Break. The shout that did not have Ling power behind it and did not seem to be a threat at all. But this shout that had no presence caused everyone's hearts to shake simultaneously. A ruler straight beam of light shot forth. A blinding white light beam that seemed to have been drawn with a ruler. The light penetrated the firebirds covering the sky and into the flames. Time seemed to stop in this moment. The firebirds flying in the sky paused briefly. A passage with the thickness of a wrist formed cut through the dense crowd of firebirds. Dozens of firebirds only had half a body left as they froze in the air. The flames were burning, still hissing and cracking. Above the flame, a hole the size of a wrist had a smooth opening. Through the hole, it was possible to see the pitted floor tiles. Pia! Suddenly, one of the firebirds that only had half a body left turned into a ball of flame. Pia, another firebird, also followed and exploding into a ball of flame. These two firebirds that exploded was like the sparks thrown into a barrel of dynamite. Boom! Countless blinding balls of fire red lit up. All of the firebirds exploded together. The tons of flame instantly swallowed up the position of both combatants. Boom! Another enormous explosion came from the flames. From between the explosions came a faintly gold figure. Zuo Mo's face was covered in dust and disheveled. Being held in his hands was a barely breathing Xiashan. Escaping from his death, Xiashan did not seem terrified. He murmured gently, so exhilarating. He then said to himself, "Idiot, don't you know that GE's flying swords are 5th grade?" Xiashan's vision darkened and he fainted. Unconsciousness, Xiashan still tightly held onto the two little golden swords. Translator Ramblings, Character Development Chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 445, Rin Cloud Island. Chapter 445, Rin Cloud Island. Bam! A glowing snake-like stream of water flowed at high speed suddenly exploded against the wall. The stream of water instantly turned into countless beads of water that scattered in all directions. The water that splashed on the ground squirmed as though they were alive, moving along the floor. The water drops quickly gathered in one location. In a short time, they had once again merged into a figure made out of water. Second Run was amazed. The power of this man was deep. When this man punched, there was no fist energy, no sound, it was calm and ordinary. But no matter how he dodged, he could not avoid it. When the fist struck his body would be scattered. But if it was just that, he would not be afraid. Water was shapeless. No matter how strong the other's punches were, even if it could scatter his body into tiny beads of water, he could gather himself back together without taking any damage. He had defeated many opponents by relying on this undying method. But the other's fists were very strange. Each time his body was destroyed, there would be a strange power that entered into his body. This power was as thin as a hair, it was strange and unpredictable. He had never seen it before. This caused him to have a foreboding feeling. Even worse was that he could not get near the other at all. The other's fists were terrifyingly accurate. None of his punches would miss. The shock that Second Ren felt could be imagined. He knew how agile he was, as any flying swords that were slightly slower than him could not hit him. This young Diana show in front of him was not simple. Second Ren stared tightly at his opponent, killing intent spreading inside. He made a decision. Even at the cost of being wounded, he had to kill this person. There had never been a person that dared to step on the Ren family's pride so. There had never been a person who dared to harm one hair on a member of the Ren family. Thinking about how Ren Chang had died, Ren Yu felt great sorrow. He and his two brothers only had this one granddaughter. Now even this granddaughter was killed. They should die. All of these people should die. The water essence on his body circulated unusually smoothly. The crooked water channeling spell that he had cultivated for many years now showed signs of a breakthrough. But Second Rin did not feel any joy at all. There was only one thought in his mind: kill the other person. At this time, he suddenly heard an enormous explosion coming from Third Ren's direction. There was a rolling red ball of fire. His chest suddenly felt great pain. Third brother was dead. Second Ren looked away, staring angrily at the explosion, and fiercely roared like a wild animal. Go die! Suddenly, his body froze, his expression solidifying on his face. The water that shrouded his body stopped flowing. Slender threads resembling blood appeared on the surface of his water. His vision quickly became blurred, and the sound of battle became distant to him. His mind started to blur. The blood threads that had spread like a spider web across his body suddenly lit up. Pew! The ball of water turned to a ball of white mist and rose up. When the water mist dissipated, there was nothing left at that spot. The indifference and emptiness in Zhong Ru's eyes quickly faded. He panted lightly, and an indiscernible expression of exhaustion appeared at his brow. He sighed inside. He was really too weak still. He couldn't even tolerate the preliminary stage of attainment golden body. However, what really had been effective just now was wish power. If it wasn't for his wish power, he most likely would not have defeated Second Run. He flew next to Zuo Mo and without speaking, he closed his eyes and started to recover. In a blink, 2 of the 3 Ren family elders were killed. Su Zhangwei's face paled in shock. What were those strange lines of blood? Su Zhangwei's heart felt cold. He rejoiced that he had not helped the 3 Ren family elders just now. Looking at the present situation, the Ren family was going to be finished. Even though eldest Ren was still in a standoff with that young sword show, but there was still one person on the other side that had not acted yet. The conclusion was clear. He didn't know where this group of outrageously powerful young people had sprouted out of. Each of them was deep in power. Greatly impacted, Su Zhangwei's mind worked rapidly. He didn't have any sympathy for the fall of the Ren family. The Ren family was usually arrogant and ostentatious. He wondered if these young people were going to settle down here for the long term or were they just passing by. If they were settling down for the long term, the power balance of Suling City was going to change. Having lived for a long time in Suling City, Su Zhangwei knew as long as it was not outrageous, Suling sect would not act. He decided if the other was going to settle down, then he definitely had to make a good connection with the other. He didn't worry about the Cloud Pavilion. With his understanding of the young master of the Cloud Pavilion, the other would not be so stupid to become enemies with such a powerful group of lawless brutes of unknown origins. Just as Su Zhangwei was thinking, the situation changed again. Wei Shang's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. He shook his head gently. Pity. As he finished speaking, he raised his head. Without any sound, the void sword essence pushed against the furiously growing flora, turning it into dust at an astounding rate and returning it to nothingness. The empty sword essence destroyed the last bit of green. The sword essence moved like a corrosive poison. It started to spread along the strong green vines. Everywhere it passed, the green vines crumbled into dust until nothing was left. Eldest Rin could not make a sound, and didn't have the time to react. Like a statue, in front of everyone, he was swallowed by the sword essence and also turned to nothingness. Clink. A ring fell to the ground. Even though he was prepared to make a good relationship with the other, Su Zhangwei was still shocked by the scene in front of him. The Cloud Pavilion's guards and shopkeepers were all pale as they shook in the corner. When they saw this group clean up the battlefield taking their spoils, as though no one else was present, their lips couldn't help but tremble. Such a natural display, if they were not brutes that had went through rains of blood, they would definitely not have this demeanor. When Shan Weiming woke up, he found he was unharmed. He showed a dazed expression. When he was informed that the 3 Ren family elders were killed, his head rang and his mind blanked. Zuo Mo did not give him the time to digest it, asking straightforwardly, "Where is the Ren family estate?" The spoils of victory from the 3 Ren family elders' bodies were pitifully few. Other than 3 jade scrolls, Zuo Mo did not find any of importance or significance. Fighting against such powerful enemies, how could they not gain anything? Mind blown, Shang Weiming instinctively answered, "At Ren Cloud Island." When the words left his mouth, his mind suddenly cleared and his face changed. So malicious. Su Zhangwei's heart also shook, but he was not as shocked as Shang Weiming. In battles of life and death like this, the conclusion would frequently be like this. Ren Cloud Island? Zuo Mo's eyes lit up. He hurriedly asked, "How big is it?" "Almost 50,000 mu, it is the biggest intermediate-sized cloud island nearby." Shang Weiming hurriedly answered. Ren Cloud Island is in a good position and the flowing cloud silk that the island produces is famous in this region. Zuo Mo's drool almost spilled out. More than 40,000 mu, that was a value of more than 40,000 pieces of third-grade jingshi. Zuo Mo, who had needed a place to settle down, immediately became excited. Go, go, go. Let's go see now. The Ren Cloud Island was a flight of 4 hours from the main island. Zuo Mo took the black turtle along when he flew to the Ren Cloud Island. When they reached Ren Cloud Island, they found that this cloud island was slightly different than other cloud islands. There were many balls of clouds floating in the sky above the cloud island. These clouds almost completely shrouded the cloud island. It was not possible to see the condition of the island. Zuo Mo found it interesting and wanted to go near to study it. Once he came near, these slowly moving clouds seemed to be frightened and rippled intensely. In a blink, the snowy white clouds became inky black. Hiss crack! Inside the black clouds, electrical snakes slithered and blinding lights occasionally appeared. Deep thunder could be heard inside the thick black clouds and lightning shot over. Zuo Mo jumped in fright. He hurriedly activated light void wings and fled. Boom! A bolt of lightning with the thickness of a wrist flashed past his previous position and reflected on Zuo Mo's pale little face. If he was struck by such a thick bolt of lightning, then half of his little life would be gone. At this time, everyone's face became serious. Even Gongsun Cha's expression was slightly ugly. To forcibly take this cloud island, they would have to pay a high price. Shang Weiming hurried to remind, "Boss, use the island card." Having escaped with his life from the hands of the Ren family, he was very grateful to Zuo Mo. He was very clear that if he landed in the hands of Ren Qing, his fate would be worse than death. Due to his gratefulness, he tried to help all he could. Island card? Zuo Mo stilled. He recalled that there was a jade card among the things he had taken from the three old men's bodies. He hurriedly took it out. There was a cloud engraved on the surface of the jade card. The back of the card was engraved with all kinds of formation scripts. Zuo Mo's consciousness swept the island card. He instantly understood. This island card was used to control the formations on the Cloud Island. Zuo Mo channeled Ling power and shouted, "Open." The jade card in his hand shot out a beam of light that entered the thick cloud layer. The black cloud layer that had been rumbling with thunder instantly quieted. The black clouds became white clouds again. The cloud layer retreated to the sides and a broad path appeared in front of them. Zuo Mo was overjoyed. He flew down first. The other people seeing the situation followed behind. The arrival of Zuo Mo's group caused a ruckus on the island. However, when Shang Weiming announced in a loud voice that the three Ren family elders were dead, and the Ren Cloud Island had changed owners, these people calmed down. Most of them were hired workers, not servants. To them, they just changed employers. If this boss wasn't good, they could leave. "Darren, are we going to stay here in the future?" Lei Peng asked in a rumbling voice. "What? Not satisfied?" "Satisfied. Very satisfied." Lei Peng rubbed his hands, his face full of excitement. "Staying every day in the Black Turtle, and's bored to death. This place is both big and good." Everyone was very excited. They had a new territory. This group of battle maniacs had a desire for territory like the desire men had towards women. They had been reluctant to part with the Golden Crow City. Then they had roamed and killed after that. Now that they finally had territory that belonged to them, the excitement they felt could be imagined. Without waiting for Zuo Mo to speak, this group sprinted in all directions. Zuo Mo raised his head. The sky was clear for 10,000 li. He couldn't help but tsk in wonder. Looking at the island from the outside, there were layers of clouds blocking their view and nothing of the island could be seen. But looking from the island out, nothing was covered. As expected, this was a good place. Zuo Mo was very content. Translator ramblings, coolness factor, Xiashan zone Ruwei Shang. Zuo Mo was at the very bottom since he didn't even compete. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 446, A Shocking Statistic. Chapter 446, A Shocking Statistic. From today onwards, this Cloud Island's name is changed to Turtle Island. Zuo Mo announced in satisfaction. No one below responded, but they all looked at each other. A beat later, the most daring of them, Lei Peng, weakly responded, "Darren, why call this Turtle Island?" "What? You feel this name isn't good enough?" Zuo Mo angled a stare at him as he drawled. "No. No." Lei Peng hurriedly waved his hand, his face red before he said weakly, just that, this name, it isn't flashy?" The other people were all distressed. Zuo Mo snorted and said with disdain, "A 1,000-year tortoise, a 10,000-year turtle, ever heard this before?" "Heard this." People nodded their heads. "The longer one lives, the more profit one can make," Zuo Mo warned everyone in a meaningful tone. "Look at those flashy guys, show-offs, all of them are short-lived. Why? Because they are eye-catching." What was that phrase? Zuo Mo couldn't recall it and thought with a furrowed brow. Say what? The people below stretched their necks and waited for his next words. "Oh, I remember." Zuo Mo's mind became alert. He spread his arms, looked at the sky and dragged his words in a tone that created goosebumps to recite with emotion. His outstanding figure was so dazzling among the crowd, like a sun, he was unable to be ignored. Everyone shuddered, their hairs standing on end. Zuo Mo turned his head down and his gaze swept the crowd of confused people. His tone became normal as he picked out Lei Peng to ask, if there was a person like this among the enemy, what would you do? Kill him as soon as possible. Lei Peng glared murderously. Why kill him first? Zuo Mo, lead him along. A person like this is either an expert or a leader, they have higher, strategic value. Lei Peng stammered out. Under Lilma's high-pressure training, learning combat tactics became a necessary class for every member of Vermilion Bird Camp. Even a rough man like Lei Peng could casually speak a few phrases. You are right. Zuo Mo praised Lei Peng and said amusedly, the spear strikes the bird that pops up first, that is the moral. The more low-key you are, the longer you can live. The longer you live, the more you can make. A name like Turtle Island that doesn't catch the attention is suitable for us. Our method is to first be low-key, pretend to be weak, and then, Everyone realized and nodded their heads hard, their eyes gleaming with light. They looked at each other and smiled evilly at each other. We understand. Coincidentally, walking in at the same moment, Shang Weiming's cold sweat flowed down. He really wanted to tell Darren what a large influence killing the three Ren family elders would have on Su Ling City's inhabitants. Su Ling City was most likely in an uproar at this moment. No matter how low-key or weak they pretended to be, no one would believe them. Of course, these words only spun in his mind. He smartly closed his mouth. Boss definitely had boss reasons for doing a thing. A little character like him definitely could not understand the profound meaning of boss action. He already knew that boss wasn't just a boss. This was a classic combat troop. However, that had nothing to do with him. No matter what the other had him do, he would unhesitatingly do it, even at the risk of his own life. When the evil laughs in the room decreased, he reported the assets of Turtle Island to Zuo Mo. Darren, we have finished our survey. When Zuo Mo held the result, his eyes were wide. The area of Turtle Island was 47,000 mu. Zuo Mo had to sigh that Turtle Island was, as expected, one of the largest islands of the intermediate-sized islands. The next string of statistics caused Zuo Mo to start drooling. There were 15,000 mu of Ling fields on the island, of which 10,000 were third-grade Ling fields and another 3,000 were fourth-grade Ling fields. Seeing such enormous numbers, his thoughts almost diverged. The entire Wu Kong Sword Sect had never had so many Ling fields in the past, much less third-grade Ling fields. Such a large amount of third-grade Ling fields was enough to support a sizable sect. Adding on that the 3,000 mu of fourth-grade Ling fields was an enormous sum of wealth. They had struck it rich. Deliriously happy, Zuo Mo's gaze moved down and then he suddenly froze. 10,000 mu third-grade Ling fields, but they only had 30 Ling plant farmers. 30 Ling plant farmers. Compared to the enormous amount of Ling fields, the number of Ling plant farmers was not enough. 30 Ling plant farmers, not one of them had the summer flower jade metal, they were all spring sprout Ling plant farmers. This meant that almost 10,000 mu of the third-grade Ling fields were in fallow. A spring spout level Ling plant farmer could only plant and care for 50 mu of third-grade Ling fields at maximum for a total of 1,500 mu. On their hands, the fourth-grade Ling fields were an even larger waste, and could not reach their full potential. Thinking about the 10,000 Ling fields being in a state of waste, Zuo Mo instantly felt pain. Is it hard to hire Ling plant farmers? Zuo Mo asked Shang Weiming. Shang Weiming shook his head. Not easy. Even though many roaming Shio have come recently, but there still aren't many Ling plant farmers. Many families are recruiting Ling plant farmers. Zuo Mo bared his teeth with a painful expression. He secretly noted down this problem. Wastefulness was shameful. Zuo Mo quickly found that it wasn't just the Ling fields that were not being utilized to their full capacity. There were 36 Ling springs on the island, but only 6 were being used, and even then they only raised very normal kinds of animals. There were 3 Ling lakes on the island, but not even one of them was in use. Each Ling lake was surrounded by weeds. Supposedly, the 3 Ren family elders were not interested in the Ling lakes at all, and hadn't even cleared out the weeds. The one asset developed the most was a cave on the island, Snow Silkworm Cave. This cave was extremely deep and cold. There was a herd of snow-cloud silkworms living in the cave. The silk that the snow-cloud silkworms produced were flowing cloud silk. This was an upper 4th grade material and was easy to sell. The flowing cloud silk was the biggest source of annual income on the island. There were many other caves on the island, but none of them had been explored and used. When Zuo Mo finished reading the report, his first feeling was, the Ren family was really wasteful. His second feeling, they had really struck it rich. But the first decision Zuo Mo made was to order everyone to explore the entire Turtle Island. With this kind of slacker mentality from the three Ren family elders, Zuo Mo felt that the possibility they had missed good things was very high. 47,000 mu was not a small area. How to set up defenses was also a problem. This headache would be given to Gongsun Cha to deal with. Zuo Mo's thoughts were completely focused on how to use the resources of Turtle Island. The Ren family was killed. Really? How can the Ren family be killed? They have 3 Jin Dan. It's true. I heard that only 3 people in the group fought and there was another that watched. Miss Ren also died, she was the cause of the conflict. I've said it before. With Miss Ren's personality, she would cause the Ren family to die. The heavens really sent a blessing this time. But we need to be careful in the short term. People that casually killed the Ren family are not ones that us little people can provoke. Just as Shang Weiming had predicted, Suling City was in an uproar over the news that the Ren family was destroyed. The Cloud Islands near Turtle Island acted as though they were facing a great enemy, fearing that this group of unknown origins had malicious intents towards them. At the Tian family, the elders that were in charge gathered together in a hall with serious expressions. I hadn't thought that the Ren family would be destroyed like this. Tian Yongchang sighed. The 3 Ren family Jin Dan gone like this. The world has changed too quickly. Don't speak of useless things. Tian Hangbo had an unconcerned expression. This group of unknown origins have taken over the Ren Cloud Island, that is land that we have planned to obtain. 15,000 mu of Ling fields with more than 3,000 mu of 4th grade Ling fields, the rest are all 3rd grade Ling fields. Not to speak of the flowing cloud silk produced on the island, the Ren family got rich based on just that. If we can have Ren Cloud Island, our power would immediately go up a level. Another elder said. I hadn't expected that a group of outsiders got ahead of us. Everyone was silent. The Tian family was most skilled Ling farming and their desire of Ling fields was much greater than other families. They had been planning for a long time and were preparing to take Ren Cloud Island soon. But Zuo Mo's group had appeared out of nowhere and gotten there before them. Do not move rashly, Tian Yongqing said after a moment of thought. We do not know the origins of this group. If we move now, it is hard to predict the results. Should we send someone to ask if they sell this island? The price can be negotiated. Who would be so dumb to sell such a good place? Tian Hangbo did not believe it. That might not be the case, Tian Yongqing said with a smile. No matter how many Ling fields they have, without Ling plant farmers, they can only go to waste. The only thing the other might be reluctant to part with is the flowing cloud silk. The elders smiled. About 7/10 of the Ling plant farmers on the Suling City market worked for the Tian family. The 3rd grandpa of the Tian family was skilled in Ling farming and was a high-level Ling planter farmer with an autumn fruit jade medal. These Ling plant farmers mostly wanted to improve, so they entered the Tian family. Possessing the highest number of Ling plant farmers, the Tian family's desire for Ling fields was also the highest, but the Cloud Island with the most Ling fields near Suling City did not belong to the Tian family, but was Ren Cloud Island. If it is like that, it might not be impossible, another elder spoke. Maybe we can use Star Cloud Island to trade. There is a 4th grade Star Cloud metal mine on the island, and it isn't lacking compared to the flowing cloud silk. Hiss, many elders inhaled sharply. That Star Cloud metal mine produced good 4th grade Star Cloud metal, and was one of the important sources of income for the Tian family. This price is too high. Tian Hangbo had a pained expression. Tian Yongcheng waved his hand. Do not hurry. They have just arrived. If it wasn't for that Renqing being stupid and provoked them, they wouldn't be so arrogant and aggressive. Right now, we shall observe and slowly come into contact with them, but if they use force? An elder said in worry. Tian Yongqing lightly laughed. If they think that because they destroyed the Ren family, they can provoke our Tian family, that is their death day. Looking at the puzzlement on everyone's faces, Tian Yongqing said faintly, after 1 or 2 months, eldest grandfather is coming out of seclusion. The elders paused and then showed ecstasy. Tian Yongqing seemed to feel that one piece of good news wasn't enough and continued. The other good news is that our Tian family battalion, Tian Yi, is coming back. It was deathly silent. Many elders showed terror. Translator ramblings, turtle/tortoise is also another term for bastard Wang Bia in Chinese. Also, no rest when one is rich, no one will make trouble for poor people, you're only worth targeting if you are rich. I also bought an actual keyboard to type on rather than the one that came with my laptop, which is very nice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 447, On the Island. Chapter 447, On the Island. Zuo Mo inspected Ague and showed a hint of joy. The vitality in Ague's eyes had grown a bit. She no longer looked dead. Compared to the recent past, the purple energy inside her body had doubled. Ague's change was wonderful. Zuo Mo was happy. Staring at this still wooden face, for some unknown reason, Zuo Mo felt slight heartache. If she hadn't had to save him, Ague wouldn't be in an abnormal condition like this, not human or ghost. Even though Zuo Mo did not know why Ague would make such a sacrifice for him, but no matter what, the debt of saving his life was significant enough for Zuo Mo to be willing to repay it with his own death. It would only be another half a year, then they would find the water cloud embryo and Ague's wounds would heal. Thinking about this, Zuo Mo couldn't help but be filled with hope towards the future. Now that they had Turtle Island, he could truly be considered to have his own property. Just that 10 and some odd thousand mu of ling fields was enough for him to support all this people. They had pretty much settled down on the island. What was left was to manage all this. This had to be slowly worked on. Everyone, including himself, was born poor, and it was their first time to managing such an enormous place. However, Zuo Mo was not afraid. Ge had marched through the storm of blood, and wasn't afraid of a little matter like this. Zuo Mo's heart felt very sweet. After Chun Yucheng finished visiting the last Ling Spring, he couldn't help but sigh, this really is a good place. Gazing at the serene and cold Ling Spring, he felt happy inside. This Ling Spring was a 4th grade Ling Spring. Most likely due to its proximity to the snow silkworm cave, the water was unusually cold. When he put his hand into the spring, his entire arm had almost frozen instantly. It was the first time Chun Yucheng had seen such a good quality Ling Spring and his happiness could be imagined. This was the 4th grade Ling Spring he had visited and the other Ling Springs were 3rd grade. Even though the quality of each Ling Spring was different, but all of them were clean and high quality Ling Springs. There were many uses for good Ling Springs. They were especially suitable for raising some water element Ling beasts, or planting some special Ling grass. All water methods required good Ling Springs. In those secret paradises, Ling Springs were something that could not be absent. With these Ling Springs, he had enough confidence to raise excellent Ling beasts. His knowledge of the beast pool was far deeper than when he first started, but there had been many ideas that he could not test due to the lack of conditions. He had never imagined there would be a day that he would truly have the conditions to study just because he wanted to. So when he knew that there were many Ling Springs on the island, he hurriedly ran over to inspect them one by one. The results left him overjoyed. The conditions on the island and the quality of these Ling Springs surpassed their imagination. He had never thought there would really be a day that he could have this kind of conditions. He felt as though he was dreaming. Please don't wake up from this dream. Chun Yucheng murmured to himself. So is this the snow silkworm cave? Ji Changwei poked his head into the cave and looked curiously. Yes, Darren. The one leading the way was a supervisor. The flowing cloud silk that the snow silkworm cave produced was the primary source of income from the island. The Ren family had placed great importance on it due to this and hired a supervisor specifically to be responsible for managing the snow silkworm cave. The deep cave was completely black. A gust of wind suddenly blew inside the cave and the people passing by all shuddered. So cold. My heavens! What place is this? The group of Golden Crow Camp exclaimed. This gust of wind was biting to the bone. Even at the entrance of the cave, they felt it was unbearable. The supervisor was used to seeing this and was not shocked. He explained, the snow silkworm cave is extremely deep. The place that the snow silkworms live is about 200 zhang from the cave entrance and no one has gone any deeper. After 300 zhang, it really is too cold. Ningmai that go in there would become ice cubes after 10 breaths. We will not go to those deep places when we harvest the silk. Everyone's faces were slightly pale. Ningmai would become ice cubes in 10 breaths, how cold would that be? They were all users of fire and did not like this type of extreme coldness the most. After taking a look around, everyone retreated in unison. Are there fire caves nearby? Master Sun Bao asked. Yes. The supervisor hurriedly nodded. His attitude was very respectful. With the change of the employer, many things would likely change, like his position as supervisor. He did not want to lose this job. Where? Ji Wei's eyes lit up as he asked. The Golden Crow Camp was most skilled in forging. Even though they all had Golden Crow fire now, but fire caves were still of great help to them. It is a place that Third Master cultivated in before, called Fierce Yang Cave. The supervisor said. Take us there. The procession quickly reached the entrance to the Fierce Yang Cave. Compared to the other caves, this cave appeared much cleaner. There was a layer of fire clasts. The red-black fireclasts were not high-grade, just second-grade, and were a kind of commonly seen fire lava rock. The air at the entrance twisted under the high temperature as waves of heat erupted from inside the cave. Everyone felt the pressuring heat from a long way off. Their eyes instantly lit up. Shoujo that practiced fire techniques liked all kinds of fire. They were not afraid of the fire's high temperature, but rather were afraid that the temperature wasn't high enough. When they saw the scene at the entrance of the fiery yang cave, everyone knew the temperature inside this fiery yang cave was extremely high. Sun Bo was relatively composed. He shouted to call back those shoujo that were eager and did not allow them to charge in on their own. The fiery yang cave was their territory, they did not need to hurry and could progress slowly and cautiously, taking proper precautions to avoid any accidents happening. When they learned that there was only one fire cave on this island, even Sun Bo lost interest in the other caves. The fiery yang cave was the existence they were the most interested in. The island was very busy, and it was not quite in Suling City either. The killing of the 3 Rin family elders had come people clapping and naturally had others who were discontent. As shoujo came in from the outside, the tensions between local and immigrating shoujo rose daily. The death of the 3 Rin family elders caused this conflict to increase, especially when the local shoujo found that Suling Sect did not listen or inquire about the matter. This caused them to become even more discontent. No matter how wrong the 3 Rin family elders were in the matter, they were still shoujo of Suling City. Many local shou became angry when they discussed how the Rin family was destroyed, that Suling Sect did not respond, and had allowed the Rin Cloud Island to be occupied. Some placed their hopes on the Cloud Pavilion. Everyone knew the background of the Cloud Pavilion. This time, the entire store had been destroyed, and the losses were very great as there were many talismans that were damaged or lost. According to the conduct of the Cloud Pavilion, no one believed that the Cloud Pavilion would not make a sound. Compared to the Cloud Pavilion, the Rin family was just a little ant. Many people said if it wasn't for the fact that the Rin family produced flowing cloud silk, the shopkeeper of the Suling City Cloud Pavilion wouldn't even look at the Rin family. This shopkeeper hoped to get more flowing cloud silk from the Rin family to raise his own contributions. Who would have known that in showing favoritism he offended such a ruthless group of brutes and almost lost his little life? The counterattack from the Cloud Pavilion would definitely be very strong. Just a few Jindan and they wanted to face the Cloud Pavilion, that was daydreaming. Some local families also moved in the dark. The Cloud Island of the Rin family was very rich. In this time, turbulence flowed under the surface. The large formation of Turtle Island was the Yin-Yang Cloud Thunder Formation. The defensive power of this large formation was outstanding and especially suited to a large island like Turtle Island. The Ren family had spent a great sum to invite an expert to set up this Yin-Yang Cloud Thunder Formation. But in the eyes of Zuo Mo, who liked to make sneak attacks, this large formation was not so safe. People that liked to make sneak attacks usually were the ones that guarded against sneak attacks the most. Zuo Mo patiently examined the defensive formation of Turtle Island. Bases and patrols were the territory of Lil Miss, but formations, only Zuo Mo could do this. In Zuo Mo's eyes, this Yin-Yang Cloud Thunder Formation was grandiose but was not useful, and only had a good appearance. It seemed to appear powerful, but if it encountered a strong enemy, it would likely collapse. The person who had set up the formation clearly did not have good intentions. He had left a few backdoors inside the formation. The muddle-headed Rin family had not detected it, but how could it escape the fiery eyes of Zuo Mo? Zuo Mo did not erase the backdoors, and instead used them as bait. He slightly modified the formation scripts near the dark doors. The dark doors did not look any different than before, but if the other entered through the back door, he. Zuo Mo had an evil smile. Of course, this wasn't enough. In his eyes, the Yin-Yang Cloud Thunder Formation could only act as a thin shell, and was far from a sturdy turtle shell. They had to live up to the name. With this thought, Zuo Mo started a major project. To increase the power of the Yin-Yang Cloud Thunder Formation, Zuo Mo planted that Sonic Lightning Walnut Tree at the heart of the formation. The 4th grade Sonic Lightning Walnut Tree was not as valuable as it was in the past, but it was a lightning wood element material. Placed in the center of the formation, it could greatly increase the power of the large formation. Other than this, Golden Crow Camp that was targeting the fiery Yang Cave was pulled over by Zuo Mo to be manual laborers. Golden Crow Fire took over the island. The burning flames illuminated half of the sky, causing the nearby cloud islands to become nervous. Without exception, they all raised their island formations in fear they would be attacked. The shoujo that had remained on the island were dumbstruck upon seeing such a scene. The ling plant farmers that had started to form plans to leave and became slightly restless ending those thoughts of leaving. There was only one thought in their minds. People with knowledge were everywhere. Someone instantly recognized the 4th grade Golden Crow Fire. When the news spread, everyone was filled with motivation. Holy, how many pieces of Jingshi would this be? That number of Jingshi would be enough to buy all of Suling City. The production Xiuzha on the island were mostly local Xiuzha. How could they not know what was going on in Suling City? They had been worried before that this group would not be able to establish themselves and lose against those factions that were waiting in the wings, but now they did not worry at all. So many Jingshi, oh, heavens! A rich family. A powerful family. A tycoon. Lacking imagination, they could only think of these scant phrases, but this could not stop the enthusiasm that came out of their hearts. Boss, buy-in. Everyone's eyes became as red as rabbits. Translator ramblings, okay, yes, the island is on the small side, but they got it for free. Can you imagine GE shelling out Jingshi to buy a bigger island when he can one for free? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 448, The Strong Vermilion Bird Camp. Chapter 448, The Strong Vermilion Bird Camp. While the attention of the most prominent factions of Suling City were focused on this mysterious new faction, this new faction hadn't even stepped a foot out of Ringcloud Island. Oh, wait, supposedly the island was now called Turtle Island. The scouts hiding in the shadows outside the island found, to their dismay, that the entirety of Turtle Island was shrouded in clouds and nothing could be seen. Only the lights that occasionally penetrated the thick cloud layer seemed to reaffirm that changes were happening inside the island. Turtle Island was truly changing. Zuo Mo did not spare Jingshi for reinforcing the safety of the island. He acted as though he would not rest unless he really made Turtle Island worthy of its name. The lights the scouts outside Turtle Island saw were the lights produced as Zuo Mo constructed the island protecting formation. Zuo Mo had thought that the Yinyang Cloud Thunder formation was not strong enough and ran to Puyao to demand a new formation. Puyao had all kinds of techniques and spells, all of them were spoils of victory from his war campaigns. Naturally, he did not lack protective formations. In the beginning, Puyao wasn't willing to hand over any formations, as he kept on brooding over the fact that Zuo Mo's Mo physique was stronger than his Yao arts. Adding on that he hadn't gotten any benefits from this guy, Puyao wasn't very eager. But this was a matter of life or death. Zuo Mo didn't want to have someone sneak in while they were sleeping. He harassed, nagged, and grinded down Pru's resistance, while Wei, the person who wanted the world in chaos, was pouring oil onto the fire. He managed to drag a formation from Puyao's hands. Wei started to resume his liveliness, after having lost his motivation. This formation was called the Meridional Azure Ether Formation, and was a 6th grade formation. Supposedly, it was the mountain-protecting formation of a formation sect called the Azure Formation Sect. When Zuo Mo held the formation scroll, his drool came out. A 6th grade formation, it was a formation he didn't even dare to think about in the past. When he read it in depth, he increasingly felt that this formation was deep and profound. With his skill at formations, he could only understand 30 to 40% of the formation. He saw that, at this speed, without a year or two of study, he could not completely comprehend this formation. But time waits for no man, and there were many eyes staring at them from the outside. Zuo Mo, realizing this, and decided to gather the Golden Crow camp. He gave all of them a copy of the formation. He had a simple thought: since his individual power wasn't enough, then everyone should work on this together. More people meant more strength. It had to be said that this move was effective. These people from Golden Crow Camp were not the same people of the past who didn't understand anything. Zuo Mo never concealed anything about formations from them, and gave them any good formations he had to comprehend. Their study of all kinds of Mo matrices had caused their knowledge and vision to broaden and increased their understanding of formations. They also had an accurate measure of themselves, and knew that their talents were average and were not anything spectacular. Due to this, they put more importance on communicating and cooperating with each other. Even they did not know that they had unwittingly stepped onto a new path that was different than other production Xiuzha. While it was true their individual strength was not strong, but when they worked together and were skilled at cooperative forging. Gathering everyone's strength to study a formation together was a familiar job for Golden Crow Camp. So when Zuo Mo handed them the problem, Golden Crow Camp under the leadership of the two masters, Sun Bao and Ji Wei, started to methodically study the Meridional Azure Ether Formation. This was the first time Zuo Mo attended the collective comprehension process of Golden Crow Camp. Following a request from Sun Bao, Zuo Mo first presented what he understood about the formation in detail. After the gathering slowly digested his lecture, the immediately string of reactions caused Zuo Mo to gape in shock. The Meridional Azure Ether Formation was divided into several parts by the two masters and the members most skilled in formations. Golden Crow Camp also divided into groups to specifically target these parts. Zuo Mo had a feeling the large formation was dismembered into pieces. Golden Crow Camp quickly showed Zuo Mo what efficiency was. During the discussions on the second day, several problems that he did not understand were resolved by the group. Each little team reported their progress as well as the problems they encountered. The heated discussion that followed also caused a great shock for Zuo Mo. The mood was heated, there were people slamming the tables, faces flushed, swearing and shouting, glaring angrily at each other. They almost started fighting physically. The second day was so. The third day was so. The fourth day, the fifth day. On the fifth day, the problems of the formation were all solved. The people of Golden Crow Camp that had just comprehended a 6th grade formation disregarded the astounded Zuo Mo. They interestedly started to discuss how many variations there were in the Meridional Azure Ether formation. So he had such a powerful group of people as subordinates. Zuo Mo's mind was dazed. After the introduction on the first day, Zuo Mo was like an audience member. The completely deciphered, Meridional Azure Ether formation was recombined into a Jade Scroll along with 20,000 characters of notes. Receiving the Jade Scroll, Zuo Mo read the 20,000 characters worth of notes. The profound and deep, Meridional Azure Ether formation was presented in straightforwardly as though it was an introductory Jade Scroll. In the 20,000 character notes, it managed to explain almost every seed formation in the Meridional Azure Ether formation. Up until now, Zuo Mo had never stayed in Golden Crow Camp before. He would only come to deliver new formations, or if he needed to forge something. He had never thought that Golden Crow Camp had grown to such a level. It was fantastical to believe. Shocked, Zuo Mo could not understand even when he thought for a while. While shocked and dazed, Zuo Mo had started to set up the formation. The Meridional Azure Ether formation was very complicated and had complex formation scripts, but for Zuo Mo, who had pretty good perception, these were not major problems. The biggest barrier that Zuo Mo encountered were the Meridional Azure Ether spikes. The Meridional Azure Ether spikes were the most important weapons in the Meridional Azure Ether formation. Almost half of the Jade Scroll was spent explaining how to forge Meridional Azure Ether spikes, and the secret techniques that were used to forge them in Azure Ether. The best material to use were gold element materials, and it had to be 4th grade or above. The most suitable were those that were strong and sharp. When they formed, they would be dark azure and extremely powerful. Materials were not a problem for Zuo Mo, he had a lot of golden crystal sand. The biggest problem was Azure Ether. He did not have Azure Ether. Azure Ether was an unique mist of the world. It was a rare 5th grade material, was completely azure in color, and belonged to the water element. Zuo Mo stared. Where could he go to get Azure Ether? The main body of the formation was completed, and the only thing left was the 108 Meridional Azure Ether spikes. When they were forged, and the Meridional Azure Ether spikes were put into the formation, the entire formation would be completed. Supposedly, the complete Meridional Azure Ether formation could stop the attacks of Yuanying Xiuzhe, and Jindan Xiuzhe couldn't break through at all. Of course, considering that each sect liked to boast, Zuo Mo did not have that high of hopes for the Meridional Azure Ether formation. He didn't even know what Yuanying Xiuzhe looked like. But even taking that into account, that was enough security. Without any Azure Ether, Zuo Mo could only temporarily stop the work on the formation. Just at this time, Xia Shan suddenly ran in. Darren, that old man Su, from last time, is asking to meet you. He is with someone else. Old man Su? Zuo Mo recalled the scene that day. Old man Su had been pretty courteous the entire time and hadn't acted even at the end. After thinking, he flew into the air. Outside the formation, he saw old man Su. There was also a young and handsome male standing beside him in an azure robe. Mr. Su, welcome to my place, welcome. Welcome. Zuo Mo put a smile on his face, and raised his folded hands with friendliness. Su Zhangwei had been afraid the other would posture. The rock in his heart landed and a smile unconsciously came onto his face. When this old man saw Boss Zuo that day, this man knew that Boss Zuo wasn't ordinary. Young, talented, and handsome. Let this old man introduce to Boss Zuo, this is the young master of the Cloud Pavilion, Mr. Liao Jr. He saw that young person raise his hands in a greeting, and say in an apologetic tone, this one apologizes to Boss Zuo. Boss Zuo, please have great tolerance about the employees of my store who offended you. As he spoke, his hands moved, and a jade scepter appeared. This 5th grade scepter is this one's token, please, Boss Zuo, accept this. Zuo Mo, naturally, moved to take the jade scepter. He said, Boss Liao is too polite. Come in to sit. He ushered the two into the island. When Boss Liao and Su Zhangwei saw the furor of activity on the island, they maintained calmness on their faces, but they were shocked inside. Sword lights flashed across the island. There was most likely thousands of people, and the factions outside the island were completely ignorant of this. The two were shocked at Zuo Mo's uncanny move. How could they know the normal-looking black turtle had a great belly? Liao Qi-Chang was alright, but the shock in Su Zhangwei was like a storm. He had come to the Ren family island before and had a general impression of the island's situation. But the Cloud Island had now been completely transformed and he could not find any traces of the Ren family at all. If it had to be asked what the greatest impression this place gave him, then it was strict. There were sword show patrolling by all over the sky. Of course, that wasn't strange, but if these sword show passed over one's head in organized ranks like a blade, the startling feeling in their heart wasn't a pleasurable one to experience. It was possible to see a black mist shrouding a camp in the distance. It was possible to feel the thick killing energy from a great ways off. On this short walk of 5 li, Su Zhangwei's expression kept on changing. Liao Qi-Chang showed more calmness, but the shock inside could be seen through the graveness in his eyes. He could see more than Su Zhangwei. He was the young master of the Cloud Pavilion and seen countless treasures. There were not many that could rival his eyes. At first glance, he was deeply attracted to the Sonic Lightning Walnut tree. The Sonic Lightning Walnut was just 4th grade, but it was very rare. This Sonic Lightning Walnut tree was already mature. There were a few fruits hanging off it, and the thick power of the hard lightning was wondrous. It was not a wonder to have Sonic Lightning Walnuts, but having the Sonic Lightning Walnut tree was a whole other matter. What were the origins of this group? Liao Qi-Chang thought inside. He was both shocked and suspicious. Translator Ramblings, the library of Pu Yao is once again open for business, for 1 millisecond. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 449, Institute of Ling Plants. Chapter 449, Institute of Ling Plants. The conversation with Liao Qi-Chang progressed under a very relaxed mood. Zuo Mo also requested Liao Qi-Chang to help him search for Azure Ether, expressing he was willing to buy at a high price. Liao Qi-Chang naturally agreed. After conversing for about 2 hours, Liao Qi-Chang and Su Zhangwei stood in bid farewell. Zuo Mo accompanied them on their way off the island to show them respect. The two of them flew out a long distance before Su Zhangwei opened his mouth. What do you think? Liao Qi-Chang's expression was grave. They are not simple. He paused for a beat and then said, look how long we conversed. Did that Zuo person even give a hint about his origins? This person is secretive, has a group of strong subordinates, and is not a softie. Yes. Su Zhangwei's face was emotional. They were really vicious when I saw them destroy the Ren family that day. They definitely did not come from a peaceful place. I still am not clear where they came from, Liao Qi-Chang said, but he has many subordinates, does not lack experts, has vicious conduct, but is not arrogant and domineering, and is as sly as a fox. This kind of a person is one we should not become enemies with. I hear that many people are aiming for them, Su Zhangwei said in a low voice. He had lived here for a long time, and naturally had sources to obtain information. We won't enter into it. Liao Qi-Chang shook his head. There are only a few families that can match this group in power. There probably are people manipulating the situation from the shadows, wanting to use others to do their will. Su Zhangwei nodded. We really can't touch this kind of matter. It's possible to lose our lives if we aren't careful. Tianyi came back? Liao Qi-Chang suddenly asked. He came back a few days ago. Supposedly, he earned a lot of merits for combat service and got numerous benefits. Su Zhangwei was admiring. Just beautiful on the surface, Liao Qi-Chang said dismissively. This Cloud Seed Jia that none of the four rule, even if he went to the front lines, no one will think highly of him. He just has what the large sects let slip through their fingers. Su Zhangwei smiled uncertainly. However, Liao Qi-Chang's tone turned and he said sternly, Tianyi Battalion is probably harder to deal with after the combat experience. How many battalions does the Tian family have? 3, other than Tianyi Battalion, there is also the Tianwei Battalion and the Tiaoxi Battalion, Su Zhangwei said. In the past, the Tianxi Battalion was the most outstanding of the 3, and was considered the second best battalion in Suling City. Oh, who is first? Suling Sect's Suling Battalion. Ah, that's true. I forgot about Suling Sect. Liao Qi-Chang nodded. He then ordered, don't get too near other people in the short term, we will observe from the sidelines. That's reasonable. The young master of the Cloud Pavilion and Su Zhangwei went to Turtle Island. Tian Hongbo ran in excitedly. Oh. Tian Yongqing did not stop what he was doing and said without raising his head, that is very normal, didn't they say that the Cloud Pavilion stopkeep looked down on those people? Of course Liao Qi-Chang would visit to explain, he is a businessman. Should we go find him and ask? Tian Hongbo said. Ask what? We don't know anything. If they went onto the island, they definitely have learned a lot, Tian Hongbo said certainly. They went onto the island but they may not know anything. Tian Yongchang stopped what he was doing and his expression was stern. Also, do not offend Liao Chi-chang. He is just a business person, do you need to be this nervous? Tian Hongbo's expression was rebellious. Tian Yongqing was not affected. If you do not want to cause trouble for our Tian family, do not provoke him. Tian Hongbo finally could not suppress it. Don't allow this, don't allow that, will information just drop down from the sky while we sit here at home? Tian Yongqing thought for a moment and said, tell Gu Xiang Tian about this event. Tian Hongbo's eyes lit up, good idea. Yi Zhang's mood was slightly low. Even though they had left that damned place, he felt the present state was akin to house arrest. He had tried to ask Darren if it was possible to release him back to Great Buddha Temple. As expected, Darren had refused. He did not think that Darren would really release him. He knew too many things that he should not know, like the destruction of a battalion belonging to Kunlun. If there was nothing wrong with Darren's mind, just this one event was enough that he wouldn't be allowed to leave. In reality, he already thanked the heavens and earth the other hadn't killed him yet. Compared to Kunlun, Great Buddha Temple wasn't anything. The other didn't even blink when they killed thousands of Kunlun people in one go. It wouldn't be any hardship, to them, to slice him up. Yi Zhang had a good estimation of himself and had no unrealistic delusions. Due to this, his mood was increasingly bad. He had thought about escaping, but this idea only spun once in his mind before it intelligently disappeared. This group of people seemed cheerful and rambunctious while they were not working hard on their cultivation, but the entire island was strictly managed behind the scenes. Any change in the wind and grass, these people would definitely kill without any questions asked. He might be from Great Buddha Temple, which could be considered a famed sect, but meeting this group of lawless brutes, he did not presume he would have an advantage relying on his background. When he thought about the Jindan on the island and a Diana Shio who had wish power beside him, he obediently did not move. But when could he get all the Lingdan for eldest Qixing? He suddenly stopped. Yes, why had he left the mountain? Wasn't it so he could make Lingdan for eldest Qixing? Was he unable to make medicine right now? No, Darren would not stop him from making medicine. He had been with this group for a while and his understanding of Darren had formed. Truthfully, Darren was very easygoing and emphasized emotions. If he told Darren he wanted to make medicine for his eldest Qixing, Darren definitely would not forbid him. And those medicine? That wasn't hard to make, He thought about the point system of the camp. With enough points, he could trade for the things he wanted with Bowie. If Bowie did not have them, the other would think of ways to buy them. The prerequisite was that you had enough points. Then he could start earning points. Yi Zhang's eyes became brighter. He came from Great Buddha Temple. Even though his cultivation was not as deep as Zhongru, but the dhyana methods he knew might not be any less valued, like how he had recently helped heal Xie Shan. If he could make Lingdan, even if he could not leave, he could ask someone to deliver the pills to eldest Qixing so eldest Qixing could still be healed. Yi Zhang's mind was suddenly opened. The island affairs gradually progressed, but Zuo Mo was concerned about the 15,000 mu of Ling fields. It would really be a pity if they could not use such a large area of Ling fields, and Zuo Mo noticed that much of the Ling fields were degrading due to being left unused and uncared for. Even though the degradation was not significant yet, the situation was not good. Zuo Mo had examined all the Ling plant farmers on the island, and had not found any outstanding people. What was needed most urgently were Ling plant farmers. Only by recruiting more Ling plant farmers would make it so that the Ling fields on the island would not be wasted. Thinking about the wasted Ling fields on the island, Zuo Mo seemed to see countless jingshur slip through his fingers. He felt great pain and hurriedly called Shang Weiming, taking the group together to fly towards Suling City. As the biggest city in this area, Suling City possessed all the necessary licensing offices, the Institute of Ling Plants among them. Under Shang Weiming's guidance, he quickly reached the Institute of Ling Plants in the city. The Institute of Ling Plants was not large, and the most unique attribute of the institute was the ling flowers and grasses that could be seen everywhere. Compared to other institutes, the Institute of Ling Plants was like a flower bouquet. Walking into the Institute of Ling Plants, Zuo Mo couldn't help but think about the first time he walked into an Institute of Ling Plants, his joy at receiving the Ling Plant Farmer Jade Medal. Those normal and average days seemed like they were just yesterday. The green carpet under their feet suddenly moved, and spread out like a hand, it lifted everyone up. It was the first time Ma Fan and Lei Ping came to an Institute of Ling Plants. They instantly jumped in fright as though they were facing a great enemy. Zuo Mo hurriedly explained what this carpet vine was. At the side, Nian Lu fell back in laughter, pointing at the two and calling them country bumpkins. Ma Fan and Lei Peng were very embarrassed. Shang Weiming felt it was hard to believe. There were people that had never been to an institute of ling plants? Just as he was thinking, the carpet vine under their feet suddenly floated up and flew into the building. This is pretty interesting. Lei Peng bent down and brushed the leaves of the carpet vine with curiosity. Ma Fan did not have as thick of a face as Lei Peng. He once again resumed his usual calmness, and pretended to be scanning the surroundings. Today, Zhongru was in meditation, and Xie Shan was wounded from the previous battle. Even though he had gone through Yi Zhang's healing, he still needed rest. Wei Shang was teaching the sword show of Vermilion Bird Camp. Zuo Mo hadn't wanted to disturb him, so he had called Ma Fan's trio to accompany them. The trio was only a step away from Jindan and their combat capabilities were significant. With the three at his side, Zuo Mo felt very safe. Compared to the people that were sightseeing, Zuo Mo looked much more closely at the surroundings. There were many ling plants and grasses that he had never seen before. It seemed that this institute of ling plant was strong. There were differences in the strength of different institutes. Of course, the exams for jade metals would generally be standardized. This was one of the reasons that all kinds of jade metals were used widely. But the licensing offices would also have other businesses other than the exams. For example, the Institute of Ling Plants would sell seeds of ling grasses and flowers, and would sometimes buy the mature ling grasses and flowers that other ling plant farmers grew. Of course, the opportunities to find a job was a free service. Zuo Mo had come this time to see if he could recruit ling plant farmers. Thinking about those ling fields that were being wasted, Zuo Mo felt his heart was burning. Even if he could not get enough to utilize it all, recruiting one more person would mean a bit less of the ling fields were wasted. The carpet vine's speed was not fast but very steady. What was ahead of them was a wall that was covered in all kinds of creepers. When everyone flew close, the flower vines on the wall retreated like the tide towards the side. In front of them stood a middle-aged person. "You are Zuo Mo?" The middle-aged person asked coldly. "Who are you?" Zuo Mo instantly became wary, and the faces of the people beside him also changed. "That's good." The middle-aged person was expressionless. At this time, a clear shout came from Zuo Mo's head, "Fall!" There was an ambush. Zuo Mo was shocked. Before he could reach out, a seven-colored rainbow light fell from the sky and covered them. Translator ramblings: yes, I changed my theme. This is a theme that will allow me to have pull quotes to the side as side notes. My previous theme only allowed block quotes in the middle of the page. If you scroll to very bottom of each page, there is a drop-down menu with all my posts for navigation. Lil Cliffy is back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 450, Black Gold Seal Soldier. Chapter 450, Black Gold Seal Soldier. Zuo Mo felt the surroundings suddenly change. The middle-aged person in front of him was still coldly staring at him, but Ma Fan and the others who were beside him had disappeared. What was going on? Zuo Mo's eyes instinctively narrowed. You don't need to search. The middle-aged person's tone was icy. 6th grade 1000 gem illusory disc, if you are not in Yuanying there's no way you can escape. Do not make meaningless efforts. Idiot. Zuo Mo thought inside. His body suddenly disappeared from its current location and appeared behind the middle-aged person. His right hand inserted into the other's back like a poison snake darting out of its nest. Instantly it penetrated through. The same moment as when he struck, Zuo Mo's expression changed slightly. Not good. The figure in front of him rippled, and with a pop, had disappeared. Illusion. Ha ha. The middle-aged person's smug smile sounded from all directions and echoed. Just as vicious as expected. However, aren't you first going to ask why I am attacking you? Zuo Mo's thoughts flashed, and he followed the other's lead to ask, who are you? Why are you attacking me? Humph. Even if you did not ask, I would have said it. Letting you understand why you are dying. This one is Gu Xiang Tian. I owe much to the Rin family, and they died by your hands. I do not want to ask what happened between you, but I repay what I owe. They died, so I cannot repay them normally. Instead, I will take your head in sacrifice to them and finish the cycle of karma between me and them. Really? Zuo Mo was not affected. He furiously searched for a trace of the other using his perception, yet there was a strange power filling the surroundings. When Zuo Mo's perception extended 3 zhang away from him, it would become chaotic. This 1000-gem illusory disc was as strange as expected. The formations within it could confuse the consciousness, and it was the first time Zuo Mo had ever encountered such a thing. Zuo Mo became alert. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to easily escape today. However, he was not afraid. He had come through so many bloody battles and wouldn't be afraid such a battle. At this time, a voice rumbled as though it was coming out of the ground. Born to battle, ... The sound echoed in his ears. Born to battle, born to battle. Zuo Mo's expression suddenly changed. A seal soldier. A figure slowly appeared at a place about 10 zhang from him. Zuo Mo inhaled sharply. As expected, a seal soldier. Compared to the seal soldier that Zuo Mo had used before, the seal soldier in front of him was much smaller. It was about the same size as a real person and appeared extremely realistic. He had a cold expression, his body seemed to be made from steel, and its muscles were clearly defined and had a metallic sheen. There was no armor and the balanced figure was beautiful. His feet were bare, the empty eyes had no emotion as though he was dead. He looked coldly at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's hair suddenly stood on end. The seal soldier in front of him gave him unprecedented pressure. He felt as though he was being targeted by a vicious beast and didn't dare to move at all. Ha ha. To die by a 6th grade black gold seal soldier, to die inside the 6th grade 1000 gem illusory disc, your death is worthy. 6th grade? Zuo Mo jumped in fright and his pupils suddenly contracted. The black gold seal soldier in front of him disappeared. Not good. The blurry outline of a leg suddenly appeared in front of him. The arm Zuo Mo hurriedly held up in defense was like a fragile wooden shelf that instantly collapsed. Bam! Zuo Mo felt as if he was just hit head-on by a charging rhinoceros Mo. He could not control his body. Like a sandbag, he flew backwards into the air. Such terrifying power. Zuo Mo was shocked. He was at a disadvantage in physical strength. How was this possible? Even since he had cultivated the Mo physique, his physical strength had grown, and when he cultivated into the Great Day Mo physique, he had never met an opponent that could rival him in physical force. Now he had been defeated based on his strongest area, physical strength. Zuo Mo found it hard to digest. At this time, a feeling of danger formed. Zuo Mo could not attend to anything else and suddenly curled into a ball. Enormous pain passed over him from his flank. Zuo Mo made a muffled grunt. The other's kick was enough to make him feel as though his skeleton was going to come loose. The ground magnified in his eyes. Zuo Mo knew that the seal soldier's attacks would not end so easily. Just as he was going to hit the ground, Zuo Mo gritted his teeth, his hands pushed out, with lightning speed, against the ground. His entire body suddenly changed direction, while in such a strange posture. Whoosh! Zuo Mo could clearly feel the blade-like airflow right against his back. Escaping, Zuo Mo's posture changed again. His body furiously flashed about, on tiptoes, and distanced himself from the enemy. The black gold seal soldier did not pursue but stopped at the previous position. Zuo Mo panted heavily as his gaze tightly followed the black gold seal soldier. Waves of pain came from his back and caused the corners of his mouth to twitch uncontrollably. If this was any other normal Jindan Shouja, if they were not Diana Xiao, they would have lost half of their life after being hit twice like this. How long had it been since he was this disheveled? There seemed to be 2 fires burning in Zuo Mo's eyes. Oh, your life is pretty hardy. Gu Xiangtian was slightly shocked. To be able to stop my black gold seal soldier twice and not die, are you a Diana Xiao? The faint gold and transparent light void wings appeared on his back, Zuo Mo's presence also increased. The black gold seal soldier disappeared from his position again. At the same time, Zuo Mo also disappeared. Bam! The 2 figures crossed, and 2 fists smashed together without finesse. A twisted and transparent air ripple suddenly spread. Bam bam bam, ... The air seemed to ignite as these air ripples exploded everywhere. Just like the 2 had disappeared at the same time, the 2 reappeared together on their original spots as though they had not stepped away. A bloodstream flowed down Zuo Mo's arm, but Zuo Mo did not detect it. His eyes that were like of a wild beast as he stared at the black gold seal soldier opposite him. 13 punches. 13 punches with all his power. Even Zuo Mo's Great Day Mo physique could not avoid being wounded after 13 fierce collisions. A gap 3 cun long had cracked open on his arm. This gap had formed due to the vibrations. However, he had not been wounded for nothing. Zuo Mo stared at the fists of the black gold seal soldier. Each of its fists had a golden Great Day script imprinted on it. Day script palm. Interlaced among the 13 blows, Zuo Mo had used the Day script palm. That's strange. Gu Xiangtian could not maintain his calmness. What is this? The Great Day script on the fists of the black gold seal soldier suddenly lit up, and the fists quickly melted at a visible rate into two irregularly shaped metal balls. The black gold seal soldier's expression was indifferent, as though he did not feel any pain at all. Suddenly, the two metal balls that were the hands of the black gold seal soldier once again became two new hands that were as perfect as in the beginning. Zuo Mo's expression became ugly. This guy was not made from flesh and blood. When it had been in using the seal soldier to hit other people, that had been pleasurable, but now that it was him facing against seal soldier, the feeling was terrible. Ha ha. Do not waste your efforts, stand for your death. Why struggle needlessly? Gu Xiangtian's smug laughter sounded in the surroundings. Gu Xiangtian's voice was ethereal and his position was unable to be found. Without a doubt, it was the 1,000-gem illusory disc at work. It was the first time Zuo Mo had encountered a talisman that could take other people into it. It really was powerful. Did Ma Fan and the others know he was stuck in here? Did they too encounter danger? These thoughts flashed through his mind. He quickly put his attention on the black gold seal soldier in front of him. He found this very problematic. What he found problematic was not the black gold seal soldier's power and speed. He had both of these, even though he was slightly weaker, they were on the same level. What he found problematic was the black gold seal soldier's resilient body. To a person like him that only had ever used a third-grade seal soldier, an understanding of the sixth-grade seal soldier was something undoubtedly very distant to him. Its formations? Its forging methods? He did not know anything about these, much less its weaknesses. In this short interaction, he clearly learned just how strong the body of the black gold seal soldier was. Zuo Mo did not know if it was possible to destroy it with brute force, but he knew it was something he definitely was unable to do. The day script palm was useless. It had turned, the soldier's hands had turned to metal balls and still did not affect it. Zuo Mo had a feeling that even if its entire body was melted, it could transform back into its present state. Zuo Mo stared viciously at the black gold seal soldier. He felt that this could make him appear strong, and his mind spun quickly. Maybe he could think of a way to find Gu Xiangtian and kill him? Zuo Mo felt that this idea was plausible. Gu Xiangtian's position was changing, and probably was the effect of the formations of the 1,000-gem illusion disc, because the seal show could not be too far from the seal soldier. If the seal show was too far away, the seal soldier's strength would lessen. But where was this guy? Yet the black gold seal soldier did not give Zuo Mo the time to think and leapt again. Helplessly, Zuo Mo could only throw the thoughts into the back of his mind. If he wasn't careful, he could easily lose his life to this powerful guy. Ka has many moves, GE doesn't believe GE can't stop you. The murderous Zuo Mo moved forward, his legs covered in a thin layer of gold as he stepped heavily on the ground. Golden crow feet. A large force came from under his feet. His figure that was already lightning fast suddenly doubled in speed. He appeared behind the black gold seal soldier out of thin air. For the first time, Zuo Mo's speed was faster than the black gold seal soldier. Without another word, Zuo Mo's right leg was like a light gold whip that struck the black gold seal soldier. Whoosh! A sound brighter than any before it. The black gold seal soldier's body was whipped into the air yet somersaulted away. Of the 6 transformations of the Great Damo physique, the golden crow feat was the one with the most physical strength. Even as powerful as the black gold seal soldier was, it could not stabilize its figure. It was possible to see how strong the move was. While you're weak, take your life. Zuo Mo's feet pushed again. He once again appeared next to the black gold seal soldier with a strange blade shrouded in fire. The Ling power and consciousness in his body was unprecedentedly lively. Zuo Mo felt every piece of muscle, every bone, every tendon in his Great Damo physique was vibrating together. Countless tiny bits of power continued to merge in an extremely short amount of time, and like the streams entering the sea, they formed a great and vast power. This astounding flood rampaged through his body to his arm. The muscles in his arm seemed to be plucked like cord and suddenly gave a clear hum as they vibrated. Zuo Mo's mind seemed to enter a wondrous state. Almost unconsciously, he followed this flood of power, and the flaming strange blade in his hand sliced with the flow. Midday blade strike. Translator ramblings, yeah, brute force is not going to cut it. Zuo Mo's been having too much of a smooth time recently. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 451, Post-Epiphany Lei Pang. Chapter 451, Post-Epiphany Lei Pang. Midday blade strike. The vast power was vented through this strike, turning into an enormous golden blade of energy that shot towards the black gold seal soldier. There seemed to be a shadow howling from inside the blade energy. The golden blade energy changed while it enroiled relentlessly. This was not the first time he had used the midday blade strike, but this strike was clearly different. The The raging and vast power, in the moment it appeared, had caused the other powers in him to vibrate and collide like a spectacular drawing painted with rough, burning, thickly strokes. In an instant, a glimpse of understanding rose in Zuo Mo's heart, as though something was within his reach. But when he thought about it, he seemed to not seem to have understood anything at all. Time seemed to slow down. Following along the pull of the howling power, Zuo Mo was like a devout believer. The wavering golden light energy reflected on the face of the black gold seal soldier. Its expression was normal and did not change, as it shielded its body by bending inward and it raising its two crossed arms in front of it. The howling blade energy was like a furious beast that smashed onto the crossed arms of the black gold seal soldier. The golden light exploded. Clang! It was as if an enormous bell rang out in a mountain valley. The sound wave reverberated past Zuo Mo and his body uncontrollably trembled. This was power. Power that would cause people to shake. Having just seen its appearance, Zuo Mo almost instantly became enchanted by it. Such strong power. Excited, Zuo Mo felt very satisfied with his above-normal display of power. Because the black gold seal soldier was a significant threat to him, he had had a momentary breakthrough and released such a powerful midday blade strike. The blinding and burning golden light filled his vision. A surprise exclamation came from Guxian Tian and Zuo Mo snickered soundlessly. The golden light disappeared. When he saw the black gold seal soldier was still standing in the center of the golden light, Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. He almost shouted in disbelief. Impossible! With its body completely red, the black gold seal soldier seemed to have been just taken out of a furnace. Countless seal scripts floated on its body. On the two arms that protected its face was a wound several CUN long, and a cut almost went through its entire arm. But it had stopped the attack. It had managed to stop the attack. Zuo Mo's eyes was full of disbelief. He could not imagine. How could such a great power could be stopped? Was this the strength of a 6th grade seal soldier? Zuo Mo murmured to himself. He quickly recovered from his daze, and his expression uncontrollably changed dramatically. This strike had produced a certain amount of damage to the black gold seal soldier. The red light on its body had gradually dissipated, but the marks on its arms had not healed completely like previously. The midday blade strike had destroyed the seal scripts on its arms. But Zuo Mo's expression did not show any good signs due to this. The midday blade strike just now had been far above his normal skill level. Even if he used the move again, he lacked the confidence and replicating power the power it had. That midday blade strike had almost used all the power in his body. The feeling of weakness flooded in. The situation was not good. For Zuo Mo, the situation was terrible. We are ambushed. Nian Lu swept the surroundings. Ma Fan did not make a sound while Lei Peng scanned the surroundings in curiosity and rumbled, "Who is so brave? Daring to ambush us? Are they tired of living?" Shan Weiming's face was ashen as he said in a trembling voice, "1,000-gem illusory disc. This is the 1,000-gem illusory disc." Hearing this, Ma Fan raised his face. "What is the 1,000-gem illusory disc?" 1,000-gem. 1,000-gem illusory disc is the talisman that Qingsu Sanren became famed for. Shan Weiming's mood stabilized slightly and he hurriedly explained, "It can trap people in it. There are countless illusions inside, and it is endless in space. If one cannot break through the formation, they can be trapped for their entire life, but it is this powerful?" Lei Peng was surprised and exploded. Shan Weiming weakly added, "It is a 6th grade talisman." Now everyone did not speak. 6th grade talisman was not something they could defeat. If Wei Sheng was here, there might be a chance. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded in everyone's ears. The faces of Ma Fan and the others changed. Other than the four of them, only Zuo Mo was in here. The other's target was Darren. That was such a fierce collision, Darren must have encountered great danger. 3-section wave killing change. Ma Fan's gaze focused as he said simply. Lei Peng and Nian Lu's eyes lit up. How could they have forgotten that move? If they encountered a dense enemy formation, they must use sword energies of even greater power, and this was also the most powerful quality of the 3-section wave killing change. At the beginning, they had to train together on this technique until the three of them were in sync, before it was considered complete. Later, they had been moved to the Sky Peak platoon, and their chances of charging at the very front had gotten smaller. "Old Fan, your brains are really good, no wonder you were once the core." Lei Peng rumbled out. He moved forward proactively, the three of them forming a triangle with Lei Peng at the very front. After Lei Peng had had epiphany on the battlefield, he had been laughed at by his fellows for a long time. What caused him to feel even more embarrassed was that the epiphany that was said to be a 1 in 1,000 chance had not helped him enter Jindan. The saber scripture that Lei Peng used to cultivate was called the Abyss Beast Soul-Consuming Saber. The name was ostentatious, but it really wasn't a powerful saber scripture. Saber scriptures were hard to find, and good saber scriptures were even rarer. So instead he wanted to cultivate sword scriptures like the Clear Sky Sword Scripture. This guy had a thick skin and came with a begging face to see Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo saw that such a big person like him coming to beg wasn't an easy thing to do, and naturally allowed it. The result was that he had read every one of Zuo Mo's sword scriptures, no matter if it was good or bad. But after he read, he had even more questions, and even practicing the familiar saber scripture became awkward. That was until the epiphany on the battlefield last time that seemed to create a light among the mist. He actually comprehended 3 slightly unusual sword moves. When he had just comprehended them, they were only in their beginning stages. He had skipped over to ask for guidance from others. Who knew that after Wei Sheng watched him Wei Sheng had praised the moves. On the road from Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia to Cloud Sea Jia, he had helped Lei Peng gradually refine them. After being refined and carved like rough jade, these 3 sword moves released their blinding light. Lei Peng called the 3 moves, Abyssal Chop. Spending every day together, Ma Fan and Lei Peng naturally knew the power of Lei Peng's 3 moves. They were very powerful, and most suited to heavy assault, so he became the primary attacker. The 3 stood still. Nian Lu's hands were like blooming lotus flowers. With a snap, a handful of small lotus flowers burst from his fingertips. Each of these little lotus flowers were the size of a thumb, small and adorable. When the little lotus flowers came out, they spread into the surroundings. The surroundings instantly started to waver, and Nian Lu's expression became grave. Even though his move of his could defeat illusory formations and usually worked, but what they were facing right now was a 6th grade talisman. He didn't know if this would be effective. However, an indiscernible light flashed through Nian Lu's eyes. Pia pia pia. The little lotus flowers popped like bubbles. The changes in light around them became even more violent. However, Nian Lu stared tightly at a space not far from them. That place was only several chi big, but under his attack, from beginning to end, it had not changed a bit. There. Nian Lu's voice was full of confidence. He had not planned to defeat the illusory formation in front of them with his move. He knew he was not a match for an illusory formation produced by a 6th grade talisman. He was trying to find the leverage point. Any illusory formation would have some areas that never changed. These were leverage points. They were the structure to the illusory formation and would not change as the illusory formation changed. And these leverage points were their target. When attacking an illusory formation, the worst thing to do was to attack aimlessly. The great majority of targets in an illusory formation were illusions. No matter how realistic they appeared, they were still illusions. If they attacked illusions, they would only miss. Only by attacking the structure of the formation could they truly damage the formation. Lei Peng's legs bent as he crouched slightly forward, his hands holding the golden crystal broadsword. Ling power burst from his body like a fire. In a blink, his body was covered in a thin layer of Ling power fire. This was a sign that Ling power was being channeled to its limits. Without needing a signal, Ma Fan and Nian Lu channeled Ling power simultaneously, and Ling power flames also appeared on their bodies in a thin layer. The Ling power flames on their bodies were all different. Lei Peng's flames were red with a tinge of black, giving people an intimidating feeling. Ma Fan's Ling power fire was gray and flickering, hard to catch. Nian Lu's Ling power fire was green with pink, extremely beautiful. Like a metal tower, Lei Peng glared angrily, all the muscles in his body expanding as he raised the gold crystal broadsword in his hand. Hiss! Countless fine air flows around him seemed to be plucked by an invisible hand. Sharp fine sword energies were like sharp shards of ice that hissed and flew. Ma Fan's eyes were half-lidded, the tip of the flying sword in his hand slightly raised, and Nian Lu's expression was grave, faint lotus flowers discernible on his long and slender flying sword. Having finished preparing, Lei Peng felt the blood vessels in his body expand, but his heart was like the eye of the storm, calm and peaceful. His mind moved, and he acted with his thought. All the gathered sword essence was like the flood rushing through the dam and venting out. The upraised golden crystal broadsword suddenly chopped down. Deep abyssal chop. Whoosh! The sound was like an enormous block of wood being thrown up, and caused fear in people's hearts. The surrounding space seemed to twist. This enormous sword that was like a horse-chopping saber seemed to come from the abyss of hell and did not have any light at all. Black and deep. The places where the sword edges passed appeared a bottomless deep abyss. Ma Fan and Nian Lu also attacked at the same time. A gray sword energy and a blue sword essence were like baby sparrows returning to the nest, combined with Lei Peng's bottomless and black sword energy. The sword energy suddenly grew, and that black abyss expanded slightly. That was a power that seemed to be able to swallow anything and instilled fear in people. A shocked shout came from the air. The owner of the 1,000-gem illusory disc also detected danger. The scenery next to the trio changed dramatically as the other tried to distract and confuse them. Lei Ping did not seem to see it. The growing sword energy in his hand accurately struck the place that Nian Lu had pointed at. The moment it struck, time seemed to slightly pause. Boom, dot. Everyone felt their vision darken, the blackness that was endless seemed to swallow all of them. The ground under their feet trembled and shook fiercely. An angry voice came from the air. You dare to damage my talisman? All of you, wait for your death. Translator ramblings, + teamwork. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 452, Zuo Mo's Epiphany. Chapter 452, Zuo Mo's Epiphany. Zuo Mo suddenly felt the surrounding scenery greatly change, and the furious bellow that resounded in the air, instantly, allowed him to understand what had happened. His gaze instantly landed on Guxiang Tian, whose figure appeared 50 zhang from him. In that brief moment, their eyes met. From this, it was possible to see the difference in reaction between Guxiang Tian and Zuo Mo. Even though his entire body was almost out of strength, Zuo Mo did not hesitate and charged at Guxiang Tian. The common phrase was, a seal xiao at close quarters was like a chicken plucked of its feathers. When Guxiang Tian saw Zuo Mo dash over with lightning-fast speed, his face suddenly turned white. He panically retreated, and the black gold seal soldier tried to rush over. Watching from above, one could see two figures furiously charging at Guxiang Tian like two bolts of lightning. Zuo Mo sensed a strong feeling of danger came from behind him. He did not need to turn his head back to know that the black gold seal soldier was close behind him. Even though he had been a fraction faster in starting, but that midday blade strike had used up too much of his strength. He was truly at the end of his power. But if he hesitated a bit, he would waste this rare opportunity. If he was dragged back into fighting with that undying black gold seal soldier, with his present state, there was only death. Zuo Mo grunted and gathered together the last threads of his power. A thin gold light appeared on his feet. Golden crow feet. His foot pushed off the ground, Zuo Mo's body suddenly became a blurry shadow. Crack! Furiously retreating, Guxiang Tian's feet suddenly paused. He tightly covered his mouth, his eyes bulging like that of a dead fish. Clunk! With his last thread of strength used up, Zuo Mo's body lost its balance in the sky. Like a sandbag reaching the apex of its arc, he had fell and smashed down into the ground. So mother *****ing painful. Heavily falling on the ground, Zuo Mo bared his teeth in pain, his skeleton feeling like it was going to break apart. He laid on the ground as he greedily breathed, not even willing to move a finger. When the trio saw Zuo Mo lying on the ground, their expressions greatly changed. However, when they walked forward and found that Darren was only exhausted and nothing else had happened, they hurriedly propped Zuo Mo up, gathered their spoils, and left. When Turtle Island saw Zuo Mo being carried back, it instantly exploded. Everyone's expressions were peerlessly ugly. Without a second word, Gongsun Cha ordered everyone to gather. Even the one who always had a good temper, Wei Shang, drew his black sword, his face murderous. Zuo Mo hurriedly stopped the group. If they charge over like this, it would actually be harder to find the person. Zuo Mo pulled everyone and hid in the little back room as they conversed and maliciously planned something. This matter was not finished. They have not acted? Tian Yongqing asked with a creased brow. Tian Hongbo was also puzzled. He shook his head. No, have they admitted defeat and gave up? It had been the Tian family manipulating this event from the shadows. It had been they who had told the news of the Ren family's death to Guxiang Tian, and their shadow was behind every step of the plan. Impossible. Tian Yongqing shook his head. They do not seem like people who would give up easily, otherwise, they would not have gotten into conflict with the Ren family in the first place. Then what are they doing? Tian Hongbo asked in puzzlement. Tian Yongqing thought of something and hurriedly asked, where is Qing Su Sarin? In hiding. Tian Hongbo said, gave him a sum of jingshi and told him to go and hide for a while. That's good. A rock in Tian Yongqing's heart landed. He smiled and said, then we shall sit and see what they do. If it was up to me, I would just steal it, Tian Hongbo muttered. Steal? I wanted to, but there has to be a reason. Tian Yongqing said amusedly, without a reason, how can we steal it? What reason do we need? Just steal it. Tian Hongbo said. Let Tianyi battalion go, they can steal it in a snap, do we need to waste this much effort? Stupid. Tian Yongqing stared at Tian Hongbo. Our Tian family is not this group of outsiders. If we do this, what would the other families think? Don't think I don't know what you think. Don't you just feel that your fist is bigger? Yes. Tian Hongbo was righteous. The one with the bigger fist makes the rules. Then is our Tian family's fist bigger than Su Ling Sect's? Tian Yongqing said with a cold smile, based on your philosophy, there should only be one sect in this area, Su Ling Sect. Who is a match for them? Tian Hongbo instantly was speechless. Don't be stupid. Tian Yongqing said in a heartfelt tone, every family has their own territory. Su Ling City is the place where everyone does business together. Our Tian family cannot mess around, even Su Ling Sect would not mess around. No one will care if you mess around on your home territory, but if you mess around in Su Ling City, everyone will not agree. Tian Hongbo did not speak this time. Thinking back, this was the truth. A while later, he hesitantly spoke, then how long do we have to wait for the reason? Don't be impatient, it will be soon. Tian Yongqing was confident. He ran? Zuo Mo paused where he stood. He hadn't thought that Qing Su Saran had ran away. This caused all of his plans fail. Everyone's faces were slightly ugly. They had prepared and planned for a long time, waiting to make trouble for the other. It was like a punch that had been preparing for a long time that missed its mark. The feeling was uncomfortable. Were they going to be unable to settle the score this time? Never the generous one, Zuo Mo naturally did not feel good about this, and his hair almost broke as he pulled on it. But Qing Su Sanran had ran, and he could do nothing. He needed a target to make trouble for. They had thought of the fact that someone was the mastermind behind the scenes and planned on squeezing some information from Qing Su Saran's mouth, but this guy had ran away. This guy had thrown down some heavy words, but he was an impotent one. Zuo Mo furiously cursed this impotent guy, 100 times, 100 times. Qing Su Sanran had ran away, they could not find the mastermind. There was no way around it, the strong dragon could not suppress the local snakehead. Zuo Mo only had Shang Wei Ming. He was methodical when carrying out his normal duties, but in terms of finding information, his resources were very limited. He quickly did not think further on the matter. The other had not succeeded this time, and would definitely jump out next time. If he waited for a chance, he could grab the other's weakness. Wait for ye'll settle all the debts at that time, Zuo Mo could only comfort himself like this. But the gains this time were a source of joy for Zuo Mo. Guxiang Tian was very rich, and what cheered him up the most was the 6th grade black gold seal soldier. Having experienced its power for himself, Zuo Mo held it as though it was a precious treasure. What made his heart hurt was the damage his blow had made. It was clear that a section of the seal scripts on the seal paper had been damaged. Other than the black gold seal soldier, there were many jade scrolls for seal shio cultivation. Coincidentally, Zuo Mo had a group of seal shio. This group had been troubled for a long time by the lack of jade scrolls to cultivate, and this time, they were overjoyed. Their cultivation level was too low and could not produce higher grade paper seals. Low-grade paper seals did not have much use to the comparatively strong Vermilion Bird Camp. Gongsun Cha, who had high hopes for them, could only transfer them to Golden Crow Camp, and they only did work like engraving seals and formations. No one was interested in their paper seals, and they were always depressed over this. Guxiang Tian's power wasn't very high, but his skill in making paper seals was very good. Desiring the power of seal soldiers, Zuo Mo invested even more resources on the seal shio. He would instantly provide any materials they wanted. However, Zuo Mo also knew that even if there were jade scrolls, his batch of seal shio would need a long time to reach the level he hoped for. However, this was still a good event. In this battle, what Zuo Mo hadn't expected the most was not the black gold seal soldier, but the 1000-gem illusory disc. It could trap someone inside it. Zuo Mo remembered it clearly. He had not been on his guard at all when he was attacked. In his view, that 1000-gem illusory disc was a great weapon to make sneak attacks. Stay in the shadows, come out and suck the enemy in, that was a move hard to defend against. This event also rang an alarm for Zuo Mo. Until now, Zuo Mo had relied on brute power to fight after cultivating the Great Daimyo physique and lost interest in other moves. This ambush reminded him about the power of talismans, especially good talismans. They were too powerful. No wonder the Yaoma had lost so badly to the show back then. Wasn't this the cause? He had entered a wrong path. He instantly recalled the armaments of his subordinates, and Zuo Mo felt extremely regretful. The golden crystal swords could be considered top-notch, but other than that, there was nothing else that was acceptable to be seen. Their Ling armors were varied, and most of them were taken from their enemies in Little Mountain Jia, and were only 3rd grade. Due to numerous battles, many of them were barely held together, and on the verge of falling apart. Theirs was a beggar troop. Looking at the troop decorated in various colors, Zuo Mo came to this conclusion. And then he made a decision. Mother ****. There only ever was I, Zuo Mo, using talismans to smash other people. When was it other people's turns to use talismans to smash GE? Talismans? Wasn't that just competing on who had the most Jingshur? Did you not know that GE is the true Jingshur madman? Zuo Mo ran over to Bao Yi and asked abruptly, how many pieces of Jingshur do we still have? Bao Yi stilled, but he held the accounts inside his heart. 1 piece of 6th grade Jingshur, 26 pieces of 5th grade Jingshur, 14,000 pieces of 4th grade Jingshur, 1,224,963 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshur. Zuo Mo was shocked. This much? Shocked, he couldn't help but feel proud. Gu really is a Jingshur madman. Hearing this, just the number instills safety. 1 4th grade Jingshur was equal to 500 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshur, and 1 5th grade Jingshur was 1,000 4th grade Jingshur. 1,224,963 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshur was equal to more than 2,400 pieces of Jingshur or 2.5 pieces of 5th grade Jingshur. From a certain perspective, Shouja possessed increasingly more Jingshur with increasing cultivation, but the desire for Jingshur also increased because they had to use more of them. Of course, for the present Zuo Mo, this number was enough for him to feel satisfied. Content, Zuo Mo patted his tummy, his eyes smiling into lines. Gu is finally a rich man. Translator ramblings, yes, Jingshur do not increase linearly in value per grade. I'm just trying to imagine the amount of space that more than 1 million pieces of Jingshur take up. Even if spatial rings. Also, to clarify, there were 2 people in that attack. Gu Xiangtian controlled the black gold seal soldier while Chengsu Saran was the one with the high-grade disc and the illusions. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.